Capitulo 1, Chapter 1. 20th Ward Midnight Diner System, Utaha Kasumigyaka. Tokyo 20th Ward, evening. As the sun slowly dipped below the skyline, a small diner tucked into the very end of a quiet alley in the safe zone finally opened for business. A sleepy young man opened the front door with a yawn, hung up the bell, and flipped the sign to open. The diner wasn't small, 2 floors including a front and back courtyard, taking up the entire alley's end. But because the alley was so deep and hidden, most passers-by never ventured far enough to even notice it. As a result, there were usually no customers. At this moment, however, just outside the courtyard, a hungry young girl in black stockings clutched her belly, her gaze a little resentful. "Hayashi, manager, why can't you open earlier in the day? I've been waiting all day just to fill my stomach with your cooking." The girl wore a white hairband, had a tall figure, a sailor school uniform, dark red pupils, and long legs encased in sheer black stockings. In one hand, she carried a laptop. Hayashi glanced up and pointed to the sign above the door, Midnight Diner. Famous best-selling author of Love Metronome, Utaha Kasumigyaka. Can't you read? If it opens at noon, it wouldn't be called a midnight diner. Besides, who the hell gets up before noon? Kasumigyaka's eyes twitched at his sarcasm. But she perked up again at being called a beautiful best-selling author. "Hayashi-kun, I mean, your cooking's so good. If you opened during the day and did some marketing, you could make a lot more money." Hayashi shook his head. "Too lazy, can't get up." What a legit reason. She had no comeback. To normal people, opening a shop was all about making money. What else? But for Hayashi, it was just about having a hobby and something to do. Not long ago, Hayashi had transmigrated into this multiverse world and bound with a system called Midnight Diner. It didn't have any harsh conditions, just required him to open for business and clock in each day. In return, he'd get random food from across the worlds as rewards. And anything he ate, he could absorb and make part of himself. Normal food was just nutrition, but food that had powers. He could use those too, risk-free. So far, though, he hadn't drawn anything with real combat potential, just regular food. Sometimes the system gave him side quests, optional, but with extra rewards. It suited Hayashi's lazy lifestyle perfectly. After all, this world wasn't exactly peaceful. He was currently in Tokyo's 20th Ward, known as a relatively safe zone. But the news frequently reported incidents of ghouls eating people. Looking through old papers, there were also reports of gun devils. And demons, too. News broadcasts talked about them all the time. "So chaotic," Hayashi sighed. "I just want to farm and chill." The diner opened. Hayashi opened the courtyard gate and led Kasumigyaka into the building. The interior had a rustic, countryside aesthetic, medieval tavern vibes mixed with modern design. Stone and wooden structures dominated, but everything was styled in a contemporary way. Kasumigyaka loved the place. She made her way to her usual seat, her exclusive spot after days of coming here. It was a corner seat at the bar, against the wall. From there, she could see Hayashi's side profile and part of his back as he cooked. As she sat, Hayashi asked, "Same as usual, mapo tofu rice bowl and sake?" "Of course. Give me a few minutes." Hayashi turned and went into the kitchen. Kasumigyaka set her laptop on the bar, opening her document. Her last edit timestamp was exactly 24 hours ago. Clearly, she only worked once she came to the diner. A notification popped up. It was her editor, Machida Sonoko, messaging her. "Machida Sonoko, how's the new chapter, still on track?" Kasumigyaka glanced at her unfinished, constantly edited draft. "Utaha, of course. I recently found a place that triggers a major inspiration boost." "Sonoko, where?" "Utaha, a diner." "Sonoko, more like a major appetite boost." "Utaha, well that too." "Sonoko, anyway I need to see progress soon. Got it." "Utaha, got it." She closed the chat. From the open-style kitchen, mouth-watering aromas wafted out. Growl tilde. Kasumigyaka's stomach let out a loud complaint. She clutched it with one hand, resting her chin in the other, eyes fixed on the kitchen. just thinking about the taste, the food entering her mouth, chewing, swallowing. Unconsciously, her black-stockinged legs pressed together, rubbing lightly. In the kitchen, Hayashi was making the mapo tofu. He tossed in the diced tofu, added minced beef, scallion segments, pepper powder, salt, sauces. In his hands, the ingredients felt enchanted, layered with rhythm and purpose. When he plated the dish, the glow from it practically made mouths water. This was one of Hayashi's passive abilities. After binding with the system, his already decent culinary skills were buffed to mastery. He understood food on a fundamental level. And any creature could eat his food. At worst, it was just edible. At best, it was an unforgettable experience. The more they loved it, the more they'd subconsciously feel attachment and affection toward him. At first, Hayashi thought that was kinda sketchy. But then he figured, that's probably how real top chefs work too. The system just made it a skill. After finishing the mapo tofu, Hayashi made an extra portion for himself. When he brought it out, Kasumigiaka was already struggling to restrain herself, eyes locked onto the dish like a predator. If it weren't for her pride, she might have pounced already. As he approached, clack, he set the plate down with a smile. Enjoy. Gulp tilde. Staring at the glowing dish bursting with color and fragrance, Kasumigiaka rubbed her thighs together slightly, her cheeks flushed. She couldn't wait any longer. Picking up her chopsticks, she declared, Itadakimasu. Capítulo 2, Chapter 2, Craving Utaha, the Antique Cafe. As Utaha devoured her food with little regard for appearances, Hayashi also began eating his portion. Utaha took alternating bites of tofu and rice, occasionally sipping her sake. Hayashi, on the other hand, started by scooping a few spoonfuls of mapo tofu, then mixed it with rice before digging in. For a while, the only sounds in the diner were the two of them eating. Utaha's cheeks were flushed as she ate. Her already tempting lips were now glistening from the slight spiciness of the dish. The mild heat was just right for Hayashi, and he quickly finished his meal. Looking at his now empty plate, Hayashi sighed inwardly. The part he disliked most was coming up next, washing up. He glanced at Utaha, who was still eating, occasionally pausing to exhale due to the heat. Guess I'll wait until she's done and wash everything at once, he thought. With nothing to do in the meantime, Hayashi turned his gaze out the window. Hardly anyone was walking past the alleyway entrance. Occasionally, a passerby would glance in but quickly move on. No one really stopped to enter and dine. Most who did pause only did so because the diner's decor caught their eye. They'd snap a few pictures and leave. This alley actually had quite a few shops. Aside from the midnight diner, there was a flower shop, a cafe, a bookstore, a dessert shop, and more. Thinking about it now, Hayashi realized that since opening his diner, he hadn't once introduced himself to any of the neighboring stores. After all, in Japan, whether you're moving to a new home or opening a business, it's customary to bring a small gift or at least offer a greeting. Hayashi thought it over and decided, guess I'll bring them something to eat. And the moment he made that decision, random mission triggered. I heard a new shop opened in the safe zone. Mission intro, bring some small gifts and politely greet the surrounding shop owners. Mission reward, All World Food Lottery X1. A reward too. Then it's no trouble at all, simple. Hayashi nodded and got up to prepare the gifts in the kitchen. Since some ingredients needed advanced preparation, Hayashi immediately took out the ready-made pastry ingredients and made a few portions of sakura cakes using the osmanthus cake method. The sakura cakes came out pink and glossy, with a lovely, appetizing appearance. When Hayashi brought them out and started packing them up, Kasumigiaka Utaha, who had just finished eating, stared at them, mesmerized. Manager. Hayashi followed her gaze. You want one? You'll gain weight if you eat too much. Just 3 pieces. 1. A tilde. Hearing she could only have one, Utaha whined. Manager no, Hayashi-kun tilde. Still 1, Hayashi stood firm. Utaha's figure was just right, the black stockings hugging her curves delicately, pleasant on the eyes. What if he really fed her until she got chubby? Realizing it was truly just 1, Utaha sipped her sake and pouted. Hayashi-kun, you're so mean. Before heading out to deliver gifts, Hayashi took her plate and his own and washed them together. After that, he carried the 10-packed gift boxes, waved to Yutaha, and headed out. I'm going to greet the neighbors. Watch the shop for me. Yutaha nodded. If anyone comes, I'll message you. Hayashi stepped out while Yutaha stayed behind. Watching him leave, Yutaha couldn't help but smile. Hayashi-kun trusted her enough to let her mind the shop. How nice. She dazedly smiled for a moment, then looked at her blank document on the laptop and quickly returned to brainstorming her novel. Meanwhile, Hayashi began greeting the nearest shops with gifts. It was mostly just knocking, greeting, chatting a bit, leaving the gift, saying please take care of me, and moving on. He went to several shops in a row without much reaction, until he was down to the last one. Hayashi stopped at the entrance of a coffee shop. Looking down, he saw the wooden sign at the door, Antique Coffee Shop, with various coffee prices listed below. So the famous Antique was right next door to him all along. Couldn't really blame him for not noticing. Hayashi ate, drank, and slept in his own shop. He hadn't gone out much lately and didn't pay attention to nearby cafes. At this hour, the antique coffee shop was still open. It was evening, students were getting off school. Inside were a few normal customers. Normal, servers were making and delivering coffee. In his line of sight, a short-haired girl with deep purple hair was carrying coffee. Another woman, with long light purple hair and a refined look, was reading a book while sipping. Behind the counter, a chubby man and a cool-looking woman were preparing drinks. The elderly manager didn't seem to be around. For a moment, Hayashi considered not giving the gift. He really didn't want trouble. But the next moment he thought, well, if it's going to happen, it will. The shops are this close anyway, and avoiding things isn't really his style. Hayashi thought for a second, well, I'm already here. He stepped inside through the side entrance. The bell above the door chimed lightly, ding-a-ling tilde. The staff turned and greeted him. Welcome. Everyone looked at Hayashi, and he smiled as he raised the gift box. I'm the owner of the Deep Night Diner at the end of the alley, Hayashi. This is a small gift. I hope we can get along well. Owner, among the group, the deep purple-haired girl, Kirishima Tauka, let out a small gasp. You're that young and already a shop owner. Just then, a slightly chubby man in a vest and suit with slicked-back brown hair walked over and greeted warmly. Hello, I'm Komaenji. The manager isn't in right now, but please take care of us. He accepted Hayashi's gift box, then turned to the cool woman behind the counter. Irami, make a cup of coffee. The woman named Irami nodded and got to work. Hayashi thought for a moment, but didn't refuse. The antique coffee shop was a legitimate business too. Coffee should be fine. Komaenji led Hayashi to a seat. But as they passed one particular table, the woman sitting there with long violet hair, red half-rimmed glasses, and a white dress suddenly twitched her nose and froze. She was holding a book, but when Hayashi passed by, she stared at his back, pupils shrinking, lips pressing tightly together as she gulped hard. Even her breathing grew heavier. Capítulo 3, Chapter 3. Visiting the antique staff, the hungry Kamishiro rise. Inside the coffee shop, Hayashi was seated at a table. Not long after, Kirishima Tauka brought him a coffee. Hayashi took a sip after inhaling the aroma and praised, "It's very good, fragrant." As any creator would, the compliment made the staff happy. They all chatted together for a bit. Everyone introduced themselves, talked a bit about coffee. Komaenji chatted for a while before another customer arrived, so he left to serve them, leaving Tauka and Hayashi to continue the conversation. Looking at Hayashi's youthful face, Tauka was surprised someone his age already owned a shop in Tokyo. She couldn't help but feel curious. Hayashi-san, are you really the owner? I mean, what's your goal in running the diner? Just to make money. Turns out, Tauka could be quite blunt. Before Hayashi could answer, Irami scolded her from the counter. But Hayashi waved it off. Then answered, making money is part of it. But mostly, I just wanted something to do, make some good friends and try to live a happy, peaceful life. He didn't want to go around saying, money doesn't matter. The truth was, he wasn't at that point yet. And Tauka seemed to resonate with that. Make good friends, huh? She repeated with a little longing in her voice. But human food, sigh. For a ghoul, taste was a chasm, separating them from human connection. They chatted a bit more. Hayashi finished his coffee, gave them the location of his diner, and said they could stop by any time. He'd even give them a discount. Then he stood up and left. A discount, huh? Koma and Ji repeated the phrase and exchanged glances with the others, helpless smiles on their faces. Ghouls couldn't eat human food. So no matter how great the diner was, they couldn't really go. At most, to avoid suspicion from CCG or outsiders, they'd all go once as a group, check in, then go throw up behind the shop, and never return. Tauka knew this too, so she silently watched Hayashi's figure disappear through the window. Her expression dimmed with disappointment. But one person was different. In the corner of the shop, the violet-haired woman who'd been watching Hayashi the whole time, practically stalking him with her eyes, suddenly stood up. She tucked away the book she'd been nervously crushing in her hands. Check, please. Everyone, including Koma Enji and Kirishima Tauka, turned to look at her. Koma Enji forced a polite smile. This is the safe zone, Kamishiro Rise. That man earlier was also a shop owner. If he goes missing, the police will definitely investigate. You understand that, don't you? They'd all noticed how intensely Rise had been staring. If it were a random person outside the area, they wouldn't interfere. But Hayashi's territory was right next door. If he vanished, it would be far too easy to track, and the CCG might come knocking. Still, under their watchful gaze, Kamishiro Rise walked over to the table where Hayashi had been sitting, picked up his used coffee cup, held it to her nose, and inhaled deeply with an enraptured expression. So fragrant, he's the most delicious man I've ever met. Hey, Irami came over to Kamishiro Rise with a sharp look on her face, warning coldly. No matter what, you are not allowed to make a move on him within the next 2 months. Otherwise, we'll all risk exposure. Kirishima Tauka also stared hard at Rise. Even though they had only chatted briefly, she genuinely resonated with what Hayashi had said. It was the kind of life she had always longed for. And now someone like him had caught Kamishiro Rise's eye, and right inside the antique coffee shop no less. It made Tauka feel a little guilty. Faced with the group's warnings, Rise gently put down the coffee cup, let out a long breath, and opened her eyes. I'll handle it. With that, she ignored everyone and walked out the door. After Rise left, Irami walked over to the coffee cup she left behind, curious, and took a sniff herself. In that instant, her pupils shrank and she involuntarily gulped. The other staff also leaned in and took a whiff, intrigued. Moments later, a series of gulping sounds echoed in the shop. Kirishima Tauka muttered in disbelief, "Unbelievable. Why does he smell like that?" Meanwhile, after delivering the gift boxes, Hayashi returned straight home. Pushing open the door to his diner felt just like coming home. He let out a deep breath. Utaha, still typing on her laptop, looked up and smiled. You're back. Hayashi paused, feeling something oddly familiar. Maybe he had watched too much anime. Yeah, I finished delivering the gifts. Anyone come by while I was gone? Nope, Utaha shook her head, her black-stockinged legs crossing again as she changed positions. At this rate, aren't you going to go bankrupt, Hayashi-kun? Drown in debt? Faced with Utaha's sudden venomous tongue, Hayashi felt both amused and helpless. He shook his head. Unlikely. The entire property here belongs to me. No rent. Worst case, I don't make money, but I'll never starve. Oh, Tilda, Utaha raised an eyebrow in surprise. In Tokyo, owning such a large piece of land in a shopping district. Even if the 20th ward wasn't in the heart of the city, the land still wasn't cheap. It was basically inner-ring level prime real estate. Manager, you really are young and successful, huh? Of course, Hayashi responded without hesitation. Who said things gifted by a system didn't count as his own? Honestly, even the building was part of his power. It would level up alongside him. Ding-a-ling Tilda. As they were chatting, the doorbell suddenly rang. Hayashi and Utaha turned their heads. Standing at the entrance was none other than Kamishiro Rise from the antique coffee shop. She had followed the scent all the way here. Under their gaze, Rise offered a slightly bashful smile. I overheard your conversation back at the cafe. I got curious about the taste and decided to come give it a try. Looking at her mature figure, Yutaha instantly felt a sense of danger. This woman just screamed university big sis next door, especially with those red-rimmed glasses, way too sophisticated. As for Hayashi, seeing that it was Rise, he thought for a moment, then nodded. Welcome, what would you like to eat? At the sound of his invitation, Rise happily ignored Yutaha and smiled brightly. Meat, I want to eat meat. Yep, a full-on carnivore, technically not wrong. Hayashi nodded. How about a thick-cut sirloin steak? Capítulo 4, Chapter 4. Blood of the super dangerous species. Manager Yoshimura is shocked. For Kamishiro Rise. Whatever Hayashi made, she would eat it. After all, once she got home, she'd just throw it all up anyway. So what difference did it make? That said, Rise's acting skills were impeccable. In every past performance, she'd shown no discomfort at all. She'd even pretend to savor the taste while swallowing it down. That was the self-discipline of a Tokyo ghoul. Inside the kitchen, while defrosting the steak, Hayashi couldn't help but sigh. Kamishiro Rise, a binge eater. Her genes were ridiculously strong. That's why she'd been raised as a prime ghoul breeding subject since childhood. She had even evolved into a dragon-class ghoul later. She was beautiful, sure, but her brain wasn't quite right. And she was a total foodie. The moment she tracked him down to the diner, Hayashi didn't even need to think. He knew she had taken an interest in him. This is going to be a headache. Thinking it over, Hayashi opened up the system task list. Mission complete. Reward, All-World Food Lottery X1. Alright, let's roll. Rolling, congratulations, you have obtained blood of a super dangerous species. What kind of blood? Hayashi pulled the reward out from the system. The next moment, he was holding a ceramic jar in both hands. Inside was fresh, thick blood, and on the surface, a demonic face grinned back at him with a wicked smile. Oh, it's you. Hayashi suddenly remembered. This wasn't some ordinary duck blood or animal blood. It was an imperial arm, specifically the ice-type one called Demon's Manifestation, Essence of the Fiend. Though it was technically a weapon, it also functioned like a devil fruit. It was a power. It granted total control over ice, attack, defense, and manipulation, all at high speed and potency. It also came with two incredibly powerful hidden abilities. Mahapadma Makapatomo, the ability to freeze time. Esdeath could only use it once per day, but the stronger your body, the shorter the cooldown. Ice Storm Commander-in-Chief, a giant AoE skill that could store energy and unleash it all at once. Not bad at all. Hayashi really liked this ability. And in the next second, he didn't hesitate. He lifted the jar and drank it all. Gulp, 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 tilde, tilde, tilde. With the ability to devour and absorb any food as his own. Demon's Manifestation, Essence of the Fiend counted as food to him. Blood, that's just liquid food, right? Wasn't everyone else outside treating people as food already? A few seconds later. Tilde. Hayashi drained the entire jar. Damn, that hit the spot. The next moment, his heart gave a hard thump, his mind buzzed with a shockwave. Inside his consciousness, a demonic will screeched and struggled, only to be instantly consumed by Hayashi's own awareness, leaving behind nothing but its power. In reality, a triangular demon-shaped mark appeared on his left shoulder. He glanced down and nodded in satisfaction. Looks good, I'll just treat it like a tattoo. After the perfect absorption, Hayashi clenched his fist, feeling the surging strength in his muscles. And he could get even stronger through training. Just like developing a devil fruit. As for testing the ability, Hayashi looked at the half-thawed sirloin steak. He reached out and pressed a finger onto it. In the next second, the steak instantly froze solid, hard enough to repel bullets. He lifted his finger and pressed again. In a flash, the solid block of ice was gone, and the steak returned to a perfectly defrosted, room-temperature cut. Super speed defrosting. Hayashi thought for a moment and turned to unplug the fridge. Then he opened the fridge door and tapped the inner wall. Fwoosh tilde. A thin layer of frost instantly formed inside, cold enough to store anything, and it wouldn't melt for a long time. Even the internal temperature was perfect. Nice. Hayashi was growing more and more fond of his abilities, and more proficient with them, too. Staring at his hand, he suddenly had an idea. Could he perhaps sneak a little something into the food, hiding his powers within it, and then, once someone ate it, freeze them from the inside out at will? Yes, from the inside out. Looking at the steak prepared for Kamishiro Rise, Hayashi cleared his throat lightly. Well, let's give it a try. Ghouls aren't exactly easy to kill anyway. Meanwhile, the antique coffee shop flipped its sign, closing time. Inside, the employees were tidying up, wiping tables, cleaning machines, washing cups, and wrapping up for the day. Kirishima Tauka was wiping a table, looking a bit downcast. Her eyes drifted occasionally toward the window, especially toward the alley. That woman still hasn't come out, she muttered. She was talking about Kamishiro Rise. Dingling tilde. The bell rang. Tauka turned around, ready to tell the visitor the shop was closed, but it was the manager who returned. Yoshimura, the silver-haired, always smiling elderly manager. Manager. Everyone looked at him. With just a glance at their expressions, Yoshimura immediately sensed something had happened. Still smiling, he asked, "What's going on today?" Kirishima Tauka and the others quickly explained. They told him about how Hayashi had come by earlier with a gift and how Rise had followed him. "She went in and hasn't come back," Tauka said urgently. "If she eats him tonight, the CCG will definitely come sniffing around here." Yoshimura nodded slightly. Rise isn't usually that impatient. Tauka was about to argue when Yoshimura suddenly sniffed the air and turned his gaze to a gift bag on the bar. Sensing his interest, Koma-enji immediately explained, "That's a gift from the young restaurant owner. It should be food. We haven't opened it yet. We thought Tauka could give it to one of her human friends." They, as ghouls, couldn't eat human food. Rather than waste it, giving it away was the most polite option. But Yoshimura's expression changed slightly. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes smoothed as he walked to the bag. Under everyone's watchful gaze, he opened the package and took out a box of sweets. "Sakura mochi," they murmured. Yoshimura sniffed again, his usually smiling eyes turned serious. Everyone now realized something was different. As they watched closely, Yoshimura opened the lid, picked up a piece of Sakura mochi, and to everyone's shock, put it into his mouth and began to eat. Koma-enji, Irami and Tauka. Capítulo 5, Chapter 5. So delicious it made them cry. Kamishiro Rise is in trouble. To their complete disbelief, Yoshimura ate the Sakura mochi. He chewed slowly, thoughtfully, and then the corners of his eyes began to moisten. Up until that point, everyone had thought he was just being polite, tasting a gift to not offend the sender. But when they saw the expression on his face, they realized this was no act. "Wait, this food, ghouls can eat it," Irami exclaimed. "Don't tell me the ingredients are." Koma-enji looked disturbed, as if he suspected it was made with human remains. "We can eat this." Tauka stared intensely at the box of sweets. Yoshimura wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes, brushing away long-faded memories of his youth. He looked at how many pieces were left, then picked up another. 2 pieces each, everyone try some. Then he took his and headed upstairs. The remaining 3 stood in silent shock. Tauka was the first to move. Her eyes wide, she staggered a bit as she approached the box. With trembling hands, she picked up a piece and placed it in her mouth. Tilde. Her eyes closed, her whole body shivered, tears instantly rolled down her cheeks. No one could understand the whirlwind of emotion she felt. Or rather, no ghoul could. Tauka had human friends, and every time they shared food with her, every bite was a torment. Her mind wanted to enjoy it, but her body rejected it completely. She wasn't yet skilled enough to fake it like an experienced ghoul could. But the worst part wasn't even the physical nausea. It was the emotional pain. That sense of separation, of not being able to enjoy something as simple as a meal with friends. But today, that changed. Human food was delicious. The flavor, the texture, the joy that gripped her very soul. "It's too good," Tauka sobbed out those words through tears. Komaenji and Irami exchanged a look, then each picked up a piece and took a bite. The shock they felt was no less intense than Tauka's. She cried. They at least teared up and kept wiping their eyes. When they finished, the three quietly divided up the remaining pieces. Tauka carefully wrapped hers in old paper like it was a priceless treasure. And then came the inevitable question. What exactly is this sakura machi? Just then Yoshimura returned, having changed clothes. You'd never guess that, moments ago, he'd been upstairs staring at an old photo of a young woman, wiping away silent tears. Hearing their discussion, he nodded firmly. It's human food, no doubt about it, normal food. But Irami couldn't understand. We're ghouls. Komaenji nodded solemnly. Tauka, ever the realist with a dash of Russian humor, simply took some food her friend had given her out of her bag and in front of everyone took a big bite. Then, urgh! They all watched as she dry-heaved over the trash can. Now they were sure. It wasn't them, it really was this food that was special. Koma looked again at his piece, still baffled. But why? Wiping her mouth, Tauka gave her theory. We're still the same as before. Could that store manager have somehow accidentally cultivated ingredients that ghouls can eat? Irami immediately disagreed. Tatsuki Academy, arguably the highest authority in the culinary world, has been working on that for years. They've never succeeded in making any food ghouls can eat. People say coffee was their creation, but even they never confirmed it. So far, the only thing ghouls could consume from the human world was coffee. If Tatsuki ever succeeded in creating food that let ghouls coexist peacefully with humans, their position wouldn't just be at the top of Japan's culinary world, it would be global. But so far, all efforts had failed. So it's probably not the ingredients, Irami said, turning to Yoshimura. It must be the young store owner himself. Yoshimura thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. That's the most likely explanation. Tauka immediately stood up, unable to contain herself. Rise is with him right now, we need to go find him. Koma and Irami both agreed. This was different from earlier. Before, they didn't care much, just worried Rise might kill him and bring the CCG sniffing around. But now, if Hayashi got eaten, this culinary miracle would disappear forever. They wouldn't just cry, they'd break their legs in regret. But just as they prepared to act, Yoshimura checked the date and time. It's already late. Going now would be rude. Wait for a proper day off, bring a gift, and go then. We are antique coffee shop. Don't go exposing yourselves as ghouls right away. On the surface, they were just a regular coffee shop called Antique. Even when faced with such temptation, the mature and composed Yoshimura remained calm, still urging everyone to stay cautious. The three thought it over and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, a large flame finished heating the cast-iron skillet. As Hayashi scooped sizzling melted butter and spooned it over the thick-cut sirloin again and again with a satisfying sizzle, the special steak was complete. He carefully plated it and let it rest. Once the steak had properly rested, Hayashi prepared the seasonings and utensils, then brought the dish over and gently placed it in front of Kamishiro Rise. Bon appetit! Rise stared at Hayashi with a hungry, teasing gaze. That bon appetit, she believed it was directed at her, not the steak. Not far away, Kasumigyaka Utaha lightly bit her lip, even her toes twitching in visible irritation. Hayashi turned and walked away, planning to make himself a drink. Meanwhile, Rise came back to her senses, picked up her knife and fork, and as the aroma of the meat rose to her nose, she froze. This smell, why does it smell so good? Why? Human food, isn't it supposed to smell rotten? She looked down at the steak. Its color was perfection. That beautiful Maillard reaction between the meat and pan had produced a seared brown crust that looked absolutely mouth-watering. To a human, it would be a god-tier dish. Silently, Rise cut off a piece. She had only planned to let it touch her tongue and act through the disgust, but on a whim, she lightly licked the piece with her soft tongue. In that instant, her whole body trembled. Her cheeks flushed a deep red. From across the room, Kasumigyaka Utaha looked like she wanted to laugh but held back. No words needed, she'd reacted the same way when she first tasted it. Like self-pleasure levels of delicious. Capítulo 6, Chapter 6, People's Remains, Two Generous Ladies. The moment Rise tasted that steak, she knew clearly that this piece of meat was more delicious than any meat she'd ever eaten before. That texture, that richness, that flavor. It was intoxicating. In just seconds, her cheeks flushed, and her legs instinctively pressed together, rubbing slightly. Gulp tilde. One bite led to the next, and she immediately ate a second piece. If they weren't in a restaurant, she felt like she'd grab the entire steak with both hands, tear into it with her teeth, chew, and swallow like a beast. But her last shred of reason told her. This was a public place, don't lose control. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3, 4. Rise looked utterly gone, as she devoured piece after piece. This was a thick-cut steak, even fully cooked, it was about as thick as a standing coin. From a distance, Kasumigayaka was speechless. This was way too lacking in grace. Was her expression like that when she had it? No way, please no. Before long, Rise had finished her entire plate. Only then did she snap back to reality and stare at the empty plate in shock. Did I just eat human food? Or rather, people's remains? That was her first thought. But she quickly dismissed it. Why, the taste difference is astronomical. Beef is beef. The quality of the meat has a huge impact on taste. Just like how even someone with slightly sensitive taste buds can distinguish between chicken, duck, beef, or lamb with their eyes closed. So Rise was certain this was beef. She'd eaten beef before but always spit it out. Still, she remembered the texture, it just tasted awful. So what the hell was going on here? Rise was stunned. She looked toward Hayashi in the distance. Hayashi had just finished mixing 3 glasses of lemon tea, one for himself, one for each of the 2 women. He handed one to Kasumigayaka first. She looked up with a smile. I didn't order anything, Hayashi-kun. Today, the chef's in a good mood, it's on the house. With that, Hayashi turned and brought a glass to Rise as well. Clink! Rise looked at the lemon tea, then glanced at Kasumigayaka, who was already sipping hers. She picked up the glass and took a cautious sip. The sour taste made her eyes squint. So sour tilde. It was the first time Rise had ever tasted sourness. How strange, but it's good. Hayashi leaned against the bar, glanced at the completely cleaned plate, then asked Rise. How was it, customer? Absolutely delicious. Thank you for the meal, Rise replied, gently putting down the tea and speaking in a soft, elegant tone. My name is Kamishiro Rise. That was the most delicious meat I've ever had. I'm Hayashi, thank you for the compliment. He smiled and collected the plate. Now came the part he hated most, washing dishes. Hayashi thought for a moment, then decided to leave it for later tonight. He also started considering whether he should hire someone to help keep the place clean. But that could wait. This wasn't a normal restaurant, and he couldn't just hire anyone. Ordinary people might just end up gone. Just then, as Rise finished half her lemon tea, she suddenly spoke up again. Hayashi-san, could I have some dessert too? What would you like? Anything is fine. As long as it's made by you, I'll like it. Oh, all right. Ignoring the sudden glance from Kasumigayaka, Hayashi turned and walked into the kitchen. Once she saw him enter the kitchen, Kasumigayaka sneakily shot Rise a glare. What do you mean? As long as it's made by the chef, I'll like it. She'd never said anything like that. This shameless woman. She looked gentle and refined, but was clearly the complete opposite. Still, Rise's senses were sharp. Even without looking at Kasumigayaka, she knew the girl had just secretly sent a wave of hostility her way. Rise smiled quietly. Ah, young love. It was so rare for her to see something like this. But between love and food, Rise preferred food. More accurately, she sought food as a way to avenge and vent the pain of her tortured childhood. In the kitchen, Hayashi took out the sakura mochi he hadn't finished earlier and made another portion, then brought it out. Under Rise's expectant gaze, he set down the plate and invited her to try it. Rise took a bite, showing an expression like, I knew it, before fully succumbing to the bliss of flavor. There was no doubt. Rise had already deduced. It wasn't the food itself that was special. It was who made the food. So, what did he put in it? Did he mix in his own blood? Or perhaps other bodily fluids? Whatever it was, it tasted amazing. Rise carefully savored every last bite of the dessert. By then, it was already late at night. Kasumigaoka glanced at the time and began packing up her things. I'm heading home, Hayashi-kun. See you after school tomorrow. She left a wad of cash on the bar. Yes, a whole wad. Hayashi glanced at it. It had to be at least several tens of thousands of yen. He sighed. I told you this isn't some shady shop. There's no need to give that much. Honestly, it kind of felt like he was being kept or something. Kasumigaoka Utaha smiled. Then just treat the extra as a deposit. I won't give you anything next time. That's what she said. But usually, the only time she didn't give anything was when she forgot her wallet. All right, Hayashi accepted the money. After all, there was no reason to refuse it. If a customer thought the food was that good and wanted to show appreciation, then sure, he totally deserved it. Since there were no other customers, Hayashi personally walked Utaha to the door. He looked out at the quiet street lamps and the few sparse silhouettes passing by. Even though it was a safe district, Hayashi still felt a bit uneasy. So, he patted her shoulder lightly, leaving behind a bit of energy to help him locate her if needed. Then he said, "May the wind be at your back." Utaha waved and walked off. Back inside the shop, Kamishiro Rise stood up and also said, "Thanks for the meal. Time to settle the bill, chef." Hayashi accepted the money, but found it a bit odd. She's not trying to chase after Utaha, right? Rise didn't seem like the type to eat women. In the end, Rise also gave him quite a bit extra. Hayashi looked at her. Rise smiled and explained, "Just think of the extra as a deposit. I'll be back again." Hayashi shook his head and returned the extra cash. He explained, "Too much of a hassle to keep track of. Let's talk again after you've come a few more times." Rise left shortly after. As she walked away, her gaze lingered on Hayashi's silhouette locking up the shop, full of hunger and desire. You really are hard to resist, Chef-kun. Capítulo 7, Chapter 7, Staff Promotion System and Makima's Sensing. Late at night, inside the diner. Hayashi was washing dishes. Thankfully, there were only 2 sets, one of them being the dinner he made for himself. As he scrubbed away at the annoying plates, he couldn't help but sigh. I really need to hire someone, but who? He absolutely hated cleaning and doing dishes. He was way too lazy for that kind of thing. Come to think of it, can I even hire staff? Hayashi paused, finished placing the clean dishes away, dried his hands, and accessed the system interface in his mind. He found the employee system section. Turns out, Midnight Diner could indeed hire external staff. Employees were categorized as external staff, internal staff, and core staff. All hires had to start as external staff and could only be promoted through work time and contribution to the diner. No skipping levels. External staff received no system benefits, not even contracts. However, Hayashi could still see their location and HP bars. They were allowed to make basic drinks or prep simple ingredients, and the food would still retain Hayashi's flavor bonus. Internal staff, on the other hand, could sign a contract. Perks included protection from the Midnight Diner and stat boosts proportionate to Hayashi's own power. Also, once someone signed a contract and became internal staff, Hayashi could learn their abilities. This wasn't possible for external staff. At that level, they could start preparing small dishes too, still infused with Hayashi's cooking buffs. Then there was core staff. Beyond all the previous perks, the key difference was that Hayashi could copy one of his own skills to give to them. They could even cook independently, while replicating Hayashi's cooking effect. That meant Hayashi could finally take a break and fully step into his capitalist era. Sounds kinda like gods and their chosen, but why does it also sound like capitalism? And I get to leech their abilities too. Hayashi scratched his neck. For some reason, he had a sudden image of himself getting strung up by angry mobs. Still, for the employees, the deal was a sweet one, free power-ups just by working. A well-structured promotion system, totally win-win. Feeling reassured that he could indeed hire people, Hayashi finally relaxed. If he couldn't hire anyone, that would honestly be scarier than Kamishiro Rise chasing after him. Truly terrifying. Boom! Suddenly, Hayashi's heightened senses picked up a loud crash. Not far, just a few streets away. What the hell? He pushed the door open. The night was dark and quiet. Hayashi leapt onto the roof and scanned toward the sound. And then he saw it. Just 2 streets over, a vending machine was fighting a ghoul. No joke, it was an actual vending machine demon, with 2 human legs, headbutting a ghoul in a full-on street brawl. Hayashi didn't recognize the ghoul, nothing familiar. The vending machine demon shouted, "Every loser gives me a kick, and you're no different. I'm gonna eat you." The ghoul, with glowing red eyes, hesitated, didn't know where to bite, but definitely knew how to fight. "Damn devils, you parasites stealing our food, go to hell." They started trading blows, and honestly, Hayashi was kind of enjoying the show. Where else could you see this in anime? Not even in fanfics. Limbs were flying everywhere as the 2 tore each other apart. Their fight rampaged through several streets, getting dangerously close to Hayashi's own. They were about to crash into his shop if they jumped one more wall. People in nearby buildings were peeking through curtains, quickly turning off the lights again. Some pulled out their phones to record, others just secretly watched. Several other ghouls were also rushing in from a distance. While both the demon and the ghoul weren't particularly strong, their chaotic brawl had already trashed a good chunk of the surroundings. If they messed up his shop... Hayashi scratched his head. Maybe it's time to test that new ability. He'd have to get used to it sooner or later. And right now, he had 2 perfect test subjects. Taking them out silently would be easy. He could just use Makapatoma, and no one would ever trace it back to him. With that thought, an ice sword materialized in Hayashi's hand, and he whispered, "Makapatoma." Instantly, the world darkened, everything stopped. The 2 combatants were frozen in midair. The next moment, Hayashi vanished, appeared beside them, slashed twice with the ice sword, then returned to his shop. The sword vanished. Makapatoma faded. Time resumed. The 2 locked in battle suddenly crashed into each other mid-attack, fell to the ground, and didn't move again. The approaching ghouls took one look at their fallen comrade and noped out immediately. The surrounding apartment dwellers went completely silent in awe and fear. Back inside the diner, Hayashi closed the door and caught his breath. That drained more stamina than I expected. But damn, that felt good. In just a few seconds, his stamina had dropped like crazy. This was why Esdeath could only use the ability once per day, even after endless training. He closed up shop. Shift complete, you've earned Multiverse Food Gacha X1. Let's roll. Congratulations, you received Senzu Bean X1. 1 bean. Hayashi examined the Senzu bean, basically a blood potion. He tossed it back into the system space as a food reserve. Meanwhile, inside the Public Safety Devil Hunters HQ, at the very top floor, a red-haired woman in a business suit suddenly froze. Her eyes were gold, her pupils layered in concentric rings. In that instant, she seemed to sense something. And yet nothing. Still, her 6th sense, her intuition, told her something had just happened. And sure enough, raving Tilda. The phone on her desk rang. She picked it up. "Makima-sama," came the voice on the other end. "There was an incident in Ward 20 Devil and Ghoul clash. Both died." Makima replied calmly, "Understood." She hung up immediately. Then stared at the phone in deep thought, or perhaps memory. She tried to recall that strange feeling just now. Then she picked up the receiver again and dialed someone else. "Teleki Hayakawa to bring power here tomorrow." The voice on the other end replied, "Hi." Once everything was in order, Makima finally stood up, glanced at the moonlight outside, put on her coat, and prepared to head home. In terms of work ethic, she was basically a model employee. Relentlessly hunting down every devil, and if a ghoul happened to be around, she'd take care of that too, doing the CCG's job while she was at it. Everything about her was impressive, except in certain aspects, she could be pretty twisted. The next day, around noon, when Hayashi woke up and checked his phone, he saw news coverage about last night's fight between a devil and a ghoul. The official report described it as a dog-eat-dog situation, a violent dispute that ended in mutual destruction. Hayashi checked the time. Noon, Monday. Time to wash up, hit the market for ingredients, and open shop. Capítulo 8, Chapter 8, off to restock and spotted a bad woman. Around noon, Hayashi was driving a plain little delivery van to the market to restock. Technically, he didn't have to shop. He could just buy the freshest ingredients from the system's marketplace. But he still had to keep up appearances. A diner that magically has unlimited ingredients without ever going out to restock would raise serious questions. At least until he became stupidly powerful, he had to keep pretending. Once he didn't have to fake it anymore, he'd stop. The van zipped down the road, cruising on the left side. Thanks to his enhanced abilities, Hayashi could drive just fine using only his peripheral vision. Left hand on the wheel, right elbow resting on the window, he half-watched the road while admiring the scenery. Ward 20 wasn't in central Tokyo, so you could still see hills and landscapes. Some of it even felt familiar, like déjà vu. After a while, he reached the market. He went on a chaotic shopping spree, grabbing vegetables, seafood, meats, and all kinds of supplies. Then he packed everything into the van and headed home. On the way back, he took in the scenery from the opposite side of the road. It was only around 1 or 2 p.m. He still had time to rest before 6 p.m. His diner's hours were from 6 p.m. to 2 a.m., a perfect 8-hour shift. Along the way, Hayashi, in high spirits, hummed a tune. Oshikaidio tilde Oshikaidio tilde. Yes, that was the Tokyo Ghoul opening theme. Still humming, he drove through familiar streets. First, he spotted 2 people carrying silver briefcases. No doubt, they were from the CCG. A bit later, just before turning into an alley, he saw a red-haired woman in a suit walking down the sidewalk with a blue-haired man and a blonde woman who was lazily holding her head in both hands. Hayashi froze. Oh shit, it's the bad woman. And in that brief moment of eye contact, the red-haired woman turned and looked directly at him. They made fleeting eye contact, and Hayashi quickly looked away, driving to the very end of the alley to park. Makima stopped at the alley entrance and glanced inside. Then she looked at the antique cafe at the entrance of the street. Iki Hayakawa stopped behind her and asked, "Was the fight here last night?" Power, who had been strolling behind them distracted by the scenery, didn't look where she was going and bumped into Makima before bouncing off. "Hey, you." She thought she'd hit some random person. But when she turned and locked eyes with Makima, she immediately shrank back and said nothing. Makima turned away, gazing down the street. There. They crossed over to the next street. That alley had already been completely cordoned off by the police. The CCG had arrived. And now the public safety devil hunters were here too. The 2 groups glanced at each other but said nothing. Ghouls ranged from absolute trash to terrifying powerhouses, same with devils. But to ordinary people, both were unbeatable threats. And behind both the ghouls and the devils, powerful forces were moving in the shadows. Neither side wanted a direct conflict, and there was no need for one. So the CCG would investigate the ghoul-related incidents, while public safety would handle the devils. Meanwhile, Hayashi returned home after parking and unloaded all the groceries. The stuff he'd use soon went into the kitchen, the rest went into his system storage. He tidied up the shop a bit, finishing his prep for the day. Then, Hayashi made himself a glass of lemon tea and lounged in a deck chair out in the courtyard. He propped his legs on the stone table, sipping his iced lemon tea while scrolling through videos on his phone. Eventually, the algorithm pushed him a trending local clip. The video was from last night. The person filming had been hiding behind a window, peeking out just enough to film the chaos with their phone. The camera quality sucked, and the angle was far, but the battle could still be heard and partially seen. Even from that, you could tell that several homes and businesses had been damaged. Without insurance, the property owners would be looking at major losses. Hayashi checked closely. His shop wasn't in the video, neither was he. Even though both combatants died, there was no sign of a third party anywhere. Hayashi let out a sigh of relief. Makapatoma is so overpowered, definitely top-tier rule-breaking magic. Freezing time was insanely effective, especially for stomping weaker opponents. Anyone strong enough to react to Makapatoma would have to be very powerful. So for the vast majority, it was a one-hit KO move. Often, the victim wouldn't even know how they died. Even detecting, it required an exceptionally sharp sixth sense. After confirming he wasn't exposed, Hayashi relaxed and scrolled on. Soon he was swiping through Shibuya street videos, featuring local beauties. This algorithm really knows me. Around 3 p.m., he heard footsteps approaching. Turning his head, Hayashi saw Tauka Kirishima walking over, carrying a bag. When she spotted him lounging in the courtyard, she paused for a moment, then raised a hand and greeted him. "Good afternoon, Hayashi-san." "Good afternoon," Hayashi nodded, then glanced at the time. "Just a heads up, this place opens at 6 p.m. "Oh, really?" Tauka blinked. She seemed momentarily at a loss for words. Everything she'd prepared to say just vanished. "All right, I'll come back later then." She turned around to leave. Hayashi watched her back. "Wait a sec." Tauka turned around. Hayashi got up, went inside, and returned shortly with a glass of iced lemon tea, sweetened to 70%. He handed it to her. "Thanks for looking forward to the opening." "Ah, thank you." Tauka quickly accepted it, then noticed, "This is a glass cup." Hayashi waved it off. "You'll be back later, right? Just return it then." Tauka thought about it and nodded. She thanked him again and walked back toward Anteku with her lemon tea. Along the way, she walked faster and faster while looking at the drink in her hands. When she reached the cafe, she flung the door open, ding. Everyone turned to look as she rushed in, bit the straw, and took a big sip. The moment the lemon tea hit her tongue, even with just a bit of sourness, she blinked instinctively. Then her eyes lit up. This is so good. But more importantly, it proved something. The food made by that young chef really could be eaten by ghouls. Capítulo 9, Chapter 9. 3 ghouls share lemon tea, power is hungry. After Tauka rushed back to Anteku, sucking down her lemon tea, everyone understood immediately. That drink had to be from the young chef. "Tauka, did you meet that young chef?" Kaya Irami asked. "I saw him in the courtyard," Tauka replied, her face still glowing with happiness. "He said the place opens at 6 p.m. It's a midnight diner. Told me to come back later." Koma Enji froze slightly. Normal operating hours, so it's a regular shop. But if it were truly a regular shop, how could it produce food that ghouls could eat? Who exactly was that chef? Regardless, everyone's thoughts were now firmly focused on that mysterious shop owner. How exactly was he able to make such food? Just then, the back door of the cafe opened, and Yoshimura stepped out. He looked at Tauka with a warm smile. "Since you've already met the young chef, once his place opens later this afternoon, go represent Anteku and pay him a visit. Don't forget to bring a gift. Be polite." With that, he placed a bag of coffee beans down. Everyone took a closer look, and Koma Enji gasped, "Manager, isn't that your prized batch of beans?" Because ghouls could only consume coffee, good beans were especially valuable. This particular bag was part of Yoshimura's personal collection, only ground and shared during his quiet moments, never for sale. Yoshimura shook his head. "No matter how precious they are, they're not more valuable than the Sakura mochi that young man gave us the other day. Don't disrespect others by assuming they don't understand the worth of their gift." Hearing that, everyone nodded seriously. Tauka looked at the beans. "But what about my afternoon shift?" "Consider it a half-day off," Yoshimura said. "This is your assignment for the afternoon." "I understand," Tauka nodded and carefully put the coffee beans away. At that moment, Koma Enji paused to ask, "About what happened last night?" Yoshimura's eyes stayed narrowed. "It has nothing to do with us, just a normal fight, though a little too unruly." Irami added coldly, "How dare they cause trouble near the cafe?" Anteku was the heart of the safe zone. To have such a reckless brawl near it, it was practically a slap to their face. Even the manager had said they were out of line. So once things settled down tonight, they and Renji Yomo planned to go educate the surrounding ghouls, a proper lesson in respect. They must have forgotten their last beatdown. With that settled, the manager turned and left. Everyone's attention returned to the lemon tea Tauka brought back. Hayashi had given her a pretty large glass, 700 ml. Seeing there was still plenty left, everyone suddenly felt tempted. Irami and Koma exchanged a glance, silently took out 2 coffee mugs, and slid them toward Tauka. Ahums, Tauka-chan. Tauka. She couldn't believe it. The Black Doberman and the Demon Ape. 2 SS-ranked ghouls begging a colleague for a sip of lemon tea. If anyone saw this, they'd probably think morality itself had broken down. It was ridiculous. As the saying goes, if you meet, you split. Though it pained her, Tauka poured around 200 ml into each mug. Her glass didn't have much left after that. The 3 of them fell silent, each sipping their tea. 1 sip. Koma and Irami's expressions softened into bliss. So this is lemon tea. This is what sweet and sour tastes like. 1 sip led to another, and their cups were empty in no time. They smacked their lips, not nearly enough. Actually, no amount seemed to be enough. Their eyes drifted back to Tauka's glass, specifically, the lemon slices floating inside. There were 3. So, they each took 1 and bit into it. So sour tilde. All 3 squinted at the same time. But they still slowly chewed and swallowed the slices. Irami even licked her fingers afterward. In the end, as Tauka packed up her things, both Irami and Koma pulled out some cash and handed it to her. Tauka-chan, if there's any way to pack food from that place, no matter what it is, please bring some back. Please, and 1 portion for Manager Yoshimura too. Tauka. What else could she say? She'd become the group's meal mule. The only one who could bring food back. She accepted the money and nodded. If I can, I'll bring it. Irami smiled. We're counting on you, Tauka-chan. Koma, Ganbet. Meanwhile, on another street, the CCG was investigating the ghoul's corpse. Based on the surroundings, the wounds seemed consistent with a brawl between the 2. In the anti-devil division, Akihayakawa looked over the devil's body, then the ghouls. Something didn't sit right. Power stood off to the side, completely spaced out, probably half asleep. Makima crouched beside the devil's corpse, deep in thought. Just then, Iki walked over. Makima glanced at him. Iki shared his thoughts. Although it looks like a mutual fight, there's no sign of a killing blow on either of them. Meaning, what exactly caused their deaths? Where's the fatal hit from either side? There was none. Makima nodded, confirming his observation. She looked again at both corpses, recalling that strange sensation from the previous night, and finally asked. Time of deaths. Late last night, Aki checked the report, specifically around 1 a.m. Power yawned. Makima checked the time again and confirmed it. The timestamp matched the odd feeling she'd sensed. It was 99% likely that what she felt was this. Makima stood and murmured. There was a third party. Aki blinked. Where, there was no trace at all. Makima had no leads either, she just knew. She scanned the area and checked the time again. Off to the side, Power clutched her stomach. I'm hungry. Makima suddenly recalled the stare from this afternoon, and the restaurant in the alley. Let's go, we'll eat first. The moment Power heard that, she bolted ahead. Capitulo 10, Chapter 10. Changing Rye's taste buds, Makima arrives. Afternoon, right at opening time. The sun had just set when 3 customers stood at the entrance of the midnight diner. Tauka Kirishima, Kamishiro Rise, and Kasumigayaka Utaha. The 3 looked at one another but didn't speak. Only Utaha pursed her lips, her thoughts clearly stirring. Hayashi stepped out and opened the door. Welcome. Utaha glanced at him and said, Hayashi-kun, you could plant a peach blossom tree in your courtyard. Even in Japan, peach blossoms are associated with love and charm. Utaha was teasing, Hayashi had such good romantic fortune. Hayashi turned and looked at the garden. Honestly, not a bad idea. Not a bad suggestion. Maybe I'll plant one soon. peach blossoms on the left, cherry blossoms on the right. Utaha. Tauka and Rise didn't respond. In fact, they didn't even look at each other, like complete strangers. Once inside, all three took seats. Hayashi first brought them each a glass of ice water. Then, Tauka pulled out the bag of coffee beans and placed it on the counter, bowing slightly. "Thank you for the gift the other day. This is a return gift from our manager." Hayashi accepted the beans calmly and opened the bag to take a sniff. Hayashi praised, "No need to thank me. That's a really nice aroma, seems like great beans." Gift exchanges were perfectly normal. And honestly, he would be drinking those beans from now on. Good coffee beans brewed into coffee were indeed delicious, completely different from generic market ones, kind of like how tea leaves worked. With the greeting over, Hayashi looked at the group. "So, what would you all like to eat?" Kasumigayaka Utaha and Kamishiro Rise answered in unison. "Same as yesterday." That meant a steak and a serving of mapo tofu. Rise even instinctively licked the corner of her lips after listing her order. Let's rewind to last night for a moment. After finishing her steak and returning home, Rise opened her fridge to look at the people fragments she had stored. She picked up a pack and sniffed it. Garbage. She tossed it into the trash without hesitation. Then grabbed another, sniffed again. Rotten meat. Tossed that one too. It was the same kind of flesh she'd always kept, but now the smell disgusted her. It had no appeal whatsoever. Eventually, she bagged up several loads of meat and threw them all into the ocean that night. Back at home, she savored the memory of the diner's flavors. From that moment on, she knew her palate, her tongue had changed. After just one meal, her taste buds were no longer her own. As a binge eater, she normally needed 2 to 3 meals a week, while others could last a month. But after tasting that food, forget a week, she couldn't even last 3 days. She was desperate to eat again the very next day. So she staked out the place. Now, seeing Hayashi again, just hearing his voice and recalling the taste of his food made her throat reflexively swallow. Just like now, inside the diner. After hearing the two women's orders, Hayashi turned to Tauka and slid a menu to her. "What about you? What would you like to eat?" Tauka opened the menu and scanned it. Every dish had a name, price, and photo. In the past, she never even looked at the photos. She couldn't eat any of it anyway. But now she stared at each one intently. In the end, she chose, "Unagi don, please." Hayashi nodded, "No problem." Then turned and headed into the kitchen. Inside, Hayashi immediately fired up 3 pans at once. He was going to cook all 3 dishes together. He hadn't done this before because he lacked the strength, speed, stamina, and focus. Normally, no human could maintain quality like that. But things were different now. He was strong. So yes, that meant he could cook like a beast too. 3 dishes, simultaneously prepared. His hands moved fast but precise. With one gleam of a knife, the tofu and ingredients for the mapo dish were cleaned and chopped. He pulled out the steak, tapped it with a finger to instantly defrost it, seasoned it with butter and spices, and tossed it into the hot pan. The eel was out for just seconds before it was cleaned and split open like a golden fried stick. Surprisingly, the slowest part was the rice. That couldn't be fast-forwarded. He rinsed it and set it to steam. After a short while, ding tilde. The rice finished cooking. The 3 dishes were all plated in order. The steak was beautifully done and served as a rice bowl topping. Hayashi carried all 3 dishes out at once, placing them neatly before each customer. Gulp tilde. The moment the plates hit the table, he heard the 3 girls audibly swallow. Rise was visibly struggling to hold back her instincts, tightly clenching her fingers to maintain some ladylike composure. She tried, but just barely. Soon, the sound of furious eating echoed through the shop. Before the first bite, they could pretend to be civilized. But once they tasted it, pure instinct took over. Reason didn't stand a chance. Seeing them devour the food with abandon, Hayashi smiled in satisfaction. That's how it should be. He turned to make himself a drink. No lemon tea today. He grabbed the coffee beans Tauka had brought, scooped a handful, and gave them a sniff before preparing to hand grind them. He poured the beans into the grinder, covered it, and began turning the crank. With a creak and crunch, powder dropped into the container below. Once it was all ground, he placed the powder into the coffee pot and began brewing. Moments later, a rich, fragrant aroma filled the air. These were definitely high-quality beans. Hayashi leaned in to smell. So fragrant. He made 4 cups, 1 for himself and the 3 guests. He didn't often drink coffee. While he could enjoy both coffee and tea, he personally preferred milk tea or sweet and sour drinks. Thank you. Thanks. Snapping out of their eating trance, the 3 women thanked Hayashi for the coffee. Just then, ding-ling tilde. The bell above the door rang. Hayashi glanced up, eyebrow raised. 3 people had arrived, exactly the 3 he saw on the street earlier that day. Makima Ikihikawa, Power. Power sniffed the air, eyes sparkling. It smells amazing, there's good food in here. Hayashi looked at Makima. Their eyes met again. He looked away with a polite smile. Welcome, what would you like to eat? Capitulo 11, Chapter 11. Makima orders food, you're a new devil, aren't you? Before entering the midnight diner, Ikihikawa had followed Makima with Power in tow, assuming they were just grabbing a bite before returning to work. But unexpectedly, Makima had a clear destination in mind. She led them straight to the deepest part of the alley. Right to the door of this midnight diner. Makima stopped and looked at the entrance. Iki glanced around and asked, "Is there something off about this place?" Makima didn't answer. Power sniffed around outside, suddenly perking up. There's something delicious inside. Makima pushed the door open and entered. Facing Hayashi's question, Makima first glanced around. 3 women, all eating like starving beasts. Power looked ecstatic. Iki scanned the room quickly. Well-furnished interior, young owner. Finally, Makima looked at the menu. 3 orders of curry rice. Then she sniffed the air with her small nose and glanced at the coffee in Hayashi's hand. And one of that coffee too. Hayashi looked at his coffee. Whatever, he'd sell it. He had a whole bag, and coffee wasn't even his favorite drink anyway. So he nodded. No problem, just give me a moment. Feel free to sit wherever you like. With that, he turned and headed back into the kitchen, ignoring Makima's curious gaze. Once Hayashi left, Makima scanned the room. She led the other 2 to a 4-person table and sat down. Power was visibly excited, her eyes darting toward the others' meals, especially Rai's steak. Then she turned to Makima. I want meat, I want the same thing she's eating. She was even using I instead of her usual this great me, but only because she was speaking to Makima. She didn't dare act out around her. Ikihikawa frowned. Power, order your own food next time. Makima didn't respond. Power continued. I've got money, right? I work for you guys. Use my pay and get me another one. Iki glanced at Makima, who was still thinking. He sighed and walked toward the kitchen. Excuse me, chef, one more steak, please. Got it, Hayashi's voice called back from the kitchen. Power lit up with joy. In the dining room. After a few moments of thought, Makima began observing everyone. She looked briefly at Kasumigyaka Utaha, then shifted her gaze. Then at Tauka Kirishima, looked a little longer, then looked away again. Finally, she stared at Rise, this time for a while. At that moment, Rise had just finished her steak. She looked up and dabbed the oil from her lips with a napkin. Noticing someone staring, she turned her head and met Makima's gaze. She tilted her head slightly and gave a faint smile, as if to ask, what's up? Makima stared without expression for a few seconds, then looked away. Iki also took a quick glance around, which prompted Rise to size up the 3 newcomers in return. They were carrying weapons, not normal. They weren't wearing CCG uniforms, so public safety devil hunters. That red-haired woman, she might even be a higher-up. As for the short-haired guy, back then, Rise might have been interested, could have even tried to eat him. But now, she just glanced at him with zero appetite. Especially after that amazing steak. Everyone quietly studied one another. Only Power remained carefree, eagerly waiting for her food. Before long, Hayashi came out with the food. This time, he didn't use any special seasoning, because for someone like Makima, it was completely unnecessary. In 2 trips, he served all their orders, including the coffee. Power immediately started shoveling food into her mouth. "This is delicious," she cried. Then she dove in like an animal. Aki hesitantly took a bite of curry. His eyes widened, and he began eating furiously. Makima glanced at the 2 across from her, then at the coffee in front of her. She took a small sip, and her usually emotionless eyes suddenly flickered with life, a hint of color returning. She stared at the coffee, then at Hayashi. Hayashi gave her a polite smile. Makima lowered her eyes again and tried the curry. 1 bite, and just as expected. The 2 across from her were already devouring their food like beasts. Makima, however, remained elegant and composed, eating slowly and methodically. Gradually, Power finished her curry and then moved on to the steak, grabbing it with her bare hands and tearing into it. That caught the attention of the other 3 women. Tauka and Rise noticed the small horns on her head. Ah, so they weren't accessories. This blonde girl was a devil. Though they had no idea what kind of devil. Hayashi glanced at her and didn't care. He brewed an entire new pot of coffee, then poured himself a cup and headed out to the courtyard for some fresh air. But just as he was about to leave, Tauka hesitantly called out, Hayashi-san, could I ask for 3 orders of curry to go later? I'd like to share with some colleagues." Hayashi thought for a moment, then agreed. But he did give her a heads up. "Normally I wouldn't. Takeout ruins the taste if it sits too long. But since the cafe is nearby, I'll make it fresh when you're about to leave. Just make sure it gets eaten quickly." Tauka beamed. "Got it, thank you so much." Hayashi nodded, then opened the door and stepped into the courtyard. Meanwhile, at the trio's table, Aki, having finished his meal, was busy wiping Power's hands and face with napkins so she wouldn't make a mess and upset the chef. Makima, for once, let out a rare sound of satisfaction. Then she stood up. "I'm stepping out for a moment." Aki blinked and nodded blankly, watching as she followed after Hayashi. Outside in the courtyard, Hayashi had just sat down, sipping his coffee. He suddenly sensed someone behind him. Lying back slightly, he tilted his head and saw 2 hemispheres, and a pair of golden, ringed eyes. Just as he was about to speak, Makima bent over slightly and whispered, "You're a newly born devil, aren't you? A cooking devil, or perhaps a gourmet devil?" "Huh?" Hayashi blinked. Makima whispered again, "Whether it's the food or the coffee, there's definitely power in them. That ability, it's unique to you, right?" "Lazia." Hayashi scratched his head. "Wait, is she implying I really am a devil?" Capítulo 12, Chapter 12. Makima's probe, turns out Utaha is a glass cannon. Hayashi leaned back, Makima bent over him. Their faces were barely 30 centimeters apart. Her logic, her questions, they almost had Hayashi convinced he was a devil. Any more and he'd feel embarrassed denying it. But no matter how close it sounded. "No," he shook his head. "While you're half right, and it does sound like something a devil would have, I'm not one. I don't transform, and I won't leave behind a successor after death. One of a devil's defining traits was conceptual persistence. When one died, another would eventually take its place. Unless it was eaten by the chainsaw devil, then it would disappear entirely." Hayashi looked at Makima's skeptical expression and gave a helpless shrug. "If you want to believe I'm a devil, that's fine. I don't mind. Based on what you said, I guess it does kind of fit." It was true, his food did have some kind of magic to it. An undeniable fact, and one unique to him. Hayashi wasn't planning to deny it stubbornly. If she figured something out, so be it. But did she really know everything? Makima saw that Hayashi had indirectly admitted it, so she straightened up and sat in the nearby chair, continuing the conversation. "I'm Makima, and you?" "Hayashi." Makima glanced at the coffee in his hand. Hayashi understood and poured her a cup with a smile. "So you know I'm some kind of food devil, and you're still willing to try it." Makima took a sip. "As long as it's delicious, that's all that matters." The rich, smooth flavor spread across her tongue. Even she fell into a brief daze, relishing the aftertaste. It was unbelievably good. better than any drink she'd ever tasted. Makima began to wonder, was this really his ability? To make food taste this divine? If so, wasn't this devil way too wholesome? And somehow, her mind drifted to the incident in the nearby alley. It was too close, and this kind of power. Hayashi-kun, she suddenly asked, did you hear the commotion last night? Hayashi was caught off guard by the question. More than that, it was how she addressed him. Usually with strangers, the polite suffix was san. You only use kun when you're very familiar with someone. That suffix even carries a kind of intimacy between men and women. But knowing the personality of this dangerous woman, Hayashi understood. She was most likely trying to guide him down a certain path. I heard it, Hayashi nodded. Did you go check it out? Makima continued staring at him. I watched from the courtyard, didn't go over. What were your thoughts? I was worried they'd fight into my yard and wreck my house. Your house? A devil like you has a home here too, huh, Hayashi-kun? You don't. That's just a place I live. Fair enough. What if they had fought into your home last night? Then I'd have tried to stop them. Do you have that kind of power, Hayashi-kun? More or less. The two of them sipped their coffee, trading lines back and forth. Makima asked whatever she wanted, and Hayashi just casually responded. He treated it like an interview, no need to be too guarded. When the time came, it came. It's not like he could hide it forever. But as the conversation went on, Makima seemed more intrigued by Hayashi than before. She tilted her head, clearly ready to dig deeper. Just then, Hayashi caught sight of Tauka, approaching the door from the corner of his eye. So he stood up and walked over. You heading out? Yes, Tauka nodded. Am I interrupting? Not at all, Hayashi shook his head. I'll get your takeout ready. After he left. Inside the diner. Power had already finished eating. She ran out and asked Makima, can I come here to eat regularly? Makima glanced at her. That's your decision. Wahoo, Power cheered, visibly excited. Iki Hayakawa glanced at the prices on the menu. They were fair considering the food's quality, but still, definitely higher than normal meals. So Iki warned her, your salary might not cover eating here every day. Huh? Power looked absolutely stunned. Me, short on money. Eki. You think you make that much? She was on base pay. Any bonus income would have to come from demon hunting commissions. He wanted to remind her. But out here in public, it wasn't appropriate to talk about devil hunters or devils, so he held back. He'd deal with it later. Not far away, Kamishiro Rise had seen and heard everything. Watching all these weird creatures show up and gather at the midnight diner. Rise suddenly felt like her food might get taken away. Yes, she was getting possessive. If they were just normal people, she wouldn't care. But now ghouls knew. And soon, CCG, public safety, even devils might find out too. Then what? Would she even be able to eat here again? Would Hayashi be taken away for experimentation? Would she have to go back to eating that meat again? Just the thought of that cheap, revolting flesh that now seemed so disgusting. Gag. Rise even had a slight reflexive dry heave. No, absolutely not. The idea that she might one day lose access to this food and have to go back to that filth. Her jaw clenched with a dangerous edge. Sharing a little was already her limit. If she couldn't eat this anymore, she'd rather destroy everything. Or maybe, make it hers alone. In the kitchen, Hayashi quickly finished prepping the takeout. He handed it to Tauka at the door and accepted her payment. Tauka gave a small wave and headed off. Hayashi turned to go back and suddenly found Rise staring at him. It nearly made him jump. Seeing that look in her eyes, Hayashi had a pretty good idea that her thoughts weren't entirely pure. Time to dip. He grabbed a glass of ice water and sat down next to the only normal person in the store, Kasumigyaka Utaha. The moment he sat beside her, he let out a breath of relief. Being near a normal person really was the most comfortable. Seeing Hayashi sit down to rest beside her, Utaha's lips curled slightly. Still, she couldn't help throwing some teasing jabs. My, how rare, Hayashi-kun. Why not keep chatting with your new customer? She didn't need to say the name. He knew she meant Makima. Hayashi shook his head. It's more relaxing next to you. Yutaha blinked. Tilde, her cheeks flushed a light pink. Hayashi smirked. So she was a glass cannon after all bark, no defense. Capitulo 13, Chapter 13. Yutaha gets flustered, now it's Rai's turn to probe. Kasumigayaka Yutaha got mentally nuked in one hit. Even her manuscript draft on her laptop got typoed mid-sentence. She quickly scrambled to delete it. Under the table, her black-stockinged toes curled and fidgeted. Once she recovered her composure, she turned her head away and let out a little HMPH. So many beautiful women visiting your diner. Hayashi-kun must be thrilled. Hayashi looked around and said honestly, "You're right, I really am." Yutaha glared. Then kicked him under the table with her bare foot. Unfortunately, it felt more like a tickle to Hayashi. He chuckled, "Keep kicking and I might grab that foot, and once it's in my hand, well, I'll decide what to do with it then." Yutaha froze. She quickly withdrew her foot and muttered, "Hentai tilde." Meanwhile, Rise continued sipping her water, stealing glances at Hayashi, lost in thought. Behind her, Makima was also deep in thought. And in the center of it all, the main character was chatting away. Hayashi took another sip of coffee and asked casually, "How's your novel going?" Yutaha paused again, then ran her fingers through her bangs and sighed. "I've got a bit of a feel for it, but I'm not sure how it'll turn out. Once I have a draft, will you take a look, Hayashi-kun?" "Sure," he nodded. If you asked him to write a story, maybe he'd be mediocre. But if you asked him to review one, his eye for storytelling was surprisingly sharp. If he said it sucked, it probably did. If he said it was good, odds were it really was. Still, Yutaha looked a bit troubled. She glanced at Hayashi, then suddenly softened her voice into something sweet and seductive. "Hayashi-kun, if I'm writing a romance novel, do you think I should try falling in love first?" "Huh?" Hayashi blinked. "Why would you say that?" "Because I don't have any material." Yutaha pouted, tapping her lips. "So I was thinking maybe I should try dating someone just for research." She said it while looking straight at him. Hayashi paused, stifling a laugh. He shook his head. "Honestly, I think it's better not to date." Yutaha suddenly looked like she'd taken emotional damage. Why not? For a moment, she even started questioning her own charm. Was she not attractive? Were her black stockings not seductive enough? Was she unlikable? But the next moment, Hayashi couldn't hold back his laughter and said, "Because only people who have never been in love can write about the sweet, dreamy version of it. If you actually fall in love, all you'll see is the sour, stinky reality, petty arguments, groceries, chores, all the mundane stuff, completely different from the fantasy. Your writing style and narrative tone would change completely. Even your perspective would shift. It's a big risk, that's why I don't recommend it." Kasumigayaka, Yutaha's expression, twisted slightly. At least she was relieved to know she still had charm. The reason Hayashi said not to date was simply a suggestion for her writing. What broke her a little inside was realizing that Hayashi had figured out, from her writing, that she'd never actually been in love. That's why she could write something like Love Metronome, a pure fantasy. For a brief moment, Yutaha wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. Her face flushed red, and with a loud bang, she stood up and drew everyone's attention in the shop. "See check, please." In a flustered rush, Yutaha hurriedly put on her shoes, grabbed her notebook, and stormed out. Good thing she paid in advance yesterday. She could just leave without delay. Hayashi rubbed his face and chased after her with a suppressed chuckle. Watching her figure retreat, he waved and called out, "Safe travels." Not having dated is no big deal. Just listen to me ramble in here more often, you'll get it eventually. Yutaha nearly tripped on the spot. Teeth clenched, she snapped back, "Like hell I'm coming back." "Ha ha ha tilde," Hayashi laughed heartily. When he returned to the shop, Makima walked over and said softly, "I'd like to pay." "Sure," Hayashi accepted the payment. Before leaving, Makima turned to glance at him one more time. "I'll be back, I hope to see you again." Then, I'll look forward to your next visit." Hayashi had no reason to refuse a customer. Makima left with Iki and Power. Before leaving, Power clung to the door and waved at Hayashi with a big grin. I'm Power, got it. I'll be back, so you better make more good food. Hayashi nodded. Don't worry, it's always delicious. Great, then I'm off. Hayashi didn't mind Power at all. Even though she was a devil, good intentions deserved good returns. She was self-centered at first, sure, but that was just her nature. Someone like that could still be a friend in his book. He didn't care what species his friends were. Ghouls, devils, even giants fine by him. Ghouls and devils weren't necessarily bad people. Humans weren't necessarily good ones. Like the saying goes, judge by deeds, not by thoughts. If someone's good to him, he'll return it in kind. Simple as that. Back in the diner, only Rise remained. Hayashi took a sip of coffee, calmly meeting Rise's gaze. The way she was looking at him now. It was like she was looking at something she loved. And what does one love, a lover or food? Hayashi wasn't sure, but it felt more like the latter, food, or perhaps the person who makes it. Thinking on it, he picked up his coffee and sat down across from her. Then let out a sigh. How should I put this? He was almost ready to lay it all out. Getting stared at like this all the time gave him the creeps. It was like being under surveillance. But just then, Rise glanced toward the door Makima had left through and suddenly said, Hayashi-kun, you know there was a devil among those 3 earlier, right? Yeah, Hayashi nodded after a moment of thought. And you know about ghouls too? Hayashi nodded again. I do. Then what do you think I am? Hayashi didn't answer right away. He sipped his coffee, brow furrowed. That's a tough one. How the hell was he supposed to talk about this? He really didn't want things to turn violent. Wouldn't it be better to just chat over a meal? Enjoy some food, maybe a drink, and live life in peace. That's what he wanted, just a normal life. Capítulo 14, Chapter 14. I'm a ghoul, do you mind, Hayashi-kun? Seeing Hayashi's slightly troubled expression, Rise understood a lot. She smiled gently. So it seems the shop owner isn't an ordinary person, huh? Hayashi admitted, more or less. A devil? No. Really? Rise looked puzzled. Then human. Yes. Now that really threw her off. She could tell Hayashi wasn't lying. He had no reason to. But if he was a human and not a devil, how was this possible? If he were a devil, it'd make sense. Being able to make food that ghouls could eat, that sounded like a devil's power. But if he was a normal human, how the hell was he doing this? Seeing Rai's confused face, Hayashi sipped his coffee and said, I'm a regular human, yes, but not an ordinary one. That's how you can think of it. Rai suddenly remembered her own childhood. Maybe the shop owner had also gone through something, suffered some transformation to become who he was now. But someone like this would surely draw more and more attention over time. If he stayed here, wouldn't the risk just keep rising? Hayashi noticed the way her expression lit up like she'd figured something out. He had a bad feeling. She wasn't jumping to the wrong conclusion, was she? Then again, Rai's mind wasn't exactly the most stable. Well, at least she was halfway right. Suddenly, Rise looked at him, eyes soft and voice gentle. Hayashi-kun, will you keep running this place? Hayashi nodded, I will. Risk level, rising. Rise bit her lip and asked again. What if bad people target your power, like devils? Then I'll resist, Hayashi said with a shrug. Sitting around waiting to die won't help. What if they're really strong? Then I'll run. Run. Rise panicked a little inside. What if Hayashi picked up and left one day, without telling her? Then what? Go back to eating that meat. Rise lowered her head, her expression darkening. Hayashi-kun, what do you think of ghouls? Ghouls, huh? Hayashi looked at her with a complex expression. Then sighed and spoke from the heart. To be honest, eating that kind of meat, it's not ideal. Rise's body tensed. But Hayashi continued. Still, for some species, there's no other choice. You can't exactly starve yourself to death. And finally, he added, you might not get to choose whether you eat meat, but you can choose what kind, those who took their own lives, criminals, those who died naturally, and so on. Rise lowered her head, suddenly feeling guilty. Just a few days ago, she wouldn't have cared. Meat was meat, what difference did it make? No matter what it used to be, once you ate it, it was the same, wasn't it? But ever since eating Hayashi's cooking, it felt completely different. The contrast was staggering. The taste, the sensation, it was like night and day. Not only was it unappetizing, it just felt meaningless now. The thrill of pretending, tricking, performing, and then destroying everything in one go. Rise no longer felt anything from it. Even just recalling it made her nauseous. In that moment, Rise realized with perfect clarity that the life she had before was something she could never return to, and absolutely shouldn't. But this life in front of her, could she hold on to it? Or maybe she needed to find a way to make it hers, completely. If the risk was too high, then why not aim to monopolize it? If it belonged solely to her, then she'd never have to eat any other kind of meat again. That would be a good thing for humans too, right? With that thought, Rai's eyes gradually shifted to a deep black red. Clink! At that moment, Hayashi put down his coffee cup, picked up the pot, and poured her a cup as well. Her eyes immediately returned to normal. She looked up, took a sip, and instantly calmed down. No, not yet. It's not time, she wasn't ready. At the very least, they'd need a place where the two of them could live together. Otherwise, if she just dragged him back to her place, that dump of hers couldn't possibly keep someone like him. She needed a new place. With a big basement. But that was the end goal. She had to take things step by step. First, she needed to get Hayashi to gradually accept her. Start with her identity. Thinking of something exciting, Hayashi asked, noticing the flicker in her eyes. A little bit, Rise said softly, her gaze suddenly gentle. Hayashi-kun, there's something I've been meaning to tell you. Hayashi looked at her curiously. Rise stared directly at him. Her pupils shifted from normal to black-red in an instant. I'm actually a ghoul. Does that bother you, Hayashi-kun? As soon as she said those words, Rise watched him closely. Her eyes showed no emotion, but in her heart she was worried that he'd be scared or try to run away. Even if the odds were low, she feared it might happen. But Hayashi simply lifted his coffee cup, took a sip, and replied calmly. I actually knew you were a ghoul from the beginning. Rise was stunned. Not just you, I know about the folks from Anteku as well. How? What do you mean? Why didn't I say anything sooner? Or why didn't I report you to the CCG? Was there any need to? Hayashi crossed one leg over the other, leaned back in his chair, and shook his head. It'd just stir up chaos and a bunch of unnecessary trouble. But Rai's black-red eyes locked onto him. We're ghouls. Ah, and just earlier, 2 devils came to the shop too, Hayashi said, shaking his head indifferently. To me, you're all the same, you're customers. As long as you don't cause trouble here, it's none of my business. He raised a finger and added, ghouls, devils, humans, it doesn't matter. There are plenty of good and bad people in all groups. I don't care to sort it out, and I'm not interested in playing the hero. Other people's problems are their own. I just want to live my life well, be happy every day, and make some good friends. That's enough for me. Got it. Capítulo 15, Chapter 15. Rise wrecks a ghoul, Tauka brings back food to Anteku. Rise paid her bill and left. On her way home, her kakugen had already faded. But in her mind, Hayashi's final words echoed clearly. It was the first time Rise had heard someone who treated devils, ghouls, and humans all the same. He seemed like he was watching the world from a god's perspective. Or maybe just as a tourist, observing everything from a distance. He didn't side with anyone. He only judged by their actions. And he wasn't just saying that. He had known about the devils earlier. He'd known they were ghouls too. That proved his words were genuine. It was like her entire worldview had been reset. Was there really someone like that in this world? It was unbelievable. Late at night, Rise walked down a narrow alley. Suddenly, a sleazy voice called out from the darkness ahead. 2 black-red eyes gleamed with greed. Oh, Tilda, little lady, didn't anyone ever tell you not to walk alone at night? Rise stopped and turned her head slightly. An unfamiliar ghoul, new to this ward. Thought the 20th ward had less competition and easier meals, huh? Hattie. Her eyes turned red. The other ghoul froze when he saw her eyes. He took a closer look and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and panic. "Be big eater, wait, Red Bean, forgive me. I'm leaving, I swear." Before he could turn fully, before he could even try to run, a black-red tail burst through his chest, lifting him into the air and dragging him back in front of Rise. The ghoul coughed up blood, impaled through the chest, unable to speak a word. Only pure terror and regret filled his wide eyes. Rise frowned in disgust at the sight of this insect. Then, with a harsh swing, boom! The ghoul was slammed into the ground with brutal force, embedding into the pavement, unmoving, probably dead. Rise gave him a glance, then turned and walked away. Boring. Suddenly she found ghouls, really boring, meaningless. All they knew was how to eat rotting meat. Did they even understand the concept of a future? Meanwhile, at Anteku Coffee, when Tauka returned with the takeout meals, Yomo and Itori welcomed her like she was a war hero, practically ready to shoot off fireworks. They were that excited. Yashimura was even called downstairs for it. He came down looking confused, only to find everyone celebrating Tauka's spoils of war. Honestly, well, not like the food should go to waste. And so, another round of ravenous eating began inside the cafe. But when Yashimura started eating, even Yomo and Itori, who had known him for years, were stunned. He had never eaten like this before. When all three finished their curry rice, down to the last grain, Yashimura took out a handkerchief, wiped his mouth, and sighed in satisfaction. Then, looking at Tauka, he asked, "How was it? What kind of person is the young owner? How does he view us?" Tauka looked a bit embarrassed. There were a lot of people this afternoon. Rise was there too, and even a devil. That shopkeeper seemed aware of them, but didn't seem to care. He treated everyone equally. I didn't get a chance to chat with him, but he seemed friendly, treated everyone the same. Yomo and Itori listened intently. Friendly, and treats everyone the same, Yashimura echoed with a smile. It seems that young man is not simple. And the three looked puzzled. Seeing their confusion, Yashimura explained calmly. A person with that kind of mindset is usually one of two types. One, someone who truly doesn't care. Everyone is just a customer to them. They act as if they see nothing. Two, someone confident, someone who knows they can handle anything. Whoever comes, it doesn't matter. For a moment, Yashimura felt a sense of familiarity from that young shop owner. And he leaned more toward the second type, confidence. Just like himself, Ghoul or CCG, whoever walked into the cafe, as long as they didn't cause trouble, it was fine. And even if they did cause trouble, as the one-eyed owl. You get the idea. Unless he was throwing the match on purpose. Otherwise, whether it was the CCG or ghouls, it made no difference to him. That's why he felt so familiar. Koma Enji and Irami Kaya were still reminiscing about the day they delivered the return gift. If that really was the case, then that man definitely couldn't be an ordinary human. You could tell just from how obsessed Rise was. "Manager Yashimura," Tauka said, a little uncertain. "Then, how should we approach him?" Hearing that, Yashimura smiled and looked at her with a question of his own. "How did you make friends back in school, Tauka? Since that shopkeeper has that kind of personality, it's actually a very good thing for us at Anteku. We're very alike. Just treat him like a friend. Tauka, you can also bring your own friends over and share the food, right?" With just that one sentence, everyone and Tauka suddenly understood. They'd just been too overwhelmed by Hayashi's incredible ability and had lost their footing. But in the end, all they had to do was treat him normally. And that was exactly the kind of interaction both sides preferred. Tauka nodded firmly. "Got it, manager." Elsewhere, once the midnight diner closed its doors, Hayashi finished his usual end-of-day routine. Clockout successful. Reward obtained. Multiverse Food Lottery X1. Let's roll. Congratulations, you've obtained soul-shattering fried rice with egg recipe. Let's see the description. Soul-shattering fried rice with egg. Simple ingredients, soul-shattering taste. No matter who eats it, they will feel overwhelming happiness, so good it brings tears to your eyes. A signature recipe technique, Not bad. Hayashi nodded, better to have it than not. Next up, time to wash the dishes. He stared at the pile in the sink and fell into painful contemplation. Should I just go out and buy a dishwasher right now? Capítulo 16, Chapter 16. Out to buy a dishwasher, a dragon made. Everyone has a weakness. Hayashi's was cooking, but hating to do dishes. So the question was, how do you buy a dishwasher in the middle of the night? Good question. Step 1, find a source. Step 2, grab the cash. Step 3, take the dishwasher, leave the money, done. The most important part was, don't get caught. And that, Hayashi wasn't worried about at all. As for hiring help, he had no leads. Hire a regular person. But the problem was, he couldn't think of any non-ordinary folks either. So for now, he gave up on that idea. Dishwasher first. He grabbed a pile of cash and set off into the night. Target department store. He walked the streets, enjoying the night breeze and scenery as he made his way over. He had the vibe. He just didn't have the direction. Somehow, he wandered near the hills. Recalling where the department store was, Hayashi turned and headed off again. In this world, Tokyo at night was not safe. As he walked, he suddenly stopped and clicked his tongue. He looked up and locked eyes with a ghoul watching him from the rooftop. First instinct. He didn't attack. He just waved him off like he was shooing away a stray animal. Don't bother me. The ghoul was dumbfounded. Wait, who's the human here? Who's the ghoul? Snapping out of it, the ghoul suddenly got angry. Temi. He charged. His Kakugan and Kagyun burst out as he lunged at Hayashi. Hayashi looked confused and raised an ice blade with a wave of his hand. The ghoul's black-red eyes shrank. In a flash, his gaze turned lifeless as he collapsed to the ground. Thud tilde. From his fading vision, he saw. His upper body slumped over the railing, and his lower body landed on a sealed garbage bin. And then his eyes slowly closed. On the other side, Hayashi scratched his head. Did I come out at the wrong time? He remembered the 20th ward was supposed to be a peaceful district. But apparently, peaceful just meant fewer feedings, not a curfew or anything. Still, if the peaceful ward was like this, the wards ruled by ghouls must be chaos. Continuing on, Hayashi kept walking. Before he even reached the department store, he saw more ghouls leaping across rooftops. In the distance, he heard bits of their conversation. A dragon, hurry up. They say a dragon showed up on the mountain. Seriously, Yamada, dragons are from fairy tales. Are you sure it's a real one? Shut up, we'll know when we get there. True. He watched the two ghouls rush off. And Hayashi started to feel like something was off. A dragon, he rubbed his ear. Did I hear that right? No way I misheard that. If it really was a dragon, this story just got way out of hand. Could it be that dragon? The one related to the Washu clan, Takatsuki-sen, and Kishu Arima, the one they were all trying to create. The dragon of the Kakuja. But wasn't Rise the genetic base for that? And she was just eating at his diner a little while ago. So what kind of dragon was this? Curious, Hayashi decided to follow them. Let's go check it out. He followed their trail, heading up the mountain. It wasn't a tall mountain, only a few hundred meters. But it was densely forested, with trees big enough to block most sightlines. Following their trail, Hayashi quickly spotted the ghouls from earlier. He followed them quietly. But before he even reached the top, sounds of battle echoed from up ahead. Arooooar. Hyih. Hayashi looked up. The roar of a dragon, ghouls screaming, and what looked like magical effects. It's a real dragon. He immediately realized. It wasn't the kind of dragon he thought it was. He sped up, leaping from tree to tree like a ninja. With a few quick bounds, he overtook the two ghouls ahead of him. They froze, watching him vanish, couldn't even catch a glimpse of his shadow. Soon, Hayashi reached the destination. What he saw was a group of ghouls surrounding and attacking an actual dragon. A green dragon. The dragon looked extremely fierce, its entire body a deep green. On its head were coral-like branched horns and two large, fleshy brown wings spread out from its back. However, it appeared to be injured. A massive sword was embedded in its back. Just from the look of it, it was clear this wasn't something caused by ghouls. It had been there from the start. At the moment, it was locked in battle with the ghouls. One masked ghoul lunged forward, jaws wide open. In response, the dragon opened its mouth, unleashing a shallow burst of magical energy, like a laser beam. Whoosh. The next moment, Alia. Boom. Like a missile strike, the charging ghoul was vaporized on the spot. Several others behind it also screamed in terror before vanishing in the magic blast. When the smoke cleared, a huge chunk of the mountain's surface had been blasted away. It was no different from a missile explosion. But on the other side, despite the shock and fear, the remaining ghouls were still madly scheming. Damn it. What do we do? Keep fighting. Of course, it's a dragon. If we eat it, we might become SSS-class ghouls. Everyone go, it's injured. Charge. Dozens of ghouls launched a new wave of attacks. The legend of the dragon stirred madness in them. They were willing to risk everything. Who wouldn't want to become an SSS-class ghoul? Who wouldn't want powers like the one-eyed owl? But faced with this assault, though the green dragon looked ferocious, Hayashi could see the pain in her eyes. She was clearly badly wounded. Her physical body was already in terrible shape, and her magic reserves were nearly depleted. The sword stuck in her back wasn't just any sword, it was divine. She had earned that wound in a solo battle against a god. As for this dragon, Hayashi knew exactly who she was. Wasn't this Miss Kobayashi's dragon maid? This was Toru. Wait, Kobayashi's house. Wouldn't that technically be his house too? Capítulo 17, Chapter 17. From another world, the dragon called Toru. The dragon battling the ghouls on the mountainside was none other than Toru, a dragon from another world who could fly, breathe fire, and use magic. Most importantly, her humanoid maid form was very nice. Hayashi could hardly find a single flaw in her, plus, she was a D-cup. But right now, the heavily injured Toru was barely holding her own against a horde of ghouls, and her condition was only worsening. After watching for a bit, Hayashi decided he had to step in. He couldn't just stand by and watch a dragon get eaten. If Toru's father found out, he might just obliterate this entire world. Wait, is that a human? I smell human, why is he here? This is perfect, let's eat him. If we can't eat the dragon, we can at least eat him. Hey, I'm the senior here, I get first bite. As Hayashi was still thinking, the surrounding ghouls finally noticed him, watching from the sidelines. If he were a ghoul, that'd be fine. But he was human. And throwing a human into a crowd of starving ghouls was like tossing a meat bun into a pack of stray dogs. With hunger in their eyes, several ghouls lunged at Hayashi at once. Hayashi turned and glanced at them. A distant explosion lit up the forest, letting the ghouls clearly see the human standing before them. Especially the blue energy glowing in his hand. Ice. The lead ghoul was still puzzled when a misty cold wave suddenly swept over them, engulfing their bodies. All of them halted, quickly landing on the ground. Hey, what the hell? Wait, this is... Before they could react, ice spread across their bodies in all directions. In less than 2.5 seconds, they were frozen into solid blocks of ice. Inside each ice crystal were twisted, terrified faces, eyes wide in fear. Hayashi, already walking away, looked back and snapped his fingers. Snap tilde. Crack boom. The ice crystals shattered, scattering into a flurry of snowflakes, leaving behind only faint glimmers of light. The ghouls inside, gone without a trace. Not far away, Toru was still locked in battle with the remaining ghouls. Damn pests, she growled through clenched teeth. Father was right, these human-like creatures are all garbage. CURCS, I'm mad now. She unleashed a fierce barrage, killing several more. But her magic was running dry, and the effort to maintain her wounds was draining her even more. What should I do? Am I really going to die here, impaled by a divine sword and devoured by these bastards? I haven't even tasted proper food. I haven't even had fun yet. Just as Toru was falling into despair, A figure flew toward her from the distance. She looked up, assuming it was another ghoul, but on closer inspection, it was a human. A human? Why was a human here? He needed to run. He'd get eaten too. But under Toru's gaze, that human raised a hand and whispered, Makapitome. In an instant, the world seemed to stop. Even Toru's consciousness remained, but her body was frozen midair, completely immobile. As for the ghouls, they didn't even realize what was happening. In that frozen moment, only that flying human could still move. In Toru's wide eyes, the human reached her and grabbed her by the tail. Then, she felt a tremendous force yank her away. Whoosh! Huh! Hayashi, using Makapitome, dragged Toru away at lightning speed. The commotion had grown too big. Soon not just ghouls, but devils and the CCG would be drawn to the scene. He couldn't kill them all. The only option was a strategic retreat. No need to act all cool, no one even knew who he was anyway. Time to run. In the blink of an eye, he had dragged Toru far, far away. Eventually, they reached a remote, secluded spot. Thankfully, the 20th ward wasn't downtown, otherwise, finding a place like this would have been impossible. Once they were a safe distance away, Hayashi finally released Makapitome. The next moment, Toru could move again. The ghouls recovered as well, and the world resumed its normal flow. Back at the original location, the ghouls, now fully aware, stood around in confusion. Hey, what just happened? Where's the dragon? She was just here, where did she go? How did she vanish in an instant? Hurry and search, that was a dragon. The crowd of ghouls erupted into chaos, rushing off in every direction to search. And as more ghouls gathered, some of them started breaking the rules, turning their attention to the nearby city's human residents, hoping to stock up on some extra meat. In no time, things among the ghouls had devolved into utter disorder. Meanwhile, in a remote corner, Hayashi and Toru were now in a staring contest. Well, sort of. Hayashi looked at Toru, then at the divine sword embedded in her back. That was clearly something valuable. Even if he couldn't use its divine power, just wielding it would be overkill in any fight. Does that hurt? Toru nodded her large dragon head. Yo, it really hurts. Want me to pull it out? Can you? Toru's eyes lit up with hope. I can give it a shot. Hayashi nodded, then climbed onto her back, adding, it might hurt a little, bear with it. Toru lowered her head in preparation. Hayashi stood beside the divine sword. He examined the massive blade, delighted. It was basically like finding a treasure while out on a walk. This thing was huge, at least several meters long, easily as tall as a 2- or 3-story building. He reached out and touched it to confirm there was no danger. Then, gripping both sides of the sword, he yanked hard. Squelch! The divine sword was pulled free in one smooth motion. Toru's entire body jolted as she let out a pained cry. Idiot tilde. Capitulo 18, Chapter 18. Acquiring the divine sword, bringing Toru home. As Toru cried out in pain, Hayashi watched the divine sword fly free. He quickly adjusted his grip to the hilt and jumped down from her back, landing on the ground. Now that the divine sword was no longer suppressing her, Toru's magic began rapidly recovering, visible to the naked eye. She lifted her head and saw Hayashi casually wielding the gigantic sword, her face filled with shock. You actually pulled it out. At that moment, Hayashi was swinging the divine sword back and forth. It looked unassuming, but considering it had once pierced Toru, it was definitely a terrifying weapon. Ghouls, CCG agents, demons, none of them would stand a chance against a single swing. With the massive sword in hand, Hayashi looked at Toru. So this sword's mine now, you're okay with that? Toru nodded eagerly. Having had enough fun with it, Hayashi stored the divine sword into his system's storage space. With the danger past, the two of them finally started chatting. Toru, staring curiously at the handsome human before her, asked, I'm Toru from the dragon race, what about you? I'm Hayashi, human race, I guess. Thank you for saving me. No need to thank me, I already got my reward. That's different, Besides, why did you even save me? Why, give me a second. Hayashi thought for a bit, then explained the whole story. Didn't want to wash dishes, right? Arrow went out in the middle of the night to buy a dishwasher. Overheard some ghouls planning to hunt a dragon, right? Arrow got curious and came to take a look, right? Arrow ended up saving Toru. And that's it. Toru was stunned. You saved me because you didn't want to wash dishes. Well, yeah, just thinking about the pile of dirty plates in the sink gave Hayashi a headache. Every day, those damn dishes are enough to ruin my mood. Toru asked again, so, are you a chef or the owner of a restaurant? Yep, Hayashi nodded. Business doing well. Not bad. How long have you been open? Not long. Is that your home too? Yeah. One curious dragon without a home. And one patient human treating the conversation like babysitting. The two of them sat there chatting. Toru asked question after question, and Hayashi answered everything he could. The more they talked, the more excited Toru became. She thought about how she still didn't have a place to live in this world. And how this human had saved her, and she still hadn't properly repaid him. She looked at the man before her. Dragons had universal aesthetic standards. No matter the species, a dragon could instantly tell who was beautiful and who wasn't. And in Toru's eyes, Hayashi was definitely on the top tier of good-looking. Short black hair, deep eyes, handsome features, a pleasant personality, and the patience to talk to her for so long. After a brief moment of thought, growing more and more excited, Toru suddenly asked, "Do you have any maids in your restaurant?" Maids, Hayashi blinked. You mean staff? No, it's just me. Hearing that, Toru lit up. Then how about I be your maid? Hayashi corrected her. You mean staff member. Maid. That's just what you call it in your world. Here, we call them employees. Then I'll be the head maid. The rank of head maid was basically the same as a chief steward. Seeing that she refused to give up the term, Hayashi thought it over. It didn't really matter. Staff promotions would follow a proper structure anyway. All right, fine. Yay, Tilda. Upon hearing his agreement, Toru became visibly excited. By now, her magic had completely recovered. She recited a spell. The next second, a flurry of glowing lights sparkled around them. The massive dragon vanished from Hayashi's sight. And in her place descended a maid with full golden hair, a generous chest, long twin horns on her head, and a neat maid outfit. She landed in front of Hayashi, lifted the edges of her skirt slightly, and gave a polite bow. Good day, Hayashi-san. Toru liked using san simply because she liked it, not due to any cultural convention. And Hayashi was honestly surprised by how ceremonial it all felt. He reached out a hand, pulled her up, and said, "No need to be so formal. Just live normally, even in the shop." I got it. Toru stood up cheerfully. Hayashi took a few steps back to get a better look at her. Toru grew a little shy under his gaze, her face slightly flushed as she twirled her hair with her fingers. What is it? Nothing, just curious, Hayashi replied, inspecting her outfit and body. Turning from a massive dragon into a pretty girl, and even that outfit is all that magic. Pretty girl, huh? Toru was overjoyed at being called that. She lifted the hem of her outfit and explained, part of it is magic, but part of it's instinct. This outfit, it's actually made from my dragon scales. Amazing, Hayashi praised with a nod. The more skilled an employee is and the more they can do, the more Hayashi himself will learn as they become more central to the restaurant. This was what you'd call mutual benefit. So, he actually hoped his staff would become more and more capable. Goo tilde tilde. At that moment, Toru's stomach let out a long growl. She held her belly with both hands and pursed her lips. All that fighting earlier used up a ton of magic and stamina. Now I'm starving. Hayashi heard this and grinned, hungry. What are you afraid of? Toru blinked, confused. My place is a restaurant, Toru. Oh, right. Let's go, I'll cook you something. Yaketa tilde, that's great. On this little outing. He didn't get the dishwasher. But he brought back a dragon. Yeah, you could still call that a huge win. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion bedroom. Makima suddenly opened her eyes and sat up in bed. She gazed toward a certain direction that gave her a strong sense of disturbance and murmured softly, "That feeling again." Sure enough, her phone buzzed with a message. "Lady Makima, a ghoul riot has broken out in the mountains of the 20th Ward. It's not linked to Aogiri Tree or other known groups. Preliminary reports suggest they were fighting over a dragon. Yes, a real dragon, but there's no trace of it on surveillance." Capítulo 19, Chapter 19. Makima's second premonition, golden egg fried rice. There was no hiding the battle in the mountains. Not long after Hayashi took Toru away, a large number of personnel were rushing to the scene: Public Safety, Anti-Demon Department, CCG. Even several S-ranked ghouls were trying to sneak in for a piece of the action. Some ghouls were arrested on the spot, others were killed immediately. The staff of Anteku received the news shortly afterward. Koma Enji and Irami Kaya woke up in the middle of the night and looked out over the siren-blaring 20th Ward in frustration and anger. Was this still the so-called peaceful ward? How could something this big happen? Had the ghouls gotten too unruly from being left alone too long? At that moment, Yoshimura appeared on the rooftop, looking off toward the chaos in the distance. Ghouls running wild, CCG giving chase. Even demons had shown up. Anti-demon squads were hunting them down overnight. Some even helped the CCG capture ghouls along the way. In short, this ghoul riot had thrown the entire ward into late-night chaos. And this was supposed to be the safe district. Yoshimura stood silently, then turned and walked away, leaving only a calm statement behind. "Go handle it." Understood, Koma and Kaya's expressions turned fierce. If they won't behave, then they'll be disciplined. After causing repeated trouble, these two SS-rated ghouls were finally pissed off. They returned to change into battle gear and masks, then immediately gathered their people. Time to teach these out-of-line ghouls a lesson before sunrise. Back in the penthouse, Makima, now fully awake, didn't bother going back to sleep. After all, sleep was just a habit, not a necessity. She got up and poured food for the dogs, then stepped out onto the balcony and stared into the distance, recalling that mysterious power that had jolted her awake. And the one from the last time as well. Makima was starting to feel a sense of danger. "This feeling, what kind of power is it?" she muttered. She was sure it was a unique ability. But as she combed through her knowledge of demons, she found no memory of one that matched this sensation. Could it be? Makima tilted her head slightly, puzzled. Was it devoured by the Chainsaw Devil? Even I forgot. The Chainsaw Devil's most terrifying ability was that any demon it consumed would be erased from memory. Name, concept, power, everything. But that didn't apply to all demons. Powerful ones could still be remembered. Some could even reincarnate. But lesser ones, once eaten, they were gone. So Makima wondered, was this ability something she'd forgotten because it was devoured and had now somehow revived? The thought existed, but she dismissed it quickly. To her, even if a being had been eaten by the Chainsaw Devil, she should still remember the name, especially when encountering a familiar ability. So that left only one possibility. A new ability. Or perhaps a new demon entirely. As she pondered this concept, she remembered the events of that day. That so-called Gourmet demon, could it be him? Even if that man didn't believe he was a demon, Makima was convinced he was. Or perhaps whether he believed it didn't matter anymore. With a power like that and a unique concept to match, it was enough. That was a demon. Her eyes gazed off toward the direction of the restaurant. And suddenly, her stomach growled faintly. Her mouth even began to water. What a strange feeling. Whatever the case, she'd definitely have to go again sometime soon. On the other side, Hayashi had brought Toru back to the front door of the Midnight Diner. Toru looked at the small 2-story building, complete with a courtyard in the front and back, and decorated with a retro aesthetic. She was absolutely thrilled. "This whole building is yours, Hayashi-san." "Yep," Hayashi nodded, then pointed toward the courtyard gate. "Ours is the only shop at the end of this alley, so technically this whole entrance is mine too." A small delivery van was parked out front, used for transporting goods. Whoa! Toru's eyes sparkled. It's beautiful. Hayashi pushed open the courtyard gate and led Toru inside. He opened the door, and the moment the lights flicked on. Click! Warm lights spilled out, illuminating the entire room and making Toru's eyes gleam with wonder. Wood and stone medieval aesthetics, blended with a modern design style, gave the entire first floor an incredibly warm and lively atmosphere. Even though the restaurant was currently empty, the decor alone made it feel bustling with energy. Toru's eyes lit up as she spun around the room. Wah! She couldn't help but be amazed. This kind of design made her feel right at home. After all, she was from another world. The human architecture there looked quite similar. But compared to this, her world's designs were crude and lacked artistry. Gurgle. As Toru wandered into the kitchen, a sudden growl from her stomach reminded her she was still very hungry. Hayashi followed her in, and hearing that, chuckled. Let's whip up a midnight snack. How much can you eat? Toru thought about it, then held her arms wide in a big circle. At least this much. Hayashi laughed. All right, I'll make a big batch of fried rice. Fried rice? Toru's curiosity was immediately piqued. Yep, golden fried rice. Hayashi rebranded the soul-shattering egg fried rice as golden fried rice, easier for people to understand. This was the perfect time to test it. Toru nodded, eyes sparkling with excitement. So Hayashi rolled up his sleeves and got to cooking. First, he pulled out a giant wok the size of a truck tire and placed it on the stove. Then he prepared all the ingredients: jars of seasoning, a big basin of cold rice, a basket of eggs, oil, scallions, and diced meat for extra flavor. Once everything was ready, Hayashi began cooking the fried rice and turned to Toru. Crack all the eggs for me, Toru. Roger. Toru immediately stepped over to help. Hayashi heated the oil, added the diced meat and rice, stirred them together, and added seasoning. Then he turned around and took the beaten egg mixture from Toru, pouring it evenly over the hot, cooked rice so the eggs wrapped the grains completely. He added scallions at the end. Done. Under Hayashi's skilled hands, the egg-fried rice in the wok grew more and more golden and appetizing. It began to emit a faint golden glow, lighting up Toru's amazed expression like a child seeing fireworks for the first time. The moment the light settled, Hayashi grabbed a huge wooden basin and poured the golden egg fried rice inside. Golden egg fried rice, please enjoy. Capítulo 20, Chapter 20. External staff, Toru the Dragon introducing Toru's room. There are two schools of thought when it comes to egg fried rice. Add eggs first or add rice first. If you're not confident with timing or heat control, it's safer to pour in the beaten eggs first, then add the rice and mix them. The benefit: simple, low risk. The downside: the eggs end up in uneven clumps, not wrapping the rice evenly. The advanced method is the reverse. Add the rice first, cook it thoroughly, then carefully drizzle in the egg mixture so each grain gets coated. More difficult and technical, but the result is perfect texture, fluffy, flavorful grains. In the kitchen, Toru stared in awe at the massive golden fried rice, especially when the aroma hit her nose. Goo! Her stomach growled uncontrollably. Hayashi chuckled and clapped his hands. You carry it out, I'll grab the bowls and chopsticks. Let's eat outside. Toru nodded excitedly. Then she hugged the massive wooden basin the size of a truck tire and carried it outside. Hayashi followed with the utensils. When they got to the table, Toru was already fidgeting. Just staring at the golden egg-fried rice, without eating it felt like torture. Click! Hayashi set down the utensils and brought out some pickled vegetables and Lao Gan Ma chili sauce. These go well with the rice, try them. Awesome, Toru cheered. She clapped her hands together. Let's dig in. Then she grabbed her chopsticks and went for it. The first bite. OH! Toru's eyes flew wide open, her cheeks puffed out as she chewed furiously. She swallowed and cried out, "It's amazing." Hayashi opened the pickles and chili sauce and handed some to her. Try these too. Toru added them, and her eating speed doubled. In no time. facing the mountain of golden egg fried rice. Toru activated excavator mode and began devouring it like a machine. Hayashi sat nearby and had 2 bowls, more than enough for him. Meanwhile, Toru never stopped chewing, her cheeks bulging like a hamster as she ate non-stop. With every bite she shouted, "Delicious, I'm so happy." Tears glistened in the corners of her eyes, a face full of bliss. Hayashi felt the same with just a few bites. The moment the rice touched his tongue, warmth spread through his whole body, like walking home in a snowstorm, stepping into a house with a crackling fireplace, shedding your coat, curling up in bed, and sipping hot soup. You could feel every sip warming your body from the throat to the stomach. It was pure happiness. After 2 bowls, Hayashi leaned back contentedly. Toru, on the other hand, was still going, rapidly demolishing the mountain of rice. Soon, the golden egg fried rice had completely disappeared. The wooden basin was spotless, not a single grain left. Toru slumped in her chair, eyes sparkling with tears and joy. This is what happiness feels like tilde. Hayashi nodded in satisfaction. This was the effect of the golden egg fried rice. He was very pleased. His food ability enhanced flavor and made food edible for all species, and loved by them. The golden egg fried rice recipe added another buff. Happiness, a sensation no ordinary dish could replicate. How was it, Toru? Hayashi handed her a glass of ice water. Toru wiped her eyes and nodded seriously. So happy, so delicious, I've never had anything this good before. Hayashi-san, you're amazing. Thanks for the compliment, Hayashi smiled. Toru took a moment to savor it, finished her water, then suddenly stood up full of energy. All right, time to wash the dishes. Huh, Hayashi blinked. What? Toru was already collecting their dishes. She looked at the sink. That's part of my job, right? Yeah, Hayashi nodded. He was stunned by how energetic she was. So cheerful, so lively, she even made the air around her feel brighter. Good luck. Leave it to me, Tilda. With Hayashi watching, Toru dragged the huge wooden basin back to the kitchen. Hayashi peeked in through the doorway. Toru washed the bowls, added detergent, wiped down the counter. Then she confirmed the areas she wanted to clean, pointed at them. Swish. In an instant, the kitchen sparkled. All the dishes were spotless, the whole room was squeaky clean. Hayashi. He was dumbfounded. All that dishwashing and scrubbing he'd done lately. What was it for? To stay humble. But the joy that followed was real. He felt light, happy, free. Toru the dragon maid nailed it. He'd never need to wash dishes again. All he had to do was cook, everything else, not his problem. The dark days were over. Toru, that was incredible. Hayashi gave her a big thumbs up. So that's magic, huh? Yes, cleaning magic. Toru turned and explained proudly. You just set the area and targets beforehand. Otherwise, the magic might accidentally erase important stuff. Once you've set it, one spell cleans everything. Hayashi nodded in full approval. Amazing. This was too good. Now that Toru was officially part of his staff. Once they signed a contract, he could even learn Toru's magic himself. Hayashi opened his system interface. External staff, Toru Dragon Race. It also showed her current status and location. Apparently, she was still in a weakened state. Hayashi hadn't even noticed. She must have hidden it so he wouldn't worry. So her hunger earlier really was because she was still recovering. After checking the info, Hayashi turned back to Toru. Come on, I'll show you the rest of the place and where you'll be staying. A home, Toru's eyes lit up. Yeah. That's awesome. Capítulo 21, Chapter 21. A shy maid and its tsundere young master's cohabitation begins. The second floor of the late-night diner was the living quarters. After going up the spiral staircase at the back of the first floor, there weren't many rooms on the second floor either, since the building itself wasn't that large. The first floor was less than 200 square meters. So strictly speaking, the second floor was a 3-bedroom, 1 living room, 4-bath layout, with each bedroom being quite spacious. Every room was fully furnished, ready to use on the spot. There were even computers and smartphones already set up. Other than the room Hayashi used himself, he opened the other two and said to Toru, "See which one you like." Wow, Tilda, Toru wandered between the two rooms. But then she asked, "Can't I just stay in Hayashi-san's room?" Hayashi. He was caught completely off guard. It's not like he wasn't into girls, he definitely was. But this was way too direct. Hayashi thought for a moment and replied, "Not right now." Toru blinked, "So, later I can." "Us maybe, but only when we're more familiar with each other." "But I want to sleep with Hayashi-san." "Even on the carpet is fine." Toru, only decide after you understand what it means for a man and woman to sleep in the same bed. "So once I understand, I can." "Yes." "Okay." After waving to Toru, Hayashi returned to his own room. His room wasn't anything special, just more nicely decorated, with a carpet covering the entire floor. He shut the door and collapsed onto the bed, thinking to himself, he wasn't being overly cautious. He only refused because Toru didn't really understand. If she knew what it meant and still wanted to well, then he wouldn't say no. In the other room, Toru entered, looked around, and quickly figured out how to use everything. Dragons are highly intelligent creatures. Even if they don't know how to use something, they can just use magic to learn. She glanced left and right, then went to the ensuite bathroom, took a shower, and changed into pajamas. With damp hair, she stood by the window and looked out. She felt a little lonely. Truth be told, Toru lacked a sense of security right now. She had run away from home, was gravely injured, surrounded by ghouls, rescued, taken in, and then treated to the most delicious food she'd ever had. It had all happened too fast. It left her with a strange emptiness. Sitting on the bed, hugging herself, she couldn't fall asleep. She felt unsatisfied. She glanced at the computer. In her mind echoed Hayashi's words. "Toru, only decide after you understand what it means for a man and woman to sleep in the same bed." Understand, huh? Toru sat at the computer and started searching. Can a head maid sleep in the same bed as her young master? Instantly, the search page flooded with results. In the dark room, Toru started reading. The shy maid and the tsundere young master's cohabitation life. Maid and young master sleep together, growing intimacy over time. The death god young master falls in love with his angelic maid. Toru's eyes sparkled brighter and brighter. She even started reading them in detail. The words, the descriptions. Kaya Tilda. Her cheeks flushed red, eyes wide and glowing. But she was completely engrossed. So good. Read more. Yufufufu Tilda. For the next hour or two, Toru read tons of stories like that. Meanwhile, Hayashi next door had long since fallen asleep. It wasn't until much later that Toru snapped out of it, finally remembering why she started searching in the first place. So the answer is night raid. Decision made. Toru took off her slippers, tiptoed out, and quietly approached Hayashi's room. At the door, she gently turned the knob. Unlocked. She saw the figure curled up under the covers. Remembering the stories she had just read, Toru's eyes gleamed. She closed the door, crept over, and slipped into the bed. Then she snuggled up behind the blanket-covered form, gently wrapping her arms around him. In that moment, Toru felt completely safe. A wave of comfort washed over her. Under the blanket, Hayashi. To be honest, he had woken up the moment she opened the door. He was just waiting to see what she would do. So this was it, sneak over, climb into bed, and cuddle him while sleeping. Girl, seriously. While Hayashi was still wondering what was going on, he sensed Toru's body relax, her breathing slow and deepen. And he suddenly understood. Toru, she was lonely. She needed to feel safe. So that's what it is, Hayashi thought to himself. Well then, nothing more needed to be said. He pretended to sleep for a while longer, then turned over and gently pulled the blanket over her too. Toru seized the opportunity and snuggled deeper, ending up in Hayashi's arms. She immediately relaxed even more, like a child curled up next to her father. Hayashi waited until her emotions fully settled, then drifted back to sleep himself. And so, a man and a dragon fell asleep together. The late-night diner was peaceful. But District 20 was far from calm. Large numbers of police and CCG agents began conducting arrests in the middle of the night. The two SS-rated ghouls from Anteku also sent their old subordinates to deal with unruly ghouls breaking the rules. They also tried to negotiate with the CCG, hoping to convince them not to stir up more trouble in what was supposed to be a peaceful district. At the same time, during the chaos, some devils saw an opportunity and joined in the riot. Devils grow stronger in two ways: from humanity's fear and darkness, from absorbing energy. So by participating in the chaos, devils could increase fear and absorb power. It was a win-win with the ghouls. Neither side was truly enemies. They could clean up each other's messes, after all. That's why devils and ghouls hadn't become hostile toward each other. But now that devils were getting involved, the Anti-Devil Bureau had to mobilize during the night too. Even Iki Hayakawa and Power, who had been sleeping, were called up for riot control and patrol duties. In short, District 20 was a total mess that night. The reputation and authority of Anteku Cafe also took a hit. Both CCG and the Anti-Devil Department raised their alert levels for the district. Meanwhile, from the ghouls that had been captured, intel was being gathered. All of them had mentioned a dragon, but was that real? Was it just an excuse? Or the actual cause? Capítulo 22, Chapter 22, Toru's cleaning time and back to bed. When Hayashi woke up, he immediately caught a faint fragrance in the air. Opening his eyes, he was greeted with a sheet of white. He instantly understood what was going on. Who uses facial cleanser first thing in the morning? He reached out and gently pushed the figure in front of him. As expected, Toru, who had curled up to sleep last night, had shifted into a hugging position as she gradually felt safer. Tilde. Toru blinked groggily as she woke up, her tail lazily swaying behind her. Good morning, Hayashi-san. Hayashi stretched. It's noon, not morning. Toru froze and turned to look outside. Sure enough, the sun was nearly at its peak. I slept that long, but it was so comfortable, Tilde. Toru stretched like Hayashi did, except with her D-plus figure. Her pajamas barely held everything in, nearly spilling out. Out of respect, Hayashi looked away, but he still asked in confusion, Toru, I told you last night to only decide after you understood. Are you sure you really get it now? I understand, Toru nodded seriously. What exactly do you understand? That it's okay for a head maid to sleep with Hayashi-san, that it's permitted, so I came over in the middle of the night. What the? That's what you took away from it. Hayashi looked stunned, barely holding back a laugh. Wait, are you sure that's what understanding means for you? Toru tilted her head. Is it not? I mean, I guess it's fine, as long as you're sure. I'm sure. Ah well, then let's leave it at that. Seeing Toru's serious and unregretful expression, Hayashi figured there wasn't much else to say, as long as she made the decision for herself. She wasn't a child. Her human form looked about 16 to 18 years old. But in dragon years, who knew how long she'd lived? Though in dragon terms, she was still considered a young girl. After changing clothes, Hayashi led Toru, who used magic to instantly change, downstairs. Toru looked around the restaurant and recalled the maid responsibilities she'd researched online last night. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Hayashi-san, leave the daily tasks of the restaurant to me. I'll fulfill my maid duties perfectly. Hayashi looked at the energetic Toru and felt genuinely touched. Don't overdo it, just do enough and rest when you need to. The daily tasks are just cleaning and food service. Got it, Toru nodded eagerly. Leave it to me. Then, Hayashi started prepping ingredients for the evening menu. Toru got to cleaning. Armed with a towel and mop, she wiped every table and chair spotless, scrubbed the floors until they gleamed, and even double-checked that all pots and dishes in the kitchen were clean. They divided the work well. Hayashi handled the kitchen, Toru the rest. What used to be time-consuming and exhausting, the stuff that gave Hayashi a headache, suddenly didn't need him at all. In an instant, no more leg pain, no more backaches, his energy was through the roof. He'd been in a great mood since the morning. Especially seeing how spotless the restaurant looked after Toru finished, he felt completely refreshed. I never imagined a day could be this perfect, Hayashi sighed. Toru stood proudly with her hands on her hips. How is it, Hayashi-san? Perfect, Hayashi gave a big thumbs up. After cleaning up, he went to the kitchen and made 2 large glasses of lemon iced tea. Toru took a sip and her eyes lit up. She started slurping it down with a satisfied cuckoo. Don't rush, sip slowly, Hayashi smiled, sipping his own. I made a whole bucket. Help yourself at the counter. After we rest, I'll take you to the nearby market. We'll need to pick up fresh fruits and vegetables daily. Toru nodded excitedly, clearly thrilled. Soon after, she finished her tea with a contented "Ha tilde." Want another glass? Hayashi asked. Toru shook her head. Let's go to the market. All right. Hayashi grabbed his tea and took Toru out to the car. They headed to the corner of the yard. The small van was parked there, covered in a thin layer of dust. Toru looked at it and declared, the car needs cleaning too. Hayashi opened the door. We'll clean it after we get back. All right. Toru, still in her maid outfit, got in. Hayashi sat in the driver's seat on the right, Toru in the passenger seat on the left. Since traffic in Japan drives on the left, the cars were right-hand drive. Hayashi pulled a key out from his system space, slotted it in, and started the engine. Toru's eyes lit up at the sudden appearance of the key. Hayashi-sen can use magic too. Oh well, Hayashi thought for a moment and then nodded. Let's just call it magic. They hit the road, heading toward the same market as yesterday. On the way, Toru admired the scenery and curiously observed Hayashi's driving. She even picked up the driver's license and asked, "What's this?" "A license," Hayashi replied. "You need it to drive. Otherwise, everyone would be bumping into each other on the road." "Oh, I see." Soon after, they arrived at the market and went on a shopping spree. When they came out, both were carrying bags of groceries. As they were loading things into the van, Toru raised her hand and said, "Hayashi-san, I want to try driving back." Hayashi remembered how she'd been observing his driving earlier. "You already figured it out." "I think so." "All right, give it a shot." Hayashi tossed her the keys. "Just don't go over 60. "Roger." Hayashi had driven there. Toru drove them back, watching her operate the vehicle smoothly. Hayashi saw that she had no problems at all, totally calm and collected. She looked only a little nervous, but mostly happy. Toru really is a genius. Hayashi gave her a big thumbs up. Hee tilde, you're too kind. Toru grinned even wider. They weren't in a rush. The little van took a few loops before finally heading back. Along the way, Hayashi noticed there were noticeably more patrols in District 20. Officers from the police, CCG, and even the Anti-Devil Division. Eventually, their van got flagged down by 2 patrolling agents. "Excuse me, miss, please show your license." Hayashi, oh no. Capítulo 23, Chapter 23, Toru's touching moment, that bad woman again. At the moment they were stopped, Hayashi thought for sure his license was about to get revoked. But then, Toru reached into her clothes and pulled out her own license. The 2 patrol officers were a man and a woman. The female officer checked Toru's license, compared the photo and details, and then politely handed it back. "Thank you, sorry for the trouble." Once they were back in the car, Hayashi glanced at Toru's license. Good lord, it had all of Toru's information. Her photo, identity, name, Hayashi Toru, and even her address matched his. Everything was perfectly legit. In that moment, Hayashi understood exactly what happened. And he couldn't help but laugh. "So you used magic and copied mine to make your own license?" "Exactly." Toru raised her chin proudly, looking smug. Hayashi burst into laughter. At the same time, Hayashi understood even better how versatile magic was. It was truly amazing. He knew that Toru could use cognitive magic, meaning that ordinary people who saw her would subconsciously perceive her as a normal human being. Because let's be real, Toru might be in human form, but she still had a tail, dragon horns, and was dressed in a maid outfit. Even if someone thought she was just cosplaying, checking her driver's license would normally expose everything. But the reason nobody batted an eye was because her cognitive magic was constantly at work. Only powerful individuals could resist its effects, which just made it all the more clear. Magic was way too useful. After that, Toru happily drove them home. Along the way, she chatted with Hayashi about all sorts of things, including her stories from the other world. She talked about what humans were like there, how mages were viewed, and how she could even learn things in her sleep. Toru spoke, Hayashi listened, and he learned quite a bit. As they drove, Hayashi leaned on his hand, watching figures pass by on the sidewalk. And then, among them, he spotted a familiar presence. Red hair. That bad woman. The moment she noticed Hayashi's gaze, Makima turned her head and locked eyes with him. She saw Hayashi, and then noticed Toru in the driver's seat. Hayashi could tell, Makima definitely froze for a split second. After thinking for a moment, Hayashi rolled down the window and gave her a casual wave. Standing beside her, Iki Hayakawa and Power also noticed him. Iki gave a small wave back in greeting. Power, on the other hand, jumped up and down waving energetically when she saw Hayashi. But then she spotted Toru in the driver's seat, and her eyes went wide, freezing on the spot. Before they could react further, the car had already driven off. Reflecting on their expressions, Hayashi realized something important. Those two devils weren't affected by Toru's cognitive magic. They could clearly see her transformed form. Looks like last night's events had reached the authorities after all. And now they were aware of Toru's existence, the existence of a dragon. Hayashi rubbed his chin and thought about it. But thinking about Toru's combat power, at her peak maybe, he was overthinking it. After all, her condition yesterday, 99.8% of her injuries were caused by the divine sword of a god from her world. Only the remaining 0.1% came from the ghouls. So when it came to combat power, neither Hayashi nor Toru had anything to worry about. It'd be fine. After thinking a bit more, Hayashi turned to Toru and said, Toru, at Deep Night Diner, you can do whatever you want. If a customer makes unreasonable demands, you can refuse or even beat them up. No matter what happens, you come first. That's my promise, it's always valid. Toru, driving at the time, froze when she heard that. She turned in surprise to look at Hayashi. The car slowly rolled to a stop by the roadside. Hayashi's words made Toru feel more like he was a father than her own father ever was. Her father, the Chaos Lord, the Emperor of the End, only ever taught her destruction, destruction, and more destruction. It left Toru in agony, never knowing what the point of it all was. So she left him. Later, she met other dragons. But eventually, Toru, overwhelmed by loneliness and pain, decided to challenge the gods. And ended up like she was now. So don't let her energetic and cheerful exterior fool you. Toru had just learned to hide it all well. Deep inside, her heart was filled with loneliness and confusion. She didn't know what she should be doing or what gave her life meaning. That was also part of why she wanted to become a maid. It gave her something to do, something to focus on, without having to think so much. And Hayashi's words, do what you want, you come first, you can say no, every single one struck her right in the heart. Thinking of that, tears welled up in Toru's eyes. Hayashi-san. She couldn't hold back anymore and dove into his arms, crying uncontrollably from how deeply moved she was. Seeing her suddenly cry, Hayashi was a bit thrown off at first. Then he understood. He hugged her back and gently patted her on the back. After a while, Hayashi comforted her softly. All right, no need to be so sad, Toru. This place is your home now, even if just temporarily. You can stay as long as you want, leave whenever you want. The moment he said that, she suddenly squirmed in his arms. Yada tilde, nu tilde. Her muffled voice came from his chest. I don't want to leave, this is my home in this world. No problem, as long as you're happy. Hayashi gently stroked her back. After a while, Toru finally sat up from his embrace, wiping her tears. Sorry for the scene, Hayashi-san. Not at all, Hayashi shook his head and rubbed her head with a smile. There's a saying, every family has its own struggles. It means that every person or household has their own problems. But no matter what, we should look ahead. Try to change to find a new environment, that's the best way forward. Toru listened, then nodded hard, eyes sparkling again. Hayashi-san, you're so wise. Haha, not really. Capítulo 24, Chapter 24. Toru's mouth, the automatic washing machine. After being comforted, Toru's smile became brighter and more genuine. Hayashi could tell, this was a smile free of burdens and pressure. A real smile. Humming happily, Toru drove the car back home. After turning into the alley and parking, Hayashi got out to open the gate, while Toru followed behind carrying all the shopping bags in one go. Once the gate was open, they entered together. Welcome home, Tilda, Toru said cheerily as she began putting the groceries away. Hayashi could see she was bursting with energy. He grabbed his unfinished lemon tea, lay down in the backyard recliner, and pulled out his phone to scroll through videos of girls from the residential districts. Meanwhile, Toru didn't even take a break. She kept looking for things to do. After finishing cleaning the first floor, she went upstairs to tidy the bedrooms, sweeping the floors, mopping, dusting the chairs, organizing things. Toru got more and more into her cleaning. Eventually, she stopped in front of Hayashi's room, looked at it, and grinned. I'm coming in, Tilda. She entered Hayashi's room and dove straight onto the bed, rolling around wrapped in his blanket. After rolling back and forth a few times, she sat up and began fluffing and folding the blanket. Hee Tilda, time to tidy up, Tilda. Once she was done, she looked at the wardrobe and her eyes sparkled. Clothes need washing too, right? She opened it, took the clothes out, sniffed them, and thought about how to clean them. After a moment of consideration, she smirked mischievously and began licking the clothes. Bara Tilda. After a few licks, the clothes were as clean as new, even giving off a faint, fresh scent. This wasn't just magic. It was thanks to the cleaning properties of dragon saliva, which even came with a built-in fragrance. Toru could even adjust it to have powerful corrosive properties if she wanted. So next, Tilda. Grinning, Toru licked every piece of clothing in the wardrobe, cleaning them all to perfection. Meanwhile, down in the yard, Hayashi was still lounging, scrolling through his phone. But hearing the noise, he suddenly realized Toru had gone upstairs. Toru, what are you doing up there? Whoosh, Tilda. A second-floor window opened, and Toru leaned out halfway. Cleaning the second floor and the bedrooms. Hayashi thought about it, then replied, all right, just remember to take a break. Hi, Tilda. Hayashi turned his head and continued scrolling through his phone. But as he scrolled, a sudden thought popped into his mind, Toru's method of cleaning clothes. That is, by mouth. No way. It wasn't that Hayashi found it gross, he just thought it was completely unnecessary. They had a washer combo at home. Toru. Toru poked her head out of the second-floor window again. Hayashi looked at her, the corner of his mouth twitching. How did you clean the clothes? Toru fell silent. So did Hayashi. Tilda, how did Hayashi-san find out? Toru bashfully knocked her own head. Next time, use the washing machine, got it? Yes, sir, Tilda, I understand now. After getting scolded, Toru made up her mind. Next time she'd clean the clothes with her mouth first, then also use the washing machine. Yep, she was a genius. Once she finished cleaning the second floor, Toru thought for a moment, then pulled out the phone Hayashi had assigned to every bedroom, now hers. She dialed an unfamiliar number. Fafnir, yeah, I came to Earth. I'm a head maid now, I've got a home. It's a really good restaurant. Why am I calling? Just wanted to ask you something. You've been on Earth a while already. Kill them all? Wait, I haven't even asked my question yet. Kill them all again? No, this is Hayashi-san's restaurant. I can't just go killing people. Before she could finish, the other side hung up. Overall, the answer she got was kill them all. No matter the question, the answer was the same. Just kill. Why? Because the person she called was an evil dragon, one who loathes humans from other worlds. But ever since coming to Earth, that same dragon got hooked on Earth culture and turned into a Chunabiu plus Tsundir plus shut-in kind of guy. So Toru's attempt to ask for advice, doomed to fail from the start. She looked at the phone, sighed, and stuffed it back into her cleavage. Fafnir's useless, I might as well look it up online. Wandering around with nothing else to do, Toru eventually got bored again. She walked over to the second-floor window and looked down at Hayashi lounging in the courtyard. Then headed downstairs to find him. "Hayashi-san, I don't think I have anything left to do." Hayashi was mid-sip of lemon tea and looked confused. "What are you, a workhorse?" "Toru, if you've done enough, then just relax. A good life is meant to be enjoyed." "What's a workhorse?" Toru tilted her head. "Something to eat." Workhorse is a figure of speech. It means a person who works nonstop like cattle with no freedom or time to rest. Hayashi explained. Oh, Toru understood now. So she mimicked Hayashi, went to the bar to pour herself a glass of lemon tea, no ice, then walked back out to the courtyard, lay down on a recliner like him, pulled out her phone from her chest, and began to relax. Hayashi saw her take the phone from her cleavage and raised an eyebrow. Then gave her a thumbs up in admiration. Holding his now room-temp lemon tea, he casually spun his hand, and a few perfectly shaped ice cubes formed midair and dropped into his glass. Whoa, Toru looked over in awe. She pushed her own cup toward him. Toru wants some too. Hayashi snapped his fingers. Snap, A few dragon-shaped ice cubes formed in the air and dropped into her lemon tea. Whoa, Toru brought her cup close, eyes sparkling. Looking at the floating little dragon-shaped cubes, versions of herself, she was mesmerized. She took a few sips but wasn't satisfied. Then picked up one of the dragon-shaped ice cubes and popped it into her mouth to suck on. Hayashi chuckled and went back to his phone. Just like that, the two lounged and played around in the courtyard from midday all the way to sunset. Until it was time to open the restaurant. Toru looked at the time, full of anticipation. Hayashi-san, it's almost time to open. Yep, Hayashi nodded. Let's go, Toru pumped herself up. But before they could open the door, familiar figures began appearing at the alley entrance. Red hair, purple hair, quite a few of them. Capítulo 25, Chapter 25. Wait, a dragon's in Hayashi's shop? Everyone gathers. Hayashi immediately recognized the incoming figures. Before they'd even reached the deeper part of the alley. Power came running ahead, waving and shouting for meat. Leading the group were Makima's squad, Kamishiro Rise, and Kirishima Tauka with her friend. Kasumigayaka Utaha usually arrived early too, but she didn't show up today. Probably due to last night's riot, the school might have ordered students to stay safe at home. Welcome, everyone. Hayashi stood up, opened the door, and led them in. I'll start prepping. Toru jumped up and headed into the kitchen. Kamishiro Rise didn't look at anyone. She walked straight in with a book in hand. But at the door, the moment Iki Hayakawa saw Toru's back, her dragon horns and tail, he froze. This, he turned to Makima, unsure. This isn't cosplay, is it, Lady Makima? Makima, having seen Toru clearly, had already confirmed with about 90% certainty. This humanoid girl in front of them was the same dragon responsible for the ghoul riot last night. According to last night's interrogation records, the dragon under siege suddenly vanished in the blink of an eye. But regardless, some ghouls had described her appearance, and someone had already drawn up a sketch of her. The most recognizable features: her branching coral-like horns and green skin. The girl before them had all those features. Even in human form, her horns and tail were exactly the same. Right now, Iki Hayakawa was a little panicked. If that really was the dragon from last night, then based on the report, this was a dragon that couldn't be taken down even by dozens of ghouls, from C rank to S rank levels. And supposedly, she was injured back then. She even had a massive divine sword stabbed into her back. Compared to the carefree power, Iki was breaking into a cold sweat. Makima stared for a while longer, then glanced at Hayashi leading the way up front. She didn't say anything and simply followed him inside. Iki didn't understand but had no choice but to follow. Only power bounced around happily, just like yesterday. Outside, Kirishima Tauka and her friend were still chatting. Yoriko, this place is really good. Super delicious, seriously? Tauka gave a thumbs up. I just found this hidden gem recently. Turns out it's been right near the cafe where I work. Really, Tauka-chan? That's rare. I never thought you'd be a foodie, haha tilde. Yuriko's full name was Kasaka Yuriko. She was Tauka's classmate, a girl with a slightly round, baby-faced look and orange hair. She was surprised because Tauka couldn't eat human food before, and had always seemed very strict and restrained. So for her to recommend a restaurant, very unusual. Embarrassed by her friend's teasing. Meh, Tauka smiled awkwardly. It's just that this place is too good, I couldn't resist. Once you try it, you'll understand. Then I'm looking forward to it. Kasaka Yuriko saw that everyone else had gone in and quickly pulled Tauka along. Let's go, they've opened already. Once inside, Kasaka Yuriko looked around at the mix of medieval materials and modern design and couldn't help but praise it. Wow tilde, this place looks so cool tilde. She immediately took out her phone and started snapping photos. Then pulled Tauka in for some selfies. May I take your order? Elsewhere, Toru came out with a menu and notepad, going table to table. She started with Kamishiro Rise. When their eyes met, Rise felt like she was being stared down by a primordial beast. She stared at Toru deeply. Thick-cut steak and coffee, thank you. You're welcome. As she watched Toru walk away, Kamishiro Rise couldn't figure it out. It had only been one night. Why was there suddenly a maid waitress in the restaurant? And such a powerful one at that. The aura Toru gave off was definitely not below that of an S-rank ghoul. Maybe even a S-rank as a baseline. And such a powerful being was working in Hayashi-kun's diner as a waitress. Why? In that case, would her plan still succeed? As Kamishiro Rise fell into deep thought, Toru had already walked over to Makima's table. Power was the first to order. This time I want pork cutlet on rice and lemon tea. Aki Hayakawa didn't dare look Toru in the eye and pretended to look at the scenery. Same as her, he said. Only Makima had been silently observing Toru the entire time. When it was her turn, she gave a nod. Same. Toru noted it down as +3 after the pork cutlet rice and lemon tea combo. Finally, she reached Kirishima Tauka's table. Tauka looked at Toru and was momentarily stunned. Her friend, Kasaka Yuriko, nudged her. Don't zone out, go ahead and order. I'll have curry rice and... By the time Tauka snapped out of it, she added, yeah, I'll have the same as her and a drink too. Toru took everyone's orders and cheerfully ran back to the kitchen to show Hayashi. As for the customers, Toru recognized a few weren't human, but she didn't care. Because Hayashi had told her, just do what you want. If customers make unreasonable demands, she could refuse or even beat them up. So when faced with those, not human, Toru secretly released a bit of her aura. To let them know, Toru is not to be messed with. And this shop isn't either. If anyone dares to cause trouble here and makes her lose her home, prepare to be obliterated. Inside the kitchen, Hayashi glanced at the order list and nodded. All right, no problem. Just wait by the door for a bit. Toru raised her hand. Hayashi-san, can I watch and learn from you? Learn, of course. Hayashi looked even more pleased. Once Toru reached the level of internal employee, through a proper contract, she could even help him cook. Then things would get even easier for him. So in the restaurant, there were those lost in thought, those enjoying themselves, and the ones struggling most. In the kitchen, Hayashi was cooking while Toru watched in awe, learning and praising him constantly. Capítulo 26, Chapter 26. Makima's Curiosity, what kind of devil are you and how do you control? Compared to regular chefs, Hayashi's cooking technique wasn't anything outlandishly unique. He didn't use secret recipes, just normal methods. Yet somehow, the food was ridiculously good. Compared to chefs from Totsuki Culinary Academy, Hayashi's movements were far more elegant and precise. Every step was executed perfectly, no wasted motion, no mistakes. In other words, absolute mastery. He also had complete command over ingredient preparation. No matter the ingredient, he handled it perfectly every time. And lastly, there was that small, subtle power. Thick-cut steak, pork cutlet rice, curry rice. From a technical standpoint, the steak was seared down to the second, crispy on the outside, tender inside. The pork cutlet was deep-fried with precise timing, golden, crunchy, and juicy. The curry, nothing more needed to be said. Under Hayashi's hands, the dishes came out one after another. "Wow, Tilda," Toru exclaimed, eyes sparkling. She quickly poured the lemon teas, then started delivering the dishes one by one. Hayashi followed behind to bring out the coffee. Soon, all the orders were served. Toru delivered them to each table, and soon the dining room was filled with the sounds of eating. Conversation faded, it was all chewing and savoring. Kirishima Tauka's friend took a bite and gasped, "This is amazing," then started shoveling it down. At the bar, Toru stood beside Hayashi, watching everyone eat happily. "Hayashi-san, you're amazing," she said in admiration. "Not at all," Hayashi sipped his lemon tea. "But seeing the customers enjoy the food and eat every last bite, that really is the chef's greatest honor." Toru agreed enthusiastically. After a while, Hayashi patted Toru's shoulder. "I'm going to sit outside for a bit. Call me if anything comes up, Toru." "Leave it to me." Hayashi went out and sat down, watching the sun gradually set as twilight fell. He had just sat down when the restaurant door opened. Makima was the first to finish eating and came out. Without hesitation, she walked straight over to Hayashi. He noticed her, then also saw a small head peeking out from the doorway. It was Toru. He waved at her, signaling that everything was fine. Toru ducked back inside. Makima caught all of this with her sharp eyes. She sat beside Hayashi and got straight to the point. "Gourmet devil, this Toru you mentioned, is she the dragon you captured last night? I didn't expect you to have that kind of power. Is it that any creature who eats your food becomes bound to you, or is it a specific kind of food?" "Gourmet devil. Who's me?" Hayashi's mouth twitched, and he quickly interrupted. "Hold up, don't call me that. Use my name, please." He looked at her seriously, waiting for her to agree. Makima smiled gently. "All right, Hayashi, then could you tell me more about Toru, or even yourself if you don't mind? I'm quite curious." Seeing her smile, Hayashi instantly understood. That earlier nickname, just a hook. It was all a calculated move to initiate conversation, trade information, and then steer the discussion where she wanted. Of course, she was also using the fact that she was a customer. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to speak this freely. Hayashi gave a wry smile. Classic Makima, such a sly woman. Still, Hayashi didn't have much to hide. Toru's existence and his would be exposed sooner or later. Might as well save time and get it over with. He took another sip of lemon tea. "As you guessed, Toru is the dragon, but don't ask where she's from, it doesn't concern you guys." Makima's expression turned serious, and she nodded. "All right, then why did she come here?" "She was bored and lonely, so she came over. Met me, decided to be my maid and part-time waitress." That's it. That's it. She doesn't want to rule the world, wipe out humanity, exterminate ghouls or devils. You think Toru's just out here looking for something to do?" Makima pondered. "Are there more dragons in this world?" "There are," Hayashi nodded. "That wasn't a secret, it'd be revealed sooner or later." "Will they be like Toru?" "Not necessarily, I can only vouch for the ones around me." Ahem. Makima looked genuinely pleased to learn about dragons. But for her, it wasn't of much practical use. After all, she hadn't even asked about Toru's combat abilities or any specific details. Makima's primary concern had always been devils. So after finishing the topic of Toru, she leaned her cheek against her palm and gazed at Hayashi with a soft look. "Hayashi-kun, actually, I'm even more curious about you. There's a scent on you I can't identify. It smells like a devil, but also like a human and even a beast. Yet at the same time, it's like nothing at all. You could tame a dragon. Does that mean you can also tame other creatures?" Her words made Hayashi freeze. Then he remembered, Makima's way of identifying things was by scent. Like how she didn't care who the Chainsaw Devil's host was, only the Chainsaw Devil itself. So when she looked at Hayashi now, she was using scent to perceive him. And her curiosity had clearly shifted completely. Now it was no longer about Toru. She was curious about him, about Hayashi. And the abilities she believed, made him more than human. Makima is the control devil. Her ability is that no matter what method is used, as long as she can gain control over someone, she gains strength in proportion to that control. The weakest level is a typical superior-subordinate relationship, like the one she has with Iki Hayakawa and power. The strongest, when someone offers everything to her. So right now, what Makima is truly curious about is how Hayashi controls someone like Toru. She knows just how powerful Toru is. But Makima isn't afraid of Toru because of her own unique powers. She's far more interested in how Hayashi managed to control such a being. Capítulo 27, Chapter 27. The Control Devil's Curiosity. I just want a peaceful farming life. Makima is the control devil. Devils are her obsession, and control itself, that's her obsession within her obsession. She even made a secret pact with the Japanese government. Any harm done to her is converted into misfortune for Japanese citizens, illness, natural disasters, accidents. In other words, she cancels out her injuries using the nation's luck. Because of this, nations around the world are hostile to her. After all, the more beings Makima controls, the stronger she becomes, and the harder she is to kill. Which brings us to now. Makima is incredibly curious about how Hayashi, through this supposed gourmet devil ability, managed to control Toru. Even if Toru willingly serves him, in Makima's eyes, that's still control. Hayashi was still thinking when Makima suddenly reached for his lemon tea, took a sip from his straw, savored it, swallowed, and looked him in the eyes. Just like this, so delicious it's impossible for normal food. But why is Toru under your control and not us? I've come here twice now. Did I not eat the right food, or do I have to visit a few more times? Clearly, Makima had already sensed the power in the food on her first visit. That's why she came back again. But her question remained unanswered. Why did Toru become controlled and not anyone else? Faced with Makima's line of questioning, Hayashi was a little troubled. Mainly because their ways of thinking were on completely different wavelengths. He sighed, "Let's talk about Toru first, Makima." Makima nodded. Hayashi took back his lemon tea from her hands. Then he began. "You think Toru is under my control. That's only half right. I didn't force her into anything, she just works for me. There's more of a mutual emotional connection." Makima tilted her head slightly. Emotional connection. Put simply, it's mutual agreement. Like a contract between employees. Toru benefits from being here, I benefit from having her here. That's the basis for our relationship. Hayashi felt he'd explained it well. But Makima shook her head. You shouldn't let her benefit from you, that's not true control. Hayashi was speechless. Makima, you really are the ultimate capitalist. No wonder she's the big bad. I'm not like you, Makima, Hayashi sighed deeply. You're the control devil, I'm not, so this is my form of control, got it? Makima nodded slowly, showing she understood, then smiled faintly. So, you admit you're a devil too? Hayashi. Woman, are you trying to break me down step by step? Hayashi rubbed his forehead, sighed again, and instinctively took a sip of his lemon tea, only to remember she'd just drank from it. Makima noticed, but didn't react at all. He exhaled. All right, let's put it this way, Makima. If you want to call me a devil, fine, I won't argue. Maybe making food delicious is my ability. As for whether it's control or not, however you want to interpret it is fine. But what I do want to say is this. The Midnight Diner, myself, and any future staff, we're all peaceful people. We enjoy life. We just want to farm and take it easy. Unless something gets in the way of that peaceful farming, in which case, I'll plant it into the field myself. As he said that, Hayashi glanced toward the garden plot in the courtyard. Not bad soil, honestly. With some organic fertilizer, the plants would grow like crazy. Hearing this, Makima finally gave a nod, signifying she understood. But clearly, her thoughts didn't stop there. She looked into Hayashi's eyes. One last question, what is your goal? Could it be a devil, like the gun devil, or another? World peace, Hayashi answered instantly. I have zero interest in devils, I don't care about them at all. Human, devil, ghoul, it doesn't matter. They can all come to my restaurant and order food. as long as they don't cause trouble. If they do, they'll be kicked out. Makima finally stood up. She extended her hand. Hayashi-kun, I really like that answer. So, how about working with me? From now on, public safety devil hunters will hold our gatherings and meals at your place. We can start by being friends, right? Be friends with the control devil. Hayashi didn't answer directly. Instead, he reached out, shook her hand, and replied. If it's just for meals, Midnight Diner welcomes public safety anytime. Good, Makima nodded and pulled her hand back. Then I'll be coming often. Your food really is delicious. With that, Makima turned and left, taking her subordinates with her. From the look on Aki's face, he was clearly confused. The dragon from last night is right there, and we're just leaving. But at the same time, he looked relieved. Power happily waved and shouted, I'll be back next time, as they disappeared from view. Not long after, Kirishima Tauka and her friend Kasaka Yoriko also finished their meal. Tauka didn't pack anything to go this time. She simply said that her cafe's staff would hold a gathering here in a few days. Yoriko had taken tons of pictures and was the happiest person there. She praised Tauka's recommendation and said she'd definitely promote the Midnight Diner. Before leaving, she stood by the door and snapped even more photos of the shop, insisting she'd advertise it for free. Hayashi thanked her politely. This kind of thing couldn't really be stopped. Lastly, Kamishiro Rise also left. But before she did, the look she gave Hayashi was complicated, a little resentful and tinged with deeper meaning. Toru even asked about it after seeing her off. Hayashi-san, did you do something inappropriate to her? Hayashi raised a hand and smacked Toru on the back, smack. Go wash the dishes. Toru, despite being slapped, happily skipped off to the sink. Capítulo 28, Chapter 28. No chainsaw devil, but Aogiri tree comes to the 20th ward. That night, everyone who had left earlier was now having their own conversations. Power trailed behind the group, looking full and satisfied. Iki walked slightly behind Makima, puzzled. Makima-sama, that dragon, she's almost certainly the same one from last night. I know, Makima replied with a nod. Aki was even more confused. You know, and yet we're just pretending nothing happened. What, are you in cahoots with them? Makima glanced at him, then looked ahead again. Whether she's a dragon or not has nothing to do with us. We're public safety. Our job is to deal with devils. That was when Aki finally got it. Don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong. Understood. Makima asked again, any progress on finding the chainsaw devil? Very difficult, no sign of him yet. We even searched some remote towns, but still nothing. Keep looking, I have a feeling, the chainsaw devil is about to awaken. Yes, Makima-sama. Meanwhile, Tauka and Yoriko were walking home. Just to be safe, Tauka insisted on seeing her friend off. They chatted and laughed along the way, both clearly in high spirits. There was a smile on Tauka's face that hadn't been there in a long time. They'd had a great meal together today. That joy of sharing delicious food, she had never experienced it before, nor imagined it could be so wonderful. Today was amazing. And Tauka knew it too. It was all thanks to the Midnight Diner. It was all thanks to manager Hayashi. If it weren't for the food he made, none of what happened today might have ever happened. If Hayashi wasn't around, Tauka didn't even want to imagine what life would be like going forward. It was no exaggeration to say. Kirishima Tauka had made her decision. As long as Hayashi was here, she would never eat that kind of meat again. Come on, Tauka-chan, I told you I could go home by myself, said Yoriko Kasaka. It's fine, Yoriko, Tauka replied casually. It's mostly on my way anyway, more time to chat. By the way, dinner tonight was seriously amazing. Yoriko beamed as she tugged Tauka along. I can't believe you found such a gem. I have to recommend it to more people. Tauka-chan, I'm also in this foodie group online, and some of the members are head chefs at high-end restaurants. I'll make sure to share it there, too. Tauka smiled. You're incredible, Yoriko. The two chatted and laughed until Yoriko was safely home. Only then did Tauka turn back and head home herself. As she walked alone, Tauka's smile refused to fade. But just as she passed a quiet alley, a voice suddenly echoed. How careless, Kirishima Tauka. You didn't even notice you were being followed. At the sound of the voice, Tauka instinctively tensed, then quickly relaxed again. She looked toward the source of the voice. It was a man with the same hair color as hers, Kirishima Yato, her younger brother. Yato? Tauka was genuinely concerned about her brother, but given his affiliations, she kept her guard up. What are you doing in the 20th ward? You think I'd tell you that, dummy? Yato wore a hooded coat and scoffed before continuing. Something big happened yesterday in the 20th ward, and you're telling me you didn't notice, even working at Anteku. The leader of Aogiri Tree has already given the order. Half the cadres are coming to the 20th ward to investigate the dragon incident and find it. This place is no longer safe. Despite his harsh tone, the message behind his words was clear. He was warning his sister, get ready to leave, prepare your escape, or better yet, just get out now. Yato was one of the few cadres privy to top-level information, and he'd come here just to tip her off. Tauka's pupils narrowed. She lowered her head slightly, hiding her expression from Yato. Inside, her thoughts were a storm. She knew about the dragon last night. After Yomo and Itori returned, they had shared all the information they'd gathered. They even admitted it was probably real. And today, the moment Tauka saw Toru at Hayashi's diner, she had been completely stunned. Toru matched the description of the dragon perfectly. She had thought maybe the situation would blow over. After all, Anteku was already suppressing the news. But she didn't expect Aogiri Tree to react so quickly and send people to the 20th ward. What would happen to the midnight diner now? Would Hayashi be safe? In a flash, Tauka rushed forward, grabbed her brother's collar, and demanded. Why? Hell, what do you mean why? Yato was caught off guard. Why would the leader of Aogiri Tree do this? This is the peace zone. Does she want to start a riot and force CCG to come crack down on us? Like hell I'd know that. You think I have a say? Yato shook her hand off and snapped. We're talking about a dragon here, a real one. Do you even realize what people are saying now? Tauka froze. What are they saying? Yato stared at her. They're saying that if you take even one bite of that dragon's flesh, you'll become an S-rated ghoul. Eat your fill, you become SS-rated. Eat the whole thing, you'll gain power rivaling the one-eyed owl, maybe even stronger. Tauka was stunned. Who would believe something that ridiculous? Because it's a legend, sis, Yato sighed. And now that dragons are real, who's to say the legend isn't true? Tauka looked at him in disbelief. You actually believe that? Yato clenched his jaw. He didn't really believe it, not completely. Becoming an S-rated ghoul isn't that easy. Becoming stronger than the one-eyed owl? Absurd. But the story had already spread. Too many people were talking about it. It was almost common knowledge. And when you've seen a dragon, well, the story's a lot easier to believe. So Ayato gritted his teeth and nodded. If I get the chance, I'll take a damn bite too. Capitulo 29, Chapter 29. Takanashi Toka, new quest triggered raving reviews. The siblings fell into silence for a moment. Yato pulled his hood back up, straightened his coat, and turned to leave. Neither of them tried to stop the other. But the message he delivered left Tauka deeply unsettled. More than just anxious, she was terrified. Just a few days ago, she had finally tasted real, delicious food. She had just experienced the joy of sharing a meal with a friend. She was just beginning to live a normal life. And now it was all on the verge of collapse. Because Aogiri Tree had arrived in the 20th ward, with multiple cadres no less. Anteku was strong, but it wasn't ready to go head-to-head with an organization full of S and SS-rated ghouls. That wasn't Anteku's purpose. Anteku was founded by a tired old man who just wanted a small, peaceful corner of the world. They wouldn't escalate this. At most, they'd try to protect Manager Hayashi and the diner. But if Hayashi's abilities were exposed, even Anteku might not be able to protect him. Tauka's mind was in chaos. Yato had long since left, and she was still walking in a daze, slowly down the road. There were too many threads to pull. And no good solution. For now, the only option was to tell her boss, I need to inform Manager Yoshimura immediately. With that, Tauka turned and ran toward Anteku. No matter what. Yoshimura was the cafe's leader, and their final line of defense. Elsewhere. Back at home, Yuriko Kasaka had no idea what her friend Tauka had just experienced. She was already done typing up her food review post and hit send. The post was over the top. Yuriko raved that it was the best food she'd ever eaten in her life. The interior design, top-notch. Everything was perfect. Of course. Most people just assumed she was shilling for a sponsor. Only the small foodie group she shared it and gave it more than a glance. At Yuriko Kasaka, seriously, is it really that good? Did they pay you? Yuriko was furious. No, I swear it's all true. My best friend recommended it and it was insanely good. Absolutely divine. Her anger only made the others tease her harder. Elmao sounds like an ad. Come clean, Yuriko, did the handsome chef bribe you? I'm not paid. Yuriko raged in the group chat. Still, her noise did catch the attention of a few people who lived nearby, who said they might stop by soon. It all depended on whether it was close and convenient. Then, a head chef from a luxury restaurant in the group finally spoke. At Yuriko Kasaka, is the address accurate? I have the day off tomorrow. I might give it a try. Yuriko saw the name and lit up with joy. At Toka-chan, it's all real. The address is accurate. It's called Midnight Diner, only opens after 6 p.m. It's deep inside the alley, but really easy to find. P.S. The manager is super young and crazy hot. She shouldn't have added that last bit. Chef Toka just replied with a simple, okay. But the rest of the group exploded with laughter. So that's it, you're under the chef's handsome spell. Yuriko screamed in the group chat, comically outraged. Late that night, Takanashi Toka, head chef at a high-end restaurant in Tokyo's capital region, had just finished her shift and was wiping her hands clean. Takanashi Toka glanced at her phone and opened the pinned address to confirm the location. Then she locked her screen and headed home. On the way, she packed up some unsold food to take home for her little sister. As a head chef with exceptional culinary skills, even though Toka didn't graduate from Tatsuki Academy, her talent was on par with those who had. Back in the day, even restaurants in Italy had extended olive branches to recruit her. But in the end, she chose to stay in Tokyo for the sake of her sister. After confirming the address, Toka decided she'd make time to visit the place. After all, as a chef, it was important to try different dishes and learn from her peers. Meanwhile, back at the Midnight Diner, Toru was happily washing dishes while humming a tune. She seemed to genuinely enjoy these chores. Hayashi wasn't just sitting around either. He was cleaning the bar and tidying up. Though every now and then, he'd slack off a bit mid-cleaning. That's when... Ding! Random quest triggered, raving reviews. Quest description: the Midnight Diner is receiving an exceptional number of positive reviews. This is the power of word of mouth. Use this momentum to attract 3 more important new customers. Quest requirement: 03 important new customers. Quest reward: shop attractiveness LV1, Universal Food Lottery ticket X1. Hayashi stared at the screen, realizing that the system didn't just want regular customers. It wanted important ones. As in, characters from different worlds. And they had to be new. Returning regulars didn't count. Which meant someone out there had spread the word well enough to pull in new major characters. Well, that made things easier. Let's check what this Shop Attractiveness reward does. Shop Attractiveness LV1, a permanent buff that increases the chances of important individuals discovering the Midnight Diner. Whether they stay or not depends on the manager's ability. Succubus buff. Hayashi muttered, summing it up in one sentence. Basically, the system wanted important visitors. Normal guests were just background. Which made sense. His ability didn't just make food taste good. It also subtly affected those who ate it, fostering recognition, goodwill, and dependence. Wait, that sounds suspiciously like harvesting karmic energy. Capitulo 30, Chapter 30. Yasasha, me, how dare you call me that? Toru finished washing and came out humming a tune. Curious, Hayashi asked what song she was singing. It didn't sound familiar. Toru said it was a ballad by a bard from her world. She heard it while wandering during her travels. It's pretty catchy, Hayashi admitted. But that sparked another thought. If Toru could travel from another world, how many other worlds were out there? Toru, he called, besides Earth, have you come across any other worlds while traveling? Yup, Toru nodded. Hayashi's eyes narrowed. Multiverse confirmed. But then Toru added, but Earth is the only world I've seen like this. The rest were all similar to my original one, kinda old-fashioned. Old-fashioned? Toru tilted her head, unsure how to describe it, before settling on the word old. So in other words, aside from Earth, most worlds felt like fantasy or ancient civilizations. Got it, Hayashi nodded in understanding. That was good news. No urgent need to level up his power or anything. Still, strength was a necessity, whether he used it or not. If Hayashi wanted to live a peaceful, pastoral life in these kinds of worlds, then strength was optional, but not disposable. Ding-a-ling tilde. The door to the diner opened. Hayashi looked up and was surprised to see Kasumigaoka Yutaha walk in. What time was it now? He checked the clock, already 11 p.m., pretty late. Yutaha stepped through the door and immediately noticed Toru in a maid outfit. That made her visibly pout for a second. But when she saw the flicker of concern on Hayashi's face, her pout disappeared and she smiled. Looking around to confirm no other guests were present, she teased. Hayashi-kun, looks like I'm the only loyal customer again. I am your core patron after all. Hayashi handed her a glass of lemon tea as she sat down. It's late, it's dangerous out. Fufu tilde, Yutaha smirked, so Hayashi-kun does worry about me. So, are you eating or not? Of course. Her mouth said one thing, but her body responded instantly. They chatted briefly, and when Hayashi asked what she wanted to eat, Yutaha admitted. Actually, both the school and my editor have been telling us not to go out lately. Hayashi nodded. Yeah, things have been getting messy. But that's exactly why I'm having a burst of inspiration, she declared proudly. Suddenly, I have a ton of ideas, some of them inspired by this place too. I rushed over immediately. This place inspired you? Yes, and the recent chaos. Why? What do you mean why? That's what inspiration is, it just comes. Hayashi gave a helpless smile. Fine, I'll make you something. What do you want? Trying to watch my weight lately. One sushi set, please. Coming right up. Sushi was straightforward. It mostly depended on the quality of the ingredients, like the rice texture and the freshness of the fish. Cooking technique was just icing on the cake. Hayashi turned and went into the kitchen. Toru watched as Yutaha started furiously typing on her laptop, clearly in the zone. Then she followed Hayashi in, curiosity shining in her eyes. Hayashi-san, she whispered, she seems like the only normal human among your regulars. Yeah, Hayashi nodded. So, you were worried about her safety just now? Yeah. Hayashi-san, you're so kind, tilde, Toru said with admiration in her voice. Hayashi was stunned. Did she just drop the Yasasha card on him? How dare she curse him like that? Of course, he was just being reasonable. The danger levels these days weren't exactly humane. Yutaha had also been a loyal customer. Even if it wasn't emotional attachment, it was at least monetary. Still, since Hayashi didn't respond, Toru added sincerely. I've noticed that Hayashi-san has a truly honest heart. No matter who the guest is or what kind of person they are, you treat everyone equally based on their actions. I can see that clearly. That's why, after Yutaha-chan finishes eating, I'll secretly escort her home. Don't worry, Hayashi-san. Her words were so genuine that Hayashi was momentarily speechless. He was seriously glad he hired Toru. She was basically a hexagonal MVP employee. Cooking, cleaning, fighting, security, PR, and delivery. Hayashi gave her a thumbs up. Thanks, Toru. Not at all, she beamed. Compared to her past, this life was the first time she'd felt hope. She genuinely wanted to escort Yutaha Kasumigaoka home. This time, it came from the heart. Completely different from her previous aimless actions. This was true freedom, living with hope, knowing what you're doing, and understanding what you want to do. Very soon, Hayashi finished making 2 portions of sushi. One was a bonus just to reward Toru for her hard work. He made a variety of sushi: baby squid sushi, tuna sushi, fish roe sushi, grilled meat sushi, and more. Each one looked absolutely mouthwatering. Thanks for waiting. Toru brought the sushi to Yutaha's table. Yutaha snapped out of her writing trance the moment she saw the sushi in front of her. Gulp tilde. Kasamigyaka Yutaha swallowed hard. Just thinking about how delicious it must be. About how each of these perfect sushi pieces had been carefully crafted by Hayashi's elegant and dexterous hands. This is unbearable tilde. In the next moment, she dove in with her chopsticks, popping one into her mouth. Tilde tilde tilde. Even her legs in black stockings rubbed together. As she chewed, Yutaha's feet squirmed and her body twisted uncontrollably from how delicious it was. Toru, eating her own plate back in the kitchen, reacted the same way. But after a few bites, she suddenly had a flash of inspiration and looked at Hayashi with a suggestion. Hayashi-san, next time, try cooking with my tail. I refuse. Capítulo 31, Chapter 31. Yutaha's new chapter, he's the male lead, she's the female lead. Toru's habit of wanting those, she likes to eat her tail. Hayashi thought this would only trigger when she became a chef. But who knew it was an unavoidable trait achievement? All it took was one look at the sushi, and Toru instantly remembered that she wanted Hayashi to eat her tail. What kind of creature even thinks like that? Well, a dragon like Toru clearly did, but Hayashi couldn't accept it. Still, Toru was persistent. Try it, Hayashi-san tilde, she pleaded. No, Hayashi firmly refused. It'll definitely be tasty. It's dragon meat, tilde, she coaxed. Still no, Hayashi was unwavering. And why would I want to eat your flesh? That's just weird. But dragons eat their own scales all the time. Toru pressed on, just try it once. Not even once. Please, she even started to pout and act cute. No. In the end, Hayashi still didn't budge. Toru put on a fake sad face and finished all the sushi by herself. But Hayashi could tell Toru wasn't going to give up. She'd definitely try again when the chance came. Still, it was just too weird. Back in the restaurant, Yutaha Kasamigyaka had just about finished her sushi. Hayashi walked over with his lemon tea in hand. Yutaha, having cleaned her plate, sipped her lemon tea and suddenly said, "For the new chapter of Love Metronome, I want to base the male lead on you, Hayashi-kun. Is that okay?" Hayashi blinked. This is the first time I've been asked something like that. As long as you don't refuse. Yutaha took out a notebook and handed it to him. I'll also be using District 20 and your shop as part of the setting. Hayashi glanced through it. It outlined several plot threads. Half of them extended directly from his midnight diner. The story added supernatural elements, but only in the background. For example, in one arc, the male and female leads, whose feelings were vague, decide to meet secretly at night on a mountain. But the riot breaks out. They flee together, end up hungry, and discover the diner, leading to a string of events that unfold from there. The male lead's personality and design were half based on him, and the female lead. Hayashi looked at Yutaha. Yutaha pretended to keep typing on her laptop, as if she didn't notice his reaction. But when he kept staring, her face turned red and she broke. Why are you staring at me like that? Using real-life elements for writing is totally normal, okay. Well, she wasn't wrong. Hayashi knew that in Japan, authors were actually encouraged to draw inspiration from real events and places. It was standard across novels, anime, films, you name it. Thanks to cultural tourism, it brought in tons of visitors annually. Many fans even went on anime pilgrimages, visiting the locations used in stories. Originally a religious term, like visiting Jerusalem, but now used for anime sites. So Yutaha's reasoning was pretty bulletproof. When you put it that way, not bad. Hayashi rubbed his chin. The plot's decent too. Adding some warmth and realism makes your writing feel more alive. Yutaha's eyes lit up at his praise. If even Hayashi thought it was good, then she was pretty confident the new arc would be a hit. I'll send it to my editor tomorrow, Yutaha decided. Hayashi blinked. You haven't sent it yet. Nope, you're the first person to see it besides me, Hayashi-kun. She crossed her legs, her feet swaying playfully in the air. If the editor rejects it, it'll make my judgment look bad. That's a separate issue. Besides, I trust your taste. Well, thanks. No, I should be the one thanking you, Yutaha winked. After all, the inspiration, material, and setting all come from you, Hayashi-kun. Oh, then how are you gonna thank me? I'm your regular customer already. Hayashi didn't say anything, just kept staring. Feeling the heat of his gaze, Yutaha nervously bit her lip. And your shop will become super popular if the story sells well, right? Hayashi still didn't respond, just kept watching her. Yutaha squirmed, blushing, then finally gave in. Things like that are for the future to decide. Fair enough, Hayashi nodded before she could finish. Yutaha looked at him with a deeply resentful glare. Like she was seconds away from kicking off her shoes and throwing them at him. After that, Hayashi and Yutaha chatted more about her new arc, helping her solidify her inspiration. But it was getting late, well past midnight. Her excitement finally cooled as she checked the time and stood up. Crap, I need to get home. I'll walk you out, Hayashi said, rising. He escorted her all the way to the mouth of the alley before waving her off. The streets were nearly empty by now. Thankfully, it was still Tokyo. Even in District 20, people could still be seen this late. In other areas, that wouldn't be the case. Once Yutaha left, Hayashi turned to Toru, who had silently followed. Toru gave him a reassuring hand signal before quietly tailing Yutaha from a distance. Not just Yutaha, even passers-by and ghouls couldn't see Toru. Because she'd cast invisibility magic on herself. Only those with extremely sharp senses or instincts could notice her. Capítulo 32, Chapter 32, Toru's Lottery Chainsaw Demon Core Heart. After watching Toru leave, Hayashi turned back and returned calmly. Magic is really useful. He checked the system, wondering when Toru would level up to internal staff so he could learn all of Toru's magic. A dragon's flame breath was instinctive, something he couldn't learn, but he could learn the fireball spell from magic. Hayashi entered the system and checked the employee tab. Toru's employee experience had unexpectedly skyrocketed by half. That fast? What happened, or is it just a good upgrade? Hayashi looked at the experience log. Cleaning, plus small amount of experience. Organizing, plus small amount of experience. Helping, plus small amount of experience. Stocking, plus small amount of experience. A lot of activities that benefited the restaurant contributed experience. But it still wasn't enough. Hayashi flipped through the logs and finally found the reason for the large amount of experience in the last section. Taking on additional responsibility, plus large amount of experience. It turned out it was here. What this meant was that Toru not only completed her regular tasks, but also took the initiative to step up and help or solve problems that were unstable for the restaurant. Thus, she earned a large amount of experience. Just as Hayashi had thought. Kasumigaoka Yutaha was actually an important customer, an important character. Her going home at this time was dangerous. If something happened to her, it would be a big deal. Although it didn't concern Hayashi directly, it wasn't a good thing overall. Toru's actions were highly appreciated. So, she could quickly become an internal staff member. Good job, Toru, Hayashi mentally gave her a thumbs up. Back at the restaurant, Hayashi initially planned to wash Yutaha's plate and avoid troubling Toru with it. But when he came back, the plate had already been washed. In the few minutes he and Yutaha were chatting at the alley, Toru had already handled everything. This, Hayashi sighed, then thought for a moment. Well, let's make some snacks for Toru, extra ones. And so he did. Hayashi went to the kitchen and began to make snacks. After all, these weren't being sold. Making extra wasn't a problem. If Toru couldn't finish them, they could be stored in the system space where they wouldn't spoil. Whenever needed, he could take them out. It worked out well. So before Toru returned, Hayashi worked quickly. Lollipops, candied fruit, cookies, ice cream, crushed ice, pastries. He used multiple pots at once, mass-producing snacks. After some time. Dingling tilde. Hi, Hayashi-san, I'm back tilde. Toru returned and started looking for Hayashi, eventually finding him in the kitchen. Didn't we have no customers? Toru came to the kitchen door. She immediately saw Hayashi busily preparing food. Various snacks were laid out on the table, looking absolutely tempting. Wow tilde, Toru stepped forward, eyeing each snack. Everything looked so delicious. When Hayashi finished the last batch, he began to clean the kitchenware while smiling. Of course it's delicious. Toru, pick some from each, take as many as you want. Toru looked at him in disbelief. Aren't we supposed to sell this, Hayashi-san? Selling is too much of a hassle. Who said we're selling? These are for you, just a special treat for the staff. After cleaning the kitchenware, Hayashi pointed at the shaved ice and ice cream. Eat these first, come on, or they'll melt. Hayashi went to grab some ice cream. As he took it, Toru stood there, still dazed. Hayashi looked at her in surprise. Don't you like snacks? Toru, come on, I worked hard on this. Just eat too, Before Hayashi could finish his sentence, Toru suddenly ran over and hugged him. She had charged at him so fast that Hayashi took 2 steps back and ended up leaning against the kitchen counter. Toru tightly hugged Hayashi. Even if her chest was squished, it didn't matter. Hayashi looked down at Toru, feeling a mix of memories, relief, and joy. He suddenly understood. Toru, next time, don't be so sudden. What's in the past is in the past, just get used to it from now on. He reached up and gently patted Toru's head. Because you treat me well, I will treat you well too, got it? Toru nodded in his arms. Hayashi took a bite of his ice cream. Just as he was about to take a second bite, his face froze. Toru, could you get off me? Just a little more hug. But my chest hurts from being pressed. Toru suddenly lifted her head, tears still in her eyes, looking as though she wanted to argue back at Hayashi. What a joke, pressed. She was a dragon. So it was D. How could D hurt? This was pure slander. Just as Toru was about to defend herself, Hayashi rubbed his chest. Thud tilde. Both of them looked down. A phone had fallen to the ground and bounced slightly. It was the phone Hayashi had given to his staff. They both looked up at each other. Hayashi. Toru. Finally, Toru picked up the phone and checked to see if anything was broken. Thankfully, it wasn't a high fall. The phone had airbags for protection. So there was no problem. Toru, you really know where to keep it. Hayashi sighed and said helplessly, that phone should be in your pocket, not tucked in your chest. But it's convenient like this. Toru even puffed out her chest. Forget it, let's just eat. The ice cream's gonna melt. Oh right. The two of them quickly started eating shaved ice and ice cream. After finishing the cold snacks, they tried some cookies and other snacks. Once they had eaten enough, Hayashi put the items that were easy to store into the food vault. The rest went into the system space. Seeing that it was almost time to close, Hayashi looked at the clock and ordered. Close the door, we're done for the day. Oh tilde, I'll go close the door, Toru said as she went to close it. Punch-in successful, reward, Multiverse Food Lottery X1. Let's draw. Congratulations, you won, Chainsaw Demon Core Heart X1. Capitulo 33, Chapter 33, Devour plus Chainsaw Demon, Devouring Demon. When Hayashi saw the reward, he was honestly surprised. This can count as food. A heart, really? Is a heart considered food now? What is this heart sprinkle? The key thing is, this wasn't just any ordinary heart. Its description said, Chainsaw Demon's Core Heart. What did that mean? Hayashi checked the detailed description. Chainsaw Demon Source Heart. This heart comes from hell, and it is the source of the Chainsaw Demon's power. Once you devour it, you will completely absorb the existence of the Chainsaw Demon. The Chainsaw Demon in hell will cease to exist and will not regenerate. You will become the new Chainsaw Demon, even though you won't have the Chainsaw Demon's appearance. Note, the original Chainsaw Demon, Pachita, can either be contracted as a messenger, joining the Midnight Diner's watchdog team, or be completely devoured. If you choose the latter, you will completely dominate the other. Devour existence. Does this mean even the concept of existence will be devoured? This is the source power of the chainsaw demon, I see. Hayashi's original ability was to fully devour food and gain all the abilities of the food consumed. And the chainsaw demon's power allows one to devour the sense of existence, making the concept itself disappear. So, when Hayashi devours the chainsaw demon, his power would be greatly amplified. Not only would the ability related to food and its existence concept be absorbed, but he could even devour the concept itself. For example, if he ate a piece of meat in front of someone. At the moment of devouring, even if someone witnessed it, they would forget that Hayashi just ate the piece of meat. Unless he chose not to devour the concept. Thus, the chainsaw demon in hell would no longer exist. Instead, the chainsaw demon of earth would appear, Hayashi. The concept would be replaced. All prior concepts of the chainsaw demon would completely disappear. It would become anew. No, it would only be the unique one. A powerful concept. After Hayashi finished reading the ability description, he couldn't help but feel emotional. This was a new encounter for him. Otherwise, the chainsaw demon in hell would have continued to regenerate, changing hosts. Toru had gone to close the door by this point. Hayashi took the source heart out. Thump tilde thump tilde. The heart was still beating in his hand. Like a perpetual motion machine, it never stopped. Looking at the heart, Hayashi smiled. Looks like Makima was right. Next time, no matter what, I'll truly have the power of a demon. Of course, the chainsaw demon's previous form no longer mattered. Once Hayashi devoured it, the new chainsaw demon would be him, and everyone's concept and subconscious would be altered. It was time to devour. The next moment, Hayashi gripped the heart and immediately began to refine it. Actually, he sliced it, turned it into heart slices, and made a dish similar to couple's lung slices, then devoured it all. Thump tilde. The real next moment. Hayashi's heart let out a loud sound only he could hear. And the loud roar of the chainsaw starting. Vroom. With that sound, it slowly faded away. Then there was nothing. Hayashi clenched his fist, feeling the power. He had gotten stronger. Is that it? He took out a mirror to check. There were no stretch marks, no chainsaw, no symbols, nothing. He was still the same, nothing had changed. If Makima were to comment, she'd probably say the scent had intensified. Other than that, nothing else had changed. So, this was the true concept devouring. From now on, everyone would think of the chainsaw demon as Hayashi. Makima had even called him the food demon before. Now, with this new ability, if he were to be called anything, it should be the devouring demon. After all, the chainsaw of the chainsaw demon wasn't important to Hayashi. Its attack power wasn't as high as his other abilities. That's why the chainsaw didn't appear. After all, the true power of the chainsaw demon was the ability to devour concepts. It's really amazing, Hayashi remarked. The door's locked now, Toru returned. She came to the kitchen door, greeted Hayashi, and suddenly sniffed the air as she approached. What's wrong? Hayashi, curious if Toru could smell anything, asked. Toru sniffed the air, then shook her head. It's nothing. It's just that Hayashi-san's scent seems stronger, or rather more unique. It has a new smell. So the new ability and identity brought an increased scent, not a change in it. It was like a mixed fragrance. That's good, Hayashi nodded with satisfaction and said directly, I just gained a new ability, so I got stronger. Oh tilde, Toru's mood instantly brightened. What kind of ability is it? I'm better at eating now. That's pretty amazing. Hahote. It was clear Toru wasn't the type to rain on someone's parade. Since Hayashi said it, Toru praised him as well. Hayashi smiled and rubbed Toru's head. Let's go, how about we play games upstairs? Wanna team up? Really? When Toru heard that they would play games together, she was excited, but then suddenly became a bit worried. But I don't know how to play. Hayashi-san, I won't drag you down, right? What are you talking about? Hayashi decided not to play competitive games for now. You're so talented and smart, you'll pick it up in no time. Come on, I'll teach you. Wa Hayashi-san is so nice, long live. And so, the two went upstairs to play games. Meanwhile, inside the antique cafe. Even though it was late, the second floor of the antique cafe had gathered all the members. This time, everyone was there, including the usually reclusive Shiku Renshi. They were all gathered in a room, standing. Fumimura, the manager facing the window, looked outside and sighed softly. So, the Copper Tree's executives have arrived today. Don't you think that Hayashi, the new diner manager, is that dragon? Capítulo 34, Chapter 34, Antique, Toru is SSS plus gatekeeper. Upon hearing the manager's question, everyone listened attentively. Just now, Tauka Kirishima had hurried back. As soon as she returned, she told everyone the big news. Without Tauka's reminder, they would have had to wait 2 or 3 more days to receive the news, as high-ranking members usually wouldn't reveal their whereabouts easily. But unexpectedly, the news came so quickly. The news about the dragon that night was clear to the antique coffee shop. Njikoma and Kaya Irimi, while conducting extensive admonishments that night, also gathered the full news from that day. From the gathering of ghouls to the dragon, then the sudden disappearance, followed by collective capture. The fundamental reason behind the event. It was the consensus, the dragon is real. And in everyone's testimonies, the dragon's image was completely consistent, especially with several notable characteristics. So, this event was basically real. Unless everyone was under an illusion. Tauka Kirishima thought for a moment and nodded. There's a very high chance it's true. Dragon horns, dragon tail, skin, everything matches and it's not cosplay. I can feel a powerful aura from her. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned serious. If the dragon is real, then its power is real too. That night, there were dozens of ghouls, and several S-rank ghouls attacking. How did they manage to retreat unharmed? And in a heavily injured state. Yoshimura pondered for a moment before looking at Njikoma and Kaya Irimi and asked, "Can we confirm that the dragon was indeed in a heavily injured state?" The two exchanged glances and nodded in unison. "Yes, manager." According to the descriptions from those involved, the dragon had a huge sword impaled in its back, and it seemed like it couldn't pull it out on its own. After receiving confirmation, Yoshimura relaxed a lot. His squinted eyes softened a little, and he smiled faintly. Then perhaps we no longer need to worry about the safety of Hayashi. Everyone froze. Tauka Kirishima blurted out, "Why manager?" As she spoke, everyone calmly thought it through. Eventually, more or less, everyone understood. Renji Yomo smiled after realizing, looking at Tauka Kirishima. "You were too worried about Hayashi, Tauka." "That's right, Tauka." Njikoma also smiled, understanding. "Did you forget how you confirmed that the one called Toru was a dragon?" Kaya Irimi didn't speak, but her gaze at Tauka was teasing. As everyone mentioned it, Tauka suddenly understood. That girl Toru, that dragon. Even in a heavily injured state, she could take on a group of ghouls, including several S-rank ghouls, without a scratch. In the end, she arrived at the midnight diner. And it seemed she had already recovered, perhaps back to full strength. So how many ghouls could she fight in this state? S-rank ghouls would probably be of no use. Even SS-rank ghouls wouldn't be much of a threat. How many SS-rank high-ranking members of the Bronze Tree are there? How could they all come and attack? Those SS-rank high-ranking members are not allowed to move around, let alone leave their designated areas. Otherwise, if CCG got the news, they would immediately organize a group to hunt them down, sweeping the area. At the time, Tauka had instinctively felt fear when she saw Toru. If Toru hadn't shown goodwill, she probably would have been sweating by now. So there was no need to worry too much about Midnight Diner. "Toru, she seems really strong, at least SS plus strength, right?" Tauka finally asked after realizing. Some nodded, others shook their heads. Njikoma was one of the ones who shook his head. "Tauka, if she can retreat from an S-rank ghoul ambush while heavily injured, then SS plus was just her strength at the time, not now." Upon hearing this, Tauka's eyes widened. Renji Yomo nodded. "That's the legendary dragon. My guess is at least SSS rank." When they said this, the group exchanged looks. If that's the case, the threat from the bronze tree would no longer exist. With Toru guarding the midnight diner, it would be incredibly safe. Whether the bronze tree has an SSS rank is just a guess, much like not knowing the true status of nuclear weapons. But compared to the SSS rank, the midnight diner really has one. Toru is there. If they have the ability, they can come. At this point, the discussion was mostly resolved. If the bronze tree comes, it's not a big problem anymore. Tauka's worry was because she overthought and forgot the essence of the reality. The antique coffee shop couldn't fight against the bronze tree. But as the local force, they could still put up some resistance. After understanding, Tauka finally let out a sigh of relief. Her friends, her life, her dreams, they could continue. With Hayashi being protected by Toru, there would be no harm. This is great. Everyone looked relaxed. But just then, the manager smiled. Perhaps you all forgot about one key figure. Everyone. They froze again. Yashimura slowly said. Who captured the dragon? Why did she willingly become a store clerk? How was she healed from her injuries? Everyone. Considering their relationship with the manager, they were all horrified. Now it makes sense. It was another day at 11 a.m. After waking up, Hayashi pulled his arm out of the soft and fragrant blanket. Toru was still asleep, rolling to the other side. Hayashi scrolled through his phone, checked the news and videos, and then got up to wash his face and brush his teeth. He had played games all night with Toru. It was actual computer games. They played a variety of multiplayer games, and it was incredibly fun. They played until late into the night and then slept together. Indeed, the best gaming experience is with a friend. Hayashi washed his face, looked in the mirror, and checked his appearance. The chainsaw devil, without a chainsaw, was really interesting. By the way, I still have a doorman to check on. Let's see how it's going. Capítulo 35, Chapter 35, Gatekeeper Pachita picked up from the trash. After the heart-devouring last night, there was an additional ability. That was to add a gatekeeper to Midnight Diner. Hayashi was aware of Pachita's information. Now that the chainsaw demon's source heart had been devoured, Pachita had become useless. But for Pachita, this might still be a good thing. Because Pachita's original intention was never to become a demon. It preferred to live in a warm, happy, and embracing environment, not hell. So after Hayashi devoured Pachita's source, maybe Pachita would even thank him for escaping the endless cycle of the chainsaw demon. Let's see. Hayashi went to the balcony, used his ability, and released the powerless Pachita. Come out, Pachita. The next moment, a small, oval-shaped figure flew out. Its appearance was strange. It looked like a dog, with a chainsaw tail, a horizontal handle on its head, and a tiny chainsaw for a nose. Its body was orange, and it looked somewhat cute. Pachita, the original chainsaw demon. But now, no one would remember it as the original chainsaw demon. They would only think it was a strange-looking, cute dog. Pachita. Woof woof tilde. Hayashi called out to Pachita. As expected, Pachita was filled with gratitude for Hayashi. It lay on the ground, nodded at Hayashi to show its appreciation, and barked a few times. Hayashi used his ability to listen. After losing its power, Pachita could now die normally, and wouldn't enter the cycle anymore, avoiding endless suffering. It really didn't want to keep going through the endless cycle. Sigh, Hayashi crouched down and gently patted Pachita's head. You've had it rough, Pachita. Woof tilde. Pachita signaled that it was okay, and that it would soon be over. Since its life, its dreams were far out of reach, it might as well die. Looking at Pachita, Hayashi thought for a moment and took out a box of cookies. Want to try, Pachita? Pachita looked at the cookies, took a bite, then widened its eyes, quickly finishing the rest. Hayashi squatted down, looking at Pachita with a smile. If you always have food like this, you won't need to keep reincarnating. All you have to do is guard the door for me, help with things. Would you want to keep living, Pachita? Pachita thought for a while and nodded. Woe tilde. It was willing. This was its way of thanking Hayashi. But it told Hayashi that it was about to die, and it couldn't guard the door for much longer. Hayashi smiled. "You don't need to worry about that. You'll be reborn Pochita." With that, Hayashi used his system's abilities to add Pochita to the guard dog team for the midnight diner. The next moment, Pochita's entire body glowed orange for a brief second. Everything was different now. Hayashi stroked Pochita, feeling its remarkable texture. Pochita squinted its eyes, contentedly leaning against his hand. At the moment of contact, a stream of information came through. From now on, Hayashi would control Pochita entirely. Unlike ordinary employees, the gatekeeper employees are fully under Hayashi's control. If Hayashi wanted, the five senses, consciousness, thoughts, and even the concept of existence would be at his command. Similarly, Pochita's strength returned in part. It gained a portion of Hayashi's power as the new chainsaw devil, along with proportional physical strength, perhaps even stronger. Interesting, so this is complete control. No wonder Makima was so powerful in the end. If not for plot constraints, Makima, once fully controlled, would have been terrifyingly strong. Everyone would have died before she did. Hayashi couldn't stop liking Pochita more as he watched it. He raised Pochita in his hands. Pochita looked at Hayashi and affectionately called out, "Woof Tilda." Upon hearing the sound, Hayashi laughed. "Ha ha ha, that's quite a weird bark, but it sounds nice." Pochita's bark was a woof, not the traditional bark. The sound was cuter and more pleasant. "Do you feel it, Pochita? From now on, you'll be part of my family." "Whoa, Tilda," Pochita was excited. Hayashi gently placed Pochita down. Thud. The bedroom door opened nearby. Toru rubbed her eyes, dragging her big tail, sleepily walking out. "Hayashi-san, why do I hear barking?" Toru turned her head. She saw Hayashi looking at her. Pochita, now at Hayashi's feet, tilted its head at her. Toru's eyes lit up as she ran over, lifting Pochita. "Such a cute dog. Hayashi-san, where did it come from?" "Where did it come from?" Hayashi wasn't sure how to express it. After a moment's thought, he used a classic line from his parents. "Found it in the trash can." Toru actually believed him. The person who threw it away must be a terrible person. Toru held Pochita and petted it. "What's its name?" "Pochita," Hayashi confirmed. "Pochita sounds nice." Pochita could feel Toru's kindness, and it woofed a few times in response. As expected, Toru cheered, "So cute." After a moment, Toru suddenly looked worried. "Hayashi-san, what will happen to it? Should it stay at the shop?" Toru asked, her eyes hopeful. "It was already decided it would stay," Hayashi smiled. "Pochita is smart. It'll guard the shop." "Yay, that's great." Toru cheered while lifting Pochita. Pochita hadn't expected happiness to come so quickly. Why had it wanted to die? It was because it didn't have this warmth, kindness, or the feeling of being embraced. The identity of the chainsaw devil, the life in hell, the endless reincarnation, those were tortures for Pochita. So, even with just a little bit of kindness from Hayashi, Pochita felt it was too beautiful, full of hope for the future. And Toru too, she thought Pochita was so cute and was full of kindness toward it. For a moment, Pochita couldn't help but shed a tear. Toru looked at the tears and panicked. "Hayashi-san, why is Pochita crying?" "It's nothing, just moved." Hayashi looked at Pochita and smiled. "Its past life was very tough." "Really? Then Pochita is so pitiful." "Well, let's go downstairs and feed it something." "Okay." Capítulo 36, Chapter 36, Threat, at most will sink Tokyo. In the yard on the first floor, Hayashi and Toru were playing with Pochita. Toru fed it food, petting it occasionally, and Pochita was overjoyed. Good times came so quickly. The dreams Pochita could hardly imagine were being fulfilled so fast. It no longer needed to kill demons aimlessly, nor did it need to be called to slaughter, and it wouldn't keep reincarnating after death. All it had to do now was listen to Hayashi's commands. Most of the time, it would just guard the midnight diner, and that would be its job. And everyone liked it. This place was warm. It felt like a dream. Pochita had been fully captured by this kindness. "Hey, Pochita, have a cookie." Hayashi threw a cookie. "Whoa, Tilda." Pochita leapt up and intercepted it in midair. Oh Tilda, Toru clapped her hands, cheering. Hearing Toru's encouragement and praise, Pochita couldn't believe it. Was it really that simple to get praise? And get such delicious food? Who said the midnight diner wasn't its home? This was its home. Hell, not even a dog would go there. After playing with Pochita for a while, Toru suddenly remembered that they hadn't gone to restock today. She looked at Hayashi. Aren't we going to the market today? Ha tilde tilde tilde. Hayashi lay back on the lounge chair, yawning. We played too late last night. I'll skip today. We'll go tomorrow. Toru, hearing that, lowered her head in slight embarrassment. Then we won't stay up too late tonight. Because last night, she had been so happy shouting. If someone didn't know, they'd think. Well, it was fine though, since they were in Hayashi's house, tucked away in the alley with no one around. Otherwise, there would definitely be complaints about disturbing the neighbors. Pochita, after watching the two talk, ran a few steps and lay down under the table next to the lounge chair, staying close to Hayashi's feet. Hayashi looked over and suddenly had an idea. Toru, how about we make a little nest for Pochita in the yard and in the house, and also a woof-woof door on the wall so Pochita can come and go. Hearing this, Pochita, who had just settled down, immediately raised its head again. Toru's eyes lit up when she heard this. Leave it to me, I'll go to the mountains and bring back 2 trees. Hayashi thought for a moment, realizing that would work. They could use logs. Okay, go ahead, but don't do it alone. Bring them back and let's make it together. Toru nodded. I'll go now. With that, Toru flew up, transforming into a giant dragon and soared away. At that moment, footsteps approached from a distance. Hayashi turned his head and saw Tauka Kirishima, who had just arrived, standing there, stunned, watching as Toru turned into a giant dragon and flew away. Of course, this was only because Toru had allowed her to see it. Toru only used her presence magic. This kind of magic, in order to detect it, at least an S-rank ghoul or someone with matching strength would be required. Hayashi looked at Tauka, who was staring blankly. What's wrong? Tauka turned around, unsure of how to gesture with her hands. She looked in the direction the giant dragon had gone. Then she glanced back at Hayashi. Hayashi understood immediately. You mean Toru? She went to uproot some willow trees to get some logs for Pochita's little bed. Upon hearing Hayashi's direct admission, Tauka wasn't sure what to say. Is this what it's like to be fearless with power? Tauka thought for a while before finally managing to say, impressive. She thought for a moment and then asked, who is Pochita? Why are we making it a bed? Hayashi lifted a leg, revealing the chainsaw dog beside him. It's my newly adopted pet. It's the gatekeeper. Oh Tilda, Tauka's eyes lit up when she saw Pochita. It's kind of cute. Pochita wasn't the cutesy type, but it had a strange kind of cuteness. The little thing was quite unique. Tauka liked rabbits, but she also liked the relatively cute things. She jogged a couple of steps into the yard, petted Pochita, and scratched its chin. She wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but she always felt like this strangely shaped Pochita might be quite powerful. It seemed that even though it looked cute, if it got serious, it could be something else entirely. Woof Tilda, Pochita lightly barked. It looked at Hayashi and saw that he didn't dislike Tauka. So it lay down and allowed her to pet it. If Hayashi's aura had shown dislike, even just a little, Pochita would have bitten them at least once, and the person would have gotten a Pochita on their head. Tauka petted Pochita for a while. Then she suddenly remembered why she was here. Tauka quickly stood up and said, Oh, right, Hayashi-san, you need to be careful. The antique cafe received news that the executives from the Bronze Tree have arrived in District 20, and that night. Tauka went on to explain everything she knew about Hayashi. From the antique cafe to herself. From that night's events to the Bronze Tree. Once she was done, she looked sincerely at Hayashi and asked, Toru, is she the giant dragon from that night? There was nothing to hide. Hayashi had long known that Toru's identity would be revealed. But so what? Come and fight me, idiot. He nodded, just like you guessed. Tauka sighed with relief. Hayashi continued, but Toru is a good kid. As long as no one bothers her or the shop, she'll just be happy, running a little shop with me and living a peaceful life. Tauka. It sounds right, but why does it feel so strange? Tauka looked at Hayashi, who was relaxed and still with his carefree attitude, and couldn't help but feel more curious. Aren't you worried? The bronze tree has several S-rank executives, and even SS-rank ones. Upon hearing this, Hayashi smiled slightly. The bronze tree has a few masters, no, a few dragons. He shook his head and revealed a small bit of information. Tauka, if Toru gets angry, really angry, and decides to act, I'd just sink Tokyo. Capitulo 37, Chapter 37. At most, sweep Tokyo be myself and make a nest for Pachita. At most what? Sink what? Tokyo. When did Tokyo become a unit of measurement? What's going on? After hearing the last line, Tauka's mind overheated and short-circuited for a moment. She tilted her head slightly, speaking with a bit of stutter. Sink Tokyo. How big is Tokyo? How many people? How many districts? Could it be a target for something like this? Hayashi nodded and continued feeding Pachita cookies. He only said it once, just to indicate his strength and attitude. Tauka would also relay what he said, and its implications to the antique cafe. He was just slightly revealing his combat power. If Toru's father showed up, he could sink the earth. Toru was just reaching the age of a young dragon, still not fully grown. If she reached full adulthood as a dragon, Tokyo wouldn't be enough to handle her. At least the country level would be required. That night, the attack by the ghouls happened because Toru was nearly killed by the sword of God. If no one had cared for her, she could have died there, hence the mess. Her strength might not even be 0.1%, it's hard to say. Now without the sword of God, sinking Tokyo isn't an issue. Tokyo is conveniently by the sea. Ha. After confirming, Tauka took a deep breath and sighed. She pursed her lips, her brow furrowed. Though it sounded absurd, Tauka felt that Hayashi was telling the truth, and it was correct. Because they had already guessed that Toru was at least SS rank. SS rank, she could wipe out several districts. And she was a legendary dragon. So sweeping Tokyo, being herself, what's wrong with that? No problem at all, it's very likely. And that's not the most important part. The most important thing is... Hayashi-san, Tauka muttered to herself. She looked at the young shopkeeper, who was feeding and playing with the dog. This handsome, easygoing man, who did things as he pleased and enjoyed running a small diner, might actually be the final boss or the mastermind behind it all. Toru is powerful, right? The bronze tree is searching, the ghouls are passing rumors, everyone's fighting. But Toru is a waitress in his shop, happily, willingly. Isn't this the most absurd, the most terrifying thing? Your boss is serving tea for her boss, doing laundry, cooking. This kid is tangled up in the end. How terrifying could the final boss be? Tauka didn't even dare to imagine. No wonder Hayashi was so calm when he knew the bronze tree had arrived. Well, this is actually good for her. Anyway, Tauka just wants to live a normal human life and eat good food. She looked at Hayashi, who was feeding Pachita. Tauka helped feed it a couple more times. Then she got up and left. I'll go now, Hayashi-san, take care, wish you a happy life. Hayashi nodded and waved, come by often. I definitely will, Tauka nodded firmly. Tauka left. As she left, Toru also flew back. She was in her giant dragon form, holding a large tree with one hand, and flew back, showing Tauka her stunned expression before stumbling away. Toru was still flying in the air. Hayashi extended a finger and gestured, no tree branches, just the trunk. Okay. Toru used her dragon claws to swipe, and the branches completely disappeared. When Toru landed and transformed back into a human, she was still holding 2 bare logs. Each of these logs was about as thick as a car hub, not small at all. Put them down first, let me think. Hayashi scratched his head as he looked at the logs. Pachita, seeing the logs and its future nest, ran over to look. Got it. Hayashi extended his hand, and an ice sword materialized. Hayashi gestured the size of the logs. Then, with a few swift strokes, the once thick logs were quickly transformed into slabs, emitting the natural aroma of raw wood. Hayashi thought for a moment, and then extended his hand to absorb the moisture from the wood. This way, the wood would last a long time. Impressive, Toru watched as the logs transformed into wooden boards. This craftsmanship, truly deserving of an incredible chef. You're really good at compliments. Hayashi released the ice knife, which disappeared into thin air. Looking at the wood, he turned to Toru. Is there any magic that can turn these boards into a small wooden house? If not, we'll have to go buy nails and a hammer to make it ourselves. Toru tilted her head in thought and then suddenly came to a realization. Yes, there is. Hayashi nodded. Remember to make two. With that, he stepped aside. Toru stepped forward and cast her spell on the boards. Hayashi watched, and it looked very much like the wood style from Naruto, but not exactly the same. Under Toru's magic, the boards began to assemble like Lego blocks. They would break down into different shapes and reassemble. Wouldn't this drive Lego enthusiasts and glue lovers wild? Soon, under Toru's magic, the wooden boards gradually formed two small wooden houses. They looked like miniature slope-proof houses, but they were incredibly solid in both appearance and construction. Hayashi was very satisfied with the result. The one outside, placed in the yard, looked like a sentry booth for guarding. That's where Pochita would stay during the day. The one inside, by the stairs, was going to be a bit more luxurious and comfortable. It would be Pochita's resting place at night. Not bad, Hayashi said, looking down at Pochita. How do you like it, Pochita? Woof tilde. Needless to say, Pochita was already rolling around in it. Hayashi and Toru exchanged a high five. Well done. Later, Hayashi placed the two small houses in place. Pochita bounced around excitedly between them. At the same time, Hayashi took a small knife and cut a little wooden door in the corner by the wall. The size of the wooden door was just enough for Pochita to enter and exit freely. Even if the big door was closed, it would still work. Clap clap tilde. After everything was set up, Hayashi clapped his hands. Perfect, Pochita, do you like it? Woof tilde. Of course, Pochita was already happily spinning around. At that moment, dusk was approaching, and the sun was setting. Business hours were almost here. But today, something was strange. No customers had arrived early for the opening. Capítulo 38, Chapter 38, Takanashi Toka, Important Guest +1. Under normal circumstances, when the midnight diner wasn't open yet, there would always be customers waiting early. For example, Tauka Kirishima was always one of those. But today, there were none. Honestly, it was quite strange. It could only be described as a coincidence. Hayashi glanced at the sky. Let's hope so. Since no customers had arrived, Hayashi and Toru started playing cards in the restaurant. Just the two of them. So Hayashi also called Pochita over. Pochita. Fortunately, Pochita was pretty smart. Even if it couldn't play cards, it could still play along. That was enough. Just one person, one dragon, and one demon, and they played on. After an hour passed, a few groups of regular customers arrived. The regular customers were nothing special, so they were treated normally. Hayashi treated them just like anyone else, casual conversations, chatting, and receiving compliments about the food. After sending the customers off, Toru immediately started washing the dishes. Then she relaxed again. But Hayashi wasn't in a hurry. This lifestyle and the level of business were just what he liked. Sitting by the window, Hayashi looked outside. SHH tilde. Suddenly, it started raining outside, catching everyone off guard. It's raining, Toru jumped out, looking at the sky. Yep, Hayashi replied with a yawn. The rain made him feel a bit drowsy. Especially with the white noise of the rain hitting the wood. It was practically a lullaby. Pochita jumped onto the chair next to Hayashi and snuggled up to him, both watching and listening to the rain. Toru sat beside them, taking out her phone to take some pictures, and began playing. Hayashi looked around at the restaurant, the weather, and the atmosphere. This is quite a rare moment, tilde. At that moment, they heard the sound of footsteps approaching. Clearly, someone was running. Hayashi, Toru, and Pochita looked up. A woman, running toward the midnight diner through the rain, came into view. She had a great figure, black hair, and red eyes, with an expression that was both blank and aloof. This is. Hayashi suddenly realized who it was, but couldn't recall fully, just half remembered. Hiss, who is this again? As usual, Hayashi's reliability was questionable. Toru noticed the potential customer in the rain. She quickly grabbed an umbrella and waited at the door to hand it to her once she arrived. Hayashi. He almost laughed out loud. The customer paused for a moment, then thanked her, but placed the umbrella right by the door. It was clear. Toru was somewhat reliable, but not overly so. However, she turned and went back to get a towel. This time, she got it right. Hayashi stood up and walked over. The woman was inspecting the restaurant's environment. Upon seeing the decor and layout, she turned to Hayashi and asked, "With this kind of authentic material and modern practicality, I'd imagine the cost of building this place is probably even more than constructing the entire building." Hayashi thought for a moment, then nodded. Yes. Actually, he had calculated it himself earlier. It was all thanks to the system. There were 3 styles to choose from at the time. They were retro, modern, and futuristic. The difference was in the decor and materials. There were no other abilities tied to it. So, Hayashi selected retro materials and modern design. "It's quite nice, very tasteful," the woman nodded, highly praising the restaurant's decor. She then found a seat, took the menu from Toru, and began looking at the dishes. As she looked, she wiped the wet rainwater from her hair with the towel. Hayashi watched the woman thoughtfully, trying to recall who she was. He checked his system task. Positive reviews, important guest 1-3. 1-3. Hayashi looked at Pachita beside him. If Pachita didn't count, then this woman was the one. Hayashi looked at her, and suddenly had a moment of realization. This guest, is she someone who enjoys cooking too? The woman looked over when she heard and nodded. She straightforwardly said, "I am the head chef of a restaurant in Tokyo, and a friend recommended me to come and try your food. Don't worry, I'm not here for a shokyugeki, just to taste." At that moment, Hayashi was certain. After all, narrowing it down to someone who could cook, a head chef, and looked like this, it clicked. It was Takanashi Taka. She was the older sister of Takanashi Rika, who was known for her chunibyo, middle school syndrome. Ah, I see, no wonder. Looking at Hayashi's realization, Taka was a bit curious. What's wrong? Nothing, Hayashi shook his head. You can order anything. Emma. Taka nodded with a somewhat stiff expression. Then she said, "I'll have a bowl of chaeseuk, please." As is well known, the simpler the flavor of a dish, the more it tests the chef's skill. And chaeseuk, with its mild flavor, is one such simple dish. Making it taste good is difficult. But Hayashi nodded and confirmed, no problem. After confirming the dish, he headed to the kitchen. Toru hurried over, curiously asking, "Hayashi-san, is this a competition with a fellow chef?" "Not really, it's mostly about attitude. Chefs need to exchange and learn from each other," Hayashi replied while preparing the ingredients. Toru understood. In the kitchen, Hayashi was seriously preparing the dish. Chaeseuk is primarily made of rice, with very few other ingredients. A small amount of shredded nari, sesame, chopped green onions, a little soy sauce, a bit of salt, and some oolong tea, etc. It's all about temperature, proportions, and the market. Ultimately, it's a simple bowl that's created. But with Hayashi's abilities, even simplicity was imbued with a glowing allure, looking like something even someone with anorexia would find appetizing. "Serve it up, Toru." Toru was seeing Hayashi make this kind of food for the first time. With curiosity, she brought it over and placed it in front of Takanashi Taka. Then she stepped back and watched with curiosity. Hayashi walked out of the kitchen and rested his elbow on Toru's shoulder as they both watched. In the restaurant, Takanashi Taka sat alone. She looked at the chaeseuk in front of her, and the quiet atmosphere allowed her to fully focus on tasting it. Just the presentation and fragrance alone made her widen her eyes slightly. This is chaeseuk. With both curiosity and anticipation, Takanashi Taka picked up her chopsticks and started eating. She took the first bite and placed it in her mouth. Boom tilde. It was like spring thunder ringing in her mind. Her first bite plunged her into an awareness storm. Hayashi watched, nodding. Got it. Capítulo 39, Chapter 39. Assassin Organization's Trap, Kamado Rise Goes Berserk. Regardless, Hayashi remained confident in his cooking skills. Seeing Takanashi Taka absorbed in the food, he knew he had nailed it. To make someone with a stoic expression blush like that, what more could he ask for? Toru was also delighted. Because this was her Hayashi-san, truly amazing. Meanwhile, on the other side, in front of a house with a basement, heavy rain was falling, but both parties were still conducting a transaction and inspecting the house. Kamado Rise followed the ghoul in front of her, walking around the house. Though the house was large, with a yard, and looked like a detached villa, Rise didn't care about any of that. She only checked the basement very carefully, and in the end, was quite satisfied. Both its size and soundproofing were perfect. Finally, they reached the first floor. This would be perfect for locking up the manager, Rise said as she took out her card. Transaction complete, I'll take this one. The ghoul across from her turned around and asked, Are you sure? Need me to say it again? A dangerous light flashed in Rise's eyes. With Hayashi and the antique coffee shop's people, she could be more pleasant. But with other ghouls, she was all about kill, kill, kill. The ghoul across from her briefly looked at her, then glanced over to a cabinet and opened it. To Rise's surprise, he pulled out a CCG Kagyun weapon case. Rise's expression changed slightly. CCG, you've been tracking me this whole time, you must have worked hard. She said it like that, but Rise didn't take CCG seriously. She was Kamado Rise, almost an SS-level ghoul. CCG's investigators would need at least a first-class investigator to have any hope of confronting her. 2 first-class investigators, or someone like Arima Kishu, would be needed to even think about capturing her. So what kind of strength did this unfamiliar investigator have? As for why the ghoul was working with CCG, that wasn't a secret to Rise. In fact, she knew some even bigger secrets. Just as the ghoul in front of her took out the CCG weapon case. Boom tilde. A ghoul suddenly dropped down into the yard of the house. He not only had a Kagyun, but also held a CCG Kagyun weapon case. With both of them present, the new CCG ghoul even wore a mask and replied to Rise's earlier comment. CCG, they're just the adults' dogs. Rise's pupils constricted sharply at those words. What the ghoul had just revealed, this was a major issue. Rise's expression turned serious. Her eyes instantly turned dark red. 4 tail Kagyuns extended from her tailbone. Looking at the 2 of them, Rise finally said in a low tone, Servants of the Washu family. Hearing Rise's words, the ghoul finally smiled. This isn't something the Washu family needs to get involved with. The Washu family controlled the upper echelons of CCG, and in reality, they were a ghoul family with strong bloodlines and powerful Kagyuns. When Rise heard their tone of certainty, she understood exactly who was targeting her. The ghoul in front of her was also a servant of the Washu family. But unlike CCG, they were more profound. They were a hidden assassin organization within CCG. The purpose of targeting Rise was clear. To capture her and take her back. No hesitation. In an instant, as the ghoul spoke, Rise made her move. Her 4-tail Kagyuns split into 2 and pierced towards the 2 attackers. But they reacted quickly. They blocked her attack with their weapons. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere. Kamado Rise did not stop, using the tail Kagyun for visual cover, charging forward again with immense force. A 1v2 battle erupted in an instant. Under the pouring rain, this house was destroyed in the blink of an eye. Boom tilde. With a loud explosion, both sides were blasted apart. Kamado Rise had a huge gash on her abdomen, while one of the ghouls lost an arm. The arriving CCG ghoul was still unfazed. He looked at Kamado Rise and laughed loudly. Kamado Rise, you've been running long enough, had enough fun, time to go home. This single line sent Kamado Rise into a fit of rage. Such a secret could only have been known by the core subordinates of the Washu family. Otherwise, this secret wouldn't have been revealed. Kamado Rise had indeed escaped from the Washu family. After escaping, she lived in District 11 for a while but had to hunt excessively, which led to her being targeted. She fought her way to District 20, where she finally settled down. And now, the Washu family wanted to capture her again. This only showed how powerful the ghoul genes in her body were, or you could say, how adaptable she was. But no matter what, Kamado Rise was furious. Her red pupils even shimmered with light. In an instant, she vanished from her original position, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Hey, the ghoul with the severed arm was starting to feel afraid. He looked at the other ghoul who was still calm and said, "Don't keep playing around. Hurry up and break her, then capture her." Yeah, clearly, seeing Kamado Rise rage made this ghoul a little frightened. In an instant, the battle erupted again. Kamado Rise's tail, Kagyun, expanded to dozens of meters in size, flailing and attacking in a 100-meter radius. As she passed through, buildings collapsed, cars were flattened. The ghoul with the severed arm found an opening and charged forward. With a sharp plop, he desperately shoved his weapon into Kamado Rise's abdomen. But the next moment, he looked up and saw Kamado Rise's cruel gaze. A shadow of an attack descended from above her head. Boom! The enormous tail, Kagyun, slammed him deep into the ground. Kamado Rise quickly followed up with a finishing blow, stomping on his skull as he looked up with fear and reached out to his teammate for help. In an instant, the remaining ghoul could only watch in shock as his comrade's skull was crushed, blood splattering everywhere. Capitulo 40, Chapter 40, Total Annihilation. Kamado Rise severely wounded and near death. Two members of an assassin organization teamed up to eliminate Kamado Rise. Under normal circumstances, even at great cost, they should have succeeded. But they never expected things to turn out this way. No, one of them was already dead. Only the loudmouth ghoul remained. He looked at Kamado Rise, his face full of disbelief and frustration. "Impossible, Kamado Rise. Why is your strength so different from the intel we received?" According to the information provided by the Washu family, Kamado Rise was S+, close to SS level. But now, she was clearly SS level. In her enraged state, she might even be stronger. Why? How could she have gained so much power in such a short time? Kamado Rise's eyes, black and red, glowed with intensity as she stared at him from a distance. At this point, her whole being, both mentally and emotionally, was in turmoil. Even though there was still a knife lodged in her stomach, Kamado Rise casually pulled it out and threw it aside as if it were nothing. A mere wound, nothing to worry about. As she heard the ghoul speak, Kamado Rise remembered the food she had recently eaten. Recalling those delicious meals, her face flushed red, and her expression became intoxicated. She reached up to touch the corner of her mouth. Saliva filled her mouth. In the midst of the brutal battlefield. Gulp tilde. Kamado Rise swallowed hard. The ghoul watching her grew tense, thinking she had eaten something. "What did you eat?" Kamado Rise smiled and replied, savoring it. The next moment, without waiting for the ghoul to react, Kamado Rise, dragging her severely injured body, launched another fierce attack. She was completely unhinged. Even in a 1v2, she fought back with injuries, exchanging wounds for kills. It was the same now. "Crazy!" The ghoul screamed, now truly panicked. The two of them clashed once again. Boom, boom, boom tilde tilde. In an instant, blades clashed, sparks flew. Broken walls and columns sent debris flying, destroying the surrounding park and facilities. Kamado Rise's four-tail Kagyuns were relentlessly striking the enemy, creating as much damage as possible, even if it meant injuring herself. On the other side, the ghoul's Kagyun and weapon could barely block Rise's frenzied assault. It was madness, truly madness. The ghoul gritted his teeth, exchanging injuries with Rise. After a moment of trading blows, he suddenly saw an opening. This opening seemed like hope. He quickly closed the gap, used his weapon to parry one of Kamado Rise's attacks, and then used his Kagyun to thrust it deep into her. Plop tilde. Plop tilde. Seeing his Kagyun pierce through Kamado Rise's chest, the ghoul smiled, thinking he had succeeded. But the next moment, the sharp pain in his chest made him snap back to reality. Why were there two plop sounds? Because another attack, Kamado Rai's Kagyun, pierced him from behind and above. This was a fatal blow for fatal blow exchange. Both of them spat blood. But the enemy had two fatal wounds. No, no. Hearing the ghoul's plea for mercy, Kamado Rai's expression remained emotionless as she pulled her Kagyuns in opposite directions. Rip Tilda. In the next moment, the ghoul's body was torn apart like a rag. One half was flung into the hallway, and the other half was thrown into a tree. At this point, both of the Washu family's lapdogs were dead. Kamado Rai's with a fatal wound. A mere fatal wound, she muttered, coughing up blood and leaning against the wall. Her pupils slowly returned to normal. Her RC cells were almost depleted. Her vision went dark, and her consciousness grew faint. This was the precursor to her collapse. I can't pass out here. Kamado Rai's knew that if she fell here, she would definitely be captured by the incoming CCG. The outcome would be the same. So before she passed out, Kamado Rai's looked toward the left side of the house. There was no food at home, and she had thrown away all the meat. Now she was far away from her house. Kamado Rai's then looked to the right. There in the distance was the midnight diner. There was food and there was the owner. Without a doubt, Kamado Rai's smiled nonchalantly. Even if I die, I want to die next to my favorite food, Hayashi-kun. Dragging her fatal wounds, Kamado Rai's began walking toward the midnight diner. Inside the midnight diner at this moment, Takahashi Tsubaka had finished the tea rice and was now sipping lemon tea. After a sip, her eyes lit up. This is also incredibly delicious. Of course, Toru replied proudly. Takahashi Tsubaka looked at the bowl and the lemon tea. Still, she was curious and asked Hayashi, "Did you really make this, chef? I mean, it's so delicious, it might even be better than the top 10 chefs of Tatsuki. By the way, my name is Takahashi Tsubaka." Hayashi nodded, confirming that he had made it himself. The top 10 doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is if the customers think it's delicious. Hearing this, Tsubaka nodded in agreement. At first, Tsubaka loved gymnastics, which was why she had such a great physique. However, due to family circumstances, she switched to being a chef. She hadn't graduated from Tatsuki, and that had caused many restaurants to reject her. Even though she had proven her culinary skills, they only cared about the credentials. Even the high-end restaurant she worked at had only given her the head chef position because no one else was available. She might even be replaced soon. So, after hearing Hayashi's words, Tsubaka agreed and said, "Italian restaurants offered me many opportunities. If it weren't for Rika, I would have gone to Italy a long time ago. Rika will be going to high school soon. After she graduates from middle school, she'll come to Tokyo. Once she settles in, I plan to go to Italy." Hayashi. What Tsubaka was saying didn't align with what he knew, and the changes were quite significant. Perhaps this was because of the mixed world. Takahashi Rika's school and location were different now, so her Chunibyu may have been passed on by others or self-taught online. Tsubaka hadn't gone to Italy either, delaying it for a while. It seemed like the reason was the ghouls and demons. Tsubaka couldn't leave Rika alone in the country while she studied abroad. Capitulo 41, Chapter 41. Found a rise, steak directly shoved into the stomach. Tsubaka finished the tea rice, sipped the lemon tea, and chatted with Hayashi. Perhaps because they were both chefs and neither had graduated from Tatsuki, Tsubaka naturally had a good impression of Hayashi's identity and cooking skills. The two talked about quite a few things. Tsubaka looked around Hayashi's small diner and really liked it. Although her dream used to be to become a gymnast, her current realistic dream was probably to own a small shop like this. She also mentioned Rika. She said that in 2 weeks, she would bring Rika to Tokyo to get familiar with the surroundings. Rika's high school was nearby, and they might even have to move here. She also talked about the Italian restaurants. Finally, they spoke about Hayashi and his culinary skills. Tsubaka lowered her head, thought for a moment, and said, "I'll come back for culinary exchanges in the future." "Not really for exchanges, just come by when you want to fill your stomach," Hayashi said. Tsubaka nodded in agreement. They talked for a bit longer. After the rain lightened, Tsubaka said she had to leave as it was getting late. Hayashi handed her the umbrella so she wouldn't get wet. Before leaving, Tsubaka said she would recommend the midnight diner to her friends. A place with such high quality shouldn't be hidden away. Hayashi smiled wryly and nodded. Tsubaka then left. Back inside, Toru had already washed the dishes. She looked at the direction Tsubaka left and thought for a moment. She's a very reliable sister. Yeah, I guess, Hayashi nodded. Italy offered her a higher salary, better treatment, and a better attitude, but for her sister's safety, she stayed in Tokyo. Gold will always shine, right? Toru asked. Yes, Hayashi nodded. This was not really a matter of gold. Hayashi valued life more than gold. Takahashi Tsubaka's future was definitely going to be brighter. After the customer left, the diner became quiet again. The sound of the light rain outside created a unique atmosphere. At this moment, Hayashi's phone received a message. He opened it and saw it was from Kasa no Oka-ashi. Kasa no Oka-ashi. Chef-kun, today I had a big burst of inspiration, and with the rain, I won't be coming to the diner. Don't worry about leaving the door open for me. See you tomorrow. Good night. Hayashi replied, Are you running behind on your manuscript? Kasa no Oka-ashi. That's too much, Hayashi-kun. You should reply with something to warm my heart. Hayashi thought for a moment and replied, The diner is empty, loneliness unbearable, the struggling soul, where does desire flow? Kasa no Okashi, too shy, hentai tilde. Inside the diner. Seeing the silence from the other side, Hayashi hummed and put his phone away. Play with him, anyone can flirt. At this moment, the light rain outside stopped completely. Hayashi sat by the window, looking at the time. It's almost midnight. How about closing early tonight? Toru, hearing this, seemed a little reluctant. Isn't that a bit much, Hayashi-san? How about you take a break for a while? I'm not resting, I haven't done anything, Hayashi laughed. I'm just lazy and want to skip out. Toru paused for a moment, then suddenly brightened up. Then Hayashi-san, would you like to try knee pillow therapy? I just learned it online. Hayashi's eyes lit up. That sounds good. He'd been wanting to try a massage for a long time. But just then, Pachita, who had been resting by the door, seemed to smell something and suddenly stood up. It sniffed carefully, then turned to Hayashi and barked. Woof tilde. Hayashi understood what it meant. Pachita was telling him there was a strong smell of blood outside, likely from a wounded ghoul. How many ghouls? Woof tilde, one. One. Who could it be? At this moment, Toru also caught the scent. She perked up her nose. This smells a bit familiar, Hayashi-san. It's like one of our previous customers. Now Hayashi was even more curious. The two walked toward the door and opened it. Thud tilde. At the end of the alley, by the wall, a woman with purple hair and a dress flipped over and collapsed onto the ground. Blood immediately mixed with the rainwater and spread. Hayashi looked and said, Kamado rise. Toru, rise Jan. After being called by name, Kamado rise, with the little consciousness she had left, lifted her head and found Hayashi. She looked at him, her eyes full of longing and remembrance. Hayashi-kun. It was as if something that was always left unused at home, and now, just before dying, had to be left for someone else to use. Even in this state, Kamado Rise did not say the word help. Perhaps her life had never had such an option for a plea. Her clothes were soaked through. Beneath the dress, even the color of her underwear was visible. The soaking wet hem outlined the graceful curves of her body. Of course, that's assuming there wasn't so much blood. She looks like she's about to die, Hayashi-san. Toru squatted down to take a look, then turned to Hayashi. It's Miss Rise, what do we do? Pachita stepped forward, sniffed her a bit, confirmed there was nothing wrong, and went back to Hayashi's side. Well, what else could they do? For Kamishiro Rise to be injured this badly, Hayashi had a pretty good guess already. If she were taken back, it wouldn't be long before a Kakuja dragon showed up in Tokyo. Bring her back first. I'll make her something to eat. Hayashi stepped forward and touched Rai's head to check if her brain was still intact. Once he confirmed her brain was fine, he asked Toru to carry her back. Toru simply picked up Kamishiro Rai's and brought her back to the shop. Hayashi headed into the kitchen and prepared a steak for her, injecting a bit of energy into it during the process. After Toru laid Kamishiro Rai's down properly, Hayashi came over with a piece of steak pierced on a fork. Toru didn't get it. Hayashi-san, shouldn't we be treating her? Do you know how to treat a ghoul? No. Let me teach you, deep throat meat. Capítulo 42, Chapter 42. Secret Dungeon for Kamishiro Rai's, I've taken a liking to a basement. After Hayashi said that, Toru's eyes widened. Under Toru's gaze, Hayashi tore off a piece of meat. Then, with one hand, he pried open Kamishiro Rai's mouth and stuffed the meat directly down her throat. Since she was unconscious and had no swallowing reflexes, Hayashi had to use 2 fingers, yes, the 2 longest ones, to push it in. As soon as the meat reached her throat, her biological instincts kicked in, and the food slid into her stomach. In an instant, the honey-infused energy in the beef began to take effect. Rai's depleted Kakuhu started to recharge. Her injuries also began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Can a ghoul's severe injury really be called severe? Can a ghoul's fatal wound truly be considered fatal? As long as they're not dead, as long as the Kakuhu isn't drained dry, their HP is basically like an MP bar. Ignore the MP and the HP will never run out. Unless the brain is gone or the heart is destroyed, then it counts as death. So, 1 piece of specially prepared beef entered her stomach. Rai's quickly absorbed the energy Hayashi had imbued into it. Her wounds healed rapidly, the bleeding stopped, the flesh regenerated, her face quickly regained its color. Toru found it incredible. So ghouls really have insane regeneration. Yes, and not just ghouls. Demons too, Hayashi nodded. Very quickly, just a few minutes later, Kamishiro Rai's gradually regained consciousness from her near-death state. She opened her eyes and looked around. Upon seeing the 2 people in front of her, the first thing she did was find Hayashi. She reached out with both arms as if to hug him. Her voice was weak from exhaustion but soft. Hayashi-kun. Hayashi. That's not right. This girlfriend-like demeanor, did she get brain damage? Was this really the Kamishiro Rais he knew? Toru's face changed the moment she saw this. She stepped forward, pressed down Rai's arms, and helped her sit properly on the sofa. Then, in a serious tone, she said, "You're still badly injured and weak. You need to rest, Miss Rais." Rais was pinned on the sofa. Her physical wounds had all healed. But after burning through her Kakuhu and body's regenerative ability, there was a significant period of post-recovery fatigue. Like a temporary weakness, debuff had been applied. Still, Rais didn't seem to care. She kept looking at Hayashi like he was a priceless treasure, like she had lost him and found him again. Hayashi-kun. All right. Hayashi sat to the side, crossing his legs. Tell me what happened. Why's your body full of holes? Hearing that, Toru also sat down to listen carefully. Rais leaned her head on the sofa, her gaze a bit dazed as she looked at Hayashi, but she still spoke clearly. Last night, I went to see a single-family home. It had a nice basement, belonged to a ghoul faction, so it was convenient to purchase. Hayashi nodded, so you were planning to move. Rais continued, the basement was beautiful and spacious. I was planning to use it to lock up Hayashi-kun. But during the final transaction, the seller admitted to being a lackey of the Washu clan and started to. Wait, Hayashi interrupted suddenly. Toru also stared wide-eyed at Rais. Hayashi-san, this is the real hentai pervert. Hayashi rubbed his temples. Say that again, what was the basement for? To lock up Hayashi-kun, Rais answered sincerely. A bit too sincerely. What the hell? You planning to do some twisted dungeon play? This is way too messed up. If you played it straight, maybe Hayashi could go along. But this, who the hell is going to play with you? Toru couldn't hold back. Why would you lock up Hayashi-san? Because the risk of Hayashi-kun being exposed is growing, Rais still looked at him. Not just now. Once ghouls find out, they'll all want to take him. But now it's not just ghouls. Even demons are trying to snatch Hayashi-kun. I can't bear the thought of him disappearing one day, so I wanted to tie him up and keep him all to myself. Hayashi was already biting his finger in shock after hearing that. Toru, terrified, hugged her own tail and clung to Hayashi. The evidence was clear. This girl was a real pervert. Even more perverted than before. She really wanted to play dungeon ghoul. Ahem, Hayashi took a deep breath and calmed down. Go on, finish the whole story. Rise seemed reluctant, like she still wanted to say more sweet nothings. But she continued explaining. She told them how she had escaped from the Washu clan, explained what the Washu clan actually was, what CCG's current situation looked like, and roughly who came after her this time. After hearing it, Hayashi nodded. It was more or less as he had suspected. Kanki had been a coincidence. Rise was the real target. Under the original storyline, if Rise had been captured, she would have definitely become the dragon. But now they had failed, and Rise had turned the tables. CCG is completely rotten, Hayashi concluded. Even Kishu Arima can't control it anymore. Rise nodded in agreement. But Hayashi added, not surprising. Honestly, the current upper echelons of Japan are either ghouls or people who have made contracts with demons. It's all rotten to the core. Rise. They're connected to demons too. That part she really didn't know. The only reason she had access to so much information was because she was at the center of the storm. She had no clue beyond that. Hayashi looked at her and asked, still want to lock me up in the future? Rise thought for a moment. I still want to, but I won't actually do it anymore. Got it, just going to fantasize about it now. He asked again, what do you want to do next after recovering? I want to protect you. I can't bear the thought of you disappearing someday. Rise looked at Hayashi. I'm already addicted to your flesh. I can be a ghoul that you raise and keep. Hayashi shook his head. Rise's pupils shrank. She thought Hayashi was rejecting her. But he said, I actually don't need you to protect me. Toru, give her a taste of your aura. Toru suddenly locked her gaze onto Rise. In that moment, Kamishiro Rise felt like she was being stared down by a wild primordial beast. Then, Hayashi turned to the Paw Patrol at the door. Pachita, give her a real scare too. Capitulo 43, Chapter 43, Staying at the Shop, Dream On, Pay Up or Get Out. Pachita went in for a brutal one, surprising even Toru. Wasn't this just some stray mutt Hayashi-san picked up from a trash can? How was it intimidating? But then, VRRR. Pachita's chainsaw suddenly extended with a roar. Its body transformed from a squishy oval into a muscular beast, armored at the joints and edges with metallic plating. In an instant, Pachita changed from a cute puppy into a savage beast. Like a tiger. Toru. Rise felt it even more intensely. She could sense demonic energy radiating from Pachita. So this little guard dog Hayashi kept was actually a demon. Rise then turned toward Toru. You were the dragon from that riot in the 20th ward that night, weren't you? That was probably me, Toru said, hands on her hips. I was badly injured at the time, nearly dead, just like you were earlier. Hayashi-san saved me and took me in. Rise. One sentence, and Rise was stunned twice. First, that even in a heavily injured state, Toru could resist and kill multiple ghouls, including an S-rated one. If that was her while wounded, no wonder rumors claimed she was on par with SSS-level threats. Second, it was Hayashi-kun who had saved her, which meant he had enough strength to snatch her from a crowd of ghouls without being noticed. And now he'd even tamed Toru. At this point, Rise more or less understood. Pachita returned to its smaller form and lay down by the door. Rise looked at Hayashi, her expression a little downcast. So, Hayashi-kun was never really worried about threats. I overthought everything, didn't I? If you insist on seeing it that way, then sure, Hayashi replied, not falling for it. This woman was far from fragile. Even now, Rise was still trying to use the appearance of vulnerability to attract Hayashi's concern. But Hayashi understood exactly what Kamishiro Rise really needed. 1. A full stomach. 2. Reading novels, especially hot springs-themed ones. 3. Someone she liked. As for protective instincts, she didn't have them. If anything, she preferred the men she liked to be powerful. Once she realized Hayashi saw through her, Rise liked him even more. She pushed herself upright and held out her hand to Hayashi. "If I get the chance, I'll repay you, Hayashi-kun. Please take care of me from now on." Hayashi reached out and shook her hand. "If you want to repay me, just visit the shop more often, us." Before he could finish, Rise held his hand up to her nose and took a deep inhale. Toru clenched her fist at the sight. Only then did Hayashi pull his hand back, shaking his head helplessly. It was already close to 2 a.m. Closing time. Hayashi looked at Rise. "We're about to close. Can you make it home in your current condition?" Rise clenched her fists and shook her head. Even releasing her kagyun was difficult now. She could walk, but fighting was off the table. Seeing this, Hayashi held up a finger. "That steak earlier isn't free. The diner has guest rooms you can stay in, but those aren't free either. Once you recover enough to use your kagyun, you'll need to leave." Rise looked confused. "Can't I just pay to stay indefinitely?" "No," Hayashi shook his head. "You're not staff. Only staff can live here long-term." "That's a shame." Rise seemed disappointed, but had no intention of becoming a worker, which was expected. Toru relaxed after hearing Rise wouldn't be staying permanently. Otherwise, she'd have to stay on guard against the sneaky cat every day. "Toru, lock up." "Got it, Tilda." Toru went to shut the door. Hayashi looked at the remaining steak and pushed the plate toward Rise. "Finish it, don't waste food." Of course Rise wouldn't waste it. Even though it had gone cold, she still used her fork to skewer each piece and swallowed them all one by one. After eating, she even smiled and thanked him. Closing time. Hayashi looked at the raffle result and silently wished for something good. The result, a piece of exotic beast meat from another world. The description said it enhanced virility. Other than being delicious and useful, it had no other effect. Next, Hayashi brought Rise upstairs, found a guest room, and opened the door. "This one, how is it?" Rise nodded. "I like them all." "Then it's settled." As he watched Rise walk in, he was about to leave, when he saw her start to undress for a shower. Hayashi, in peak Sigma fashion, quickly closed the door and reminded her, "Next time, remember to shut the door." Inside the room, Rise sighed when she heard the door click shut. She entered the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and began washing her body. Blood stains, grime, it was filthy. Rise closed her eyes and let the water pour over her head. As she showered, she gently bit down on her finger. "Hayashi-kun." Outside, Pachita returned to its little den near the stairs to sleep. The den was well decorated, with cushions, blankets, and everything it could need. If it got hungry, it could eat the snacks Hayashi had left near the kitchen. Compared to the nauseating hell it once lived in, this place was paradise. Toru bounced upstairs. She glanced at Rise's room, flashed a sneaky cat-like smirk, and then leapt into Hayashi's arms. "Hayashi-san, let's go play a game." All right, Hayashi was itching to play too. Game addiction, what game addiction? He played every day and didn't think he had one. The two returned to their room. Hayashi brought out a harder game for Toru. If earlier they were just playing puzzle or co-op games, tonight they were playing Overcooked. The main gameplay of Overcooked involved coordination. One player preps and handles ingredients, the other cooks. With tricky terrain and tight time limits, teamwork was key. Late at night, in the bedroom, Hayashi was leaning back on a lazy couch, holding a controller, cooking and serving dishes. "Meat, meat, meat, veggies, veggies, veggies. Toru, you didn't chop this, hurry up." Toru, lying across Hayashi's legs, shouted back, I'll chop it, I'll chop it. The meat's burning, the meat's burning." The two were having the time of their lives. Only Kamishiro Rise in the other bedroom could hear the cheerful gaming sounds, and, for the first time, truly began to understand Hayashi and Toru. Or rather, she started to see the entire Deep Night Diner in a new light. Capítulo 44, Chapter 44. I won't eat Hayashi-kun, but Hayashi-kun can eat me. 12 noon. Hayashi woke up groggily. When he opened his eyes, neither of them were in bed. Instead, they'd both fallen asleep on the lazy mats spread out across the carpet. The blanket had been dragged off the bed and now covered them on the floor. His sleeping posture was okay. Toru, on the other hand, was sprawled sideways with her legs draped across his. They had slept in a cross shape. Lying on the thick floor mat, Hayashi played on his phone for a bit before finally getting up, stretching, and heading to wash up. If he used the bathroom inside the bedroom, he'd wake Toru. So he went to the public restroom outside. Brushing his teeth, gurgle gurgle tilde. Pay tilde. Water splashed loudly as Hayashi washed his face. While he was leaning over the sink, footsteps approached from behind. He immediately recognized who it was. Rise, you came to wash up too. Isn't your room supposed to have a private? Before he could finish, Rise came up behind him, slid her arms under his, and hugged him from behind. Hayashi could clearly feel the soft mounds pressing against his back. They were probably completely squished by now. And with that texture, there was no doubt she wasn't wearing a bra. Hayashi grabbed a towel, wiped his face, then looked up at the mirror. In the reflection, he saw the tall Kamishiro Rise embracing him, her forehead resting against his neck. She was on tiptoe, inhaling deeply against the side of his throat. She was only wearing a thin one-piece dress, probably her sleepwear, with nothing underneath. It was like something out of a cheap soap opera. Hayashi glanced at her and gave a reminder. If you bite me, don't blame me for hitting a wom. He didn't finish. Rise had already stuck out her warm tongue and licked his neck. No, not just once. She kept licking like a little cat, which for a guy was somehow worse than being bit. Seriously, Kamishiro Rise. Hayashi turned his head and pulled her off him. What do you think you're doing? Rise pulled back her tongue, her expression dazed with pleasure. She shook her head and answered sincerely. Hayashi-kun, I won't hurt you, but your existence is like an unreachable treasure. I can't taste it, but it pulls me in. So you're teasing me on purpose, Hayashi sighed. Rise noticed some toothpaste foam on his chin. She reached out, scraped it off with her finger, and popped it into her mouth. Hayashi-kun, Rise asked again, don't you want to taste me too? Taste what? Hayashi blinked, eyes instinctively glancing downward. Not his fault. Rise's clothes were way too revealing. Rise first offered the area around her collarbone. Then, noticing where he was looking, her face flushed. She wrapped her arms around her chest. If you prefer, this area is fine too. If she hadn't made that first move, Hayashi might have actually taken a bite. But combined with the earlier gesture, he immediately understood. You meant that kind of taste. Hayashi rubbed his forehead, exasperated. Get lost, go back to your room. Huh? Rise was confused. Daoshate. Hayashi took a deep breath and explained seriously. If you want to get close to me, then learn how human women do it. I'm not a ghoul, and I'm not a demon either. Kamishiro Rise, try thinking from my perspective for once. Don't just act based on your own. Rise wanting him to bite her was just her seeing things from her own worldview. In her mind, that was a generous offer, a sign of affection, a gift, an expression of love. But Hayashi didn't see it that way at all. After finishing his piece, Hayashi pointed to her bedroom door and gestured for her to move along. Rise seemed to ponder it, but still obediently returned to her room. Seeing her puzzled face, Hayashi realized she still had a long way to go. That's what happens when someone lacks proper social adaptation. Although Rise could survive in human society, she wasn't really living in it. She needed time to grow into it. Out of all ghouls, Kirishima Tauka was the most human-like. If she weren't a ghoul, she'd be indistinguishable from a normal human. At that moment, Toru came out of the bedroom, rubbing her eyes and dressed in plain pajamas. Hayashi saw her and said, "Hurry and get ready, we're heading out for supplies." At the mention of going out together, Toru perked up instantly. She rushed off to wash up, moving at top speed. A short while later, the two of them went downstairs and filled up Pachita's food bowl. Pachita, take care of the house, all right. Woof tilde. Then they got in the little van and drove off. Upstairs, Kamishiro Rise watched them leave. Then she headed out herself, planning to visit the local bookstore to buy some books and learn how to be more like a human woman. The van rattled along. After the rain, the city air was fresh and earthy. Toru, still in her maid uniform, chatted with Hayashi along the way. But during the drive, Hayashi spotted a lot of CCG agents. Toru saw them too. Did they get wind of Aogiri tree? Just like Miss Tauka said, patrols seem to be increasing lately. Seems that way, Hayashi nodded. As the van continued down the road, he spotted two familiar CCG members. One was a middle-aged man with medium-length white hair and a bit of a hunch. The other was a tall, muscular young man. That pairing was too familiar. Wasn't that Kiryu Mato and Kaotoru Ammon? If those two were out patrolling together, it clearly meant there was a major ghoul threat in the 20th Ward. Like Yakumo Omori, for example, the infamous 1000-7 founder. Now it's getting interesting, Hayashi chuckled, driving past the two and continuing toward the market. Toru glanced back, then turned around again. After the van passed, Kiryu Mato suddenly stopped and looked up, watching the vehicle disappear. Senpai, Ammon stopped immediately as well. Mato squinted, then shook his head. Nothing, probably just my imagination. What's wrong? I felt a strong presence coming from inside that van. But come on, what kind of powerful person drives a piece of junk van like that? Capítulo 45, Chapter 45, Restocking Supplies, Unexpected Encounter with Iki Hayakawa and his whole team. Hayashi and Toru arrived at the general market. After parking the van, they went inside to start shopping. Vegetables, seafood, meat, fruit, basically anything you could think of was available. After buying the basic ingredients, Hayashi and Toru took a trip back to drop things off. Then they returned to explore other areas of the market. As they passed the fruit section, both of them started craving some. It had been a while since they last ate any fruit. Hayashi set his eyes on a watermelon, intending to bring it home. Do you like watermelon, Toru? Toru had never tried watermelons from this world before. But after glancing at the expensive price tag, she mentally calculated what else they could buy with that money and shook her head. I don't like it right now, Hayashi-san. Hayashi had already noticed this habit of hers. She always checked the price first before saying she didn't like something. He shook his head and said directly to the shop owner, "Wrap up that watermelon. I'll take it." The shop owner was overjoyed to hear that someone was buying a whole one. He enthusiastically helped pack it up. While that was happening, Hayashi reached over and gently ruffled Toru's hair with a smile. Try it first. If you end up liking it, I'll find a way to get them cheaper next time. Or maybe we can just grow a patch in our own courtyard. What do you think? Grow a patch? Toru's eyes lit up immediately. Hayashi-san, let's go buy watermelon seeds then. We'll go in a bit. Just then, the shopkeeper finished packing up the watermelon. Hayashi paid. Just that one watermelon cost tens of thousands of yen, making Toru visibly wince. Carrying the watermelon, he and Toru went to look for watermelon seeds. And to their surprise, the seeds were expensive too. There were indeed many varieties, but none of them were cheap. Given Japan's geographical conditions, most regular people who buy seeds just do it for fun. It's hard to grow them big or grow them well. Luckily, Hayashi's Deep Night Diner was no ordinary place. Let's get a few kinds. Hayashi didn't overthink it and had Toru buy a bunch. After that, the two wandered around a bit more. On the way back, they passed by a pajama shop. The pajamas came in a wide variety of styles. Hayashi glanced around and found one design that matched Toru perfectly. Toru, hold on. Toru stopped and also looked. It happened to be the exact same design that caught her eye. It was a full-body onesie, shaped like a big green dinosaur. There was even a dinosaur hood. If you pulled it over, you could cosplay as a walking dinosaur. It looked a bit like a green Godzilla. It fit Toru's vibe perfectly. Hayashi gestured with his eyes. Go try it on, Toru. I'll buy it for you. Toru looked a little shy. But that'd be spending your money again, Hayashi-san. Hayashi blinked. What are you talking about? You have a salary, okay? And this one's on me. Go on, try it. Toru playfully acted embarrassed. Then I'll try it. In reality, she was looking forward to it. Hayashi waited outside, and not long after, Toru came out wearing the big dinosaur onesie. Ha 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 tilde tilde. Hayashi burst out laughing. Toru looked a little bashful, but he kept nodding with approval and immediately pulled out his wallet. This is it, we're buying it. And so, Toru hugged her newly packed dinosaur pajamas. Hayashi carried the watermelon. Together, they returned to the van and drove home. Along the way, Toru was in an excellent mood, humming songs and constantly glancing down at the dino pajamas in her arms. Hayashi rested his right arm on the window and started humming the melody, O Shika Idio tilde. Toru was surprised by the tune. When he finished humming, she quickly asked, "What song is that, Hayashi-san? It sounds so good, like there's a sense of wild madness hidden in the hype." "Unravel," Hayashi smiled. "Let's just say it's something I borrowed from somewhere else. If no one claims it, it's mine now." Unravel, a song full of pain and madness. It was fiery, yet deranged. Deeply infectious. The van rolled forward toward home. After entering the city, at the same time but in a different place, Hayashi spotted Makima's team again. But Makima herself wasn't there this time. Instead, the team was larger than before. Iki Hayakawa was leading the group, with Power, the short-haired woman Himeno, Kobni Higashiyama, and a scar-faced man. That was basically most of Public Safety's Special Division 4 under Makima's command. Nearly a full deployment. Every member of the team was armed. Iki carried a sword on his back, clearly the one linked to his Fox Devil contract. Are devils appearing recently? Hayashi thought for a second. Didn't seem like it. By the roadside, Iki Hayakawa spotted Hayashi's van. He pulled Power along and waved to Hayashi. Power looked delighted. Hayashi waved back. He stopped the car by the road, looked at the group and asked. A full deployment, new faces too, a devil appeared. Hearing a sensitive question like that, Iki hesitated, wondering whether to respond. But Power answered without a care. Makima-sama said there's been devil activity near your place. One might show up in the next few days, so we're patrolling, ready to subjugate it. Iki facepalmed helplessly. Himeno, who was smoking, was also stunned. Hayashi almost broke into laughter. He reached out the car window and patted Power's head, and Power was happy to let him. Thanks, Power. Come by the diner when you're free. I'll treat you to golden egg fried rice. Really, I'll be there once we finish the mission. Power was ecstatic. After gathering the info, Hayashi drove off. Before leaving, he also told the group, drop by my place sometime. I'll give you a discount. As they watched him drive away, Himeno turned to Iki and then to Power. You sure this guy won't leak our secrets someday? Power immediately protested. Before Iki could say anything, she wailed. You think just anyone can cook food like Manager Hayashi? You jerks. Iki nodded. The manager's a special case. Makima-sama also chats with him often. At that moment, Kobni Higashiyama raised her hand and added. I think Manager Hayashi is really handsome. He doesn't seem like a bad guy. Eki. Himeno puffed out a heavy cloud of smoke, thinking. What kind of squad is this, seriously? Capítulo 46, Chapter 46, Leech Devil, Pachita Strikes. After Hayashi's little car disappeared down the road, Himeno turned to the others and asked, how is it that a normal guy knows so much about us? They were from Special Division 4. Makima was their direct superior. And Makima reported directly to the Prime Minister's cabinet. That meant, technically, their authority was even higher than the CCG's on paper. So how could an outsider know so much? Iki thought for a moment, then shook his head. I don't know, we met him the first time when Makima-sama took us there. After that, he opened a diner. Makima-sama visits often and always chats with him privately. Power nodded excitedly. The food is amazing. Compared to the manager, even dogs wouldn't eat Iki's cooking. Eki. After scolding Power a little, Iki turned back to Himeno to share his thoughts. I don't think that guy's a normal person. He probably has some kind of special power, or pillar. Maybe he's even more mysterious than Makima-sama. Himeno thought about it, that did make sense. Makima-sama was the type to always act with purpose. Anyone she took interest in had to be someone incredibly capable. No question. To them, Makima was equivalent to an SSS-class ghoul. Boom! While they were still talking, a sudden explosion rang out in the distance, followed by crashing and human screams. Kobni's voice trembled. What was that? Everyone turned toward the source of the noise. What they saw was a bloated, tumor-like monster, like a massive intestine. It stood 3 to 5 stories tall, rampaging through the area. Devil, Aki shouted, drawing his weapon and rushing forward. Hyemno spat out her cigarette. Let's go. Only Power looked at the map, thought for a second, and then suddenly cried out in alarm. No, that's the location of Manager Hayashi's shop. My diner, my delicious food, don't do this. Just before all that happened, after passing by Division 4, the little van continued heading toward the diner. Toru looked toward Hayashi with a bit of concern. There's devil activity near our shop. Are we going to be okay, Hayashi-san? They just said nearby, Hayashi said, driving one-handed as he shook his head. But nearby here is defined by scent. Realistically, that range could be anywhere from 1 to 10 kilometers. If it ends up near us, then yeah, we're just unlucky. Toru nodded, then asked again. What attracts devils anyway? Why would they come to this area? There could be all sorts of reasons, Hayashi recalled. Flesh, hostility, scent, hatred, fear, usually it's one of those. Basically, negative stuff. When a devil needs a specific thing the most, it'll seek it out. The 20th ward has been a bit chaotic lately. A devil showing up isn't that unusual. Toru nodded in understanding. Then she flexed her arm, showing off her lean, toned muscle to Hayashi. But don't worry, Hayashi-san, I'll protect the diner, and our manager too. I'm counting on you, Hayashi said with a smile. The vehicle turned onto their street. Just 2 more corners, and they'd be there. But at that moment, boom tilde tilde tilde. A loud explosion echoed nearby, followed by deep rumbling. Screams rang out right after. Hundreds of people started fleeing in the opposite direction of the sound, like it was routine. The crowd surged back the way the car had come, panicking. Hayashi looked in the direction of the blast. A grotesque-looking devil was grabbing a human and a ghoul and stuffing them into its mouth. It ate the ghoul first. No matter how much the ghoul resisted or fought back. A weak C or B-class ghoul like that stood no chance, helplessly forced into the devil's mouth. Glurked. The ghoul's blood splattered as it was swallowed whole. Then the devil moved on to the human. As soon as Hayashi got a clear look at the devil, memories flashed through his mind. Wait, isn't that the leech devil? The leech devil's strength was roughly equivalent to an A+ class ghoul, nearly S-class. It was the partner of the bat devil. In the original story, didn't it show up because of Power's cat? Right, did Power get her cat back? Then why was the leech devil here now? A string of questions filled Hayashi's head as he sank into thought. But Toru glanced at the distance and immediately shook Hayashi's arm. Hayashi-san, that devil is way too close to our shop. What should we do? Should I go take it down right now? Hayashi looked again at the leech devil's location. Damn, it was just 1 block over. Hop a wall and it'd be right at their doorstep. But why was it there? Suddenly, a realization struck him. Blood. That's right, Kamishiro Rise had lost a lot of blood there last night. And the leech devil loved blood. Its current path was following the exact trail Rise had left. Rise being an S to SS class ghoul. Her blood must be an absolute delicacy for the leech devil. That's why it was following her trail and not going after anyone else. What great timing, Hayashi sighed. The leech devil's destructive power was way beyond that of the vending machine devil from before. If it went berserk, it could easily destroy 3 to 5 blocks. There was no doubt his deep night diner would be caught in the blast radius, especially since its main target was blood. And the sewers near his place probably smelled very strongly of it. He had no choice now. Of course, it didn't need to be him. Let's have Pachita handle it. Time to make him earn his keep. Pachita, Toru thought about it, then nodded slightly. That might work too. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from not far away. All the civilians had already evacuated, so whoever was running now had to be someone coming toward the danger. Hayashi glanced at the rearview mirror. and saw Hayakawa, Power Himeno, and the others charging in his direction. Seeing them, Hayashi nearly cried out. "Quick, send Pochita, let them duke it out while I still have a shop left." Capítulo 47, Chapter 47, Pochita is mine, Himeno hands over Hanako. Compared to the threat of the leech devil, what Hayashi feared more was Division 4, and the leech devil fighting like idiots and smashing his shop in the process. It was like not being afraid of Marvel heroes battling villains. As long as it wasn't your business. But what if one of the superheroes grabbed the car you're still paying off and chucked it at the villain? Missed. And totaled it. Then the insurance says no coverage. Then they punch each other through your apartment building. The one you're 30 years into a mortgage for. Hey, guess what? Still no coverage. And the mortgage? Yeah, that's still due every month. So let me ask you. If you were the victim, would you like the superhero or the villain more? My answer is, screw both of them. Pay me back for my house and car. As Division 4 ran closer, Hayashi focused his intent directly into the system and gave an order to the gatekeeper who had been waiting at the deep night diner entrance. Pochita, eliminate that devil. Woof. The next moment, just as Division 4 reached the van, the roar of a chainsaw ripped through the air, freezing them in their tracks. They'd just reached the driver's window when VRRM. A roar burst forth, shaking them to their core. Immediately after, a black, beastly silhouette launched from the diner's entrance like a cannonball. Everyone stared as it soared through the air, clearing nearly 100 meters in a single leap. It crashed into the leech devil, slamming a 1-meter-long chainsaw from its head straight into its body. Splurt! Blood sprayed everywhere as the leech devil shrieked in agony. Everyone in Division 4 was frozen in place. Power pointed at the monster and shouted, "That devil with a chainsaw on its head, that's a devil too, and it's terrifying." Even Power's face showed genuine fear. Hayakawa studied the creature and turned to the others. "What kind of devil is that?" Everyone shook their heads. Kobni was already cowering behind the van, praying she wouldn't have to fight. "Let's just stay here and watch, let them kill each other." Himeno glanced at her but didn't say anything. Inside the vehicle, Hayashi tilted his head and looked outside. Seeing Pochita viciously tearing into the enemy, he nodded with satisfaction. The Chainsaw Man form wasn't the true body of the Chainsaw Devil. Pochita was the real body. The humanoid form was just a reference. It could transform into the Black Chainsaw Devil at will. But that wasn't necessary. For now, everyone would just think it was a devil. By the time Power snapped out of it, she quickly ran over to the car and asked Hayashi, "Manager Hayashi, are you okay? Can I still eat your golden fried rice?" Hayashi. If she hadn't said that last part, he might have actually been touched. "I'm fine, don't worry." Hayashi stepped out of the car. Toru got out too and started watching Pochita at work. If Pochita didn't get the job done, she was prepared to jump in. But the moment Toru stepped out of the car, Himeno froze. She took one look at Toru and instantly realized that this was the dragon from the intel reports. But seeing as neither Power nor Iki looked surprised, this meant Makima-sama had already acknowledged it. And her outfit, a maid uniform. The man next to her was clearly the manager, which meant this dragon was under his command. No wonder Makima-sama paid attention to him. In that moment, Himeno realized this man was not just another handsome face. On the contrary, he had an extraordinary presence beneath the surface. She thought for a moment, then stepped forward, pulled out a cigarette, and offered one to Hayashi. "Smoke." Hearing that and seeing the gesture, Hayashi was genuinely caught off guard. "It's been a while." He accepted the cigarette and stuck it in his mouth. Himeno lit it for him. Hayashi took a long drag, then exhaled slowly. Cough, a light cough followed. It really had been a while. It wasn't that he didn't smoke. He just wasn't addicted. He only smoked when someone offered him one. Otherwise, he didn't touch the stuff. The sensation brought back memories. Toru glanced curiously at them, then turned away again. Himeno and Hayashi leaned against the car, exhaling smoke rings side by side. Then Himeno asked, Power said those two devils are fighting right at your doorstep. You don't seem worried. No need, Hayashi replied, taking another puff. Pachita will handle it. Pachita, Hyemno blinked. Everyone around them paused. Hyemno looked at the beast, currently beating the crap out of the leech devil. She hesitantly asked, "That little guy is Pachita?" "Yeah," Hayashi nodded. At this point, there was no need to hide it. Pachita was now officially his shop's guardian. People like Makima and the rest were bound to find out eventually. Might as well get it over with. Hide his power, what for? He wasn't trying to lay low to bluff others. If it was time to show force, then so be it. Keeping a low profile was useful when you wanted to ambush someone stronger. But Hayashi didn't care about being flashy or low-key. He just didn't like unnecessary attention. After he said that, everyone looked at Hayashi in shock. "Manager Hayashi, then is it?" Akihayakawa asked. "He's our guard dog," Toru answered for him. "Pachita is a good boy, don't bully him, okay?" Everyone. Toru's words stunned the entire group into silence. At this point, the leech devil could no longer hold its own against Pachita. It was gushing blood, missing chunks of flesh, and being chased and hacked apart. Pachita's body had also grown bigger with the fight. Not only was there a chainsaw protruding from its head, more saws had emerged from its joints and limbs. All pitch black, looking more and more like its black chainsaw devil form. Hayashi and Hyemno leaned against the car, still smoking. Power, after seeing Pachita's strength, glanced at him, then back at Hayashi. Her little brain seemed to be running at full speed, clearly thinking about something. After a while, she leaned over and whispered, "Manager Hayashi, I think I figured out one of Pachita's secrets." Hayashi exhaled, "What secret?" "Pachita seems like a symbiotic contract devil, not a free one like me. He's completely under someone's control." Power's voice dropped to a cautious tone. She sounded worried, like she didn't want Hayashi to find out she herself was an independent devil. Everyone turned to look. Hayashi took one last drag, stubbed the cigarette out, and flicked it into a trash bin. Then he gave Power a strange look. "Haven't I already said, Pachita's mine in every sense of the word." Capítulo 48, Chapter 48. Antique arrives, a meeting with manager Yoshimura. Hayashi's words left everyone utterly speechless. At first, they had all assumed that when Hayashi said Pachita was his, he meant it was a partner devil or a summoned contract devil. At the very least, it had to be a cooperative relationship. After all, it was a devil. And they were from Division 4. Ikehayakawa and Hyemno had both formed contracts with devils. They knew perfectly well what devils were like. Every time they used a devil's power, there was a price to pay. Unless the devil willingly resonated with you, a contract was still a contract. So when Hayashi casually said from afar that Pachita will take care of it, everyone had assumed he meant he had formed some kind of deal. No one expected. Hayashi had complete control over a devil. And not just any devil. Everyone else could only form contracts, often being rejected. But he was commanding one. And Power, as a devil herself, understood what that truly meant. Would she ever obey an ordinary human? Of course not. The only one she feared was Makima. Which meant Power knew exactly what kind of strength and authority were needed to completely control a devil. That was also why, when Power first found Pachita a little strange, she didn't immediately think it was Hayashi's doing. That was normal, no one would have thought that. But now, everything had changed. "Are really impressive," Power stammered. I officially acknowledge you, Manager Hayashi." Even as she said it, she backed away a few steps. She believed, if Hayashi could completely control Pachita, he could probably control her too. That was terrifying. He was like Makima, a devil among devils. A gourmet devil, a devourer devil. Ikehayakawa and Hyemno stared at Hayashi, just as stunned. Kobni, still curled behind the car, peeked out and looked at Hayashi with admiration now. After hearing everything, Aki instinctively tightened his grip on his sword, tension rising in his body. Hayashi noticed and laughed. "You don't think I'm a devil too, do you? Or someone like Makima?" Aki flinched, suddenly realizing. This guy really was just the manager of a diner. He had never shown any malice. The only thing was, he was too strong and Iki got nervous. Realizing that, Iki folded his arms and bowed. Apologies, I got too tense. Hayashi waved it off. No problem. Next to him, Himeno, who had been smoking with Hayashi, had just noticed her hand trembling. She didn't know whether to walk away or stay. Only when the cigarette burned her fingers did she snap out of it. She pulled it from her mouth, saw there was only one left in the pack, and smiled as she handed it to Hayashi. Want another? No thanks, Hayashi waved it off. One's enough for me, you take it. Emma. Himeno smoked it herself, hand still shaking slightly. At that moment, across the street, a nearby cafe opened its doors, and a group of people walked out. Hayashi, manager. Hayashi looked over. It turned out to be the crew from Anteku. And among them was an old man, manager Yoshimura himself, the legendary non-killing owl. Hayashi raised his hand and greeted them. Over here. Tauka Kirishima jogged up to him, glanced back at the devil battle behind them, and gave Hayashi a questioning look. Don't worry, Hayashi said. That's Pochita, the one you saw the other day. Tauka's eyes widened instantly. That little Pochita had S-rank, maybe even SS-rank ghoul power. That was insane. The other Anteku staff looked surprised too. Enji Koma and Kaya Irami turned to observe carefully. They quickly realized that Pochita's combat strength was easily on par with theirs, and they were both SS-rank ghouls. After the initial shock, Tauka turned back to introduce the man beside her. Hayashi-kun, this is our manager at Anteku, Yoshimura. Yoshimura, with white hair and half-closed eyes, walked up with a gentle demeanor. I wasn't in the shop the day you visited. Forgive my rudeness. No problem at all, Hayashi replied. Just meeting you is more than enough. Manager Yoshimura, I think our philosophies are actually quite similar. That sentence made Yoshimura's eyes open noticeably wider. Philosophy. Yoshimura's philosophy had always been a peaceful retirement life in a corner of the world. Otherwise, why else would they call him the non-killing owl? And just like that, Yoshimura grasped a piece of Hayashi's nature. He nodded and smiled warmly, offering a sincere handshake. That's good, very good. To understand the meaning of life at your age, far better than I ever did when I was young. He extended his hand. Thank you for the food you brought us, it's been very helpful. Hayashi shook it firmly. No need to thank me, just a small shop doing business, that's all. Their brief exchange, on the surface, seemed to say very little but actually said everything. Division 4 didn't understand a thing. Iki Hayakawa tried to memorize every word so he could report back to Makima later. Himeno seemed to get a vague idea, and her respect for Hayashi deepened. Power didn't care in the slightest. She was watching the devils fight and just wanted it to be over so she could eat Hayashi's golden fried rice. After that, Hayashi chatted casually with the group. Toru ended up chatting with Tauka and the Anteku staff, swapping employee stories and experiences. They actually got along quite well, lots of shared topics. Only Division 4 looked at each other awkwardly. Himeno exhaled a long puff of smoke. After going through 6 teams, watching people die again and again, she felt like it was time for another round of replacements. What kind of teammates were these? She might be next on the chopping block. Meanwhile, the battle between Pochita and the Leech Devil was nearing its end. The Leech Devil was completely outmatched, being torn apart piece by Pochita's roaring chainsaw. What the devil didn't know was that Pochita had been granted Hayashi's special power. Everything it cut, it devoured. That was why Pochita grew stronger the more it fought. It was already evolving toward its full black chainsaw form. At this point, the Leech Devil was scared. It tried to flee while shouting angrily at Pochita. Why are you helping the humans? We could have devoured them together. Let them fear us. Capitulo 49, Chapter 49. Leech Devil killed, everyone gathers at the diner. The Leech Devil probably never understood why this particular devil charged in like a berserker, slashing and tearing from the start. Did they have some deep personal grudge? But Pochita didn't respond, only kept cutting. It could have spoken using devil language, but there was no point. Every word would be a waste. Moments later, under the leech devil's stunned, utterly confused expression, its head was sliced clean off by Pachita's black chainsaw, over a meter long. Vrrrm. With a thunderous roar, the chainsaw tore through flesh. The leech devil's head burst with blood as it fell from above, landing with a sickening splat that painted the ground. Its massive body crashed down, smashing through the wall of a nearby house and revealing a bedroom inside. Pachita stood in the middle of the blood-soaked street. Only now did its low voice murmur quietly. Pachita's current life is something I never dreamed of. A warm home, delicious food, people who care about me. All I have to do is guard the door. That kind of life, I won't let you ruin it. With that, the chainsaws on Pachita's body slowly retracted, and its form shrank down, eventually returning to its small, original form. Pachita, good job, come back, Hayashi's voice echoed in its mind. Woof tilde. Pachita immediately turned and bolted toward Hayashi. As if nothing had happened at all. As if it was no big deal. Elsewhere, having seen Pachita decapitate the leech devil, Hayashi called him back. Iki, Haimno Power, and the people from Anteku all watched. They'd seen firsthand how Pachita carved that devil apart. Unbelievable, Iki murmured. In Haimno's mind, she was already calculating. If they had to fight that thing, how would they even win? How many casualties? Power, on the other hand, stood idly beside Hayashi, waiting for food. The Anteku staff felt much the same. But their attitude was gentler. After all, if even Yoshimura spoke so highly of Hayashi, and said so many good things, then it was clear the two would share a strong friendship going forward. Woof tilde. Just then, Pachita returned. It had leapt across the entire block, locked in on its target midair, landed, and sprinted toward Hayashi. Iki and Haimno flinched. Then their expressions turned tense, bodies tightening instinctively. They were from an anti-devil unit, after all. Seeing a devil triggered automatic caution. Especially after Pachita had just proven how powerful it was. Anteku, however, didn't react much at all. Even Tauka Kirishima seemed more amused by Pachita. Pachita tilde, Toru stepped forward, arms open, ready to catch him. Even though Pachita was covered in blood and filth, that didn't matter to her. He came closer and closer. Just as Toru was about to hug him, Pachita dipped under her arms and sprang forward, leaping straight into Hayashi's embrace. You little, Hayashi stretched his hands out and caught him. Woof tilde, Pachita barked happily, showing off that he'd completed his mission and taken down a big bad devil. He'd chainsawed the leech devil clean apart. That thing wasn't coming back again. Well done, Hayashi praised. He lifted Pachita in both hands and spun him around, checking his sides. You're a mess, come on, let's go wash you off. He turned to the others and asked. Anyone want to come by the shop for a meal? You can relax in the courtyard if you want. I'm just gonna clean Pachita up first. With that, he left with Toru and Pachita in tow. Toru walked beside Hayashi, pointing at Pachita and complaining about how she fed him, made him a cozy little bed, and he still ignored her. Pachita barked twice in reply, making it clear, Hayashi was the most important person. Toru pouted and muttered that she wouldn't help clean him up later. After they were gone, the Anteku staff glanced around, then all looked to manager Yoshimura. Yoshimura smiled. The city's a mess today, I doubt we'll have any customers. Let's take the day off, everyone can go. Tauka, ask Yomo to come too. Everyone cheered at the news. Tauka immediately left to go find Renji Yomo. Over with Division 4. Iki thought for a moment, then took out his phone. Let's report to Makima-sama first. We'll wait for her before doing anything else. Haimno nodded, makes sense. Power, watching Hayashi walk off, was already getting anxious. Can I go wait at the shop first? I can't hold back anymore. Everyone turned and glared at her. You wanna abandon your squad? Power instantly shut her mouth. As for Anteku, they were waiting on their boss too, so no one made a move yet. Iki walked to the side of the road and dialed Makima. Makima-sama, yes, a devil appeared. It was the leech devil, it's been eliminated. No, no casualties, it wasn't us, it was another devil. Yes, it seems to be owned by manager Hayashi. That's right, full control. Power noticed it. Seems like the relationship is very close, the devil's willing. You wanna come? Understood. When the call ended, Eki turned back to the group. Makima-sama's coming. We can head over to the shop and wait. Power cheered. Awesome, hahaha. Hyemno grew curious too. You guys say the food here is the best in the world, right? I haven't tried it yet. Guess I'll find out. Even Kobni, who'd been hiding the whole time, let out a quiet sigh of relief. Capitulo 50, Chapter 50. Anteku and Division 4 dine together, Makima brings a gift. At the entrance of the deep night diner. After returning home, Hayashi parked the van with Toru. Looking around, the environment was mostly intact. Only a thin layer of dust and scattered bits of debris from the earlier fight. Toru grabbed a broom. I'll get it cleaned up. Thanks, Hayashi nodded, still carrying Pochita. I'll go wash him up. He walked into the courtyard and turned on the faucet. Water gushed out. Thankfully, the pipes hadn't been damaged. Hayashi held Pochita under the running water. Then grabbed 2 towels and started scrubbing off the blood and grime. While washing, he glanced at him. Did you get hurt, Pochita? Nope, Pochita whispered in his mind. Pochita is strong. Pochita will protect our home and Hayashi. Good. Hayashi used 1 towel to rinse, the other to dry. Pochita squinted with satisfaction, looking like a big golden retriever. Actually, he really did resemble one. Meanwhile, members of Division 4 and the Anteku Cafe all arrived. They watched as Toru, still dressed in a maid outfit, was sweeping the front of the shop like a dutiful employee. And Hayashi, the so-called boss behind the scenes, was calmly washing his devil like a pet in the courtyard. Everyone was quietly stunned. If they didn't already know how strong these two were, they would have never guessed. Or rather, even now, they weren't sure of their true strength. To strangers, these two just looked like a gorgeous maid and a refined young man, elegant, from good families and well-mannered. No signs of a battle-hardened monster. No unstable mental aura either. In the courtyard, after finishing up, Hayashi gave Pochita a good rub-down with a dry towel. Then set him down and patted his head. You did great today. How about a big dinner just for you after we close? Woof tilde. Pochita spun around in place, wagging like crazy. His mouth practically drooled. Inside his mind, he shouted. Hayashi is the best. Everyone watching was stunned. Seriously. Pochita, the monster devil, who just shredded the powerful leech devil. All it took to make him happy was a home-cooked meal. And he was ecstatic about it. What kind of world was this? Even Makima would call this absurd. Who else had such a way of controlling a devil? Once Pochita ran off to relax, Toru finished cleaning too. She led the group inside. Hayashi glanced around. There were more people than ever. Today's officially the busiest day this diner's ever had. Toru thought about it. Actually, it wasn't surprising. With Hayashi's low-key, under-the-radar way of running things, it was a miracle anyone even found the place. This was the internet age. Good food means nothing if no one hears about it. If you didn't promote yourself, you basically didn't exist. So this, totally normal. Toru, go see what everyone wants to eat. Got it. Toru started with Division 4. Hayashi, not wanting guests to wait, began prepping drinks. He made coffee, iced water, and lemon tea. Then asked everyone what they wanted. Division 4 split evenly between lemon tea and iced water. Anteku split between coffee and lemon tea. Iced water, they finally had a good meal lined up. Who the hell drinks water? Of course, they wanted something flavorful. So everyone got their drinks first. Toru noted down all the food orders and brought them to Hayashi. He glanced over them. Steak, eel rice, tonkatsu rice, curry rice, tempura ramen, omurice, golden fried rice. With this many people, the variety was off the charts. He had just finished reading the list. Iki Hayakawa raised his hand apologetically again. Manager Hayashi, Makima-sama said she'll be coming over soon. She said just make something simple for her. Got it, Hayashi replied. He left Toru in charge of refilling drinks in the dining area, while he headed into the kitchen to start cooking. To be honest, with so many different dishes, it really did look like a bit of a hassle. But no worries, let's get started. The steak was the easiest to prepare. Hayashi cooked the steak first, then began working down the order list. Things like eel rice, katsudon, all the rice bowl types, he decided to make those all in one go. He prepped the eel, fried the pork cutlet, started simmering the soup. Then came the tempura. Once the steak was done, he set it aside to rest and retain its juices. After that, he assembled all the rice bowl dishes, then moved on to the golden fried rice and paired each item accordingly. Next, he boiled noodles for the ramen. Finally, when everything was ready, Toru, food's up. Hayashi called out to Toru to start serving the dishes. Toru came in holding a giant serving tray. No ordinary person could carry that much. But this was Toru. She served 4 plates in one go without breaking a sweat. After 2 more trips, every order was served. Only one dish was set aside and kept warm makamas. Hayashi washed his hands and stepped out of the kitchen. The moment he walked out, he was greeted by a scene of pure bliss. Everyone had expressions like they were in a dream, cheeks flushed, energized as if they could punch through walls. The sounds of ravenous eating filled the room. No one cared about manners anymore. Manager Yoshimura held his bowl of ramen, sipping soup, biting tempura. Even the owl couldn't stay composed. Toru beamed with pride. This was the strength of her Hayashi-san. Dingling tilde. The bell above the door rang. Hayashi turned and saw Makima enter. She wore tailored slacks and a white blouse, hands behind her back as she walked toward him, then suddenly pulled something out and handed it over. Hayashi-kun, thank you for your help. This is a personal gift from me. Hayashi looked down. It was a small cake. His first thought was, she didn't drug it, right? But recalling how even drugged food didn't affect him, he accepted it calmly. No need for thanks, I was just protecting my own little shop. Everyone from Division 4 was stunned. Makima-sama actually brought someone a gift. Capitulo 51, Chapter 51. Makima's inner monologue, Hayashi-kun, can you bite me? Makima giving someone a gift. It was the first time anyone had ever seen such a thing. No one could believe it. And naturally, her arrival caught the attention of the Ante-ku crew too. Tauka Kirishima was mostly calm. But Koma, Irami, Yomo, and even manager Yoshimura exchanged glances. There was a flash of caution in their eyes. Makima was powerful, that much was obvious. What was truly concerning was that none of them could tell just how strong she was, or even what kind of strength she possessed. All they knew was, she was strong. And that unknown was terrifying in itself. Not being able to analyze anything was already a kind of danger. Makima smiled as Hayashi accepted the cake, her body leaning slightly forward. Hayashi-kun, won't you try it now? You haven't eaten yet, right? He hadn't. But he didn't know what game she was playing. I'll try it, I just made some sushi for you too. Hayashi walked into the kitchen with the cake. Makima followed. Inside, Hayashi unboxed the cake. It was a normal small cake from a Tokyo gift shop. Makima smiled lightly. Sorry, it was a bit rushed. I didn't have time to make something myself. No problem, Hayashi said. He opened the sushi he had kept warm and slid the tray toward her. This is a sushi platter, try some. So, Hayashi took a bite of the cake. Makima tried the sushi. Watching her closely, Hayashi confirmed the cake was safe. Makima, meanwhile, showed the best emotional control of any customer who'd ever eaten his food. Even if she felt pleasure, mentally or physically. Her expression barely changed. At most, a slight blush on the cheeks like she dabbed on some powder, nothing more. Compared to everyone else's dramatic reactions, it was nothing. The cake itself was standard, whipped cream, decent quality. As Hayashi took another bite, Makima picked up a piece of sushi, leaned in, and held it near his mouth. Tilde, try this one too. Hayashi paused half a second, then opened his mouth and took it. He went back to eating his cake. Makima offered him another piece, a little more intimate this time. Hayashi leaned forward again, but Makima softly said, "This one's my favorite, let's share it. You take half, I'll have the rest." Hayashi paused a full second, then bit off half. Makima, without hesitation, put the rest into her mouth. While chewing, she gazed directly at him. After swallowing, "Delicious, Tilda." Hayashi was genuinely impressed. She was too good at this. Just from that single gesture, he could see two calculated moves. One, she claimed it was her favorite, showing she was willing to share something important, especially after he had eaten all the others. Two, they shared one item, the intimacy of eating the same food. To someone honest and naive, this would have been a critical hit. At the very least, half their heart would have been won over. Just like that famous scene in Tom and Jerry. Poor Tom, completely played in the palm of her hand. Fortunately, Hayashi understood what kind of wicked woman Makima was. He ate another bite of cake, wiped his mouth, and looked her in the eye. "If you want to ask something, just ask." Makima tilted her head and gave him a look of feigned innocence. "Ask what? Tonight is a celebration dinner, isn't it, Hayashi-kun?" "Right." Hayashi gave her a thumbs up. Makima smiled and graciously accepted the gesture. Still, curiosity flickered in her eyes. She leaned in, sniffed at his chest, then backed away. "Hayashi-kun's scent has grown stronger," she remarked. "There's a mix of human and devil. It reminds me a lot of a certain devil I know." Hayashi nodded. "You mean the chainsaw devil?" Hearing those words, Makima finally showed a sincere smile. "So you know about the chainsaw devil, Hayashi-kun?" "Hold on a sec," Hayashi said, wanting to test something. He called out to the dining area, "Pachita, come here for a second." The sound of quick footsteps came from a distance. Moments later, Pachita arrived. Hayashi fed the remaining cake to him. Pachita happily gobbled it down, and inside he muttered, "Tasty, but not as good as what Hayashi makes." Hayashi pointed at Pachita and asked, "Do you recognize this?" Makima stared at Pachita closely. Her expression turned a bit curious, then increasingly confused. She eventually frowned and shook her head. "No, is this the devil that killed the leech devil? Power said it's completely under your control." "That's right," Hayashi nodded. Then he flicked the chainsaw on Pachita's head and asked again, "Doesn't this look familiar?" What Hayashi meant was, can't she tell the thing on Pachita's head is a chainsaw? How could she not connect it to the chainsaw devil? It seemed the combination of devouring powers, and the chainsaw devil's strength had become so overwhelming that even people's concept of it had changed. Makima looked at the chainsaw again. Then she fell into deep thought. The longer she looked, the more stunned she appeared, more focused. Eventually, her pupils contracted slightly. She snapped her gaze toward Hayashi. "It's yours, the incarnation of the chainsaw. Hayashi-kun, so you're actually the chainsaw devil, but why do you have other devil powers too?" Her golden eyes lit up as she spiraled into deduction. "Wait, are you a new devil from hell who devoured the chainsaw devil's power? Then what are you, food devil, devouring devil?" Hayashi. Watching her, Hayashi realized. Makima really was smart. In a flash, she had pieced together that much, but she was also imagining like crazy. All Hayashi wanted to test was, even someone who controls devils, could they still remember the original Pachita, the chainsaw devil? Turns out nope, it was completely erased. But Makima's mind went full power, analyzing, understanding, reconstructing, and arrived at a brand new conclusion. That Pachita's chainsaw was merely a symbol of a creature under Hayashi's control, which meant Hayashi might be the chainsaw devil. Or, more likely, he was a new kind of devil, one that had devoured many devils' powers. This was Makima's most reasonable deduction, based on data, clues, conversations, and her own imagination. Hayashi felt numb just listening to it. The scariest part, a lot of it was actually right. Makima now believed he was a devil, and she wasn't exactly wrong. He did have the chainsaw devil's power, the ability to devour, and gave off a distinctly devilish vibe. Even his scent was similar, though not identical, which meant Hayashi couldn't deny it. Actually, there was no need to. To Makima, the fact that he might be the chainsaw devil, or had that power, was a good thing. The chainsaw devil was not her enemy. In fact, it made him all the more attractive to her. Hayashi wasn't sure whether that was good or bad. But as she stared at him intently, Hayashi scratched his chin and neither nodded nor shook his head. You can think whatever you want. If you want to believe I'm a devil, go ahead, but I really just love the slow life. You can call me the retirement devil, the farming devil, the chill devil. Makima continued staring him down. You have the chainsaw devil's power? No, you are the chainsaw devil, but that's just one of your powers. Yeah, that's one way to put it. You got part of it right. So you admit it. What's there to admit? If I do, I do. If I don't, I don't. Hayashi-kun. Can you bite me? Hayashi was stunned into silence. What kind of people were these? Rise wanted to eat him. Makima wanted him to eat her. Why don't the two of you team up and try eating each other? Maybe you'll make some kind of perpetual blood and meat engine. Hayashi was speechless. One wants to eat me but doesn't dare. One wants to be eat. What are you all doing? You're all insane. Makima's eyes were still full of anticipation. She rolled up her sleeve, raised her arm to Hayashi's mouth. Wanna try? Hayashi shook his head without hesitation. Not a good spot. Makima misunderstood and undid half her shirt buttons, revealing her bra and cleavage. Then she leaned in, presenting her smooth, porcelain collarbone. How about here? Hayashi was now taking deep breaths. Not because of seduction. Because of sheer frustration. As expected, whether ghouls or devils, they were all goddamn perverts. All of them lunatics. Every last one of them. Faced with Makima's hopeful gaze, Hayashi grabbed her arm and gave her a small but firm bite. 2 rows of deep teeth marks were left behind. Makima usually had no reaction to pain. Even when in pain, her face never changed. But this time, it was different. Her golden eyes squinted slightly, and she actually winced. Hayashi let go, shaking her arm loose. Happy now, did you like it? Hayashi couldn't understand. What kind of kink was this? Makima touched the bite mark. Her cheeks flushed. Her eyes shimmered with faint moisture. Hayashi. Wait, what? Are you a masochist or something? Sure enough, Makima nodded. Suki, I like it. Hayashi was done. Makima's expressions and behavior reminded him of Hori from Horimiya. A heroine who liked it when the male lead was rough and sharp-tongued, smiling with joy as she was pushed around. Makima was exactly like that now. Hayashi had no idea what to say. He raised his hand halfway, then just gave up and said, You eat first, Makima. I'm going upstairs to rest. And with that, Hayashi dipped. Makima finished all the sushi, then returned outside. She sat back down with her team and started discussing the earlier events and gathering everyone's reports. Among them, only Hyemno stared at Makima's slightly flushed cheeks and paused for a moment, her mind thrown into complete chaos. Wait a damn second. What did Makima-sama do in that kitchen? What the hell happened between her and manager Hayashi? Why'd she come out looking like that? This was... Hyemno's mind went into overdrive. Then Makima locked eyes with her for a moment, without saying anything. But to Hyemno, that silence said everything. In that moment, the one eye not covered by her eye patch shrank in shock. This world is insane. Makima-sama actually. The sky had fallen. Hyemno couldn't calm down. In fact, every time she thought about it, she would never be able to calm down again. Elsewhere, Hayashi had gone upstairs and collapsed onto the couch in a starfish position. Not a full star shape, since he was still wearing pants. Everyone's insane. He sighed, rubbing his face, then massaging his temples. Creak tilde. At that moment, the bedroom door opened. Rise stepped out wearing a one-piece dress. She walked over, sat next to Hayashi, pulled his head onto her lap, gently moved his hands away, and began massaging his temples herself. Hayashi thought about it and didn't resist. This blessing, how could he not enjoy it? He absolutely should. Rise massaged his temples softly. Hayashi closed his eyes, breathing in the faint fragrance from her body and exhaled slowly. He felt a lot better. "Who's insane? What happened?" Rise asked. "You," Hayashi answered immediately. "And that red-haired crazy woman named Makima, she's a devil. The two of you are both messed up." HMPH. Rise let out a giggle. "What kind of crazy?" Hayashi started counting on his fingers. "You tried to eat me at first, and now you just can't bear to. She wants me to eat her, I don't get it. You're both crazy." When Rise heard that Makima wanted to be eaten by Hayashi, even she was surprised. Makima's idea is kind of romantic. Hayashi's eyes shot open. Romantic? What kind of logic was that? They're all insane. Rise covered his eyes with her hand and continued massaging. "It's okay. I bought some books today about how to be a proper Japanese housewife. I'll study them carefully. I bet that Makima woman can't do that." Hayashi thought about it. UV's Makima, isn't that just the pot calling the kettle black? Rise lacked human awareness. Makima did too, but they were still a bit different. "What kind of books do you usually read?" Hayashi asked. "Takatsuki-sen's novels, and some about human nature," Rise replied. "You've read that much and you're still like this," Hayashi sighed. Thinking of Takatsuki-sen, he couldn't help saying, "You should all learn from her. Her level of socialization is what's actually acceptable to humans." Rai's hands stopped. "Hayashi-kun, you know the author Takatsuki-sen." Ah, Hayashi suddenly realized Takatsuki-sen's identity was highly secret. Even Rise didn't know. "Let's just say I know her. She probably doesn't know me." Rise thought about it for a moment, then asked. "So, the fact that you use her as a reference means Takatsuki-sen is a ghoul?" "If you've guessed it, then yeah." "Don't worry, Hayashi-kun, I won't expose her." "Wouldn't matter, it's just a disguise anyway." "Right, no wonder the black goat's egg was written so well. I should really study her." "And how exactly do you plan to do that?" Hayashi asked curiously. Rise thought for a bit. "Maybe I'll visit her and have a chat sometime." "Please don't die," Hayashi looked at her like, "don't get blood all over my floor." "Is Miss Takatsuki that strong?" "Can't say, just don't provoke her." "Then how about I invite her to the shop someday? Just to share some food. You wouldn't turn down a customer, would you? Miss Takatsuki is also a real beauty." "Do what you want," Hayashi said. As long as the blood doesn't splatter on him, he'd even thank her for bringing in customers. Capítulo 52, Chapter 52. Powers Doza, asking to borrow Pachita. After lying on Rai's lap for a while, Hayashi felt much more refreshed. Their earlier conversation also made him feel that Rise had gotten a bit more normal. At least, their communication had improved. Her subconscious issues were still there, but they were working on it. After a bit more chatting, Hayashi got up, stretched. "All right, Rise, thanks for the lap pillow. I'd better go check downstairs." Rise placed her hands politely on her knees. "Take care out there." That was a phrase Japanese housewives often said when their husbands went out. Hayashi couldn't say no, so he simply nodded and headed down. Downstairs. Everyone had already finished their food. Every plate was spotless, not even the garnish was left behind. Manager Yoshimura had even slurped his ramen broth dry. Everyone looked glowing with satisfaction. Seeing Hayashi come out, they greeted him. "Delicious as always, Manager Hayashi. That was the best food I've ever had. I'll definitely be back again. I'll recommend your place to my friends too." The praise was non-stop. Hayashi thanked them all one by one. Some hadn't had enough and ordered extra barbecue, desserts, and even beer. Toru wrote it all down. Hayashi went back into the kitchen to prepare it. He didn't mind. Cooking was something he genuinely enjoyed. Soon, Toru carried out multiple trays of barbecue, desserts, and beer. The barbecue and beer were ordered by the folks from the Anteku Cafe. The desserts and drinks were from Makima's group. Once the beer and barbecue were served, Koma and G stared at the fizzy golden drink chilling in ice water and let out a surprised gasp. "So this is beer, huh? Finally get to try it." Irimikaya looked cool and aloof. "Don't act like a child." "As if you've had it before," Koma scratched his head. "Among all the ghouls, how many of us even know what beer tastes like?" Even Yomo Renji nodded. "True." Yoshimura chuckled. Well then, give it a try. Everyone divided up the beer and barbecue. Koma took a glass, gulped it down in one go. Gulp, 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 tilde. Hiya, tilde. So this is what it's like, beer's not bad at all. Irami took a sip and shook her head. I still prefer coffee. Tauka tried it too, same. Yomo took a sip, pretty good. Beer is beer. Even if it's good, there will always be people who don't like alcohol. Drinks are easier for most people to accept. Meanwhile, Public Safety Division 4 had also finished eating. Now they were having dessert and drinks. Makima was listening to the team's report about the earlier incident with the leech devil. Iki and Haimno, the two senior members, were reporting. The manager was returning from a supply run and chatted with us for a bit. Then as soon as he left, the explosion happened. When we arrived, the crowd was already evacuating. His car was parked on the roadside. Iki described the scene. As we approached, a black figure suddenly leapt nearly 100 meters. Then the sound of a chainsaw rang out. That's when we saw Pachita fighting the leech devil. The whole thing, no one else got involved. That leech devil had already swallowed a ghoul and a human, and then it was killed by Pachita. Haimno recalled more details. Pachita evolved during the fight, got bigger, the chainsaw grew longer and darker, stronger and stronger. But as soon as it ended, it shrank back into its cute form and ran straight to the manager like nothing happened. They seem really close. Power was still eating dessert. When she heard that, she raised her hand and excitedly cut in. The sky had fallen. Haimno's mind was in turmoil. In fact, every time she thought about it, she'd never be at peace again. Meanwhile, Hayashi went upstairs and collapsed onto the couch in a big X shape. Not a full spread eagle since he was wearing pants. Everyone's insane. Hayashi let out a sigh, rubbing his face, then his temples. Creak tilde tilde. Just then, the bedroom door opened. Rise came out wearing a dress, walked over, sat beside Hayashi, pulled his head onto her lap, moved his hands away, and began massaging his temples. Hayashi thought for a moment, but didn't resist. A lap pillow like this, of course he was going to enjoy it. Rise gently massaged his temples. Hayashi closed his eyes, inhaled her faint scent, and let out a long breath. He felt much better. Who's crazy, who did what? Rise asked. You, Hayashi replied immediately. And that red-haired crazy woman, Makima, she's a devil. You two are both nuts. Heh, Rise chuckled. What kind of crazy? Hayashi began counting on his fingers. You wanted to eat me at first, and now you can't bear to. She wants me to eat her, I really don't get it. You're both nuts. When Rise heard that Makima wanted to be eaten, even she was surprised. Makima's way is kind of romantic. Hayashi opened his eyes wide. Romantic? What kind of logic is that? They're all messed up. Rise placed her hand over his eyes and continued massaging. It's okay. I bought some books today about how to be a Yamato Neidshiko, ideal traditional Japanese woman. I'll study them seriously. I bet that Makima woman can't do that. Hayashi thought about it. Comparing Rise to Makima was like comparing two flavors of chaos. Rise lacked human social awareness, and Makima, well, she did too, but in a different way. What kinds of books do you usually read? Hayashi asked. Takatsuki Sen's novels and some books about human nature, Rise answered. You've read that much and still turned out like this, Hayashi sighed. Thinking of Takatsuki Sen, he suddenly said, You all should learn from her. Her ability to function in human society is actually acceptable. Rise paused. Hayashi-kun, you know Takatsuki Sen. Ah, Hayashi suddenly remembered Takatsuki's identity was top secret, even Rise didn't know. Let's say I know her, she probably doesn't know me. Rise's little brain processed that for a moment, then asked. You're using her as a reference, so she's a ghoul. If you figured it out, then yeah. Don't worry, Hayashi-kun, I won't expose her. Wouldn't matter, it's just a layer of disguise. No wonder the black goat's egg was written so well. I should really study her, Rise said seriously. How are you going to study her? Hayashi asked, curious. Rise thought about it. Maybe I'll visit her someday and have a chat. Please don't get yourself killed, Hayashi muttered, wearing the expression of please don't get blood on my floor. Miss Takatsuki's that strong. I can't say, just don't provoke her. All right, then how about I bring her to the shop someday? Just to share some good food. You wouldn't turn down a customer, right? Takatsuki-sen is also super pretty Tilda. Do whatever you want. As long as the blood didn't get on him, Hayashi figured he might even thank her for bringing more customers in. What she said is true. I saw it with my own eyes. Pochita is completely under Hayashi's control. That means Hayashi must be a devil too, but he doesn't smell like one. Everyone started chiming in, one by one, and soon they'd reconstructed the entire afternoon's events. Even the details were practically word for word. Makima listened without any expression. She sipped her drink from time to time, took a bite of dessert here and there, but otherwise stayed quiet. When they finished speaking, she still didn't respond. Instead, she picked up a piece of dessert and looked toward Pochita, who was lying at the door. Pochita, do you want a bite? Pochita looked at her briefly, didn't respond, and then stood up and walked away in the opposite direction. Makima retracted the dessert, looking regretfully toward Hayashi in the dining room. Then finally she spoke. This time there were no casualties. That's good. But you also didn't get any real combat training. That's bad. What about next time? What kind of devil will you face then? Are any of you as strong as Pochita? I think you all need special training. For a moment, everyone's expressions turned pale. Then Makima clarified that Aki and Heimno didn't need it. But Power and Kobni did. Power froze on the spot. She opened her mouth, but nothing came out. Her mind was spinning. She glanced toward Pochita at the door. In the end, she nodded. She couldn't exactly say no. This was Makima. Aki asked, so what do we do about the leech devil incident? How do we report it to HQ? Every devil incident had to be reported. But this one was unusual, and Aki wasn't sure how to handle it. Makima thought for a moment, then nodded. I'll write the report. You don't need to worry about it. From now on, anything involving shopkeeper Hayashi will be handled by me. Aki nodded in understanding. Heimno silently confirmed what she had suspected. So it is true, Makima and him. At the same time, surprisingly, Power was deep in thought, actually thinking. That alone was shocking. After a while, she suddenly said, I'm going to the bathroom. Iki quickly reminded her, flush the toilet, or the shopkeeper won't let you come back. Power didn't respond and walked off. At that moment, Hayashi was sitting on a bench in the backyard. Pochita had just come by to tattle. Makima tried to feed him, but he didn't eat it. He only eats food from Hayashi or the shop staff. Haha, Hayashi rubbed his head. Good, that's the way it should be. Pochita looked pleased. Footsteps came from behind. Hayashi turned and saw blonde hair and red horns. It was Power. She walked over, unusually shy and hesitant, and stood next to Hayashi. Then in a small, timid voice, she said, I'd like to ask you for a favor, shopkeeper. Hayashi couldn't hold back a chuckle. Why did that sound like, please, I beg you, kneel down? He didn't mind her calling herself, this great me, that was just her quirk. Wa tilde Pochita, seeing someone had arrived and that his tattling was done, bounced away. All right, let's hear it, Hayashi said, smiling. My kitty got taken by a devil, Power said gloomily. I can't beat that devil, but Pochita definitely can. So. Hayashi got it. So you want to borrow Pochita to go save your cat, right? Yes, Power nodded hard. Then she quickly crouched down beside Hayashi's chair, looking up at him with pleading eyes. Hayashi leaned sideways in his chair and looked at her. What if the devil, holding your cat, decides to kill it out of spite? Power froze. Kill it, what do you mean? I mean, what if the devil threatens you, says it'll kill your cat if you bring help? What then? Power was stunned again. She really hadn't thought that far ahead. That cat was the most important thing in her life. If it were going to be killed anyway, what would be the point of saving it? But if she didn't try to save it, that was impossible too. Her mind spun and spun. Her mental CPU simply couldn't keep up. What should I do then? Power was so anxious she was about to cry. Hayashi glanced at her. What exactly did that devil say to you? Why didn't you tell Makima? Hayashi already knew about the cat situation from the original plot. He wanted to see if Power was being sincere. Or if, like in the original story, she was just trying to lure someone into a trap. Pachita was plenty strong. That bat devil was way weaker than the leech devil. If Power, after seeing Pachita's power, still chose to deceive, then Hayashi wouldn't help her. She'd be on her own. But if she was telling the truth, she'd explain everything clearly. And if she wasn't, she'd lie. So it all depended on how she answered. Facing his question, Power truly struggled. She wasn't even good at lying. She looked visibly conflicted, unable to act, completely torn about whether to tell the truth or not. Hayashi could barely keep a straight face. This was just adorably dumb. There was no way she could hide anything. And Power was trying very hard. Inside, her thoughts were racing. What should I do? Should I tell the truth? Pachita is strong. Makima said the shopkeeper is strong too. Definitely stronger than that devil, right? And Thor is strong too. This should be fine. Wait. What if I trick them and Pachita gets eaten? The devil might still kill the cat. If Pachita dies, the shopkeeper will be mad. I won't get to eat delicious food anymore. He might even chase me down and kill me. Better tell the truth. Finally, she made her decision. And Hayashi, just looking at her face, already knew she would. I didn't tell Makima because the devil told me not to, and I figured maybe Makima wouldn't care about a cat anyway. That devil is evil. It's very weak right now. It said if I brought it another devil to eat, it would return my kitty. But Hayashi, you're right. What if it kills my cat anyway? So I wanted to ask you to help me take it back properly. After she finished, Power dropped to her knees, did a full doja prostration, butt raised in the air, forehead on the ground, hands forward. Please, shopkeeper. Helping Power wasn't actually hard. The bat devil was a pushover. Hayashi turned slightly, smiling at her. Good, you were smart at the last moment. But after saying all that, you still didn't offer any payment. That makes it hard to take the job, Power. Power trembled. She had no money, what now? She thought for a bit, then suddenly sat up, puffed out her chest. Once it's done, shopkeeper can feel my boobs all he wants. I promise I won't trick you. Hayashi burst out laughing. He almost forgot. This one in front of him was the original padded bra fraudster. What you could see now, half of it was fake. At most, she was a bee. And she thought this would get the job done. Power, my maids are all DS, Hayashi said, grinning. If I help you for this, isn't that a total loss? Power nearly cried. She hadn't expected to be rejected, even on that front. That's right, Thor was a D. What now? Is Hope right in front of her, and she still can't save her cat? Power knelt on the ground, her upper body upright, looking completely lost. Hayashi chuckled. Have you thought it through? Do you have anything of value left to offer? Power was thinking, but quickly realized she had nothing. Hayashi understood and held up 2 fingers, suggesting, you have 2 choices. 1, become my dispatched worker. Technically, you won't be my employee, but whenever there's something I don't want to do, like killing someone, you'll have to do it. Basically, a freelance assassin. 2, obey 3 commands from me, like command seals. No matter how unwilling you are, you'll have to carry them out even if it's murder. Complete 3 tasks and we're even. To put it simply, option 1 was free range, option 2 was task-based. Although the Bat Devil was weak, and this was a guaranteed win, a favor in exchange for 3 tasks. Sounds fair, right? But to Hayashi's surprise, Power thought about it, then refused. No way, Power shook her head. Working is too much trouble, and I don't want to do stuff I don't feel like doing. Hayashi. Just as he was confused, Power suddenly made up her mind, took off her shirt, and started unbuttoning her pants. I've decided. If the shopkeeper helps me, you can mess with my body 3 times, no, 5 times, because you're so handsome. Do whatever you want, just don't film it or tell anyone. Anyway, with how handsome you are, it's not a loss for me. Hayashi, 0. He had to admit, he didn't expect a devil's brain to work like this. She'd rather offer her body than do actual labor or tasks. And maybe being messed with would even feel good. But doing jobs, that's just torture. So Power was more willing to offer her body than her time or effort. Hayashi fell into silence. By now, Power had taken off her shirt and undone her jeans. Her smooth skin reflected faint moonlight in the night. Hayashi reached out. Power leaned forward, ready to place her chest in his hand. Smack! Hayashi slapped her hand. Your face. Power understood and placed her chin in his palm instead. Hayashi gently touched her smooth jawline, then her cheeks, pressed the corners of her eyes, and finally tapped the small horns on her head. At that moment, he really was examining her like a product. But he had to admit, Power's figure and looks were top tier. Hayashi thought for a moment, then nodded. All right, I accept. Really? Power was more excited than he was and jumped up. Then when do we go? Tomorrow, come early and bring Pachita, Hayashi said, pointing to the clothes on the ground. Now get dressed. Woohoo Tilda, Power was over the moon. Hayashi felt like he was being corrupted by perversion. Capitulo 53, Chapter 53. 3 sentences to make Makima keep me, and the string fruit in the lottery. Power happily put her clothes back on and returned to the group. Hyemno saw how happy she was and asked curiously. You went to the bathroom and came back this cheerful. I'm just happy Tilda, Power wasn't good at lying, so she changed the subject. The group continued chatting. Makima reminded them to train hard. More dangerous missions were coming. Everyone, of course, responded enthusiastically. No one in Anti-Devil Squad 4 dared disobey Makima's authority. On the other side, the folks from Anteku Cafe had nearly finished their food. Kurona and the others had never drunk alcohol before, so after a few rounds, they were all a bit tipsy. Once the chatting died down, Kiriwa took a look around, got a nod from manager Yoshimura, and stood up to settle the bill. Shopkeeper Hayashi, the bill please. Coming. Hayashi processed the payment at the bar. The group got up and came over to thank him before leaving. See you next time, shopkeeper. That was delicious. I'll definitely recommend this place. Thanks again. Anteku Cafe's group left first. Toru went to clean up. Hayashi looked at the dishes and leftovers left behind by several people and sighed emotionally. Finding Toru really was hitting the jackpot. Otherwise, what's the point of a dishwasher? SSR employees really are the best, and Toru's the top pick. Hayashi finished processing the bill. He watched as Toru calmly and efficiently cleaned the restaurant and kitchen. She took away the plates and trash, then zapped the garbage away with a touch of her magic finger. Once the cutlery and dishes were organized, she zapped again, and everything was done. Fast and efficient. Hayashi-kun, can we talk outside for a moment? Just then, Makima appeared beside him. Hayashi nodded, sure. Makima paid her bill first. Then the two walked out to the courtyard and returned to the reclining chairs. Makima clasped her hands together and apologized first. Sorry, Hayashi-kun. Regarding this afternoon's incident, I can hide it from the upper levels of the domestic cabinet, but I can't conceal it from foreign devil agency spies. I'll put you on a whitelist with the domestic authorities. That way, no Japanese government officials or public security agents will trouble you, but I can't promise anything about foreign devil organizations. From now on, please be careful. This is my personal number, you can call anytime. I'll also be moving into the neighborhood before the end of next week. Hayashi. Out of all that, the only part that really stuck with him was the last sentence. You're moving near me. Is that not okay? Makima stared at him. Look, I arrived late today. No, I just think it's kind of unnecessary. It's necessary. Foreign devil organizations are stronger than we imagined, especially America and the USSR. Their professional operatives have been trained since birth. Trust me, okay? I also really love your cooking. I want to eat it every day. Fine, whatever you say. Emma. They chatted a while longer. Makima talked about foreign devil organizations across Europe and Asia. She especially emphasized the American and Soviet agencies. America's devil agency was backed by massive conglomerates. Even their president was controlled by them. Assassinations were carried out by devils on the payroll or by hitman alliances. The Soviets, on the other hand, had a government-run devil agency. Or more accurately, a militarized system of violence that controlled devils, because devils don't obey humans by nature. Either way, devils work by contract and cost. Neither America nor the USSR was clean, even Japan wasn't. This was clear from how the CCG and even cabinet officials had secretly made contracts with devils. Makima's contracts were paid for with the fortune and life force of Japanese citizens. So no matter the country, America, USSR, or Japan, the top brass were all the same. Scum. And devils even fought amongst themselves. People would collaborate with foreign enemies to assassinate their own domestic devils. It was all chaos. After a bit more chatting, Makima bluntly added, "As long as a devil's status is high enough, even rumors will draw international assassins. A devil's power is a national resource. I've been a target for a long time. European devil assassins have already infiltrated through bribery and coercion. They've contacted a local gang, and I expect they'll make a move on me soon. That's also why I want the team to train harder." Everything she said made Hayashi look at her with more respect. Because he knew she was telling the truth. Turns out, even at this point in time, Makima already knew about the underground connections. She'd been fishing, trying to lure the foreign assassins out. Everyone who died in Anti-Devil Squad 4 had just been her pawns. If they died, they died. Makima had been under threat of assassination the whole time, totally normal. Eventually, as Hayashi became more exposed to devils and ghouls, the assassins would probably come for him, too. Doesn't matter if he's a devil or not, power makes you a target. Goddamn, what a mess, Hayashi sighed. Ghouls, devils, it's all endless war. Makima looked at him and smiled. Actually, Hayashi-kun, if you were willing to devour all devils and ghouls, then everything could vanish, including me. I couldn't finish that, Hayashi waved it off. What a joke, he couldn't possibly eat every devil and ghoul. But Makima's wish was to be eaten by Hayashi. He knew that Makima was filled with extreme contradictions. Her powers and actions all revolved around domination, yet deep in her heart, she longed for a world that didn't rely on control, a world without devils, where everything could run on its own. That's why Makima wished for Hayashi to devour all devils, so they would disappear, forever, never to reincarnate again. And then she'd want him to devour her. That way, devils would cease to exist. World peace, a devil-free world. If that plan failed, then she'd find a way to dominate every devil herself and carry it out personally, her own way of achieving that goal. It was outrageous, but that was how she thought. This kind of ideal mirrored the thinking of Takatsuki-sen and Kishu Arima. Makima wanted all devils to disappear. Takatsuki and Arima wanted to create a dragon, a tyrant who was both human and ghoul, someone strong enough to dominate the world. That way, humans and ghouls would finally behave and live in harmony. When Hayashi heard that, he could only say, dreams are free. But to them, it was the dream they chased. And sure enough, Makima hadn't given up. She reached out and tapped Hayashi's cheek. "I believe you can do it, Hayashi-kun." "I can't," he shook his head. "Unless you bring me the source heart of devils after they revert to their true forms and let me kill them, or you dominate them first, then let me strike. That could work. Devils whose source heart I devour or destroy will vanish forever. They'll never return." The source heart referred to a devil's true form, not their humanoid form. So he had to kill them after they transformed, which was troublesome since they'd be stronger and resist more. Makima was stunned. It's possible. To her, the only thing that mattered was whether it was possible. It is. Then thank you in advance, Hayashi-kun. I'll reward you in ways you can't imagine. Wait, you're seriously going to do it? Why not? I mean, it's just a slash for me, but a whole mission for you. That's fine, as long as it's possible. Yeah. Hayashi looked at her serious expression. She really did plan to force devils into their true forms, kill them, and bring back their hearts. Or dominate them, then let Hayashi do it. That was intense. Of course, it was Makima. To Hayashi, it didn't matter. If she really could bring them back, he'd only get stronger with each one he consumed. In other words, Makima would be using the power of the government to feed him. As long as he didn't have to go out killing or get dragged into conflicts. If she had the resolve and plan to do it, then fine, let her. While Hayashi and Makima chatted, Himeno was secretly watching. Seeing their private conversation and the intimate gestures, even if she couldn't hear a word, confirmed all her suspicions. It was terrifying. A union of the powerful. Outside in the courtyard. After talking a bit more, Makima looked up at the moon and stood. It's about time I headed back. Hayashi-kun, see you next time, stay safe. I'ma see you. Hayashi got up and walked her out. He watched her lead the anti-devil squad far away. As they left, everyone waved goodbye. Himeno invited him for a smoke sometime. Of course, power was the most over-the-top. She even secretly made a boob-grabbing gesture toward Hayashi. Hayashi. He watched the last guests leave. By the time he returned, Toru had already cleaned the entire restaurant. She also brought over 2 glasses of lemon tea, one for herself, one for Hayashi. He took it and sipped. Toru glanced outside at the empty street. There won't be any more customers tonight, right? Hayashi nodded. Definitely not. That explosion next door, it'll be in the news. Shops around here are screwed, probably won't get business for a while. Toru was shocked. Then what do we do? What do you mean, what do we do? Hayashi waved it off. Our customers are all regulars, and even if no one comes, we'll just bring down a game console and play while watching the shop. Toru's eyes lit up. That's perfect. But then she got a little worried. It's been dangerous lately. Miss Kusamigiaka hasn't shown up for days. I have a bad feeling about the area. Did Miss Makima say anything? Yeah, Hayashi sighed. She said that after today's incident, foreign devil spies will definitely learn about it. They might suspect I'm a devil, and I could be targeted for assassination. I have to be careful. Ah, Toru suddenly exploded in anger. Her eyes and limbs shifted to dragon form. Anyone who dares hurt Hayashi-san must be eradicated. Like Fafnir says, any who harbor ill intent, annihilate them all. Hayashi chuckled. Fafnir, is he your dragon friend from Earth? Sort of, he used to be aligned with my father's faction. Do you have other friends? Yes, but they're in another world. I don't think they'll come. Then she quickly added. Hayashi-san, you really have to watch out for hidden threats. Hayashi scratched his head. Aren't you strong, Toru? Super strong, she raised her dainty fists. I'll protect you, Hayashi-san. And I'm not strong. You are, she confirmed. Then that's that. Hayashi spread his arms. Whoever comes dies. If enough of them die, they'll stop coming. Toru suddenly understood. You're right. Take the Anteku Cafe, for example. The shop was run by the SSS-rated ghoul, Yashimura the Owl. Even after being discovered, he and 2 SS-rated staff held the line. And that guy was ancient, still powered by specialty food. He only died in the end because he refused to fight and went easy on the CCG. If he had gone all out, the CCG wouldn't have stood a chance, unless Arima personally came. So if you're strong enough, wherever you are becomes a safe zone. A place of absolute security. That's the kind of power Hayashi wanted, not some hidden, cautious lifestyle. I'll go finish the cleaning, Thor beamed, having understood his mindset. Instead of trying everything to protect Hayashi from assassins, she thought his whoever tries, dies policy was way better. So simple. Just annihilate them. Meanwhile, after seeing the guests off, Hayashi remembered something. Quest, raving reviews. Objective, attract important guests, 3-3. Mission reward. Store attractiveness level 1v1, multiverse food lottery x1. It was completed. Lots of new visitors came today. Like Himeno, Kobni, and from Anteku, Koma Enji, Irimikaya, Yomorenji, and even manager Yashimura. There was no way this wouldn't be completed. Hayashi looked toward the system. In the shop status section, he saw a new buff function. Store attractiveness level 1v1 increases the attraction rate for important customers. Due to coincidence, association, or instinct, important individuals will find the store and come to dine or shop. Highlight important customers. It won't just mindlessly attract random people, it targets significant ones. Interesting, let's see who comes back next. The second part was a lottery draw. Nothing much to think about. Hayashi silently said in his mind, "Draw it." Congratulations, you've received Paramisha-type devil fruit, Ito Ito no Mi string fruit X1. Seeing the reward, Hayashi grinned. Golden pull from the lottery. The string fruit, that's actually great. From now on, he wouldn't even need knives to cook. He could cut anything into any shape he wanted. Hayashi summoned the fruit. With a flick of his hand, the fruit appeared. It was completely white, rounded and fluffy, with a single purple stem curling at the top. Its surface was covered in twisted string-like patterns. So this is the string fruit. Heard these taste awful. Recalling the scenes of people vomiting after eating devil fruits, Hayashi actually started getting curious. They ate it and got sick, but I'm not the same. I devour devils. Let's try it. Hayashi didn't hesitate. Holding the string fruit like an apple, he bit into it. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3, 4. He gobbled it down like it was nothing. Gulp tilde. With a loud swallow, it went straight into his stomach. Afterward, Hayashi smacked his lips and revealed an as-expected expression. No flavor, it's just bland like yam, doesn't feel like anything special. His body didn't react much either. But when he extended a finger and focused, a nearly invisible thread emerged from his fingertip. Hayashi pulled it taut, flicked it once, then compared it to a knife. When he drew it blade to blade, the 30,000 knife spine was sliced clean in half. This is way better than Spider-Man's webbing. Capítulo 54, Chapter 54, The Power of the String Fruit Toru. Hayashi-san should just lie back. Spider-Man's webs only had durability going for them. But the strings from the Ito Ito no Mi, the abilities you could develop were limitless. Even in their normal state, you could play all kinds of tricks with skill alone. The threads weren't just insanely durable and immune to blades. They were absurdly sharp, sharper than actual knives, and could be shaped into any form. The most basic combo moves. Definitely 5-color strings, whip string, and spider web techniques. Hayashi tested it and confirmed he could control the string's color. Invisible when needed, bright red when desired. Nice even comes with visual flair. Let's try the other techniques. Next up was the whip string, channeling energy and flicking it like a whip. Wherever the whip struck. Clean slice. Hayashi pulled out a steak from the fridge, stood it upright, and flicked a thread toward it. A wave so thin it was barely visible moved through the air. Swish. He reeled the thread back in through his fingertip. At first glance, nothing happened. But then, the steak's fibers shifted subtly. At a 45-degree angle, gravity began pulling the upper section down. Plop. It landed flatly on the table, cut clean in half. Damn, this stuff's good, and practically invisible. Hayashi leaned in to examine it. The cut surface was glass smooth, perfectly clean. Holding it up for a closer look, he muttered, "Incredible." He placed the steak back down and began trying out more patterns and applications. Like weaving a net for defense, or setting up traps for objects to fall and slice themselves, testing sharpness. Each one worked flawlessly. Excellent, Hayashi was thoroughly satisfied. Now the only issue was developing more advanced applications. His next goal, mastering string bullet, string wave, birdcage, and similar techniques. All of those required practice. If you didn't know how to weave, these threads wouldn't do anything fancy, just lash and slice. Hayashi nodded thoughtfully. So Doflamingo was basically a master knitter. He could retire and run a sweater business. He'd make bank. Toru tilde. At that moment, Toru came in after finishing the cleaning. Peeking through the kitchen door, she curiously asked, "Hayashi-san, I thought I heard you cooking something. Are you having a midnight snack?" "No, I'm testing a new ability." Hayashi shook his head and put away the sliced steak. It could be seared into cubes later. Perfect timing. Help me test the thread's tensile strength, durability, and sharpness. Toru. Curious, Toru followed Hayashi to the backyard. It wasn't big, maybe a few dozen square meters. just a grassy area with a few tables and chairs. There, Hayashi flicked out a red-colored thread, made it visible to the naked eye, and cut it. He stretched it taut between his fingers and passed it to Toru. Be careful, Toru. This thread is insanely sharp. Try seeing if you can pull it apart. Use your dragon strength if needed. Ooh, Tilda, really? Toru lit up at the chance to use her dragon strength. Let me try. The thread, like before, was extremely thin, almost invisible. Only the faint red shimmer made it noticeable. Toru carefully took the thread from Hayashi. With her thumbs and index fingers pinching both ends, like a Korean heart gesture, she gave it a gentle tug. Zhang Tilda. The thread vibrated, but didn't break. Toru blinked in surprise and looked up at Hayashi. Hayashi-san, this thread's toughness is insane. That was her gentle pull, mind you. And this was Toru, she could casually punch through a skyscraper. Her gentle pull was measured in tons. Hayashi nodded. Try putting in a little more force, but be careful. Okay. Toru gradually applied more strength. Both of them focused intently. As she kept pulling, the thread grew tauter and tauter. Gentle strength turned into slight effort. Still, the thread didn't snap. Toru looked up amazed. But before she could speak, Hayashi added, "Keep going, try using your normal dragon strength. Daily strength, just your normal, casual movement strength." Toru nodded. "All right, but I can't use more than that. If I do, Hayashi-san's shop might be gone." Hayashi nodded. He was well aware of that. If Toru really used her full force and the string snapped, even an aircraft carrier wouldn't survive the recoil from her elbow, let alone his little shop. It'd become instant rubble, and he could forget about renovation costs. Toru continued to apply pressure. Her body slowly began to dragonify. Her pupils turned vertical, her hands morphed into claws. Classic dragon traits began to show. At this point, she was using the normal strength of a dragon. Toru exerted herself. Zzz tilde tilde. Finally, the red thread let out a strained hum. But it held. It didn't break. Toru looked up in surprise again. Her dragon features faded. She picked up the thread and examined it. It looked exactly the same. Hayashi-san, what kind of thread is this? It's so strong. If there's enough of it, it might even be able to restrain a dragon. Hayashi took the thread back, satisfied with the test results. The thread dissolved back into his fingertip, vanishing completely, which earned another curious look from Toru. This is my new ability. It's powerful, but I'll need a lot of training to really master it. Toru nodded enthusiastically. It's very strong. Just that alone could easily slaughter ghouls and devils in this world. Unless you were an SSS-grade ghoul or a top-tier hell-class devil. You couldn't resist this string's cutting force or its absurd durability. It was the perfect contradiction, overwhelming offense and defense. Not bad, I'm really happy with it. Hayashi retracted the thread and decided he'd go buy some knitting books from a bookstore soon. Start with the basics. It was already past midnight, about 2 hours left before the shop officially closed. Hayashi and Toru sat by the window seats, chatting and sipping drinks. Outside the yard, the streets were completely silent. Toru leaned on the windowsill, gazing at the stars, then perked up her ears. Hayashi-san, there's no one out there. Not a soul. How long do you think until things get back to normal? Hayashi scrolled through his phone. Isn't it kinda nice having no customers? I guess it is, but with literally no one, it gets boring. Toru glanced at the pitch-dark street and alley. There's not even a single sound out there. Well, the leech devil caused too much destruction. If it weren't for Pachita, this place might have stayed abandoned for weeks. But at this rate, I'd say 3 to 5 days, tops. 3 to 5 days, Toru turned to him in shock. It'll bounce back that fast. Of course, Hayashi nodded. In today's fast-paced, information-overloaded society, people forget yesterday by tomorrow. The shopping district will be back in business ASAP. No worries. Toru was still amazed. That's super fast. In her old world, if a town was wrecked like this, it'd take months to return to normal. People were scared. Infrastructure was slow to rebuild. But not here, not in modern society. Heck, sometimes a city could be at war next door, and nobody would bat an eye. Everyone just got used to it. At that moment, Hayashi's phone buzzed with a message. He opened it. It was from Makima. She'd sent a photo from her home. She was sitting on the sofa, surrounded by her dogs, all breeds, sizes, and shapes. Only her smooth thighs, calves, and feet were visible in the pic, which implied she was likely only in lingerie. Caption: I'll be moving with all my dogs, but still, they're not as cute as Pachita. Hayashi replied, dogs are all cute. Makima, I think so too. And that was it, she probably went to bed. Hayashi closed the chat and was just about to switch over to watch some Shibuya influencer videos. Then suddenly, he got a message from Yutaha Kasumigayaka. Attached was a photo filled with draft pages. Her hand flashed a peace sign in front of the camera. And in the background, her legs clad only in black stockings. Message: the new chapter's almost done. I heard there was a devil incident near you. Are you okay, Hayashi-kun? Hayashi replied, something did happen. Yutaha, really? Are you hurt? What hospital are you at? I'll come right away. Hayashi, not enough black stockings. Please send more pics. Yutaha, dai baka. She stopped replying. Man, I'm a messaging genius, Hayashi chuckled. He switched apps again to browse some thirst traps. Suddenly, Yutaha spammed more messages. Yutaha, image JPG. Yutaha, image JPG. Yutaha, image JPG. 3 in a row, bam bam bam. Hayashi opened them. Ooh tilde. All 3 were black stocking pics. One with her legs together. One hugging her knees. One cross-legged. Too good, those legs. Hayashi, thanks Yutaha, I've got tonight's content sorted. Yutaha, what do you mean content? Don't do weird stuff with my photos. Hayashi, too late, already saved. Yutaha, hentai. Still, he did save them. 2 gorgeous ladies' leg pics in one night. Hayashi felt completely satisfied. And on top of that, he just secured that airhead beauty Power's body as collateral. Hayashi figured maybe it was time to lean into a slightly more indulgent lifestyle. Just looking wasn't enough. Yeah, time to start tasting. If the feelings are right and the moment's perfect, why not go for it? You mock Makoto for dying early. Makoto laughs at how little you lived. Suffering first doesn't guarantee joy later, but pleasure now is always sweet. Later that night, the shop stayed dead quiet. Hayashi checked the time and told Toru to close early. Are we really closing? Toru asked. Yeah, go ahead, Hayashi confirmed. He also wanted to test if closing early would affect his clock-in rewards. Toru walked over and flipped the sign to closed. The system instantly responded. Clock-in successful, gained 6 business hours points. Business hours points. Collect 8 hours to redeem 1 multiverse food lottery ticket. Oh, Hayashi raised an eyebrow at that. He honestly wasn't expecting the system to let him clock in without meeting full business hours. He thought it would fail and was just testing the boundaries. If it didn't work, no big deal, lotteries were RNG anyway. But to his surprise, the system tracked hours and allowed accumulation toward a draw. That was basically shard collection. Pretty nice. Now if any emergencies popped up, he could just shut the place and handle things. Fair and logical. All right, let's go upstairs and game. Hayashi waved casually. Toru immediately dashed up ahead. The 2 of them headed up, washed up, and got ready. Meanwhile, Rise Kamishiro was out on the balcony, lounging on a recliner in a long dress, legs crossed, reading under the moonlight. Hayashi's vision was sharp, and the book Rise Kamishiro was reading was none other than How to Become a Yamato Neidshiko. Not a bad choice at all. Hayashi had to admit, if Rise could really learn something from that book, even if she didn't become gentle, considerate, or morally upright, as long as she showed even a trace of improvement, he'd be willing to treat her like a normal person. How they interacted didn't matter. As long as she didn't go crazy, it was fine. That said, Rise was already doing better than before. Ever since she'd developed an aversion to eating raw meat, she'd only eaten the cooked dishes Hayashi prepared. Steak, pork chops, lamb, barbecue, anything as long as it was purely meat. Her gluttonous nature had subsided, and her bloodlust had significantly weakened. So for now, there weren't any major issues, aside from the occasional urge to lick him. When Hayashi came upstairs, Rise closed her book and greeted him. Hayashi knew she hadn't eaten today. "You didn't eat today, no midnight snack, all right?" Hayashi reminded her. "Don't go gnawing raw stuff in the kitchen." Rise shook her head. "I didn't have an appetite today. Honestly, one of your meals is enough to satisfy a ghoul for a whole day. With food that delicious, why would I want to eat anything raw?" Hayashi nodded in relief and patted her on the shoulder. "That's good, get up early tomorrow, I'll make you egg-fried rice. You can try something new." Rise was about to refuse, she was a hardcore carnivore. But since it was Hayashi's suggestion, and it was egg-fried rice, she nodded in agreement. Back in the bedroom, Toru had already powered on the console and was browsing for games. When she saw Hayashi return, she immediately handed him the second controller. "What are we playing today, Hayashi-san? I want something fun." "Sure, I've got just the thing." Hayashi grabbed the controller and quickly browsed. "This one's co-op too, but it's puzzle platformer, super interesting." The game he chose was It Takes Two. As soon as it launched, Toru was hooked. They both started button mashing furiously. Hayashi was half lounging on a bean-bag chair. The floor was covered with a thick rug that was comfy enough to sleep on. Toru had changed into her green dinosaur pajamas from earlier that day. She curled up in Hayashi's arms while playing, even asking him to hold her while they gamed. The D-plus bust pressing against him made Hayashi a little restless. It was like a line of spearmen, with their spears too long and poking the person in front. Still, it was a good sign. Any man who doesn't react in this situation might as well be dead inside. Toru felt it and wriggled. "Hayashi-san, your phone's poking me." Hayashi still had his arms around her, making it hard to adjust. So Toru reached for it herself. But when she touched it and realized how hot it was, she paused, then her face flushed, and she said softly, "Hayashi-san, so full of youthful vigor. Of course, you'd have normal desires, tilde." Hayashi sucked in a breath. "Then how about letting go first?" "Nope, tilde." Toru kept her grip and even snuggled closer. "I read on a forum that fulfilling the master's needs is part of a head maid's duties." "Wait, what kind of forums are you even reading?" "Hayashi-san, just lie back and let me handle everything, tilde. Capitulo 55, Chapter 55, The Lewd Maid and the Innocent Master, Kana arrives. Late at night, in the bedroom. After a battle of words and will, a serene male voice broke the silence. "Go brush your teeth, Toru." But I already ate." "Brush your teeth." "But..." "Brush." "Fine." Toru trudged into the en-suite bathroom, and the sound of brushing and rinsing followed. Moments later, she returned and immediately dove into bed, wrapping herself around him. Compared to before, she was way more affectionate and loving. The atmosphere was practically pink with romance. If Hayashi had a cigarette, he definitely would have lit one. Seeing her nestled against him, he suddenly remembered. "What kind of books are you even reading? Something about maids and masters." Toru hesitated a moment. Then she pulled out her phone, opened a bookmarked novel, and handed it over, face hidden behind the blanket. Hayashi glanced at the screen. Holy! What the hell was this? This was her study material. This didn't even qualify as a light novel. It was practically a royal lewd scripture. Just look at the titles. The Succubus Maid and the Pure-Hearted Master's Lewd Daily Life. The beastly young master did this, and that to his loyal maid. The Elven Maid and the Dragon-Blooded Master's Forbidden. Hayashi was speechless. No wonder she'd been so forward earlier. She'd learned all this from second-rate fantasy smut. "Where did you even find this stuff, Toru?" "Online," came her muffled voice under the covers. "There was a lot of it, and it was kind of good. Anime culture is corrupting dragons now." Oh well, he figured they'd done a good deed anyway. Hayashi felt pretty great. Toru was happy, it was mutual, all good. Phew. He exhaled and patted Toru's head. "But we've gotta pace ourselves, all right? Otherwise you'll get addicted, and then the demon of lust will come knocking." Toru tilted her head. Who's the demon of lust? Hayashi thought about it. Who cares? Definitely not someone you want to meet. Toru nodded. The two of them kept chatting as Hayashi stroked her hair. Before long, drowsiness set in. Let's sleep, we've got to restock tomorrow. Okay, Tilda. Toru snuggled close and got ready to sleep. For some reason, she felt incredibly at peace. This wasn't just a physical home anymore. It felt like a spiritual one too. Elsewhere, even in the dead of night, several ghouls were on the move. In dark alleys and empty streets. These ghouls weren't ordinary, they wore black cloaks or suits, masks covering their faces. Professional. Damn it, the dogs were useless. Two of them couldn't even bring back one sub-SS class ghoul. Pathetic. Another ghoul muttered, seriously, all they do is cause trouble, and they got themselves killed. The rains washed away every trace. What now? These ghouls even carried tracking equipment. But after a long, fruitless search, some were visibly losing patience. Target Kamishiro Rise has vanished. The home address has been abandoned. She could be holed up in any sewer licking her wounds. Start by checking missing persons reports. She'll need meat to recover. Let's also investigate major recent events. Everything's been happening in the 20th ward lately. It's too suspicious. Even a ghouls tree is sniffing around like wild dogs. Whatever it takes, move faster. The doctor and the boss are losing patience. The experiment's about to begin. The next day, around noon. Hayashi woke up, not naturally, but because he was being messed with. Toru was fidgeting around under the covers. At first, Hayashi thought he was dreaming. Then he sighed deeply. After a while, Toru popped up, bright and cheerful, like she'd just licked a giant lollipop. She had the look of someone begging for praise. What else could Hayashi say? He just chuckled to himself. Well played. He exhaled and got up to get dressed. Wash up. We'll go out and shop this afternoon. No customers today, so it's a full-on gaming day. Yay, Tilda, Toru lit up immediately. So she quickly took off her dinosaur pajamas and changed into her maid outfit. Toru had initially only liked her maid uniform, but after Hayashi gifted her a pair of dinosaur pajamas, she came to love both. Now she had two favorite outfits. After getting changed, she carefully folded and put away the pajamas, handling them with utmost care. Toru, hurry up. You don't have to fold those so neatly, Hayashi called out. No, I have to fold them properly. I'll be right there. Once she was finished tidying up, Hayashi had also finished brushing his teeth and washing up. Toru, not wanting to keep Hayashi waiting, faked going into the bathroom and instead used magic to clean herself instantly. Seeing her like that, Hayashi couldn't help but say, "It's fine if you use magic, but at least wait a bit. You were in there for like 10 seconds. Toru scratched her head sheepishly. I forgot. When the two of them left the room, Rise Kamishiro's door was still shut. Thankfully, the soundproofing was top-notch, so she probably hadn't heard anything from last night, or just now. Not long after Hayashi came out, Rise also stepped out in her dress. Hayashi waved, "Let's go, time for breakfast." Rise smiled, "Okay." Downstairs. Tilda Pachita was the first to greet Hayashi. He was lying on the grass near the door, basking in the warm sunlight, looking blissfully content. To think just a bit of devil hunting could earn him this kind of lifestyle. His past life must have been hell. But as soon as he saw Hayashi, he trotted over excitedly. Pachita, have you eaten? Tilda, not yet, I finished everything. Hayashi glanced at his bowl and storage container. Empty. All right, we're having egg fried rice today. I'll refill your storage food later. Tilda, Hayashi is the best. Pachita had two types of food. One was like crunchy pet biscuits, snacks to fill his belly, but still tasty. Hayashi usually made a whole canister's worth and stored them for Pachita to eat at will. The other was regular food. Meals Hayashi made a portion of just for Pachita when cooking for everyone. These two were more than enough. Hayashi headed to the kitchen to start making egg-fried rice. Toru came down and prepared the lemon tea and cold water. After a little while, Pachita's snack biscuits were done first, a huge bowl's worth packed into the dispenser. Soon after, 4 plates of golden egg fried rice were ready. Toru brought all 4 plates to the table in one go. Hayashi set out the pickled mustard greens and Lao Gan ma chili sauce. Rise took a bite of the egg-fried rice, her eyes narrowing in delight, a look of complete contentment on her face. "How is it?" Hayashi asked. "How does a carnivore like egg-fried rice?" "It's delicious. It makes me happy," Rise said as she wiped her eyes. Her childhood had been dark and bitter. So when she closed her eyes just now, the memories flashing through her mind were all the good ones from after meeting Hayashi. "All right, dig in," Hayashi said. Toru helped serve the pickles. Pachita was already wolfing down his food outside. Hayashi scooped up a mouthful of rice, chewed happily and swallowed. "Oh yeah, that hits the spot." He loved eating egg-fried rice this way. Big bites only, anything else was an insult. Toru, having mastered his technique, did the same. Huge scoops, chew-chew, swallow. Hayashi-san's cooking is too delicious, Tilda. As they neared the end of the meal, Hayashi, polishing off his plate, casually asked Rise, "How's your recovery going? Feeling better?" Rise paused for a moment. It was the first time anyone had asked her something so genuinely caring. "I'm okay," she replied quietly, then deliberately pulled a sad face. "Hayashi-kun, are you trying to kick me out already?" "Dummy, I'm running a business," Hayashi chuckled. "You can stay all month, just pay the deposit later." Rise acted like she was about to cry. "Hayashi-kun, so cruel." "Heh," Hayashi gave a fake smile right back. After chatting a bit longer, Rise got serious. "I plan to go out today, to buy some books and check if there's news about Takatsuki-sen's new releases. I'll be back before evening, don't worry." Hayashi thought for a second and asked, "What's your current threat level?" "SS," Rise answered without hesitation. "SS, huh?" Hayashi did the math in his head. "Not bad. Unless you run into a special class investigator, you should be fine. Even if you do, as long as there's not more than one, you can probably escape." Rise smiled. "Running away isn't really my style, Hayashi-kun." In other words, she'd fight to kill. If necessary, she'd go down with them. Hayashi gave her a thumbs up. Respect. It had been a few days. Rise was probably mostly recovered. She'd be fine unless she ran into a top-class investigator. Those only acted when intel was confirmed. They were too busy to go on patrol. After a bit more chatting, Rise wiped her mouth and stood to thank them for the food. Then she went upstairs to grab some cash. When she came back down, she slammed a whole bag of money onto the chair. "Hayashi." "Toru." "When did you bring this back?" Hayashi asked in shock. "And where did this money come from? Don't tell me you robbed someone." "I don't think it counts as robbery," Rise replied, unzipping the bag to reveal wads of bills. "I wiped out a ghoul gang before. This was their cash and it's clean. There are a few more bags. This is just one of them. I went back to get them after I started recovering." Clearly, Rise understood something now. In human society, money isn't everything, but without money, you're nothing. If she wanted a comfortable life, she'd need money to support it. She nudged the chair forward with the bag on it. "Hayashi-kun, this money is all yours." "Toru." Greed was in a dragon's blood. Even if they weren't red dragons, most still loved treasure to some extent. Toru's eyes practically sparkled. In their gaze, Hayashi reached out and pulled out just a few 100,000 yen. "That's enough, Rise." He handed the money to Toru beside him. Rise stared at him, surprised. "Take the rest back, we'll square up if it's not enough." Rise looked at him seriously. "Why not take it all? I told you it's yours." She knew full well, in human society, money rules. 99% of people wouldn't turn down a windfall. Rise wanted to test him. And Hayashi had only taken a small portion. Faced with her confusion, Hayashi waved it off casually. "I'm only taking what's fair. I earn what I earn. If I take more than I should, then I'm obligated. Either I pay it back, which is a pain, or I don't, which makes me a scumbag. So logically speaking, I'll just take what's right." It sounded almost philosophical. In truth, he was just being honest. Yeah, us simple farmers are like that. He hated trouble, hated owing people, hated being handed things. So he turned her down, not because of principles but practicality. He just dressed it up with nice words for flair. But Toru and Rise both took it seriously. Hayashi-san, Toru looked at him with complete admiration in her eyes. She was a dragon, which made her even more sensitive to the feeling of someone not being attached to wealth. Toru was already one of the least materialistic dragons. But now she realized Hayashi was even more rational than she was. Hayashi-kun. Likewise, Rise Kamishiro was completely moved by this kind of integrity and character. Up to this point, Rise had only liked Hayashi's cooking and his strength. Yes, she didn't love his soul, only his body. But now, Rise admitted to herself that she liked his soul too. Having grown up in the darkness of the world, surrounded by the sins of ghouls, meeting Hayashi today felt like seeing the sun for the first time. Zip tilde. Hayashi zipped Rise's money bag shut and handed it back. Take it back. Rise nodded, accepting his decision. But instead of immediately taking the bag, she stepped forward under Toru's pouting gaze, gave Hayashi a hug, and planted a kiss on his cheek. Tisk tilde. Only then did she take the bag, wave goodbye, and head upstairs. A moment later, she leapt off the balcony and left. Hayashi calmly wiped his face and shrugged at Toru. Can't help it, I'm just too charming. Toru opened her mouth to argue, but couldn't. All she could do was go collect the dishes in silence. While she was cleaning up, Hayashi stepped outside, sat in the sun, and played with Pochita. He lightly tugged on the zipper on Pochita's head, and with a vrrr tilde, the chainsaw revved up like a power tool. It gave Hayashi the same satisfaction as spinning a fidget toy. He played with it for a while, and Pochita didn't mind one bit. He even seemed to enjoy it. But as they played, the doorbell suddenly rang. Ding-dong tilde. Hayashi tilted his head and looked toward the entrance. Who could be coming at this hour? Everyone knows we don't open until sunset. I'm coming. Still puzzled, Hayashi put Pochita down and walked to the door. He opened it. And despite being nearly 180 cm tall, he saw no one in front of him. Where? I'm down here, said a voice below. Hayashi looked down. A cute little girl with light purple hair and dressed in a pink and white frilly dress stood before him. A floating orb bobbed behind her back, and two white little horns poked out from her head. Her eyes were clear and blue like the ocean. When she saw that Hayashi had finally noticed her, she immediately spoke, her voice childish, but her tone absolutely serious. Break up with Lady Toru. I know what you did. You must have tricked her with all sorts of tactics. Give Lady Toru back to me, you pervert. Capitulo 56, Chapter 56. You must have seduced Lady Toru with your body, conquering Kana with food. Hayashi immediately recognized her Kana. Of course, now that Toru was here, this little one was bound to follow eventually. And here she was now, pointing a tiny finger at him, accusing him of great sins with her pouty mouth. I know what you did. You totally used your body to seduce Lady Toru. Hayashi. You homewrecker, pervert. Hayashi, It had sounded adorable when Kana said things like this in the anime. But when she said it to his face, and when she wasn't completely wrong, it became hard to keep a straight face. Then, seeing him silent, Kana rushed forward and began pummeling his stomach with her tiny fists. Break up with her right now, give Lady Toru back to me. Wait, Hayashi caught her little fists. I didn't trick Toru, she's doing perfectly fine. Liar, Kana's eyes teared up. I saw you two shopping at the market, you bought her cute clothes and round bouncy balls. Those were for supplies, Hayashi explained. We were stocking up for the store, we just happened to grab those too. Kana wasn't convinced and still looked like she was about to cry. Hayashi-san, what's going on? Just then, Toru came out from the kitchen, having just finished the dishes. Kana instantly perked up, her head tilted like a puppy hearing a treat bag crinkle. Lady Toru. Toru's eyes widened. Kana. Toru-sama. Kana ran forward. Hayashi stepped aside to let her through. Her little legs flailed as she ran, but she stumbled partway, only to fall directly into Toru's arms. Toru caught her and helped her stand straight. Kana clung to Toru's waist and buried her head against her stomach. Toru gently patted her head and smiled softly. Kana, what are you doing here? I couldn't find you, Toru-sama. I searched forever to find this place. Kana's muffled voice came from Toru's waist. Come home with me, please. Hearing that, Toru's first reaction was to nervously look at Hayashi. For some reason, she suddenly felt scared. What if Hayashi heard that and decided to let her go? She pulled Kana away slightly and explained. I came here by choice, Kana. This is my home now. Kana was stunned. What? She couldn't believe it. That Toru, a dragon, would settle down in the human world. She refused to believe it was genuine. Kana turned and flapped her way back over to Hayashi. Then she resumed her pummeling. Give Lady Toru back to me. The punches did no damage. After a while, tired out, she paused. Then started again, even weaker than before. You must have used your body to seduce her. Hayashi. That one finally broke him. He met eyes with Toru. Toru, flustered, scratched her head bashfully. Eventually, Kana got so tired she slumped against Hayashi's leg. Then she turned to Toru again. Toru-sama, come home, please. No, Toru said firmly, shaking her head. Why not? Kana's expression turned utterly heartbroken. Toru knelt down and looked her in the eyes. Kana, I'm serious. Hayashi-sen treats me really well, we live happily. There's good food every day, fun things to do every day. Hearing that, Kana pouted. I knew it. You two went on a date yesterday, right? I saw you on the street, buying things, holding hands. That was totally a date. Hayashi sighed. Even running errands got labeled as a date now. Toru, however, beamed. Tilde well, if you put it that way, I guess you could call it a date. Toru, Hayashi looked at her, then at the nearly broken Kana. Can you answer seriously? She's about to mentally crash. Oh, right. Toru quickly regained composure. Then she turned to Kana and said, solemnly, do you want to know why I won't go back? Kana nodded earnestly. Toru took a deep breath, then raised both hands toward Hayashi and declared, because I love Hayashi-san, it's true love, I mean it. Hayashi. Kana, Toru's final blow nearly sent Kana into grayscale. Hayashi thought Toru would give a serious answer. Well, Toru thought she had given a serious answer. But Kana didn't think so. Seeing Kana's tear-filled eyes, Hayashi let out a long breath, rubbed his forehead, and waved Toru aside. I'll handle this. If I let you keep talking, she's going to have a full-on emotional breakdown. Toru stepped aside. Hayashi brought the two of them to the dining table and sat them down. He served everyone a glass of lemon tea. Then he turned to Kana. Where should I start? Let's do introductions first. Toru raised her hand to help with that. This is Kana, she's a young dragon. I met her while traveling between worlds back in the other realm. We were apart for a while after that, and then I came to Earth. Kana nodded seriously to confirm. Only, the table seemed a little too tall for her. After she sat down, only her eyes and forehead were visible. Hold on a sec. Hayashi got up and grabbed a cushion, setting it under her so her whole head could peek over the table. Then he sat back down and continued. So Kana, why did you come to Earth? Kana pointed at Toru. To bring Lady Toru back. I've lived with her since I was little. As she spoke, Kana's little nose twitched. She sniffed the air and looked curiously at the lemon tea in front of her. Hayashi asked again, so can you still go back now? Kana fell silent. You can't go back. Still quiet. Toru looked at her surprised. Why not? Just then Kana's stomach let out a loud gurgle. She rubbed her belly and murmured, I'm starving. I've got no energy left. Hayashi finally realized why she had no strength earlier, why her punches were weak, and she nearly tripped. He pushed the lemon tea toward her. Have some of this first, to whet your appetite. Then, he took out the big snack pack he had made for Toru from the system inventory, and set it on the table. Here, try these too. It was full of all sorts of treats, candied fruit, cookies, bread, pastries, you name it. Toru picked up some cookies and handed them to Kana. Kana, eat up. Hayashi-san's cooking is amazing, you're going to love it. Kana looked at the food, then back at Toru. Do you like it? Toru nodded enthusiastically. I love it, I only eat Hayashi-san's cooking now. Then I'll try it. Kana took a small sip of the lemon tea. Just one sip. And her eyes widened, eyebrows raised, her floating tail perked up like a cat's. Then she started sucking the straw harder. In a blink, the tea level dropped fast. 2/3 gone. 1/3. Empty. SSSS tilde tilde tilde. The straw let out that telltale slurp of emptiness. Kana looked up, her mouth slightly open. Hiya tilde. Toru asked, well, how is it? It's good, Kana nodded. Hayashi pushed the cookies and bread closer. Try these too. Kana glanced at Toru. I'll go get another pot of tea, Toru said, standing up. Only then did Kana pick up the bread and take a bite. One bite. And she made the same face again. Eyes wide, eyebrows raised, tail straight up again. So yummy. Then she went in for a second bite, third bite, devouring it in big mouthfuls. Before long, she had finished the entire slice of bread. Hayashi smiled and offered her some cookies. Try these. Kana opened her mouth and chomped on a cookie. Careful, don't eat too fast, you might choke. Cough. Hayashi had just said that. And Kana froze, clutching her chest. Toru, Hayashi called. On it. Toru came back just in time with more lemon tea and filled Kana's glass. Kana took the cup and drank deeply. Gulp, gulp, gulp. She let out a long breath. Ah, tilde. Hayashi asked, so, good, right? Kana pursed her lips, paused, and said, I get it now, so this is how you seduced Lady Toru. It wasn't just that, Toru said, crossing her arms proudly. Hayashi-san is honest, super gentle, and really thoughtful. You'll see if you stay with us long enough, Kana. Speaking of staying, Hayashi suddenly remembered something and looked at Kana. How long have you been in this world? A while, she replied. Where were you sleeping before? In the forest, on mountains, on islands, anywhere, really. Kana's voice went quiet. Hayashi blinked. Then what were you eating? Not much, Kana shook her head. When I got really hungry, I'd eat some fish or bugs. Fish raw, right? Raw. Toru's mouth fell open in shock, her face filled with concern. Hayashi was already rubbing his forehead. Kana looked like a 10-year-old, and she was this cute, and yet she'd been out there every day sleeping rough, eating raw fish and bugs. That really didn't sit right. Kana, Toru looked heartbroken. She hugged Kana and gently persuaded her. Stay with me, okay? Live here with us with Hayashi-san too, please. As she spoke, she glanced at Hayashi, silently asking for permission. Could Kana stay? Did she even need to ask? Putting aside the fact that Kana could probably level Tokyo, if she wanted to. Just her looks alone made her a perfect fit for the store, a living mascot. Brains and beauty in one package. Hayashi nodded. If it's Kana, anything's fine. She can help out around the store however she likes. Your Toru-sama is already a huge help. Without her, I'd be drowning every day. It was true. Without Toru, Hayashi would be back to doing everything alone, and he'd probably keel over from exhaustion. Toru lit up instantly. She grabbed Kana by the shoulders. See, Kana, you heard that, right? Hayashi-san said yes, come live with us. Kana looked at the food in her hand, then at Hayashi's face, then back at Toru. Finally, she nodded. Okay. Yay tilde, Toru immediately hugged her. Her magnificent D's nearly smothered the poor girl. Kana wiggled out and pointed at a dessert. I want to eat that one. Go ahead and eat, Hayashi said, pushing the dessert closer when he saw that Kana couldn't reach it. This is a reward snack feast that Toru earned by doing a great job. As long as she agrees, you can eat as much as you like. Toru nodded. Go ahead, Kana. Snack feast. Kana nodded and committed the name to memory. Then, under their watchful eyes, Kana began devouring the food with gusto. Bread in her left hand, cookies in her right, washing it all down with lemon tea. In no time at all, she'd cleared more than half of the table. At last, when she couldn't eat another bite, she collapsed into the chair, holding her visibly bulging belly and letting out a satisfied sigh. Arigato, Hayashi. Full now? Hayashi asked with a smile. He really didn't mind. he had plenty of food in storage. All of it was bought at cost from the system. More importantly, he couldn't possibly go broke feeding others. That would be a joke. I'm full, Kana answered earnestly. Want to eat again in the future? Hayashi asked. I do. Then live well with Toru. Let's all enjoy every day together. Hayashi is a good person. That last part made Hayashi twitch a little. Calling him a good person wasn't wrong, it just depended on who you asked. To his friends, he could be better than good. To his enemies, he could be worse than evil. Take a rest, Hayashi said, putting away the leftovers and leaving the lemon tea. We'll be heading to the market later to restock. Want to come? You mean the place you two went on your date? Kana asked. Ah, Kana tilted. Toru lit up with joy. Well, you could call it that, Hayashi replied with a nod. Since their relationship had already become real, he had no reason to deny it. Then I'm coming, Kana nodded. All right, rest a bit. We're just waiting for a certain airhead before heading out. The airhead he meant, of course, was yesterday's special guest, Power. Hayashi tilde. Right on cue, Power's voice rang out from outside. Hayashi got up and walked out the door. Power was wearing short denim shorts and a jacket. Her figure was outstanding, and she looked fresh and breezy. When Hayashi looked over, Power puffed out her chest proudly. All set. Of course, Power clenched her fist. Today, this great me will definitely kill that bat devil and rescue my cat. Still remember the price you agreed to, Hayashi reminded her with a smile. Power froze, then puffed out her chest again. Doesn't matter, I'm not at a loss. I'll do it anytime, just not now. Gotta save the cat first. I'm not someone who goes back on her word. Hayashi nodded. Power might be dumb, but she did keep her promises. Don't worry, I'm not afraid of you backing out. If you do, either my dragon will turn you into dust or Makima will fully dominate you. Pick your poison. Power shivered, sweat beading on her forehead. Either option sounded worse than death. All right, I got it. Hayashi nodded and called out toward the door. Pachita, come here. Woof tilde, Pachita immediately trotted over. Hayashi scratched under its chin and fed it a treat, then said, Follow this idiot Power and take out a bat devil. Rescue the cat. Don't worry about anything else, just keep yourself safe. If Power betrays you and helps the bat devil, then kill both the bat devil and the dumb blood devil. Or wait, don't kill the blood devil, just bring her back and I'll work her to death. Pachita nodded, message received. Good Pachita, Hayashi patted his head. Go on, when you get back I'll cook you a feast, whatever you want. Woof tilde. Hearing the promise of an all-you-can-eat meal, Pachita spun in place excitedly. Power, standing nearby, was silent. She had the sudden realization that she wasn't even as well treated as a dog. Capitulo 57, Chapter 57. Working for Makima versus being Hayashi's dog, let's go restock. From Power's perspective, how did she see it? Let's break it into two angles. First, what's the benefit of being Hayashi's watchdog? Unlimited food, no charge. Light workload, chill vibe. Employee dignity and pride. Promotion comes with benefits and power. And more. Second, what's Power's current life like? Decent pay, but bonuses only from hunting devils. Makima's job pressure is crushing. High risk, might die any day. Lives in a tiny dorm, no meals included. No transport, has to commute daily. And so on. Looking at the data, being Hayashi's dog is objectively better than her job. Power suddenly felt like she saw the truth. Why work for Makima at all? It's just forced obedience through fear. High pressure, average pay, bad housing, high risk, no meals. Yikes. For a moment, Power's brain actually worked. She had an epiphany. This can't go on. She had to find a way to bail. As long as Makima didn't kill her, she could run anywhere. All right, you can take Pachita now, Hayashi said, having finished prepping him and opening the gate. Treat him well, or I'll string you up and beat you. He meant that literally. He hadn't tested his string fruit on people yet. If Power misbehaved, she'd be the first guinea pig for his bondage, weaving techniques. Snapping back to reality, Power stiffened up. She stood at attention, suddenly looking like a brave soldier marching to war. This great me has memorized everything. I'll stand firm at Hayashi's side. I'll kill the bat devil and bring back the cat. Good, strong spirit. Hayashi nodded in satisfaction. Now go, the sooner you leave, the sooner you'll be back. Power nodded, aye. To show her sincerity. She refused to let Pochita walk, and instead scooped him up in her arms. Let's go, I'll carry you there myself. Hayashi chuckled and waved her off. Power, cradling Pochita, left the house. After seeing her off, Toru asked curiously, so Pochita's helping fight a devil? Yeah, Hayashi nodded. To rescue a cat. That cat is the devil's only animal friend, and it got kidnapped. Hayashi explained the whole story to Toru. When she heard it, she clenched her fists tightly. That's awful, using someone's friend to manipulate them. Hayashi-san, you did the right thing. Oh, it's nothing, Hayashi waved it off. Of course, he wasn't doing it for free. He'd given Power 2 options. She refused to work and offered other compensation, which made Hayashi's face twitch a bit, but hey, that's what she wanted. And well, he didn't exactly mind either, ahem. After Pochita left, Hayashi returned to the dining area and looked at Kana. Rested up, we're about to head out. All rested, Kana hopped off the chair. She wagged her little tail contentedly and walked over to Toru. Toru finished cleaning the table and raised a fist energetically. All right, let's go, Tilda. Kana looked at her and mimicked her pose. Let's go, Tilda. Hayashi grabbed the car keys and headed out. He got in the driver's seat. Toru sat in the passenger seat with Kana on her lap. It was a perfect fit. Of course, this wasn't exactly safe driving. Don't try this at home. But that said, they were both dragons. Even if they got into a car accident, the car would probably be reduced to scrap, while the two of them would come out completely unscathed. Inside the car, Hayashi twisted the key in the ignition. Vroom, 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 tilde, tilde, tilde. The little van started up and rolled out of the alley. As they cruised through the city, Toru looked out at the sparse crowds. There are definitely fewer people today. A lot of stores aren't even open. Kana sat on Toru's lap, glancing left and right. What happened? Devils, ghouls, that kind of thing, Hayashi said casually as he drove one-handed. Toru and I just want to live peacefully, but when trouble comes knocking, what else can we do? Exterminate, Toru answered without hesitation. Hayashi nodded, correct answer. Tilda, Kana nodded in understanding. Since both Toru and Hayashi said so, then extermination must be the right thing to do. All along the way, the little van rattled along. Toru held Kana and pointed out the surrounding scenery. When they passed a signal tower, Kana pointed, What's that? Hayashi took a glance. Signal tower, it transmits signals. What's a signal tower? It's like an energy transmitter. Without it, magic tools wouldn't be very effective. Tilda, I get it now. Toru blinked. She hadn't even thought of explaining it like that. Then, when they drove past a car repair shop, Kana pointed again. What's that? Hayashi looked. Auto repair shop. What's an auto repair shop? When a mid-level magic machine breaks down and you don't know how to fix it, you bring it to a specialist. Tilda, I get it. And so it went. Kana kept asking, and Hayashi patiently answered every question. He wasn't annoyed at all. In fact, he enjoyed chatting like this in the car. Seeing a cute little dragon laugh and chatter happily, what could be better? Toru smiled as she watched them. She chimed in from time to time with explanations of her own. The three of them were full of joy. They happily arrived at the market and parked the car. Toru carried Kana out of the passenger seat. Tilda, Kana looked around at the bustling marketplace, wide-eyed with curiosity. Hayashi shut the door with a click. He reminded both Toru and Kana, Toru, keep an eye on Kana, and Kana, stay close to us. If you're curious about anything, just ask, but don't wander off, got it? Kana nodded, got it. All right, let's go. The trio headed into the market. First stop, meat and seafood. They bought beef, ribeye by the pound, pork belly, lamb, and more. Toru was a bit surprised. Why are we buying so much today? Hot pot tonight, Hayashi said. It's Kana's welcome dinner. How about it, Kana? Toru's eyes widened. Kana's mouth opened slightly in surprise. They exchanged a glance, then nodded in unison. Toru was so happy, she jumped into Hayashi's arms and kissed his cheek with a big mua tilde. Kana saw that. She felt a little jealous, a little pouty, and let out a HMPH to protest. People nearby all turned to look at Hayashi and Toru. The older folks smiled knowingly. Ah, young people these days. They're so in love, I wish them happiness. Such a handsome man and beautiful woman, what a perfect match. Toru blushed furiously. She bowed repeatedly to thank those giving them their blessings. Afterward, she quickly dragged Hayashi and Kana away. Hayashi chuckled and rubbed Toru's head. Kana grumbled beside them. Toru-sama, you can't do that in front of me. It makes Kana too sad. Toru scratched her head, flustered. Sorry, Kana. Hayashi reached into his pocket and pulled out a lollipop. He handed it to Kana, whose attention immediately shifted. Here, this is an apology on Toru's behalf, still mad. Kana licked the lollipop. Her eyes squinted with happiness, and her tail wagged contentedly. Not mad anymore. Good, Hayashi nodded. Let's go, we still have to buy the veggies. After the meat, they headed to the vegetable section. What veggies are best for hot pot? Great question. Obviously, radish, chrysanthemum greens, mushrooms, tofu, bamboo shoots, kelp, lotus root, tripe, and more. Hayashi and the girls bought bag after bag. Soon, Hayashi and Toru each had both arms full of grocery bags. Only Kana followed along obediently with nothing to carry. There's too much stuff, let's take it back first. So they returned home to drop everything off. Then came back out to buy seafood. Squid, crabs, sea fish, and more. While Hayashi and Toru were shopping, Kana crouched beside a crab tank with oxygen bubbling, watching the crabs swim around. Ooh tilde, Kana stared with fascination. Then she stuck her finger into the water. Hey, little girl, a nearby worker panicked. Don't put your hand in there, those crabs will pinch you. But it was too late. Kana had already dipped her finger in and poked at a crab. The crab snapped and clamped onto her finger. Kana's face didn't even flinch. She calmly lifted her hand, crab still dangling in the air. The worker freaked out. She already pictured a screaming child, panicked parents, and blood everywhere. But nothing happened. Kana showed no reaction. She simply used her other hand to pull the crab off. Then gently tossed it back into the tank. Finally, she stood up and saw that Toru and Hayashi were finished shopping. She trotted back to them. The worker stared in disbelief. She rubbed her eyes to make sure she wasn't imagining it. That little girl got pinched by a crab and just walked off like it was nothing. She watched the child disappear into the distance. She opened her mouth but didn't call out to stop them. Back on the other side, after buying seafood, the day's shopping was pretty much done. Hayashi suddenly remembered, oh right, I still need to buy a weaving book. So they headed for the bookstore. Just then, Kana ran over and held up her pinched finger. Toru, Hayashi, just now I got pinched by a claw bug. Am I going to die? Hayashi looked at Kana's finger. If you'd said something earlier, it would have been fine. You didn't even get hurt, Kana. Kana looked at her finger. You're right, I guess. Didn't even break skin, what's there to worry about? The three of them headed to the bookstore. Hayashi bought 3 books about weaving. Titles included how to knit sweaters and scarves, weaving techniques, and modern apparel cordage and mechanical weaving technology. He picked up everything from beginner level to advanced. He'd study them at his own pace later. Toru also picked out a book, The Self-Cultivation of a Housewife. Kana picked one too, a picture book. Yes, the kind with illustrations. She mostly picked it because the pictures were pretty. After they paid for everything, Hayashi realized that books in Japan were quite expensive. Each one ranged from 2,000 to 4,000, roughly 15 euros to 30 euros, and even the cheaper ones cost thousands. They carried their seafood. Kana hugged her book. Then they returned to the van. Today's shopping trip was complete. After putting everything away, the 3 got into the car and started heading home. Along the way, there were noticeably more CCG investigators. Most were pairings of rank 3 and rank 2 agents, senior officers mentoring juniors. Some were rank 1s guiding rank 2s, those were usually patrolling the high-risk zones, such as the places near where ghouls had rioted or devils had appeared the other night. And in rare cases, there was a combination like senior investigator Kuriomato and rank 1 Ammon Kaotaru. These kinds of pairs were usually dispatched with specific missions. In other words, they had intel and were sent to follow up on it. So many rank 2s today, Hayashi muttered. And not just the CCG, there were also lots of anti-devil public safety officers. Those wore either police uniforms or formal suits. Toru grew curious. Hayashi-san, what are the ranks for investigators? How can you tell? Hayashi explained in one go. They're split into 2 main categories, upper 3 ranks. Special class, associate special class, and first class, and lower 3 ranks, rank 1, rank 2, and rank 3. Then he explained how to identify them. You can mostly tell by their weapons. Lower-rank investigators wear uniforms and use standard-issue weapons, nothing too fancy. Upper-rank investigators wear nicer suits, white uniforms, or combat gear. They carry briefcases made of kakuhu materials, capable of damaging S-class ghouls and above. Toru and Kana nodded, enlightened. The car continued down the road. Hayashi leaned back in his seat, driving with one hand and enjoying the breeze through the window. But just then, a sudden ping triggered in his mind. His domination ability informed him. The devil under your control, Pachita, has reached the destination and is preparing for combat. Hayashi focused, opening the system and checking on his staff. Locating. Pachita's health bar was full. The location was a remote countryside area outside Tokyo. No idea how many trains power had taken to get Pachita all the way out there. Within the domination interface, Hayashi could now share Pachita's vision or even possess him remotely to control him in battle, or control anything he wanted. This was full domination. I'll just share vision, Hayashi thought. No way he'd possess a barking devil and fight on its behalf. Just watching was enough. After connecting their vision, 2 screens appeared in Hayashi's mind. His own first-person view driving was the main display. Pachita's perspective was layered faintly on top, like a picture-in-picture feed. He continued driving normally. Multitasking, no problem. Meanwhile, far away, Power was under a lot of pressure. She'd brought Pachita to a rural hillside where there was an abandoned shack. She put Pachita down and pointed at the shack. Pachita, the bat devil is in there. My cat must be trapped too. It's all up to you, please save the kitty. Woof, Pachita barked softly. He meant something like, sure, I'll wrap this up and get back to napping in the sun. Next, Pachita sniffed out the devil nearby. From his devil senses, he caught a whiff of blood, coming from that rundown shack. Confirmed, the target was still wounded. Pachita got serious. He shook himself, then yanked the pull cord on his back on his own. VRRMMs. Instantly, the roar of the chainsaw, humanity's primal fear engine, screamed to life. The one-scute Pachita transformed into a beast wrapped in black armor, shaped like a hybrid of lion and tiger, with massive black chainsaws protruding from his head and spine. Transformation complete, Pachita stomped the ground, blasting dirt and grass into the air. Then, in Power's stunned gaze, he lunged at the shack like a cannonball. 2 words, all-out assault. Capitulo 58, Chapter 58, Pachita's explosive kill of the Bat Demon, captured by Makima. When Pachita directly transformed and charged forward, Power was stunned. In fact, she had been nervous when she arrived. She knew Pachita was strong. That day, she had witnessed Pachita single-handedly defeat the leech demon. But the key was, she didn't know how strong the Bat Demon was. That's why she was so anxious. The reason is simple. She couldn't beat the leech demon, she couldn't beat the Bat Demon, and she certainly couldn't beat Pachita. So, from Power's perspective, since she couldn't beat anyone, how could she judge the strength of all 3 parties? So when she came, her trust in Pachita came from the last battle, and her trust in Linen. Since Hayashi didn't let Toru come, he let Pachita come. doesn't that mean Pachita can handle it? What Power was worried about was only this, and whether the cat would be killed. But the result was clear. Power had overthought it. Vroom! With the roar of the chainsaw, Pachita immediately burst into the dilapidated house. Next, the house, accompanied by a roar and splashing blood, exploded. Ah, who are you? The bat demon screamed in agony, then shattered the roof and flew out violently. Power looked up. The bat demon's left arm was completely gone, but in his right hand, he was holding a cage with a cat inside. It was likely that Pachita's chainsaw revving sound had a buildup, allowing the bat demon to hear it and instinctively block it with his hand. So only the left arm was severed, and not the head. At this moment, the bat demon's left arm was gushing blood. The severed limbs on the ground were still wriggling. The bat demon, now airborne, glanced at Pachita in fear and then saw Power standing in the distance, frozen. Seeing Power, the bat demon immediately roared. So it's you betrayed me and brought other demons to help. Don't you care about your cat anymore? You said you'd deceive a few people, but you can't even do that. I'll swallow your cat right now. The bat demon finished speaking. It was in the air, directly raising its right hand, opening its bloodthirsty mouth wide, ready to swallow the cat inside the cage hole. Don't, Power shouted to stop it. She immediately gathered up blood spikes and aimed to throw them at the bat demon's right hand. The goal was to stop the bat demon from swallowing the cat. But her aim was off. The blood spikes only pierced the bat demon's shoulder, not affecting its subsequent movements. Don't, Power yelled. At that moment, inside the house, Pachita stared at the bat demon's right hand. It recalled Hayashi's command. Pachita, go take out the demon and save the cat, that's it, got it. Pachita nodded, prioritizing saving the cat. It stomped the ground, aimed, leapt, and launched. Vroom tilde. The roar of the chainsaw sounded again. A shadow shot up into the sky. It passed by the bat demon and then slowly descended to the ground. Under Power's astonished gaze, the bat demon was stunned too. The next moment, its arm exploded with a burst of fresh blood. Under the pull of gravity, the unaffected right hand also fell to the ground. Boom tilde. The cage also dropped from the air. It landed on Pachita, waiting below. Pachita nudged the cage with its head, sending it flying toward Power's direction. Power saw the cat coming her way. She immediately leaped to intercept it, catching the cage midair. Boom tilde. Even though her body crashed to the ground, Power was the first to check the cage, opening it and pulling the cat out. She held the cat in her arms, looking left and right, as if the cat had no injuries. Kitty. Meow tilde, the cat responded. It seemed hungry, probably hadn't eaten anything for a while. Thank goodness. Power hugged the cat tightly, tears streaming down her face. I'm so glad you're okay. The cat rested on Power's shoulder, noticing her tears, and licked her before meowing a few times. Meanwhile, after throwing the cat's cage, Pachita was left with just one task in its mind. Take out the bat demon. Threatening AKAME, you deserve to die. Pachita's chainsaw revved back to life. Vroom tilde, vroom tilde. Like a motorcycle throttle, loud and intense. At this point, the bat demon had regained its senses. It looked at the beast like Pachita. It immediately began to counterattack. The bat demon charged up in midair and unleashed an ultrasonic roar attack at Pachita. Chhh tilde tilde. A visible shockwave blasted toward Pachita. Pachita sidestepped and jumped. The ground where it had stood was instantly torn up, sending a large chunk of earth and grass flying. The sound also brought Power back to her senses. She looked up. Pachita was still confronting the bat demon. Power's instinctive reaction was, the cat is safe, time to run. She was ready to leave while holding the cat. But seeing Pachita still fighting, and having saved her cat, Power recalled Hayashi's words in her mind. If that idiot blood demon backstabs you, remember to cripple it and bring it back. Power shuddered, her whole body freezing up. No, I have to help Pachita. Under the pressure of suppressing her own instincts, Power put the cat down and said, Stay here, I'll be right back. Meow tilde, the cat immediately sat down. Power nodded, her expression firm and fierce, ready to turn and help Pachita. But just as she turned around, the bat demon let out a horrible scream. Power looked up. The bat demon's chest had been torn open, with a huge bloody wound. A massive spray of blood poured out recklessly. And Pachita was still on the bat demon. It jumped onto the bat demon's shoulder, using the chainsaw mounted on its head, cutting fiercely into its back and shoulder. The roar of the chainsaw continued. It was like a chainsaw cutting through trees. Vroom tilde vroom, vroom. The bat demon screamed and shrieked. Get off, go away, get away. Leech demon dear, save me. It was calling for its dear, which was actually the leech demon. The leech demon and bat demon were a couple. Hearing this, Power raised her hand and dealt the final blow. By the way, bat demon, if you're talking about the leech demon, it was killed a few days ago. With that, Power pointed at Pachita on its back. Pachita killed it a few days ago. Now it's your turn. Bat demon. Upon hearing Power's words, the bat demon froze. The leech demon was dead. Its deer was dead. How could that happen? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In its final moments, the chainsaw's sound returned to its ears once again. This time, Pachita used its chainsaw to slash deeply through the bat demon's neck. The next moment, the bat demon's head flew off. A fountain of blood erupted like it was free-flowing, spectacular like a geyser. And the bat demon's wings flopped weakly, eventually crashing to the ground. Boom! The bat demon was dead. Power delivered the final blow. Pachita's team MVP, highest damage, final strike. Pachita, covered in blood, landed. It dropped its transformation pose. Then returned to Power's side. Wow tilde, going home. Pachita's response was just 2 words, going home. The demon was killed, the cat was saved, and the mission was complete. Now, Pachita just wanted to return to that warm and hopeful home. This battle was just an after-meal dessert. A trivial responsibility. I enjoy so much of this, isn't that how it should be? Power heard this. She quickly nodded in confirmation. No problem, I'll take you home right away, kitty. Power glanced at the cat, which had been hungry for a long time, and thought about the abundance of food in the cafeteria. So they both decided, let's take the cat with us. Pachita nodded, wow tilde, hurry up. Power, holding the cat, sincerely thanked Pachita at that moment. Thank you, Pachita. Pachita shook its head. Wow tilde, it's all Hayashi's task, thank Hayashi if you must. Power nodded heavily. That's for sure, Hayashi will thank you too, I've already paid with meat. The matter was settled. Power prepared to help Pachita clean up first, then they would go to the cafeteria with the cat. But the 2 demons and the cat hadn't gone far. They hadn't even left the fields. Power's phone rang. Power pulled it out, her eyes widened, and sweat started to pour. Makima-sama. What should she do? Answer or not answer? How could she not answer? She didn't dare not to. After a moment of hesitation, Power finally answered, her tone weak. Makima-sama. Makima was the same as always. Her tone was flat, emotionless. Hey Power, where are you now? Powers. Makima, I like obedient children, not children who lie. Power swallowed hard. I'm in the countryside. Makima asked again, in the countryside, what are you doing there? Power quickly thought, I took Pachita to hunt a demon. I found a demon and then I took Pachita to hunt it. It's already been taken care of, so, what do you think, praise me, is there a reward? For a moment, Power had become smarter, but not entirely smart. Her words had huge gaps, her tone was frantic and unreasonable. Makima heard this and chuckled lightly on the other end of the phone. Then she spoke. You went AWOL, and Hayakawa Aki reported it to me right away. Demon security started tracking you after you left the city. Now, you're less than 2 kilometers from my location, waiting at the intersection for you. Now Power, tell me, what do you plan to do next? Powers. Sweat was pouring down her face, her state at the moment. Although there was no actual sweat, her heart was racing, almost about to burst out. For a moment, Power was so nervous she was momentarily speechless, like a mute. It was Pachita, who was getting impatient, that spoke first. Wow tilde. Pachita's meaning was, I'm here, Hayashi sent me. Upon hearing this, Makima's tone shifted from emotionless to slightly emotional. Pachita is there too, how is Hayashi-kun? Wow tilde, went out to buy groceries, should be home soon. Makima, I'll prepare to have a meal this afternoon, see you later. Wow tilde, bye. Pachita and Makima chatted for a bit. Then Power remembered the rest of the things. She quickly said, I plan to take Pachita and the cat to the cafeteria. I also have to thank Hayashi and clean Pachita's body. Makima, hearing the follow-up, responded with a sound of acknowledgement. Then just take the official car over, stay there and wait for me to come. Tonight, I'll bring you back, is that okay? Power nodded repeatedly, mem. Then the call ended. Phew tilde. Power instantly felt a huge sense of relief. She looked at Pachita, then at the cat. She immediately broke into a carefree smile. Great. Then she started walking with Pachita and the cat, heading to the road where the car was waiting for her. At that moment, Power thought to herself, although there's no pickup service, there's a pickup after all. On the other side, Hayashi's small truck arrived at home. He multitasked, watching the entire battle between Pachita and Power. In simple terms, Pachita brought a pendant to speed things up. The pendant was optional. Once home, after watching the movie, Hayashi turned off the broadcast, unloaded the cargo with Toru, and moved it to the kitchen. They decided to have hot pot for dinner. Hayashi also took the opportunity to check the ingredients, preparing in advance. Meat, seafood, vegetables, all here. The hot pot base is also ready, but it's just beef oil hot pot base. What about Kana, who doesn't eat spicy food? Not just Kana, what if Toru can't eat spicy food either? How about making 2 bases, so everyone can eat what they want? Let's make another tomato base, a whole mixed hot pot, and we can even drink tomato beef soup later. After deciding, Hayashi prepared to make another tomato base. This one was easy, like making lemon tea. But before he started, Hayashi suddenly remembered something. It seems I didn't prepare dipping sauces. Hot pot without dipping sauces, what are you eating, Odin? He had soy sauce and such, but no sesame paste. Hayashi looked at the time, still enough, so he called out. Toru. Coming tilde, Toru came to the kitchen, sticking her head in. Hayashi-san, what's up? We forgot some things, the hot pot doesn't have the key dipping sauces. I'll write a note, you go buy them from the nearby mall. Hayashi said. Okay, Toru nodded in agreement. Hayashi grabbed a piece of paper and wrote down the ingredients for sesame sauce, sauté sauce, and other dipping sauce recipes. Then he handed it to Toru. Just buy 1 can of each, that should be enough. Toru agreed. She took the note, opened her phone to check what the dipping sauce packaging looked like. Then she grabbed a basket and left. Kana, seeing her, asked, Toru, where are you going? Toru, the dipping sauces weren't fully bought. I'm going to restock. Do you want to come? Kana immediately nodded. I want to go. So Toru told Hayashi that Kana was coming along. And then the two left. Hayashi stayed in the kitchen, making the tomato base. In a large pot, Hayashi chopped ingredients while boiling the soup on high heat, starting to add the seasonings. Peel the tomatoes, cut into pieces, chop the onions, slice the ginger and garlic. Add oil first, simmer the spices, then add the onions, ginger, and garlic to extract the flavors. Then add water, followed by tomatoes, salt, sugar, and tomato paste. Finally, turn down the heat and simmer. When it's done, let it cool, and it will be the base. The tomato base began to simmer. Hayashi washed his hands, preparing to play with his phone for a bit. At that moment, 2 cars drove into the alley and stopped. Hayashi easily recognized that these were the official cars from Demon Security. However, from the back of the first car, the person who stepped out was Pachita and Power, holding the cat. After they got out, the car didn't stop and left immediately. Power got out and cheered, Manager, I did it. Pachita killed the demon and the cat is saved. Hayashi nodded in satisfaction, about to say something when Power added the final sentence. When do you want my meat payment? Hayashi. Can this be said out loud? Hayashi glared at Power coldly. Power shrank her head, awkwardly laughing. Sorry, I'll handle it myself later. Only then did Hayashi look at Pochita. But what he saw was a blood-soaked Pochita. He waved his hand. You're a bit dirty, come wash up. Wow Tilda, Pochita immediately jumped and ran off to take a bath. Capitulo 59, Chapter 59. Power requests to keep the cat, OOTD can be mutilated. Still under the same faucet. Hayashi brought 2 towels and cleaned Pochita, wiping off the blood stains. Pochita happily twisted its neck and shook its rear. It shook its head and cooperated with Hayashi during the bath. While taking a bath, it smelled the fragrance from the kitchen. Wow Tilda, a big meal. Kind of a big meal, Hayashi said while washing. A new member arrived at the house. We're having hot pot tonight, a big meal with lots of meat. Do you want to eat? Wow Tilda, I want to eat. Pochita said it wanted to eat, and suggested exchanging its own big meal for this one. No other big meals were needed. Hayashi laughed and patted Pochita's head. That's separate, today you don't eat, I'll make something for you later. This is your reward. Wow Tilda, Hayashi is the best. Pochita wanted to eat with everyone, but really, it just didn't want to trouble Hayashi. It felt like it had already enjoyed a good life, and didn't want to bring any extra trouble to Hayashi. Hayashi understood what Pochita was thinking. So he didn't allow it. It is what it is, the merit is the merit, and he would make something for Pochita later. Then, Pochita asked who the new member was. Hayashi said it was a baby dragon. Just like Toru, its name was Kana, and she was very cute. Pochita replied that it would protect everyone in the store and take good care of Kana. Hayashi smiled after hearing that, but didn't say anything. Pochita was pure-hearted. But Kana really didn't need that kind of protection. Kana's true form was a very beautiful dragon, covered in white feathers. Her magical talent would eventually become very powerful. They were both very powerful dragon breeds. At this moment, Power came over, holding the cat. Hayashi, do you have any food for the cat? It's been hungry for a long time. Hayashi turned to look. Power was holding the cat and pleading. The cat meowed when it saw Hayashi looking at it, and greeted him with a meow. Hayashi nodded and pointed to the kitchen. There's a storage cabinet by the bar. Inside are some little snacks for Pochita. The cat can eat those too. Go get some for the cat. Power's eyes brightened. Thank you so much, Kitty. Quickly say thank you. The cat, meow Tilda. After the thank you, Power quickly took the cat and rushed to find food. Near the bar, the storage, got it. While holding the cat, Power found it. She looked around, not seeing anything packaged. So she put the cat down, opened the storage, scooped some food with both hands, and turned to tell the cat. All right, Kitty, follow me. She thought she had enough for the cat. And when the cat smelled the fragrance, it immediately followed Power's steps, wrapping itself around her feet. They reached the door. Power put the little snacks for Pochita on a clean wooden board. Eat. The cat immediately came over and started eating. Nom tilde nom. It wasn't just a sound effect. The cat was indeed eating and making those sounds. The food Hayashi made was like cookies, freeze-dried, crispy, fragrant, and tasty. The cat crunched and chewed, eating non-stop. Power stared, dumbfounded. Is it really that tasty? Watching the cat eat so happily, Power tilted her head and thought for a moment. She reached out, grabbed one, tossed it in her mouth, and chewed. In an instant, a wave of deliciousness flooded her mouth. Both the texture and taste surpassed cookies, chips, or any other foods. What's the most fragrant and sweet food we love? Hayashi's pet food. Delicious. Seeing how good it tasted, Power squatted beside the cat and started eating with it. The cat was willing to share with Power. So, both of them quickly finished the handful. When Power came back to her senses, she licked her lips, licked her fingers, and scratched her head. Get more. So Power went again. She scooped another handful and returned to continue eating with the cat. By the time Hayashi finished washing Pochita and drying it off, He returned to the dining room, glanced at the storage, and noticed the food was noticeably less. Hayashi froze. Did we get raided by an excavator? Can cats eat this much? Just as he finished speaking, he saw Power and the cat walk in, both full and satisfied. The cat staggered to the corner by the door and collapsed on the ground, too full to get up. Power sat down in a chair, sighing. Hayashi finally understood. Damn it, there's a dog here. You've practically become a person now, Power, and you're still eating Pochita's dog food, Hayashi said, speechless. Hearing Hayashi's words, Power finally reacted. But after eating too much, she was too full to move, so she thought for a moment, then waved her hand. Add one more meat payment. Hayashi rubbed his forehead side and said, then eat more. Power nodded, but then shook her head. I'm too full now, I'll eat next time. Hayashi really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He stepped forward, flicked Power's forehead, and said, That's 6 times, no more IOUs. You need to pay soon, get ready. Power didn't care at all, even reaching out to grab Hayashi's hand. Then she pressed it against her chest and rubbed it. Whatever, and this time doesn't count, just consider it meal expenses. Hayashi was impressed. You're good, wait for it. This guy really needs to be taught a lesson. Too much. Just wait. At this moment, the tomato hot pot base was almost ready. Hayashi turned around, opened the pot lid, and prepared to let it cool. The moment the lid was opened, a sweet and sour fragrance immediately wafted out, and for a moment, the entire dining room was filled with deliciousness. Power, who was lying on the chair, suddenly shot up like she had come back to life and ran toward the kitchen. What is that smell, Hayashi? Hayashi turned his head, and with a flick of his line fruit ability, with a few swift motions, he used the silk thread to seal the kitchen door. Power could only look from afar and smell it, but couldn't get any closer. Power pressed herself against the invisible blockade. She peered inside. At this moment, Hayashi poured the tomato hot pot base into a bucket. He first took a scoop with a ladle and drank it himself to taste it. Sweet and sour, it's fine. Gulched Tilda outside, Power's eyes widened, and she swallowed her saliva along with him. Then, Hayashi pressed his hands on either side of the bucket. Cool down. The ice ability from the essence of demon activated. Frost spread from his hands and gradually climbed up the entire bucket. The tomato hot pot base quickly cooled down, solidified, and clumped together. It wasn't ice. Instead, after Hayashi loosened his hands, it turned into a jelly-like state. Hayashi poked it, nodded in satisfaction, and put it in the fridge. Not bad, just wait until tonight. On the other side, Power was staring anxiously. Hayashi turned around and smiled. Wasn't your goal just to eat, Power? I regret it. Power's face showed regret, wishing she hadn't made that choice. If she had known there was something like this. Who the heck eats dog food? If it wasn't for knowing that if she went to gag now, Hayashi would definitely beat her up. Power even thought about going to the bathroom to throw up. Can I just eat again? The answer was clearly no. After Hayashi stored the hot pot base, he also retracted the silk threads. Power then realized. What was that just now? It felt scary, but I couldn't see it. You couldn't see it because it was made specifically to deal with bad guys. Isn't that scary? Hayashi smiled. Scary, Power nodded seriously. It was indeed scary. If you weren't careful and crashed into it. With insufficient body strength, you'd probably get sliced up. Hayashi-san were back Tilda. At this moment, Toru returned with Kana. Toru entered, handing things to Hayashi. Kana, on the other hand, was standing at the door, surprised. Oh Tilda, dog and kitty Tilda. Kana first went to look at the kitty, crouching down in front of it and carefully observing its sleeping position. Then she reached out and poked it. The kitty woke up, rolled over, and ignored Kana. So Kana stood up and went to look at the dog. Pochita was just lying there, not sleeping. When Pochita saw Kana, it realized just how strong the little girl in front of it was. Although she looked cute, the power within her was terrifying. She was just not as strong as Toru. But she could still sink Tokyo. Kana came in front of Pochita, crouched down, and waved. Hello, I'm Kana, what's your name? Toru, helping from the side, answered. This is Pachita, the store's guard dog here at Hayashi-san's place. You two should get along well. Kana nodded and mentally classified Pachita as something not to eat. Eating it would make Toru and Hayashi angry. Then Kana started playing with Pachita. In the kitchen, Hayashi looked at the dipping sauces, confirming that there were no issues. It's fine, we'll have hot pot tonight. The base is already done. Toru was happy. Great. In the dining room, Power stood in a spot, watching everyone laughing and talking, people coming and going, each of them doing what they liked. The kitty was also sleeping. And what about her? Although she wasn't standing in the corner. After Toru came in with that little girl, she merely glanced at her and nodded. Power felt like an outsider. Or rather, she always was one. Maybe she could say she didn't really like that feeling. Watching everyone do what they loved. And what about her? Not to mention Toru, or the little girl she just brought back, who is also a dragon. Pachita was a demon, and it was perfectly happy to be a dog. She wasn't even as good as a dog. For a moment, Power anxiously bit her nails. She remembered being discovered by Makima. Hayakawa Iki reported it, he backstabbed me. I was sure I wouldn't get caught by Makima. The food is average, the living conditions are average, and I still have to risk my life every day. I'll take a look. Power still didn't have the ability to escape Makima's control. Did she have to tell Hayashi? I don't want to be involved anymore, can you help me? Help me get rid of Makima. Get rid of her? Why would anyone help you? Moreover, Power knew very well that Makima and Hayashi had a good relationship. She had noticed this from the very beginning. So what should she do? Power looked at her cat. The only thing she didn't feel at ease about was her cat. If she stayed with Makima, the future would definitely be bleak, and who knows how she would end up dying. Let's not talk about herself. But the cat couldn't stay with her forever. As long as she was safe and could keep an eye on it, that would be enough. Power looked at Pachita. She thought for a moment. Then, while Toru was upstairs cleaning, she came to Hayashi and said, Hayashi, I have something to ask. Hayashi looked wary. What is it? If it's help, I'm not doing it. Too troublesome. It's not help, it's just something about the kitty, Power said, holding onto Hayashi's arm tightly. But with her bee-sized chest movement, trying to wrap her arm around Hayashi's was probably a bit of a pipe dream. The kitty, Hayashi was taken aback. Tell me what's going on. Then Power told Hayashi her plan. She explained that she was in danger, that being with Makima would cause trouble sooner or later, but she couldn't escape. So she wanted to leave the cat in Hayashi's store. She would come over when she had time and spend money. Otherwise, she couldn't feel at ease with the cat by her side. If the cat was locked in the house and something happened to her, the cat might starve to death. Leave the cat here with me, Hayashi thought for a moment. Power saw that Hayashi was thinking. With a determined bite, Power increased her strength. She whispered softly in Hayashi's ear. I've decided, as long as you take in the cat, I'll pay you back once a week. Even shooting videos is fine, but you can't post them. Hayashi. He was stunned. After carefully replaying it in his head, he confirmed that he hadn't misheard. But the first question he asked was, do you still have any shame? Power, aren't you a demon? He knew Power well. This guy didn't even wear clothes when she was first born. She only stole a set of clothes after seeing others wear them. What did you say? Power was angry after hearing that. I'm growing okay, I'll grow up. Hayashi glanced at Power's chest. Wish that part would grow too. Power furiously shouted, oh yeah. Seeing Power's fury, Hayashi finally took the time to think about the situation. Taken the cat once a week. Isn't that just theft? Oh wait, she's talking about her stealing. Does this really need to be thought about? Hayashi looked at Power. Are you sure? Have you thought this through? Power thought for a moment. But she didn't consider the essence of the issue. Instead, she looked at Hayashi from head to toe, then glanced at the food. Finally, she nodded. I've decided. Hayashi could already tell. She hadn't even thought about whether taking the cat in once a week was worth it, or if it was a loss. She was just looking at how Hayashi looked. As long as it feels good. And it's from a demon too. Would a human think like this? Well, since she agreed. Hayashi nodded. You said it then. The cat will stay here with me, I'll call it Mimi. It'll have food and a roof over its head, no problem. It can even help me catch mice, saving Pachita the trouble. Although the late-night restaurant has system protection, there are no mice. But if something like that were to appear, using a demon to catch them would be too much of a waste. The cat is just perfect for that. Plus, fostering it doesn't count as employing anyone, so it's no big deal. Haha tilde. Seeing that Hayashi agreed, Power jumped up with joy and pounced on him, kissing him several times. Smooch, 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 tilde, tilde, tilde. Could Hayashi stay passive forever? He slammed Power down onto the counter and gave her a full French kiss. At the same time, his hands didn't stop, rubbing her small round body. After a while, Hayashi released Power. Power's face was flushed, and she was at a loss. It was her first time feeling like this. It actually felt so good. So exciting. Power snapped back to reality. I really like that, let's do it again next time. After saying that, Power wiped her mouth and walked away. In the kitchen, Hayashi took a deep, satisfied breath. I've been in this world for so long, it's about time to have some fun. He nodded in satisfaction. Hayashi looked at the time. It was a little past 4 p.m. It's time for hot pot. At that moment, the sound of a car pulling up could be heard outside. Immediately after, Toru's voice called out. Hayashi-san, Makima-sama is here tilde. Makima's here, Hayashi thought for a moment. Forget it, let's invite her for hot pot. He took out everything needed and called out to Toru. Come move the ingredients, we're ready for hot pot, invite Makima to join. Coming tilde. Toru came over and moved the ingredients. Hayashi went outside to take a look at Makima. At that moment, Makima glanced at the door and looked at Power, who seemed lost in thought. Then she looked at Hayashi and nodded slightly, greeting him. Sorry, Hayashi-kun, Power caused some trouble for you. I'm here to take her back. Hayashi shook his head and reassured her. It's fine, since you're here, stay and have some hot pot with us. Capítulo 60, Chapter 60. Hot Pot Takatsuki Izumi Really Came, Interview. Upon hearing Hayashi's invitation, Makima didn't hesitate and agreed. Even though there were things to take care of, even though the bat demon issue hadn't been resolved. But this was Hayashi-kun's invitation. Everything else could wait. That was Makima's thought at that moment. Thank you, Hayashi-kun. It's fine, Hayashi waved his hand, turned, and entered the kitchen to help Toru move the items. Hot pot requires a special table. Because the pot base needs to keep being heated, Hayashi set up an induction cooker, with a recessed part on the table just for the heating. After moving the table and setting up the induction cooker, Hayashi went to the kitchen. He preheated the beef fat hot pot base and the tomato hot pot base in the dual flavor pot. Toru was placing the side dishes on the table. One plate after another was set. Beef, lamb, fish fillets, shrimp, crab meat, vegetables, and tripe, everything. Power sat at the nearby seat, watching and drooling. She kept swallowing. Makima had never had hot pot like this before. She watched with great interest from the side. Once Hayashi had the dual flavor pot bases heated up and brought them over. She kindly asked, Hayashi-kun, do you need help? Hayashi gestured to the table. It's actually all set, just dip it in and you can eat. Makima nodded after hearing this. But she noticed that Hayashi's collar had become askew from working. So Makima approached, gently stretched out her hands, helped Hayashi fix it and adjusted it. After stepping back, she nodded in satisfaction. Done. Hayashi looked down, thanks. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 footsteps could be heard at the door. Hayashi-kun, I'm back, guess who I brought? The voice of Kamishiro Rise came from the doorway. Hayashi and Makima turned to look. Leading the way was a woman with purple hair, wearing a dress, holding her hair back with one hand as the wind blew it, Kamishiro Rise. Behind her was a woman with light emerald-colored hair tied in a bun, who appeared slightly dazed but cute. Kamishiro Rise wasn't wearing her usual red half-frame glasses today. But the glasses were on the woman's face behind her. The woman was dressed in cream-colored and denim work clothes. The first impression she gave was one of approachability, cuteness, and a scholarly vibe. That is, if you didn't know her true identity. Takatsuki Izumi, or also known as Yamura Ido, alias the One-Eyed King. Rise, Hayashi appeared genuinely surprised. You really brought Takatsuki Izumi back with you. Tilda, Kamishiro Rise smiled mysteriously, but since there were outsiders, she didn't elaborate. At the door, Takatsuki Izumi bowed politely and responded. Sorry for the intrusion, I just wrote some pieces of work I like. Takatsuki Izumi stood at the door. Her gaze scanned the inside of the store. A ghoul, 2 dragons, 3 demons. And the store manager was actually a powerful normal human. Interesting. So interesting. It turns out that there's more than one dragon in District 20. And they all live in this store. No wonder the Copper Tree's officers have been looking for so long and couldn't find it. So this is how it is. For a moment, Takatsuki Izumi made eye contact with Makima. Both of them silently looked at each other. After a brief moment of silent eye contact, they both tactfully turned away. Come on in, Hayashi waved at them. Since you're here, the hot pot is ready, let's eat together, and this time it's free for you. Kamishiro Rise nodded and led Takatsuki Izumi inside. Hot pot? Takatsuki Izumi looked at the hot pot, smelling the aroma, surprised. And it's free? Thank you, store manager, I really like free things. Hayashi smiled. It's free this time, but next time there'll be a charge. Takatsuki Izumi tilted her head. How does the store manager know I'll come back next time? Hayashi gestured toward the people around him. The store is full of regulars. I don't need to explain more. You'll know once you eat, like Kamishiro Rise here. Takatsuki Izumi looked at Kamishiro Rise. Kamishiro Rise nodded, confirming it. The discussion was all about how delicious the food was. And Takatsuki Izumi's social skills were clearly no different from normal people. She didn't even consider how a ghoul would feel eating human food or how bad it might taste. Because she was already used to it. Aren't all human foods bad? So she only discussed what humans would discuss. She didn't think about ghouls' issues. Come eat. Kamishiro Rise pulled out a seat for Hayashi, then said to Takatsuki Izumi, You'll understand. Everyone took their seats. Hayashi called out to Kana, who was still playing with Pachita. Kana, Pachita, come eat. Wow, Tilda. Oh, Tilda. Pachita immediately rushed over while carrying Kana. Kana was lying on Pachita's back, her eyes sparkling, her face full of happiness and joy. They reached the table. Toru picked Kana up and placed her in the spot between her and Hayashi. And next to Hayashi sat. Wait, Makima and Kamishiro Rise were competing for the seat. When Hayashi sat down, Makima and Kamishiro Rise both reached for the seat next to him. But Kamishiro Rise had just arrived. Makima, who was closer, sat down immediately. Kamishiro Rise gave Makima a slightly fierce glance. And Takatsuki Izumi looked at it, then sat next to Makima. Next was Power. She sat at the back. Having a seat was good enough. Anyway, she didn't mind and just wanted to eat quickly. Everyone gathered around the table. Hayashi picked up the chopsticks and raised a basket filled with beef slices to explain. Everything on the table can be dipped in these 2 hot pots. The beef slices only need about 10 seconds. For the other ingredients, just judge it based on your preference. This one is the beef fat hot pot base, a little spicy, and that one is the tomato base, sweet and sour. You can drink the soup with beef cubes. All right, let's eat. Hayashi finished speaking and threw about a third of the basket, nearly 2 large handfuls of beef into the pot. There were so many people, so adding more meat at once was no problem. As the meat hit the pot, everyone fell silent. They were all quietly waiting. Seconds passed, one after another. Hayashi saw that it was about ready. It's done. In an instant, several pairs of chopsticks reached into the pot at the same time. Everyone grabbed a piece of meat and put it in their mouths. Hayashi grabbed 2 pieces. And one more. He threw it to Pachita. Pachita swallowed it immediately in the air and spun around in happiness. After everyone ate, They all had a satisfied look on their faces. Kana ate and widened her eyes, immediately continuing to eat. Makima ate, lightly biting her lip, and kept eating. Kamishiro Rise, needless to say, her cheeks automatically turned red as she began eating. The most shocked was Takatsuki Izumi. After she swallowed a piece, her eyes instinctively widened. She swallowed, almost instinctively, without even tasting it properly. She quickly grabbed another piece and ate it. Then chewed and tasted it bit by bit, very seriously savoring it. After finishing, Takatsuki Izumi looked at Kamishiro Rise. Kamishiro Rise also looked at her. They locked eyes, and Rise's gaze held a deep meaning. It was like saying, "See, I told you so." Hayashi's food is something even ghouls can eat. Although neither of them revealed their ghoul identity from the moment they met, there was a tacit understanding. Once Kamishiro Rise learned that Takatsuki Izumi was a ghoul, she didn't purposely hide her presence. Takatsuki Izumi knew too, and didn't hide it either. They didn't speak about it, so Kamishiro Rise started chatting with Takatsuki Izumi. She asked for life advice. Real life advice, not life advice. She even invited Takatsuki Izumi here to enjoy the food. As for Takatsuki Izumi, she had to admit, at first she thought her identity as the one-eyed king had been figured out, and she was invited here as a trap, to be surrounded by special agents. But she quickly realized she hadn't been figured out. Kamishiro Rise only knew she was a ghoul, but didn't know her true identity. Through casual conversation, meaning through asking for life advice and such, Takatsuki Izumi guessed that Kamishiro Rise had been specifically called in. So when she came to the store, she figured out who knew her true identity. It was the store manager in front of her. Then came the food. In an instant, too many questions flooded Takatsuki Izumi's mind. So many things she wanted to ask. But now was not the time. Takatsuki Izumi ate another piece of meat, her face showing a look of happiness and enjoyment. She then put down her chopsticks, clasped her hands together, and seriously said to Hayashi, "Hayashi-kun, I really appreciate being able to eat this food. This is the best thing I've ever eaten in my life." Hayashi was startled by the sudden gratitude. Takatsuki Izumi's expression wasn't fake. She was very sincere, and he could tell. One lifetime is too much of an exaggeration. Hayashi waved his hand, signaling no need for thanks. If you like the food, just eat more, but next time it won't be free. Takatsuki Izumi smiled. No problem, I'll definitely come back often. One lifetime is not an exaggeration. Just look at Kamishiro Rise's current state to understand. She has eaten so much that she's addicted to it. The antique coffee shop next door has also made people addicted. Just coming over to the store to have a meal is good enough. Life can't be too good. Given the current situation, if there's any risk to the diner, antiques and demons like Kamishiro Rise would probably just grab something and start a fight. What the heck do you think you're doing to the diner that we depend on for survival? You can smash anyone's store today, but not this one. So, tonight's meal was a collective enjoyment for everyone. Kana ate meat, vegetables, and seafood. Everything's delicious. Hayashi makes the best food. Toru ate with satisfaction, so this is hot pot, huh? Everyone tried the mildly spicy beef, fat hot pot base. Immediately, half the people were spiced out. Toru said she was fine. Kana was the same. But Makima, Kamishiro Rise, Takatsuki Izumi, and Power all couldn't handle it. Too spicy, Tilda. Power kept sticking out her tongue as she ate. Makima took off her suit jacket and hung it on the chair. Kamishiro Rise found it spicy, but was still willing to eat. Takatsuki Izumi was the same, though she switched between the two pots. Just like that, the table and the neighboring tables were filled with food. In less than an hour, everything was eaten. Power even drank the soup at the bottom of the pot. I want some too. Kana, seeing this, also drank the other pot's soup. It was hot pot base. Hayashi scratched his head. Humans definitely wouldn't drink it. But for dragons and demons, it should be fine, right? At that moment, the table was completely clean except for the dishes. No leftovers. Not even a drop of soup. It was incredibly clean. Hayashi was genuinely happy. You ate so cleanly, even Toru won't have to do much work. The table just needs a quick wipe. Everyone stood up. They each went to their spots to rest. Everyone was full. Even Makima couldn't maintain her composed image, slightly leaning back on the sofa to rest. Kana holding her little belly, I'm so full. Kana, why did you eat so much? Toru picked Kana up and placed her on a reclining chair. You'll have plenty of chances to eat in the future. Kana weakly said, it was too delicious. By now. The happiest person was Takatsuki Izumi. She sat next to Kamishiro Rise, leaning back in her chair, squinting her eyes and enjoying herself. Then she tilted her head and whispered to Kamishiro Rise. Hayashi, the store manager, he must have a lot of human friends, right? Kamishiro Rise nodded in confirmation. Upon hearing this, Takatsuki Izumi became even more curious. She had already recognized Kamishiro Rise's identity. The great eater in the CCG's reports, the glutton among ghouls, Kamishiro Rise was well known in the ghoul community. But recently, she had suddenly disappeared. No one knew where she was or what she was doing. But now, unexpectedly, she was just waiting to eat in a diner every day. This was way too interesting. Thinking about this, Takatsuki Izumi pulled out her notebook and pen, and with a click, began her interview. May I ask, what do you think of Hayashi, the store manager? Kamishiro Rise looked warily at the notebook. Takatsuki Izumi explained, this is just a personal record, not public, and I won't record names. It's just for inspiration. Upon hearing this, Kamishiro Rise finally spoke. Her face showed reminiscence and gentleness. Hayashi-kun is very considerate. He's good-looking and handsome, but that's just his outward appearance. His inner qualities are even better. He respects everyone and treats everyone equally. He doesn't show favoritism. His cooking is excellent, especially the steak. It's delicious and also... Kamishiro Rise continued talking. Takatsuki Izumi kept writing down more, her excitement and curiosity growing. She interviewed for a while. Kamishiro Rise didn't reveal any secrets. The late-night diner didn't have any secrets. She just shared her feelings. After a while, thank you very much. Takatsuki Izumi closed her notebook and put her pen inside. It seems that Hayashi-kun is a very important person to you. Can I interview him next? Hearing that he was so important, Kamishiro Rise suddenly tensed, looking at Takatsuki Izumi with suspicion. But Takatsuki Izumi just smiled. After hearing it was an interview, Kamishiro Rise relaxed her expression. That's your business. As long as Hayashi-kun is willing, it's fine. Then I'll go ahead. Takatsuki Izumi immediately stood up, grabbed her notebook, and left. At this moment, Hayashi was looking at Kana, who was so full she looked like she might burst. Hayashi looked at Kana slumped over. Kana, why don't you turn into a dragon to digest, then change back? No, I don't want to. Why? Hayashi asked. Aren't you uncomfortable? I just ate Hayashi's food, it was so delicious. Turning into a dragon would waste it. It's fine, it only needs to go into your mouth. Still no, I'll just lie down for a bit and rest. All right. Kana insisted on digesting herself, so Hayashi didn't press further. After all, she's a dragon, no big deal. If she were a human child, she'd probably be in the hospital by now. Hey, store manager Tilda. At this moment, Hayashi heard Takatsuki Izumi's voice from behind him. He turned around and saw Takatsuki Izumi holding a notebook, adjusting her half-frame glasses, looking at him with expectation. What is it? Hayashi asked. May I interview the store manager? Takatsuki Izumi asked with anticipation. Don't worry, this interview is just for inspiration. I won't record any addresses or names, and it won't be made public. Then it's fine. Hayashi shook his head, then suddenly remembered Shiyu. I have a regular customer who is also a writer, and she's still a high school student. You two might hit it off and exchange ideas. Really, who is she? Kasumigyaka Utaha. Her work is called Love Metronome. Capitulo 61, Chapter 61. Makima, don't miss a good woman, don't waste a bad one. upon learning that another regular customer was a writer with a work called Love Metronome. Takatsuki Izumi suddenly realized, so it's that book, huh? I remember that book. The author is a super cute girl, right? A super cute girl. Hayashi remembered the black stockings and nodded. If she hears this, she'd probably be really happy. No problem, after the interview I can record it, we can take a photo together, and then send it to that beautiful author. Sounds good. The two chatted for a while, then began the interview. Takatsuki Izumi asked, may I ask, why did you want to open a late-night diner? What's the concept behind it? Hayashi answered, lazy. The late-night diner only needs to operate for a short while in the evening. There's basically no one in the early morning, and I can't get up early. Takatsuki Izumi laughed uncontrollably upon hearing this. Store manager, you're really an interesting person. Then she suddenly asked, don't you like being surrounded by beautiful girls? Of course I do, Hayashi coughed lightly. You didn't even ask. If you ask and still like it, then I won't say anything. Just like that? Takatsuki Izumi asked, Hayashi answered. The two of them went back and forth, talking for quite some time. Until 6 p.m. Toru came over and reminded him, Hayashi-san, it's time for business. Oh right, Hayashi nodded, let's open the sign. Toru went over to change the closed for business sign to now open. Takatsuki Izumi also packed up her notebook and pen. She slightly bowed towards Hayashi and said, thank you very much for the patient interview. Now let's take some messages and a group photo. No problem. Hayashi handed his phone to Kamishiro Rise, who was watching from the side. Could you help take a picture? Kamishiro Rise took the phone and carefully held it. Then she responded, a little jealously, Hayashi-kun, you still haven't taken a photo with me. Ah, Hayashi was sure. Let's take one together, and after we finish, we'll take yours. Toru immediately raised her hand. I want one too. Okay, then wait in line. Kana paused and said, Toru-sama took one, so I want one too. Okay. Now Makima overheard. She turned her head, looking at Hayashi. Hayashi understood her gaze immediately. Okay, everyone will take one at a time. And so, everyone in the store took a solo photo with Hayashi. By the time they finished, Hayashi's smile was about to freeze on his face. He rubbed his face to smooth out his smile. But then, what to do with all the photos on Hayashi's phone? Takatsuki Izumi took out her own phone, revealing her true intent. Hayashi-san, could I have your contact information and get the photos sent to me? As soon as she said this, everyone who hadn't added Hayashi, yet including Toru and Makima, turned to look at him again. Hayashi looked at Takatsuki Izumi, who was smiling at him, and said, I suspect you did this on purpose, big writer. Not at all, I'm just fulfilling a normal need. Well then, let's not talk about it, come on, get in line at the back. And so, he exchanged contact information with everyone present. Kamishiro Rise looked at her phone and smiled with satisfaction. Hayashi first added a note to everyone's contact information. Then, based on who was in the photo, he sent it out to them one by one. Finally, everyone present had Hayashi's contact information and a group photo. Oh wait, there was one person left out. Kana. Why don't I have one? Kana asked, confused. Toru took out her phone and showed it to her. You don't have a phone yet. What's a phone? It's a magical terminal device. It lets us contact each other. Oh, tilde. Hayashi noticed and stopped Toru, pointing upstairs. Go upstairs and get a phone for Kana. Toru thought for a moment. Kana is still young, maybe she doesn't need it. If we leave her out, it won't be good. Plus, her dragon age isn't that small anymore. I guess you're right. So Toru went upstairs, got a phone, and handed it to Kana. Kana, this is your phone. Take good care of it and don't use too much force. Be careful it doesn't break. Oh, tilde. Kana carefully took the phone. Toru started explaining beside her. Here's how you turn it on, here's the volume like this. Kana listened attentively. Finally, as time passed, Takatsuki Izumi packed up and waved goodbye to Hayashi. Well, I'll leave now. Thanks Rise-chan, thank you Hayashi-san, I'll be back tomorrow bye. Hayashi waved his hand, bye. After Takatsuki Izumi left, Kamishiro Rise went upstairs to grab a book and started reading in the corner of the restaurant, casually ordering a coffee and paying for it. Power seemed to be tired. She didn't sleep in the store. She hugged her cat and fell asleep on the lounge chair in the backyard, sleeping with her cat. Hayashi made a pot of lemon tea and sat by the window. He was ready to start browsing his phone. Don't ask, what else can you do with no customers if not check your phone? The population in the commercial street hasn't recovered yet. As long as no regular customers come, no one else will either. But Hayashi thought for a moment. He still brought out the knitting book he bought during the day and started reading it. Not trying to finish it all at once or learn it right away. Just at least half an hour a day. At that moment, Makima came and sat next to Hayashi. Not across from him, but right beside him, very close. She poured herself a cup of lemon tea and started talking. The energy around you has grown stronger. How come you're reading these books on knitting scarves, planning to give one to some girl? Hayashi. Seeing he didn't speak, Makima started counting with her fingers. That little girl with purple hair, Kamishiro Rise with purple long hair in the corner, Toru. Stop, stop, stop. Hayashi grabbed Makima's fingers. I'm learning this to knit. Would it be okay if I gave it to you? Sure. I suspect you're here just to scam a scarf. Is that a problem? Don't start, next thing you know, everyone will want one. Then I'll be the only one, I'm lucky. You can think of it that way. Makima took a sip of her lemon tea, looking at Hayashi, who was holding her hand. She then reversed the hold and grabbed his hand. Looking at this strong hand, Makima sighed, I really like these hands. Hayashi was still reading the book, turned to her and said, even if you like them, I can't give them to you. I know, just like how I like you Hayashi-kun. Meaning, I like you, but I can't have you. Hayashi was momentarily stunned. Upon hearing this, he looked at Makima in disbelief. Wait, you're already up to that. Is the story progressing this quickly? Hayashi's mind raced, but then he remembered Makima, this bad woman. He couldn't help but wonder if this was intentional. Does Makima want me to fall in love with her? There are many ways to dominate. Do you think domination is just domination? Work domination, aren't the cows and horses working also dominated? Bloodline domination, isn't kidnapping family members a form of domination? Love domination, obeying for love, isn't that often crazy? In that moment, Hayashi really couldn't tell if Makima's, like earlier, was real or fake. Toru had also said she liked him. But with Toru, it was obvious that it was genuine. But with Makima, now he really couldn't tell. This bad woman is too damn good at this. At that moment, Hayashi just wanted to shout. I can't tell. I really can't tell. Makima saw that Hayashi had gone silent. Instead, she smiled even more happily. Because Makima knew in her heart that the fact that Hayashi reacted this way meant he had feelings for her. Otherwise, the result would have been him pulling his hand away. So Makima smiled and said, You don't have to hurry with your answer. I know you have many choices. I also don't need you to pick just one. I am also very dangerous, always at risk of assassination, and I'm also very busy. The presidential cabinet also doesn't want to see such an answer. So whatever answer you have, just keep it in your heart. Is that okay? Hayashi-kun. Wait a second. At that moment, Hayashi's brain started working quickly. Makima's words seemed to suggest that no matter what answer Hayashi gave, it would lead to the same result. But a new answer also appeared. Does he really need to figure it out? He has the initiative with his capital, ability, and even his demands. He also knows that Makima will never turn against him. Because he is the chainsaw devil. So, I don't care if you really like me or not. Good women, don't miss them. Bad women, don't waste them. Hayashi understood. He nodded and smiled back at Makima. Between us, we should have a life too. You handle demon slaying, I handle eating demons. You bring back the heart's essence, and I'll handle the cooking. Is that the deal, Makima? The meaning of these words was essentially a mutual understanding, without being explicitly stated. You handle killing demons and supporting the family. I handle managing the household. Just as expected. Makima wanted this kind of answer too. Her face turned slightly red as she nodded. Yes. That's right. What is this called? A win-win. Makima slays demons and brings back their hearts, and as long as Hayashi can cook it, eating it will completely absorb it. Thus, he becomes stronger. And Makima's goal is also achieved. Bad women don't waste them. I don't care about this or that. If you dare to pitch it, I'll catch it. Otherwise, the location doesn't allow it, but he would have done it. After their intimate conversation, Makima's face turned slightly red for a while, and then gradually softened. At that moment, footsteps were heard at the door. It was 8 p.m., and the store was about to close. Kirishima Tauka walked out of the coffee shop and made her way from the alley. Makima stood up when she saw her. It's getting a bit late, so I'll head back first, Hayashi-kun. I'll be moving soon in the next couple of days. All right, Hayashi nodded. When you're moving, I'll host a welcome dinner for you. Thank you, but can we do it at my place? My dogs also want to try your leftovers. What does this have to do with your dog doing backflips? Hayashi nodded, that's fine. Then I'll head out now, I'll take Power back with me. Makima finished speaking and went to the backyard to find Power. She then dragged the half-sleeping Power, threw her in the car, and drove home. Watching the bad woman drive away, Hayashi still confidently repeated to himself, bad women don't waste them, I don't care about this or that. He wasn't into pure love. In today's society, pure love comes after dogs. At that moment, Kirishima Tauka had already walked over. She was still wearing her coffee shop uniform. Approaching Hayashi, she raised a finger and said, 5 beef rice bowls today, is that okay? Sure, Hayashi nodded, still to go. Yes, Kirishima Tauka bowed slightly. Sorry for the trouble, Hayashi-kun. No problem, were you busy today? Not many customers, the demon's influence was still pretty strong a few days ago. Well, same here, I haven't even had people walk by. We'll always support you, Hayashi-kun. Don't worry, even if I have no business, it'll be fine, it won't close. Good, that's good. Hayashi went to cook. Toru had finished teaching Kana how to use the phone. Kana was playing with it. Even if she didn't know how to, magic helped her learn instantly. Back in the kitchen cooking, beef rice bowls were easy to make. Just cook the beef well and leave some sauce to mix with the rice. Pick the beef, toss it in the pan, add the sauce and onions and start stirring. The rice had been steaming and was ready to be served. Once the beef was done, Toru prepared 5 portions of rice, then poured the beef and sauce over the fragrant rice. Finally, they packed it up and handed it to Kirishima Tauka. All right, remember to eat it soon. Thank you so much. Tauka paid and once again bowed slightly to Hayashi, then took the food and left. After watching Tauka leave, the store quieted down. Hayashi suddenly remembered something, sat back by the window, took out his phone, and opened the chat app to find the contact. Kasumigayaka Utaha. Hayashi, do you know who came to my store today? Kasumigayaka Utaha? Sorry, Hayashi-kun, I haven't been to your store these past few days. I finished my manuscript and it passed the review, the editor's happy, it's already at the printing stage, it might be released next week. Almost at the same time, both of them sent messages. Hayashi, so fast. Well then, congratulations in advance, Utaha, wishing your new book sells well. Kasumigayaka Utaha? Who's this? Hayashi-kun actually started the conversation, that's rare. 2 messages were sent one after another. They both sent their messages, but they were talking about different things. This made the person on the other end of the phone laugh, while feeling a sense of mutual understanding. Hayashi, let's talk about your stuff first. Kasumigayaka Utaha? Mine's nothing, just been really busy running around. But I'm finally almost done. Once the new book releases, I'll check the sales. What about you? Hayashi, one of the customers who came to the store today has the same identity as you. Guess who it is? A big author. Kasumigayaka Utaha, a woman. Hayashi. She's asking if it's a man or a woman. What's the question about? Kasumigeaka Utaha. Is she pretty? If she's pretty, then the range is pretty narrow. Now he gets it, she's jealous. Hayashi, forget it, let me just be straightforward, it's Takatsuki Izumi. Hayashi, here's the picture JPD. He sent the photo of himself and Takatsuki Izumi. On the other end, Kasumigeaka Utaha looked at the photo and suddenly felt dizzy. Kasumigeaka Utaha. She really is a beautiful girl, Hayashi-kun, you really are charming. Hayashi, I was trying to introduce you too. Kasumigeaka Utaha, is she coming to the store tomorrow? Hayashi, she said she's coming. Kasumigeaka Utaha, then I'm going too. In reality, Kasumigeaka Utaha bit her nails, twisted her little foot, staring angrily at the photo of Takatsuki Izumi. A sneaky cat. It doesn't matter to others, but as fellow writers, they're naturally rivals. Capitulo 62, Chapter 62. The Threaded Scarf for Rise, Takatsuki Izumi's Killing Intent and Plan. Looking at the exclamation mark. In Kasumigeaka Utaha's message on his phone, Hayashi realized things weren't going the way he thought. He had assumed that since Takatsuki-sen was a famous writer with higher sales than Kasumigeaka Utaha, she would be happy to receive the photo and become a regular at the store, leading to potential interaction between the two. But instead, they had turned into rivals. This. Hayashi tilted his head, thinking. He typed back, Utaha, your new work is full of potential, and I've read it so I know it'll do well. Takatsuki-sen is a friendly writer, easy to get along with. Yes, Takatsuki-sen was easy to get along with. But it had nothing to do with Ito Yashimura or the One-Eyed King. Let's just focus on Takatsuki Izumi. When Kasumigeaka Utaha saw the message, she exited the conversation and opened the photo again. In the photo, Ito Yashimura was wearing simple work clothes, no makeup, her hair tied in a messy bun. Aside from her beautiful smile, her style wasn't particularly fashionable. So Hayashi described her as friendly, not as beautiful or a gorgeous woman. Kasumigeaka Utaha felt relieved after seeing this. Cough, cough, I'll go talk to her tomorrow, don't worry Hayashi-kun, we won't fight at your store. Fight. Although Hayashi enjoyed watching women argue, it wouldn't be good for them to do it in his store. And how could you fight with someone like the One-Eyed King? Hayashi, cough, cough, as long as you can have a good conversation, that's fine. I also hope your new work sells well. Kasumigeaka Utaha, I appreciate your blessing. Hayashi, that means you can come to my store every day and spend lavishly. Kasumigeaka Utaha, I take back what I just said, Yubaka. After chatting a little longer, Kasumigeaka Utaha confirmed that she would definitely come tomorrow, and they finished the conversation. Hayashi was about to put his phone away when a message popped up. Kana, my stomach doesn't hurt anymore, thank you Hayashi. Hi. Hayashi turned and looked at Kana, who was playing with her phone nearby. He didn't respond to the message but asked aloud, Kana, why are you sending messages so close to me? Kana didn't speak. She poked at her phone screen with her two little fingers. Then another message popped up. Kana just learned how to use this magical tool and is trying it out, chatting with Hayashi and Toru. Hayashi had just read the message when Toru's voice came from upstairs. Kana, don't send messages when you're this close. Kana finally put away her phone. Okay, got it. Hayashi chuckled and turned off his phone. As the evening grew late, the store's time also drew to a close. Hayashi glanced at the clock and saw that it was already after 9 p.m. I still haven't read today's book. He took out the basic knitting guide. Hayashi began learning the most basic winding techniques. Things like 3 up, 3 down, and diagonal weaving. And 1 up, 1 down, creating a treasure weave. Hayashi watched and practiced with his own fine thread, simulating the motions. At first, he thought it would be difficult to learn. But after reading a few pages of the tutorial, he was able to finish it quickly. He started following along with the practice. Hayashi not only had fast hands, but also had such precise control over his fine thread that he could interweave it by himself. In no time, less than half an hour, he finished making a transparent scarf. No, it wasn't completely transparent. It was more like a very thin, almost invisible tape. This scarf was 80 cm long and 15 cm wide, like a long, wide strip of transparent tape. Hayashi pulled it, but it wouldn't break. Rise, sitting in the corner, rubbed her eyes and walked over. Hayashi-kun, what is this? Hayashi couldn't really explain what it was. It's a scarf woven with my special ability, just a learning piece. Rise looked at it curiously. Can I see it? Sure. Hayashi handed her the scarf. She sat next to him, inspecting the transparent tape scarf. She looked at it, touched it, sniffed it, and even bit into it. Then Rise gasped and looked at Hayashi. Hayashi-kun, this could be used as a CCG Kagyun weapon material. Compared to Kagyun, these fine threads would probably be stronger. Now, as an SS-class ghoul, Rise was quite familiar with the strength of such threads. As soon as she touched it, she felt something wasn't right. So she bit into it to test the strength of the threads. What surprised her was how strong they were. Compared to your Kagyun, Hayashi asked. Rise thought for a moment, then tested it again and nodded. Maybe even stronger than my Kagyun. After speaking, Rise looked even more curious and asked, how did you do this? Hayashi held up the book and gestured. It's woven with very fine threads. Fine threads, is this your ability? Yes. That's amazing, can I? See for yourself. Hayashi knew what she wanted to see. He pulled out another fine thread from his fingertips, cut it, and handed it to Rise. Rise took the fine thread with a look of amazement. She carefully examined it, pulled on it, and it didn't budge. Hayashi said, don't try to snap it. Toru already tried, and she couldn't break it without turning into a giant dragon. A giant dragon couldn't break it. Rise looked at the fine thread in her hand, shocked. A tiny thread with this kind of power. Amazing, right? Rise nodded. This wasn't just amazing, it was incredibly powerful. It was hard to see clearly. If used to kill enemies or set traps, it would catch them completely off guard. Hayashi looked at the transparent tape scarf in Rai's hand. I'll give you that scarf, take a bit of it and use it to wrap something. Rise looked surprised at Hayashi. You're giving it to me. Just consider it a gift for a regular customer. Hayashi waved it off. I've got plenty of this stuff. It was just the thin threads of the string fruit. He could produce as many as he wanted. He could spin more silk than Spider-Man. This scarf, once made, wasn't something he planned to absorb back. After all, it was meant to be given away. To him, it was nothing noteworthy. But for Kamishiro Rise, she looked at Hayashi with pure delight. So, does this count as a gift from Hayashi-kun? Even if it's not the right season, I love it. I'll make sure to return the favor someday. I'll look forward to it, Hayashi nodded. He had already finished reading the first knitting book. Next, he planned to study industrial weaving techniques and designs. Perhaps it was due to the string fruit's ability. His talent for weaving had skyrocketed. He could master the techniques and ideas from the book at a glance, and even come up with better, more intricate methods. He was practically a genius among geniuses. After receiving the threads, Kamishiro Rise went upstairs to experiment. But before she left, she turned to Hayashi and said, Hayashi-kun, I won't unravel this gift, just one strand is enough. This is the first gift I've ever received in my life and the most precious one. With that, Rise blinked playfully and left. That genuinely surprised Hayashi. Her first gift ever. Kamishiro Rise's life really had been miserable. If things had gone according to the original story, had she not killed those people last time, she would have been captured and turned into an experimental subject, eventually becoming the ghoul known as Dragon, a tragic fate. But now she was much better off, more human. The old Rise, upon seeing something this valuable, wouldn't have cared if it was a gift. She'd have torn it apart without hesitation. But now, because it was from him, she refused to ruin it, taking only a single strand. This wasn't just her becoming more human, it was her becoming more socialized. No longer just a feral ghoul. That was good. As he watched Rise leave, Toru approached and whispered, Hayashi-san, Kana's asleep. She pointed to the corner of the sofa. Hayashi looked over, sure enough, Kana was already fast asleep. Checking the time. It was past 10 p.m. Take her upstairs to bed, Hayashi said. Mitoru nodded. Which room? Prepare a separate one for now. You can sleep with Kana, or once Rise moves out, you two can have your own rooms. Toru. Hearing that she'd either sleep with Kana or alone. Toru's eyes widened, and she immediately clung to Hayashi. I refuse. I want to sleep with Hayashi-san. What about Kana? Hayashi rubbed his temples. Are you saying she should sleep alone while you're with me? But Kana. Before Toru could argue, Hayashi cut her off. We can't have both you and Kana sleeping with me. There are plenty of rooms. It's unnecessary. But Toru almost regretted bringing up Kana's nap in the first place. But whether she mentioned it or not, Hayashi would have brought it up when closing the shop. Look, it's not like I'm banning you from my room. It's just temporary. Kana just got here. She's not familiar with the place yet. Stay with her for now. Once she's used to sleeping early, you can come over later, right? Hayashi pointed out he didn't lock his door. If Kana slept early, Toru could always sneak in later. For now, though, she shouldn't leave Kana alone. The little dragon needed a sense of security. After some thought, Toru finally understood. There'd be plenty of time later. But for now, she wouldn't get to spend the entire night with Hayashi-san. Still, she could always sneak in. Where there's a will, there's a way. Later, Toru carried the deeply sleeping Kana upstairs to bed. By then, the late-night diner was empty. They'd stay open a little longer before closing. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion, as soon as Takatsuki-sen returned home, she stripped off all her clothes and began walking around naked. She undid her hair, then glanced at a group photo on her phone. Then she pulled out a separate pager and sent a message. All 20th Ward executives, assemble. The purpose was a meeting, the recipients being all executives of eatery tree. After sending the message, Takatsuki-sen tossed the pager onto the bed. Then she began dressing. First, she wrapped her body in bandages, layer after layer, covering even her fingers and legs. By the time she was done, she was nearly unrecognizable. Her head and face were also wrapped tightly. Only then did she put on her clothes. Her outfit was a Cthulhu-style rabbit hoodie. Once fully dressed, Takatsuki-sen left the mansion through a hidden passage. Her destination, an abandoned, unfinished building. By the time she arrived, the other ghouls were already gathering. They moved at incredible speeds, leaving afterimages as they leaped across rooftops. Since this was a sudden summons, most had only thrown on basic attire. None wore uniforms, but all wore masks. Except for a select few. Once everyone was present, Takatsuki-sen, now in her Ito persona, scanned the group. Kirishima Yato, Bin Brothers, Naki, Umori, Aka, Jason, and others were all here. Among them, only Yamori wasn't wearing a mask. Having been captured by the CCG before and later rescued, hiding his identity was pointless. He was already a permanently wanted criminal. The assembled ghouls were all S-rank, no SS rank. This was because Aogiri's SS rank elites were stationed in key districts to guard bases against CCG raids. They rarely moved unless a major operation was underway. Correct. Yamori, impatient, stretched his neck. Oi, what's the new order? I've got toys waiting for me back home. Fresh blood stained his clothes. Likely, before receiving Ito's message, he'd been in the middle of a play session. His latest victim's identity was unknown. But it definitely wasn't another one-eyed ghoul. Omori's arrogance stemmed from two things. He was naturally violent and unrestrained. Ito's current identity wasn't Aogiri's leader, just a high-ranking liaison, a proxy for the real boss. This fabricated role was how Ito usually issued orders. At Yamori's question, the others turned to Ito. She sat on the edge of the unfinished floor, legs dangling over THE Chinese letter story drop. Without turning, she replied, "New orders. The search for the dragon is cancelled. We're returning to the original plan, the prison break at the CCG's Ghoul Detention Center." The executives were stunned. The dragon was fake, Kirishima Yato asked. It's real, Ito answered. Then why stop looking? It's a dragon. Because it's meaningless. No one understood. What did she mean, meaningless? Why would searching for a real dragon be pointless? Ito offered no further explanation, only saying, "The dragon's existence holds no significance for us. It's beyond our reach." After seeing that dragon last night, and then another new one today, Ito knew one thing for certain. They could not afford to provoke them. Not one, not two dragons. Rather than face them head-on, it was better to establish a connection through her and reassess later. Seeing Ito's stance, the others assumed this was the leader's decision. Most accepted it without further argument. It's not negotiable. The leader of the bronze tree is rumored to be extremely powerful. But there is one exception. Clang tilde. Umari Yakumo lightly, but firmly slammed the tiger pliers into the palm of his other hand. At the same time, he expressed his disagreement with Takatsuki-sen, or the leader's decision. "Are we just going to let the dragon go like that? I won't allow it. I've never tried using a dragon as a torture target before. I wonder what that feels like. If you give up, I'll search for it on my own." Everyone watched as Umori Yakumo acted independently, then turned their gazes toward Takatsuki-sen. Takatsuki-sen didn't respond. She merely said, "Do as you wish." Then, in an instant, she left the spot. She left behind a single sentence, "Disband." Everyone exchanged glances with one another before slowly leaving one by one. After Takatsuki-sen left, she returned home and took out her phone to send a message to Kamishiro Rise. "How do you feel about the store manager being a ghoul? Does she know your identity, Rise-chan?" Rise replied, "He knows. I told him and he's fine with it." "Thanks, so I believe the store manager isn't targeting ghouls. I can rest easy now." Rise replied. Then the communication was cut off. In the end, Takatsuki-sen took out a small notebook and put a cross on the file for the gecko. "Then, please, become the emotional catalyst for me and the store manager." Capitulo 63, Chapter 63. Power was caught by Makima. Tonight she becomes a dragon rider. After sending the message, Takatsuki-sen once again removed the full-body bandages, revealing her smooth, bare body. The bandages fell to the floor, one loop after another, unraveling like strands of noodles. She didn't like wearing clothes at home. This was how she preferred to be. As for Amori Yakumo, or Gecko, she had long since made up her mind. Takatsuki-sen had run out of patience. Unruly, disobedient, reckless. Even after being caught and rescued, he hadn't changed a bit. The only reason she'd tolerated him this long was because she was waiting for the moment when his death would bring value, when it could be traded for enough benefit. That moment had almost come. Takatsuki-sen had been wondering how to build a relationship with that manager. Now, it seemed the opportunity had delivered itself. During the earlier strategy meeting, Takatsuki's thoughts had been genuine, especially when she said, "It's meaningless, always out of reach." That wasn't just a throwaway line, that was her true belief. Her target had always been the ghouls. Her previous idea was to find the dragon, analyze what it really was. Was it an enemy of ghouls or something else entirely? But everything changed today after she saw that shop, the Midnight Diner. First, Kamishiro Rise revealed her identity to her. Then, for some reason, she followed them to the shop. To this day, she didn't really understand why she had been so willing to trust. But once inside the diner, everything changed. Devils, ghouls, and dragons all under one roof, without conflict. And the manager turned out to be a human. There was no doubt, definitely a human. Even though his aura was chaotic, like an endless abyss, ghouls could always tell. A human was a human. And there wasn't just one dragon. There were two. Even ignoring that giant dragon named Toru, the younger one, Kana, emitted a terrifying aura of power, even in her childish form. That was the instinct of the one-eyed king, a primal, biological sense of threat. If Kana was this powerful as a child, what about the older one? What about their parents, the adult dragons? Takatsuki Izumi didn't even dare imagine what they'd be like. There was no point. Because no matter what you did, you were gambling that the dragon's parents weren't nearby. And gambling like that absolutely not an option. So in Takatsuki-sen's view, becoming friends with the manager meant becoming friends with two dragons. No matter what, those two dragons must not become enemies. Even better if they could be allies. And that meant Amori Yakumo, Gecko. You'll just have to be the sacrificial fool. Meanwhile, in the black car that had earlier taken Power away, Makima was at the wheel, driving with Power beside her. It was already night. Power drowsily stared out the window. Then she realized the car wasn't heading home, nor was it going toward the Public Safety Bureau building. Instead, it was driving toward an unfamiliar zone, Area 850. Power jolted awake. She sat up straight, eyes wide in fear as she looked at Makima. Where are we going? Makima had one hand on the steering wheel and the other propping up her chin, eyes fixed on the road ahead. Hearing Power's question, Makima neither responded nor reacted, which only made Power panic even more. I mean, I know I left the team without permission, B, but that's not a capital offense, right? Don't kill me. Power was genuinely afraid of death. That much was true. She might have acted like a shameless fool with weird logic, but her fear of death was instinctual. When she said, "Don't kill me," Makima finally smiled and turned to look at her. Under the gaze of those golden, wheel-like eyes, Power broke into a cold sweat. Her heart pounded violently. She even swallowed hard, too nervous to speak. But after staring at her for a moment, Makima extended her hand and lightly scraped Power's lips with her thumb, then turned back and resumed driving. "You're staying at my place tonight. Tomorrow, you'll help me move." Upon hearing the explanation, Power finally breathed a deep sigh of relief. As long as there was a tomorrow, that was enough. Her biggest fear had been not seeing tomorrow's sun. That would have been the end. The black car slowly pulled up outside an apartment building. Makima stepped out, and Power followed. They went upstairs. As they entered, the dogs inside heard them and rushed out to greet Makima. "Back to your spots, I'll feed you in a bit." Hearing this, the dogs obediently retreated. Makima led Power through a long hallway and stopped at a bedroom. Pointing at the empty room, she said, "You'll sleep here tonight, got it?" Power nodded repeatedly, "Got it." She walked inside immediately. But when she turned around, Makima hadn't left. Makima walked over to the window and opened the curtains. Moonlight poured into the room. Makima turned around, bathed in silver light, though her head remained shrouded in darkness. Only those glowing golden eyes pierced through, staring once again at Power. Gulp tilde. Power swallowed hard, trembling. What now? Didn't she just say she'd see tomorrow's sunrise? Was she going back on her word? Under Makima's intense gaze, Power nearly lost her composure again. Then finally, Makima spoke. "Aki Hayakawa told me you weren't very happy." "Yes, I know." Power nodded instinctively, then immediately realized and shook her head hard. Makima nodded, she already knew. The answer had long been in her heart. This was merely a confirmation. "Do you still want to live with Aki Hayakawa?" Makima continued asking. "No way," Power shook her head. She had long been sick of being bossed around. Makima gave a slight nod. "All right then, after I move out you'll stay on the first floor. As for hygiene management, a female housekeeper will teach you. I hope you'll take it seriously. Understand?" Though she said understand, there was no question in her tone. It was an order, refusal wasn't an option. Under Makima's gaze, Power could only nod. "Good." After settling that, Makima leaned against the windowsill and asked again. "Hayashi's lips, what do they taste like? Were they delicious?" Power froze. She snapped her head up to look at Makima, who was cloaked in shadow, her expression unreadable, only the color of her eyes visible. No expression. Power didn't even know how to read her face. Did Makima say that with any emotion? How was she supposed to answer that question? No, more importantly, how did Makima even know? How did she know Power kissed Hayashi? Power broke into a sweat, as if drenched by rain. Her whole body trembled slightly. Slow as she was, Power now realized, Makima-sama had feelings for Hayashi too. She had been eating and fooling around this whole time, completely oblivious. "You're wondering how I knew, aren't you?" Makima said. Power nodded. "Because your mouth still smells like Hayashi. You can even smell that." Power froze in place. Now what? Even if she made it through tomorrow, what about the day after? Power crouched down, hugging her head, shaking uncontrollably, unable to speak. This time, she was really done for. But as she trembled, Makima had already seen through Power's nature and understood her situation. She chuckled softly, stepped out from the shadows, came to Power's side, crouched down, and gently patted her head as she spoke warmly. "Don't worry, I'm not going to do anything to you. I just want to understand how things progressed between you and Hayashi. I want to know, and you'll tell me, won't you?" Power, terrified, nodded repeatedly. Then she began to explain. Though what little rationality she had left warned her to make it sound good. So in Power's version, it was all to repay Pachita for saving the cat. And since she didn't want to work, this was the only thing she could give. She even added that she felt she wasn't at a loss, and could repay him even more deeply in the future. After hearing this, Makima asked curiously, "You're willing to give?" "Of course," Power replied, face full of anticipation. "Hayashi is strong and handsome, why wouldn't I want to give?" Makima pondered for a moment. Power, seeing her hesitate, quickly tucked her head down and carefully asked, "Makima-sama, or maybe, you want to give, then I could just." "That's not it." Makima finally lifted her head and began asking, "How many people are around the manager?" "The antique cafe, ghouls, humans, dragons, devils. We all come from different camps, so we must stand united against the outside. I'm a devil, you're a devil too. Do you understand, Power?" Power's eyes widened. Makima meant the devil faction must not appear weak or scattered. Of course, this wasn't just about liking or love. It involved background, influence, support, everything. If Makima wanted a world without domination, if she wanted every other devil to vanish forever, then she needed more of her kind to help. To kill more devils. To take more hearts. At this moment, Power's slow little brain went into overdrive. Makima meant she wanted to see Power stand firmly at her side, to become a core member among the Midnight Diner's patrons. And the link between them was the manager Hayashi. Power understood. She immediately dropped into a full prostration, bowing deeply before Makima. "I understand now, Makima-sama. I, Power, will stand with manager Hayashi, and you, I will obey all of your commands. To restore the glory of devils, Power will do her part." Seeing this, Makima finally nodded in satisfaction, patted Power's head, and left. From that day on, Power was no longer just a subordinate under Makima, a disposable unit measured by utility. She had gone from being a low-ranking devil hunter in public safety to becoming a trusted confidant of Makima's devil faction. Simply put, others could be sacrificed at will, but Power was now someone to consider. At the Midnight Diner, it was now midnight. All the customers had left. Kana had been sent upstairs to sleep. Toru came down the stairs and spoke to Hayashi, who was reading. "Even while asleep, Kana wouldn't let go of the phone you gave her. I tried to take it and couldn't." "As long as she likes it." Hayashi turned his head. "She's only just arrived, and she went hungry for so long. This is already pretty good. Remember when you first came, you kept asking for hugs." Toru's face flushed red. "You better never say that again." She lunged forward to cover Hayashi's mouth. That night, it hadn't just been hugs. She had snuck into his room and only slept while holding him. And she'd slept like a baby. Toru tried to cover his mouth. Hayashi grabbed her hand, twisted it behind her back, and used a binding technique he'd just learned. "Ah-huh." In a flash, Toru was tied up with her hands behind her back like a cocoon. The worst part, she struggled with all her strength and still couldn't get free. For a moment, Toru's mind was flooded with all kinds of storybook plotlines. Her cheeks burned red, and she mumbled in a soft, embarrassed voice. "Hayashi-san, so now can we kiss Tilda?" She closed her eyes, face full of expectation. Hayashi flipped her onto his lap and gave her rear a sharp smack. "We're still in the restaurant. What are you trying to do? Toru squirmed and wiggled around, totally unruly. So if we weren't in the restaurant, it'd be fine. Got it. Smack tilde. Hayashi gave her another spank. You got nothing. Stop copying that kind of plot. Can't you act normal? Toru didn't seem to mind. If anything, it only made her blush more. Still cocooned, she wriggled and whispered. Then let's do it tonight, Hayashi-san. In the stories, the shy young master always hesitates, and it's the maid who helps him with his first time. Are you like that too? Her words hit like a high-level forbidden spell. Hayashi felt like he'd been struck by a critical hit, his mental HP dropping fast. This couldn't go on. If he kept holding back now, he'd lose all dignity. Gritting his teeth, Hayashi grabbed the thin string binding Toru and stood up. Then we're closing early tonight, Toru. Although there was still an hour until closing time, Hayashi couldn't care less anymore. With one hand, he hoisted the still tied-up Toru and went straight to shut the main entrance. Check-in successful. Gain +7 operating time points. The lottery draw could wait. Hayashi carried Toru straight upstairs. Toru squirmed like a cocoon the whole way, shouting, "Let me go. Let me guide you, Hayashi-san." That only made Hayashi even angrier. Back in the bedroom. Bang, he shut the door. Hayashi tossed Toru onto the bed. Have you thought it through, Toru? This is your last chance to provoke me. HMPH tilde. Toru tilted her head defiantly. If you've got the guts, untie me. I want to be the head maid who guides the clueless young master. Heh, Hayashi sneered. Tonight, I'll be the dragon rider. That night in the midnight diner, flames of war lit up the darkness. The stubborn dragon girl and the devouring devil fought until dawn before finally resting. When noon came, as usual, Hayashi woke up. He sat up in bed, dazed. Last night felt like a war. He looked around, then lowered his gaze. Toru had nothing on, clinging to his leg, sleeping like an idiot. Hayashi gently pulled his leg free. Still sleepy, he went off to wash up. After showering in the shared bathroom, he finally felt a little more awake. Strange, I don't even feel tired. Hayashi pinched his own cheek. Honestly, his fatigue wasn't physical. It was just that last night had been too intense, and now he was in that emotionally drained, post-high, sage time. He wasn't physically exhausted. In fact, he felt great. What's the reason for this? Hayashi thought about his devouring ability and the Chainsaw Devil's power. In the story, the Chainsaw Devil could keep fighting endlessly as long as he kept replenishing himself. What had Toru said last night again? Her magic power could be replenished through intimacy. Which meant, if he could keep absorbing Toru's magic, he could achieve something close to a pseudo-perpetual motion machine. Or maybe it wasn't just Toru's magic. As long as it was energy-based, he could absorb it. So this devouring ability can be used like this. That strong? Hayashi looked amazed. Then could ghouls absorb RC cells? Could devils absorb other devils' energy? The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Whatever, no rush. I'll try them all eventually. Hayashi rubbed his face, then went downstairs around noon to make breakfast. Rise and Kana were probably waking up. The shop was expecting quite a few people today. Downstairs, Hayashi prepared golden fried rice. Then he called upstairs. Breakfast is ready. Thud tilde. No sooner had he shouted than he heard a body crash onto the floor. Then came Toru's voice, clearly just woken up, but with an extra hint of sweetness. Coming, Hayashi-san tilde tilde tilde. Capitulo 64, Chapter 64. Sweet Dragon Wife, Kamishiro Rise joins Antique. Downstairs. One person, 2 dragons, and 1 ghoul were happily eating golden fried rice. Oh wait, make that 1 person, 2 dragons, 1 ghoul, 1 cat, and 1 devil. Pachita and the cat were also eating. Nom noms nom nom. Kana held a big spoon, shoveling food into her mouth like an excavator. Kamishiro Rise ate gracefully, her cheeks slightly flushed. She was always like this when she ate. Toru clung to Hayashi's side, serving him water and refilling his bowl, buzzing around busily. Hayashi-san, aya tilde tilde tilde. Toru scooped up some fried rice with a spoon and brought it to Hayashi's mouth, urging him to open up and take a bite. Her tone was ridiculously sweet, and her face beamed with joy. Hayashi looked at her for a moment, then gave in and opened his mouth to eat. But for the next bite, he refused. "Stop feeding me. I'm not a kid. You should be feeding Kana instead." Toru shook her head. "Kana's grown up. She can feed herself." Kana, sitting nearby, was stunned. She looked at her once-beloved big sister. What happened to her? Why was she like this now? Oh well. First food. Kana lowered her head and kept eating. "Eat your own food," Hayashi said helplessly, pushing Toru's face aside. "Finish up quickly so we can go out and restock." "No, Tilda," Toru whined, clinging to Hayashi. "Just one more bite, Tilda, or Hayashi-san. Would you like a drink? I can help you import it, Tilda." "Enough already." Hayashi reached out, flicked his finger against Toru's forehead, thwack. "Pop, Tilda." "Oh, Tilda." A crisp sound rang out. Toru finally clutched her forehead in pain and sat back down to eat on her own. Hayashi gave a resigned smile. That was just how Toru was. He was starting to forget Toru had a bit of a pervy obsession. And the closer they got, the more intense that trait became. Especially after they finally crossed the final line yesterday. Toru's affection had gone through the roof. Which explained today's excessive clinginess. A massive dragon, acting like a clingy housecat. Equal parts painful and delightful. "Eat properly," he said. Toru sat back down and began eating quietly. Though not exactly behaving. She kept using her tail to tease at Hayashi's pant leg. Across the table, Kamishiro Rise had just finished her fried rice, but noticed their constant flirting. She lifted her head and looked at Hayashi and Toru. Seeing them banter so intimately, Rise felt a little sour inside. But Toru noticed her gaze. She turned her head, and her eyes shifted into vertical dragon pupils with a sharp glare. A wave of raw biological intimidation surged toward Kamishiro Rise. SS-rated ghoul, so what? Even SSS wouldn't matter. That night, Toru had been brought down to 0.1% life force and was still only being stalled because her magic was constantly drained. If not for the divine sword suppressing her, she would have recovered instantly. In Toru's world, ghouls were considered Mytilo-tier species. If it had been any other dragon, Kamishiro Rise might not even be allowed to sit at the same table. Only Toru's good-natured personality made this possible. And Kana. Under that glare, Kamishiro Rise blanked out for a moment, then quickly came back to her senses. It was just a warning. "All right, I got it," she said with a bitter smile, grabbing a napkin to wipe the oil off her lips. Dragons really are powerful. She genuinely didn't know how the manager had managed to tame both of them. "Hayashi, I'm done eating." At that moment, Kana lifted her face from a bowl larger than her head. A grain of rice still stuck to the corner of her mouth. Not a single grain was left in the bowl. It had been licked perfectly clean. "Are you full?" Hayashi asked. He gestured for Toru, who was closer, to wipe Kana's mouth. Kana allowed herself to be wiped and nodded. "I'm full." Toru was a bit surprised. Kana was full already. "That's all you're eating." Kana gave her reason. "I need to save room for the food Hayashi will make this afternoon and tonight." "Haha, Tilda." Hayashi laughed happily. "So that means we're all going out shopping again." "Yes," Kana nodded. "Going out together is fun." "All right, then let's head out in a bit." After everyone finished eating, Toru cleaned the table and washed the dishes. Kamishiro Rise thanked them and got ready to head out. She waved and said, "Hayashi-kun, I'm going to look around nearby for a new place to live." "Good luck," Hayashi replied. After Rise left, Hayashi went to play with Pachita and the cat. But when he got to the front door, he found Pachita lying on the lawn in the courtyard, sunbathing, with the cat curled up in its arms. Oh well. It was clear, the cat really liked Pachita and even seemed to feel safe near it. Hayashi thought for a moment and understood right away. The cat was pretty clever. It even knew Pachita had saved it, which is why it clung to him now. Who knows if Power will even be able to take the cat with her in the end. If the cat refuses to go with her and only wants to follow Pachita, things could get pretty funny. Hayashi could already imagine the moment Power's whole worldview shattered. All he could say was, "My dog has a cat now." Woof Tilda. At that moment, Pachita sensed Hayashi nearby and tried to get up. "It's okay, go back to sleep," Hayashi waved his hand. "We'll be heading out in a bit, watch the house for me." Woof Tilda, Pachita agreed. After a while, Toru and Kana were ready to go. The three of them headed out, got in the car, and drove off toward the market again. This time, as they left the city, they could clearly see that more and more people were out and about. Toru and Kana leaned against the windows, looking outside. "There are a lot more people now," Toru observed. "Everything's recovering fast. They've already forgotten the recent devil attack." Kana blinked. "Devil attack?" Toru explained. "Not long ago, right in front of Hayashi-san's shop, a devil several stories tall showed up." Kana played along, putting on a surprised face. "Whoa, Tilda." Toru continued. "That devil was super strong. It swallowed humans and ghouls whole in one bite." "Whoa, Tilda." "It knocked down nearby buildings like sweeping dust and almost crushed Hayashi-san's shop." What happened next? Hearing the shop was almost destroyed, Kana panicked. "If it really got crushed, I wouldn't have been able to eat any of this amazing food these past few days." Then the devil Hayashi-san picked up, Pachita, turned into a devil and Zoom, dashed in and fought that devil and finally killed it. Kana nodded. "Good job, Pachita." Toru agreed. Meanwhile, Hayashi drove the car, trying hard not to laugh the entire time. It was like listening to a comedic duo, one telling a story, the other reacting with full seriousness. The story wasn't bad. But don't forget, they were dragons. Toru had exaggerated the leech devil into some epic threat, but in reality, if Toru had even lightly struck it, the leech devil's entire existence would have been erased. Not even ashes would have been left. Same with Kana. So hearing them tell the story like that, Hayashi wanted to laugh the whole time, but he held it in. Otherwise, it'd be too rude. The little car rattled on toward the market. Meanwhile, Kamishiro Rise, who had left earlier, walked past the antique cafe on her way out of the alley, and felt a sudden, inexplicable wave of nostalgia. As if this was where a new story had once begun. Carrying that feeling, she pushed the door open and entered the cafe. It was already noon by now. There weren't many customers inside. As soon as Kamishiro Rise entered, everyone noticed her. No one said much, but they were clearly curious. She walked over to a corner window seat and sat down. Kirishima Tauka came over, holding a tray and menu, just like old times. She looked curiously at Rise. "Miss Rise, you're back at our cafe." Rise didn't quite understand the question. "I mean, with how good manager Hayashi's food and coffee are, why would you still come to our shop?" Cough cough. Behind the bar, Koma Enji and Irami Kaya, who were polishing glasses, couldn't hold back their reactions. It was true, yes. But saying it out loud, and inside their own cafe, that was a bit much. Basically, Tauka had roasted her own store. Hearing the coughs, Tauka glanced over her shoulder, then turned back. Rise didn't say much. She just ordered the same coffee she used to drink. When the coffee was served, she took a sip and frowned slightly. It was average, drinkable but nothing special. To someone like her, who now felt that even her body and soul had been reshaped by Hayashi, it tasted like dishwater. But still, it was nostalgic. "I'm just reminiscing," Rise said after another sip. "Only this feeling reminds me of how wonderful and full of hope life is now." She turned and looked at the sun. It used to feel blinding. Now, the sunlight felt lovely. The others heard her words, thought about them, and nodded in agreement. Honestly, being able to eat food like that. For ghouls longing for peaceful lives, it was a blessing. Because of that, they had all tried to keep things discreet, so as not to disturb Hayashi. They secretly kept other ghouls away with intimidation and warnings, in the name of Antique Cafe. But Kirishima Tauka looked at Rise, thought for a moment, and finally asked, "That's it, Miss Rise, that doesn't sound like you." Rise blinked, then smiled softly. "You're right, I've been thinking, what can I do for Hayashi-kun?" She was half talking to herself. Or rather, what can we ghouls do for Hayashi-kun? Hayashi had too many factions around him. For the first time, Kamishiro Rise felt truly outmatched. Hearing this, Tauka understood. She looked at Koma and Irami. They all nodded. Then Tauka said, "If you're willing, I can take you to talk with manager Yashimura. Ghouls who have tasted Hayashi's cooking should form a code, a mutual understanding. We should form a special group to patrol the area and eliminate any ghouls who might threaten the Midnight Diner or Hayashi." Koma and Irami added, "Devils are beyond our reach, but ghouls, we can and must handle them." Hearing this, Kamishiro Rise understood. The antique cafe was saying, "Let's not worry about the devils for now. But ghouls, that's our responsibility. To preserve and protect their current way of life, ghouls who have eaten Hayashi's food should unite. Stand together against any outside threat. To protect Hayashi and the Midnight Diner, at all costs. The rest didn't matter. But ghouls, that's still within our control, isn't it?" "So what do you think?" Kirishima Tauka asked. Kamishiro Rise thought for a moment, then added, "Does manager Yashimura know about the trouble behind me?" Tauka shook her head, then nodded. "Manager Yashimura said this, Antique doesn't like trouble, but we're not afraid of it." That single line made Koma Enji and Irami Kaya smile knowingly. Both of them were SS-rated ghouls. The overall strength of Antique Cafe was enough to stake out its own territory in the ghoul world. As long as they kept recruiting ghouls who had eaten Hayashi's food, those who sincerely wanted to preserve and continue this lifestyle, then they could truly build a safe zone. Hadn't even Kamishiro Rise herself changed. Hearing this, Rise stood up. "Take me to him then, sorry to trouble you." Kirishima Tauka smiled brightly. "Miss Rise actually said sorry to trouble you, that's amazing. Because Hayashi-kun wants me to become more socially adjusted. My goal is to be a proper Yamato Neidshiko." Koma Enji, Irami Kaya, and Kirishima Tauka. Meanwhile, Hayashi's little van had arrived at the market. This time, Kana jumped out on her own and pointed toward the seafood section. "Kana wants to go play there." Hayashi shook his head. "That place isn't for playing, don't go messing around with the seafood. You can look but don't touch anything." Kana thought about it, yeah, that seems true. Yesterday, she had touched something and got attacked by a super aggressive bug. "Can we still go today?" Kana asked. "Sure," Hayashi nodded. "I'll make spicy crawfish for dinner, a big seafood feast." "Woo, Tilda," Kana exclaimed in delight. She didn't even know what spicy crawfish were, but if Hayashi was making it, it had to be delicious. She was all in. Toru got out of the car, closed the door, and asked curiously, "What's crawfish? What kind of seafood feast?" Hard to explain. Basically, it includes all sorts of seafood. Crawfish are really fragrant," Hayashi said, unsure how to describe it. "You'll know once you see them, they taste amazing." Kana nodded, "Let's go." The three entered the market and began shopping. They didn't need much, just restocking the essentials and buying ingredients for the day's meals. Mostly, it was for their own use. After all, their regulars were mostly returning customers. They shopped for meat, vegetables, condiments, and so on. Finally, they reached the seafood section. Kana stared at the oxygenated tanks full of seafood, curious about each one. She grabbed Hayashi's hand and began asking, "What's this one?" "Crab." "And this one?" "Squid." "This one?" "Scallop." For a while, Hayashi basically turned into a seafood tour guide, explaining everything to Kana from top to bottom. As they walked along, the seafood shop owners and customers who saw the scene all smiled warmly. Some couples even began to imagine their own future families. That father is so responsible, explaining everything to his daughter. Right, he's so patient, what a great personality. Such a warm family vibe, I want to marry someone like that. Hayashi, hearing all this, didn't care, he was used to it. Only Toru stood nearby with a gentle, motherly smile, blushing slightly. You could tell she was absolutely loving this atmosphere. Along the way, Hayashi bought crawfish, clams, squid, abalone, and other seafood, along with a variety of seasonings. Once they had everything, they wrapped up the shopping trip. As they walked toward the parking lot, they passed through the living goods area. Just as Hayashi was wondering if he should buy some more books, or maybe get something for Kana, he spotted a familiar figure. Among all the people he'd recently met, there was only one person with jade-green hair. Takatsuki-sen. Hearing her name, Takatsuki-sen turned around at the entrance of a bookstore, a bit surprised. Manager Hayashi, what a coincidence. A coincidence? For the one-eyed king? Probably not. Capítulo 65, Chapter 65. The balance of ghoul power shifts, Takatsuki-sen evolves completely. When other people said it was a coincidence, Hayashi usually believed them. People like Kasumigyaka Utaha or Kirishima Tauka, sure, coincidence seemed possible. But when Takatsuki-sen said it was a coincidence, he wasn't buying it. Because he knew her true identity very well, this wasn't something that could be chalked up to chance. Quite the coincidence, Hayashi played along. We came to stock up for the shop. Takatsuki Izumi, are you shopping for new books? Yes, Takatsuki nodded. I came across an interesting one while browsing. The two chatted normally for a while. Then Takatsuki seemed to suddenly remember something and asked, Manager Hayashi, what time does your shop usually open? 6 p.m., when the sun starts setting. You don't open early sometimes. It's fixed. But I'm feeling a little hungry right now. Well, how about getting something to tide you over? Hayashi-kun, what kind of meat do you think I can eat? They chatted a bit longer. There was no doubt. Takatsuki-sen was just trying to confirm how much Hayashi knew about her being a ghoul, and whether it had been Hayashi who told Rise to visit her the other day. And after that conversation, she had her answer. So you're just here to mooch a meal, Hayashi sighed. Fine, come with us. I've got something at home that'll tide you over. Much appreciated, Takatsuki bowed politely. And just like that, it became 4 people getting into the car. Before getting in, Takatsuki made a clear show of goodwill toward Toru, expressing that she was a decent person. Toru nodded, acknowledging the gesture. Once in the car, as they drove home, Takatsuki chatted from the back seat. Hayashi-kun, are you aware that ghouls have been really active lately in the 20th ward? It's been quite restless. Yes, Toru wiped her mouth and agreed. It's been like that a few times lately, but it hasn't affected us yet. Takatsuki pretended to think for a moment, then said, I heard it's some organization called eatery. Do you know them, Hayashi-kun? Hayashi. He really wanted to say no. But he was still a young man in his early 20s, not exactly great at pretending. Especially when Takatsuki-sen had that mysterious look on her face, as if she was sharing some top-secret info. And considering he knew her real identity. This whole act felt exactly like when Toru and Kana first met him and started telling their own stories. She was basically doing stand-up comedy right in front of him. So Hayashi bit his lip, struggling not to laugh, while his face showed a mix of suppressed amusement and helplessness. Seeing this, Takatsuki immediately realized she'd played the clown. This shopkeeper probably knew way more than she thought. She felt a little embarrassed, but she was still the one-eyed ghoul and quickly recovered. Her real purpose was to reveal more information and clarify her stance and intentions. So she continued, speaking seriously. Eatery's original target was the dragon, but their leader seems to have abandoned that goal and withdrawn. Only a few officers are still acting independently. At the mention of dragon, Toru and Kana both turned around and stared at Takatsuki-sen. In an instant, Takatsuki raised her hands and gave a sheepish smile. Even the one-eyed ghoul could look flustered. I was just trying to understand more, that's all. There's no way ghouls could compare to dragons, we just don't want to be enemies. Eatery's management is very loose. The actions of individual officers don't represent the whole organization. Only full-scale operations count. Upon hearing Takatsuki's explanation, Hayashi suddenly had a good idea of who it was. The officer you're talking about, does he like to wear a suit and tie, crack his fingers all the time, and carry around a pair of pliers? Takatsuki-sen was genuinely surprised. Hayashi-kun actually knows. Of course I know him, Hayashi didn't bother pretending. Even if Takatsuki asked him now who she was, he could frankly say, "You're the one-eyed owl." It's just that, if she didn't ask, he wasn't going to meddle. Goes by the nickname Gecko, right? CCG's most wanted ghoul. Full-on scumbag, Hayashi said flatly. That guy was infamous. Within the CCG, and even among ghouls, everyone hated him. Because he stirred up chaos wherever he went, always doing things that enraged the public and caused massive social fallout, triggering large-scale CCG crackdowns that often got innocent ghouls caught in the crossfire. And of course, there was another thing. He was the originator of cracking his fingers and yelling, "Oshikaijo tilde." That guy was truly disgusting. He loved cruelty and torture. Normal people couldn't stomach it. When Takatsuki heard that Hayashi knew exactly who she meant and described him so clearly, in that moment, she understood completely. Hayashi knew far more about Aogiri tree than he let on. Then what does Hayashi-kun think about him? She asked, genuinely curious. That ghoul Gecko, everyone hates him. What's there to think? Hayashi shook his head. Don't try to play clever with me. I don't care how bad Gecko is. I'm not going to waste my time chasing him down. Even if I knew exactly where he was, I wouldn't bother. It has nothing to do with me. Toru thought for a second and raised her hand. If Gecko tries anything against Hayashi-san or the Midnight Diner, I'll go. Kana copied her, raising her hand too. Kana will go too. Hayashi waved them off. There's no need to overthink it. Just ask yourself if he even dares to come. Don't let others mess up your plans. Got it, Toru? Toru nodded. Okay. After that, Hayashi looked at Takatsuki Izumi and said, Aogiri tree is a mess. That so-called legendary leader wanted to create a world that only exists in fantasy, and that's not necessarily a problem. The problem is, the leader doesn't want to do it himself, says he's not capable. So instead, he wants to find someone else to do it, even if it means raising them from scratch. That's what I call irresponsible and cowardly. My advice to that leader, give up. Even if you could succeed, the cost would be who knows how many lives, and you'd still need perfect timing and luck. When Hayashi finished, he ignored Takatsuki Izumi's stunned face and hit the gas, driving straight home. He had said it before. Takatsuki Izumi and Aramakishu were the same, both thought they weren't good enough, both had rough childhoods. So they believed they were unworthy. And then they tried to raise a king, or dragon, to create a world where humans and ghouls could coexist through ultimate force. That was laughable. Two of the most powerful figures in the ghoul world, yet they thought they weren't worthy, that they couldn't do it. And it all came down to childhood trauma. If that's all it took to feel unworthy, then Hayashi agreed they were unworthy. Too weak. On the surface, he was speaking to the leader. But in truth, he was talking directly to Takatsuki Izumi. The van rattled down the road. Toru asked curiously, why would a leader like that want to create such a world, but not do it himself? Even if it worked by sheer luck, it wouldn't really be his. Toru couldn't understand. If it's your dream and you don't pursue it yourself, then even if it comes true, it has nothing to do with you. Kana, sitting in Toru's lap, nodded. Kana wanted to find Toru-sama, so Kana came here. That's why I have this life now. After saying that, she added, and tasty food too. Toru patted her head, smiling warmly. Kana is the best, not like my old man. He kept talking about wiping out humanity, teaching me the same. I never wanted that kind of life. Kana thought about it, looked at Hayashi, then nodded in agreement. Toru's father was the leader of the Dragon Clan's Chaos faction, the End Emperor. He looked like a destroyer of worlds. But in truth, he was a very reasonable old dragon. The ones he wanted to fight were only the hostile humans from another world, not all of humanity. Hayashi knew this. And deep down, that dragon also wanted Toru to live the life she loved. He just didn't know how to express it. All the way home, one man and two dragons chatted happily. But Takatsuki Izumi was silent. Because Hayashi's words and the dragon's perspectives had hit her hard. To these powerful beings, her actions were laughable. Irresponsible, cowardly, delusional. Each word described her perfectly. The truth was, she had created eatery, but she couldn't even appear as its leader in the ghoul world. That alone said everything. It was like founding a company with big dreams and noble ideals, only for the founder to refuse the CEO role and just act like a silent shareholder, while letting the management run wild. If that wasn't irresponsibility and escapism, then what was? Takatsuki-sen felt utterly crushed. When the van finally pulled into the alley, everyone got out and began unloading. Hayashi noticed Takatsuki was still spacing out and gave her a nudge. You either give it everything you've got or you give up completely. Don't try to have both. Got it, AI Takatsuki-sen. At the word AI, Takatsuki's head snapped up. Her real name was Yoshimura Ito. She was, in fact, the daughter of the manager. They locked eyes. Hayashi gave her a look that said, "You know what I mean." He raised his eyebrows, then walked off with Toru to carry the groceries inside. As for him, he was only here to offer advice. Doing the work, not his thing. But pointing fingers and commenting on life, sure. Yep, he was exactly what he called himself, a professional slacker. Working hard, not happening. Sigh, Hayashi could only offer suggestions. He wouldn't make decisions for others. So he patted Takatsuki-sen on the shoulder and sighed. I won't say anything more, Takatsuki, just one last thing. She pursed her lips, hesitated, then listened closely. Hayashi pointed at the antique cafe at the end of the alley. When you came back, you looked at that shop several times. You and the manager, you're the same type of person. You both want humans and ghouls to coexist, but the manager lives alone, quietly. You, on the other hand, chose a more extreme path. So here's my advice. You can't change the past, but you can change the future. Either fight for it or give it up. But don't fight half-heartedly and refuse to let go. That only leads to getting hit from both sides and ending up lost and broken. In truth, that was Takatsuki-sen's original story arc. She got hit from both ends. The world she dreamed of did come to pass. But it had very little to do with her. It was the protagonist who made it happen. After those words, Hayashi left the dazed Takatsuki standing there. He and Toru brought Kana back into the shop. After putting everything away, Toru came back to the door and saw that Takatsuki was still standing outside. Hayashi-san, is she okay like that? Don't worry about her, just CPU overheating. Hayashi waved it off. She's someone stuck in self-conflict. Feeling lost and dizzy is normal. Whether she moves on or not is up to her. Toru tapped her cheek with her index finger and thought, then nodded. I think she'll come around. Why? Hayashi asked, curious about her reasoning. Because she's tasted Hayashi-san's cooking, and she's heard Hayashi-san's advice. Hayashi looked confused. What kind of logic is that? Since when was he a life coach? Shouldn't that come with a government subsidy? Even Hayashi himself didn't know. Toru, on the other hand, beamed with a radiant smile. She spread her arms, gesturing toward the entire midnight diner and Hayashi's presence as she declared. Once you've tasted Hayashi-san's food, who would ever want to go back to their old life? Who would still long for death? If I had a choice, I'd want to spend the rest of my life with Hayashi-san. I don't care at all about my old world. Hayashi froze, a bit flattered. That's kind of an exaggeration. I meant every word, Toru insisted. To prove it, Kana, come here for a second. Kana walked over. Toru looked at her and asked, Kana, if one day there were no more of Hayashi-san's meals, and we sent you back to the other world, would you be happy? The moment Toru said that, Kana froze like she'd turned to stone. Her whole dragon body almost cracked, paralyzed with disbelief, like her system had crashed. Hayashi quickly patted her head. Toru was just joking, come back to us. Kana snapped back to normal. See, Toru gestured at Kana's earlier reaction. She's only been here a few days, and look at her now. Toru concluded, the more of Hayashi-san's food you eat, the more you fall in love with this life. Hayashi-san is a great person, a super great person. Thanks to Hayashi-san's cooking, everyone ends up becoming like Hayashi-san. It sounded fine at first, but the phrasing at the end got a little weird. And Hayashi could tell she had slipped in her own agenda. Still, it wasn't exactly false. All right, let's see if you're right. I'll go prep the seafood. Tonight, we're having a big seafood feast. Yay, Tilda, Kana cheered. Kana will help. Toru immediately rolled up her sleeves. Then I'm helping too. Sure, the more the merrier. Who would say no to extra help? Meanwhile, Takatsuki-sen looked toward the antique cafe at the end of the alley. Her body moved on its own as she slowly walked over. She arrived at the entrance. It was 4 p.m., the street bustling with people. The cafe was quite busy. Koma Enji and Irimikaya were brewing cup after cup of coffee. Kirishima Tauka served customers and cleared tables. They were ghouls too. But they were now living the peaceful life they had once only dreamed of. It might not look like much had changed, but in truth the difference was massive, like night and day. And the price for this life? They had to protect everything related to the midnight diner, especially the manager. Eliminate any potential threats. Takatsuki stood across the street, silently watching for a long time. Just as she was about to leave, she saw the cafe's back kitchen door open. Manager Yoshimura was speaking with Kamishiro Rise. They exchanged polite bows with a smile, and Yoshimura sent her off. The staff inside caught a glimpse, and all exchanged knowing looks, raising their hands for invisible high-fives. Then they got back to work. Takatsuki-sen suddenly felt like she'd missed something important. Kamishiro Rise, that notorious binge-eater, was now working with Antique Cafe. Why? Weren't those two sides basically supposed to be enemies? And that manager Yoshimura? Suddenly, Takatsuki's breathing grew heavier. The truth was, she hated manager Yoshimura. She resented her origins and everything about her past. She'd had it worse than a child left behind. She'd been forced to survive since she was little. If she didn't want to die, she had to kill. If she wanted to live, she had to feed. That's why she hated her father. But at that moment, Hayashi's words echoed in her mind. The past has already happened, it can't be changed. Looking back serves no purpose. But the future is something you can still fight for. Either fight for it or give up. Don't let yourself get hit from both sides. Takatsuki-sen closed her eyes in deep thought. Then, with resolve, she muttered to herself. Eatery tree is still useful to me. I'll use my own way to completely change the ghoul world. Capítulo 66, Chapter 66. Conservative versus radical ghouls, Takatsuki-sen is the one-eyed ghoul. As it turns out, Hayashi's life advice was effective, but the direction it took was completely unpredictable. In the end, Takatsuki-sen understood her goal. She didn't follow in Kamishiro Rai's footsteps, detaching from everything, choosing a conservative path, deciding to protect the area around the midnight diner and live alongside Hayashi. Instead, she chose a more ruthless, more intense path and set her sights on her objective. She had Eatery tree, she had power. She wouldn't become a conservative like Rise or Antique Cafe. She would lead Eatery tree as its commander and become the spearhead of the radical faction. If she wanted a world where ghouls and humans could coexist, the first step was to dismantle the CCG, especially that top-level family hiding behind it all. Then, she'd unify the ghoul population and solidify her dominance in the ghoul world through absolute power. In her left hand, she would control the ghouls. In her right, she would crush the organizations oppressing them. Takatsuki-sen thought, with that kind of power, that kind of dominance, such a world could be realized, right? That was the mindset of a radical. Takatsuki locked eyes with Kamishiro Rise as she walked out of the Antique Cafe. She released a hint of her aura, which immediately caught Rise's attention. Across the street, the two stared at each other. Takatsuki made a subtle gesture toward the midnight diner, then turned and walked away. Kamishiro Rise hesitated for a moment, then chose to follow her. Inside the diner, Hayashi had just finished putting away the groceries and storing everything properly in the kitchen. Then he saw Takatsuki-sen return, with Kamishiro Rise following behind her. Figured things out? Hayashi asked, sensing the shift in her energy. Thank you, Hayashi-kun, Takatsuki smiled sincerely. Could we get 2 cups of coffee? I'd like to talk with Miss Rise. Hayashi looked at the two with obvious plans but finally nodded. Sure. If they had a plan, so be it. It was still better than being stuck in the middle, getting hit from both sides and ending up full of regret. Takatsuki didn't pick a seat inside the shop. Instead, she chose a quiet outdoor table in the corner of the courtyard. Once seated, the two waited in silence for their coffee. After a short while, Toru brought over 2 cups of coffee and placed them on the table, along with a small dish of cookies and dried fruits. But before she left, Toru picked up the tray and said seriously, Hayashi-san said these snacks are on the house. You can chat, but no fighting. With that, Toru turned and walked off, not caring what kind of expressions the two had. Because it didn't matter what their attitudes were. That was both a reminder and a rule. After she left, Takatsuki-sen and Kamishiro Rise exchanged a glance and smiled gently at each other. Then they both lifted their cups, took a small sip, and let out a simultaneous deep breath of satisfaction. Delicious, Takatsuki murmured, truly unbelievable. Kamishiro Rise nodded, so now you understand. Takatsuki-sen tilted her head slightly and got straight to the point. But what I want to understand is, what kind of agreement did you and that Yoshimura guy come to? I just want to know so I can plan my own actions accordingly and make sure we don't interfere with each other. Rise looked puzzled. She didn't see any reason why there would be conflict between herself, Takatsuki, and Antique. Seeing her reaction, Takatsuki knew that Rise didn't know much about her. Clearly, Hayashi hadn't told her anything. He probably just kept the knowledge to himself. So Takatsuki tapped the table and revealed part of the truth. I represent Aogiri Tree. Now Rise was truly surprised. To represent Aogiri Tree, that meant a lot in the ghoul world. While the organization itself was scattered, its officers were incredibly powerful. S rank was the baseline for ordinary officers. SS rank was the standard for higher-ups. There were rumors that the leader was SSS rank, though this was unconfirmed. No wonder Takatsuki was concerned about avoiding conflict. Rise took a sip of her coffee and nodded to show she understood. To put it simply, Antique is still Antique, but its purpose has changed. We're now accepting ghouls who have tasted Hayashi-kun's cooking and share the same mindset. While growing stronger, our goal is to eliminate any threats to Hayashi-kun from the ghoul world. That was the essence of her conversation with manager Yoshimura. It was also a test whether Rise shared this vision. Reject feeding on humans and eat only Hayashi's cooking. Prioritize the protection of Hayashi and the midnight diner. Love and want to preserve their current peaceful lifestyle. That was the new philosophy of Antique. Only ghouls who held this mindset would be accepted, forming a community of mutual support and trust. And Rise had qualified. So the Antique organization had just gained a new SS rank ghoul. I see, Takatsuki nodded, intrigued. That's good, it means we won't be at odds. Antique would remain in the shadows. Their actions wouldn't be aggressive, they would build strength slowly and avoid making trouble. That would never conflict with Takatsuki's future plans. Rise then added, as for Aogiri Tree, any intel I receive, I'll share with both Antique and Hayashi-kun. Takatsuki took another sip of her coffee, then paused before speaking seriously. The leader of Aogiri Tree will appear. He will restructure the organization from within and begin formal operations against the CCG. We'll also adopt stricter criteria for recruiting and managing ghouls. But at least we know now we're not in conflict. That's a relief. The news that Aogiri Tree's leader would appear and initiate a formal campaign against the CCG. Even Rise was shocked. That meant one of the largest ghoul organizations would be openly declaring war on the CCG. Looks like something big is coming. Exactly, Takatsuki confirmed. A major event was indeed about to unfold. To establish dominance in the ghoul world, using absolute force to impose rules. Then strike at the CCG, humanity's anti-ghoul front. That was Takatsuki-sen's vision as a radical. Rise sighed, a bit emotional. So the world of bloodshed and violence will return. I just hope it doesn't spread here. I'll keep most of the fighting in other wards, Takatsuki promised, but the 20th ward still needs a bit of staged chaos. Otherwise, the CCG will find it suspicious. Rise nodded in agreement. That's true. Takatsuki then shared her plan. Step 1. Let one of her more unruly officers loose in the 20th ward to attract hatred. Step 2. Ask Antique to leak the information to the CCG, prompting them to respond and eliminate the officer. Step 3. Use the incident as a spark. Eatery would issue a formal statement and begin its campaign. That way, everything would look natural and justified. No one would know what truly started the conflict. Everyone would assume it was just the actions of one rogue officer, which spiraled out of control. Rise listened carefully and nodded. I understand, I'll inform Antique. It was a reasonable request. Starting the spark in the 20th ward ensured it wouldn't draw attention too quickly. If every other ward was in chaos, but the 20th wasn't, it would stand out, and the CCG would launch an investigation. This way, Antique could also adapt and strengthen under controlled conditions. So the two sides struck a deal. One conservative, one radical. A temporary alliance was formed. Back inside the diner, Hayashi was handling the seafood they had just bought. He was deveining shrimp, peeling shells, preparing everything properly, including the seasonings and cooking wine. He peeled a batch of raw shrimp meat, translucent and glistening. Kana watched beside him. She wasn't even tall enough to reach the counter, so she had to stand on tiptoes, gripping the edge. Hayashi had even prepared a little stool for her. Can I help, Hayashi? Kana asked. Hayashi paused and looked at her. Honestly, he couldn't think of anything she could really do. Just watching was enough of a morale boost. Hayashi thought. How about this, Kana? Help me line up the peeled shrimp neatly like this. He placed a few in a row, like arranging seats. Okay, Kana agreed after checking them out. So Hayashi started peeling. Kana started arranging. Everything seemed to be going perfectly. Until Kana, after placing a few, picked one up, sniffed it. Then popped it into her mouth. Nom tilde. It was surprisingly tasty. Kana's eyes lit up. Her right hand placed shrimp. Her left hand devoured them. When Hayashi finally heard the nom sound, he turned his head and saw Kana had already eaten several. They're raw, Kana, be careful of He wanted to say parasites. But then he remembered, Kana is a dragon. Anything that entered her stomach probably didn't survive anyway. So raw food, probably fine. Kana looked at Hayashi in confusion. This isn't edible. It is edible, Hayashi thought for a second and explained another way. But just try the taste for now, it's not at its best yet. Once I finish cooking it, it'll taste even better. As expected. The moment he said that, Kana put the shrimp back down and firmly refused. Then I won't eat more, I'll wait until it's better. Exactly, Hayashi nodded in satisfaction. So then, he finished prepping all the seafood, then took Kana out for a short break. After they stepped out, Takatsuki-sen and Kamishiro Rise had also finished their coffee and conversation. They came inside. Takatsuki wanted to pay, but Rise waved her off. I have a tab, let's count it as my treat. Takatsuki smiled and accepted. Then next time it's on me. She turned to Hayashi and said gratefully. You were right. Hesitation, not moving forward or backward, that's just another form of running away. So, Hayashi waited, slightly expectant. So I'm going to pursue my plan seriously, Takatsuki said, waving as she walked out. I'll definitely come back, no matter what happens. I hope the shopkeeper will still welcome me. Hayashi already had a pretty good guess. He waved and replied. As long as you're not targeting me, and you don't do anything outrageous, the Midnight Diner welcomes all guests. Takatsuki acknowledged this and left. Hayashi watched her go. And deep down, he already knew. Takatsuki-sen had chosen the hard path. Because she had strength, she had confidence, she had an organization. She had everything, except the courage to reclaim her own heart. What's this about being a bridge between humans and ghouls again? Does it really have to be someone who's an artificially created one-eyed ghoul? Takatsuki Izumi was born a natural one-eyed ghoul. Her potential is clearly far greater. The original story was full of excuses. Just like Arumakishu, all just convenient excuses. And sure enough, after Takatsuki-sen left, Kamishiro Rise, wearing a light lavender dress, recounted the entire conversation from earlier. Takatsuki-sen said she represents Aogiri Tree. She's restructuring the organization, using unstable officers as bait, and preparing an operational plan against the CCG. It's honestly surprising. I didn't expect Takatsuki-sen to be a high-ranking member of Aogiri Tree, that bandaged rabbit. I see, Hayashi nodded, finally understanding. Takatsuki-sen was serious this time. She wasn't going to play puppet master from the shadows anymore. In the original storyline, she always operated from behind the scenes. That led to all sorts of problems during operations, and she couldn't respond in time. Some missions succeeded, but none were ever complete victories. Since she was now stepping out from the shadows, Hayashi figured there was no need to hold back anymore. "Do you know her real identity?" he asked Rise. Kamishiro Rise blinked. "Didn't she say it already? The bandaged rabbit, a high-ranking officer. Are you saying that identity is fake?" "No, that identity's real," Hayashi said, cutting her off. "But the high-ranking officer persona is just a cover for yet another identity." Rise was stunned. "Takatsuki-sen, how many layers of hidden identities do you have?" "Yes, Takatsuki Izumi is Yoshimura Ito. Yes, she's a high-ranking officer. But even that role is a disguise for her final, real identity." Seeing the way Rai's jaw dropped, Hayashi smiled mysteriously. "I'll just say it plainly, Takatsuki-sen's true identity is Yoshimura Ito, also known as the One-Eyed Owl. She's the real king of the ghouls." And now Rise was genuinely shocked. She stared at Hayashi's face, trying to see if he was joking. But Hayashi was dead serious. He never lies. Rise was completely floored. Takatsuki-sen, the One-Eyed Owl, that girl, that famous novelist. So many identities overlapping, no normal person would believe it. A ghoul who had risen to such prestige in human society was actually the One-Eyed Owl. The contrast was unreal. "So now you understand how dangerous it was when you went to meet her," Hayashi said with a smile. "How do you feel now?" Rise thought for a moment, then shook her head. "No, I don't think it was dangerous. The one who wrote The Black Goat's Egg, that was also a reflection of herself. She's not that dangerous." "Fair enough," Hayashi nodded in agreement. But it won't be long before Takatsuki-sen reveals her identity herself, once her plans go into full motion. It'll really come to that, huh? Rise could already picture the scene. Once the world finds out that the beloved novelist Takatsuki-sen is the One-Eyed Owl, it's going to be absolute chaos. Social media's trending pages would be destroyed. On a more amusing note, sales of The Black Goat's Egg would probably skyrocket again. More people would start analyzing it word for word. That's just how today's society works. Outside the diner, it was already 5 p.m. Takatsuki-sen had returned to the alley's edge, ready to leave. She took one last look at Antique Cafe. Her feelings toward the manager inside had diminished a little. Not because her hatred had faded, but because she now cared more about other things, so he simply no longer mattered. Time to move on. He was no longer important. Just as she was about to turn and go, she spotted a beautiful high school girl in black stockings walking toward the diner. Kasumigiaka Utaha was arriving early to the shop. She also happened to notice Takatsuki-sen. Her jade green hair made her instantly recognizable in literary circles. And Utaha had seen photos of her before, so she immediately recognized her. "Are you Takatsuki-sen sensei?" "Yes," Takatsuki replied. Then she seemed to recall who the girl was. "You must be Kasumigiaka Utaha, the one the shopkeeper mentioned." "Yes, that's me," Utaha nodded. Capítulo 67, Chapter 67. Utaha and Toru feed together, preparing for the book launch. Takatsuki-sen was about to leave just as Kasumigiaka Utaha arrived. Utaha spotted her and, seeing that she was about to go, asked curiously, "Leaving already?" Takatsuki gave a friendly smile. Something urgent came up, but I'll definitely be back next time. Yutaha paused, then nodded. All right then, see you. Hopefully we'll get to talk more next time. Sure, Takatsuki nodded again and left just like that. After watching her go, Kasumigyaka Yutaha arrived at the door of the midnight diner. Pachita picked up on the scent of a new person. He looked up curiously. Yutaha was drawn to the odd-looking little dog. Did Hayashi-kun adopt a new pup? She hadn't been by in a while, and now there was a dog. It looked kind of adorable. Pachita heard the familiar tone in her voice and realized she must be a regular. So he gave her a small nod and laid back down to nap. Yutaha was surprised by how human-like the little dog was. So smart. Then she pushed open the door and entered the shop. Ding-a-ling Tilda. As the bell rang, Hayashi, who had just finished chatting with Kamishiro Rise, turned his head. When he saw who it was, he clapped his hands. Ooh Tilda, look who's here, the future best-selling author. Long time no see. Yutaha rolled her eyes. I haven't even launched the new series yet. What if it flops and you've already labeled me a literary star? Then just write another one, Hayashi shrugged. You're still young, haven't even dated before. Writing romance novels should be a breeze. Shut it, Yutaha almost flipped him the finger. But the playful banter instantly eased her nerves. Just stepping into the diner washed away a lot of her pressure. I'll have a lemon tea first, Yutaha said, taking her usual seat. Meanwhile, Rise had stepped out again. She still hadn't found a place to live and waved on her way out. I'll go walk around nearby. No problem. A while later, Hayashi brewed a large pot of lemon tea, poured Yutaha a cup, and left the rest for everyone else. Then he came over to sit and chat. When's the new book hitting shelves at the nearby store? I'll grab a copy. Yutaha shook her head, reached into her bag and pulled out a copy, handing it to Hayashi. I already got you one. This is an advance copy from my editor. It's signed. You'll accept it gratefully, right, Hayashi-kun? Of course. Hayashi accepted the book with both hands, respectfully. He examined it carefully. The book's quality was excellent, and the cover illustration was beautiful. It was signed with Yutaha's pen name, Yutako Kasumi. And not only that, there was a handwritten message inside. To the shopkeeper who's supported me the most, thankful to have you. That made this copy a one-of-a-kind. It was genuinely precious. Hayashi ran his fingers across the cover and joked. What a pity. Once you become a big-name author, this thing won't be worth selling anymore. Yutaha looked shocked, nearly on the verge of tears. Hayashi quickly added, I mean, I'll have to keep it forever as a collector's item. Yutaha nearly broke down. Frustrated, she got up and gave Hayashi a good punch. Jerk bastard. Hayashi quickly raised his hands to block, laughing heartily. Okay, my bad. That joke was a little too much. Yutaha gave him a few more light punches. Before collapsing into her seat and taking a big gulp of lemon tea, breathless. Cough tilde. She ended up choking again. Hayashi handed her a tissue. Kasumigyaka Yutaha wiped her mouth, took a breath, and smacked the table. I want compensation. Sure, Hayashi nodded readily. What do you want to eat? I'll make something just for you. Just don't ask me to go learn how to make cola. But Yutaha shook her head. Then gave a smug little smile. Oh, Hayashi had a bad feeling. Was she laying a trap for him? Yutaha tapped on the book with her finger, then smiled. Actually, the editor and publisher are both really optimistic about this book's performance. So the school is planning to hold the launch event on campus. It's a great opportunity, and I'd like to invite you to come with me, Hayashi-kun. Hayashi was confused. Me, to school, what would I even do at a book release? Not for the official launch, Yutaha explained. Think of it as visiting campus. I just want you to see how far this book will go, since the inspiration came from here. Even the protagonist is based on you. So that's it. The launch event would be held on school grounds. School? Hayashi thought for a moment. He was actually a little tempted. He hated school when he was young, but now he kind of wanted to go back and visit one. Even if it wasn't his old school, he was curious what it would be like. So he turned and asked from afar. Toru, Kana, do you two want to see a school? Let's call it a day off. School? What's a school? Kana asked. It's a place where a bunch of kids your age go to study. A mini prison, Hayashi explained. Toru didn't even need to ask. If Hayashi-san's going, I'm going. Kana nodded in agreement. Kana's going too. Great, everyone's in. Hayashi nodded, turned back to the now pouting Kasumigaoka Yutaha, and agreed. No problem, we'll go. Worst case, I'll just close up shop for the day. When is it again? Hey, what's with the pout? Before he could finish, he noticed Yutaha's pout was dramatic enough to hang a bottle from. HMPH tilde it's nothing, Yutaha huffed. It's the day after tomorrow, Friday, after school during club activity time. School lets out pretty early on Fridays. They could attend and still reopen the diner afterward. After their chat, it was almost opening time, and Hayashi's stomach growled. Kana also ran over and tugged at the hem of his shirt with her small hand. Hayashi, I'm hungry. Can we eat the shrimp you made? All right, I'll start cooking. Hayashi turned to head back into the kitchen, then looked at Yutaha. Come eat with us, Yutaha. Consider it a little thank you for the book. Yutaha sipped her lemon tea and nodded. In the kitchen, Hayashi began cooking the seafood feast. Stir-fried crayfish, scallions with clams, spicy stir-fried crab, stir-fried razor clams, seafood stew. The flavors were bold today, so the moment Hayashi started frying, the fragrance drifted into the dining area. Toru and Kana both smelled it at the exact same time. The two dragons' eyes lit up instantly, like they'd spotted gold. Only this was scarier than gold. It would reshape your soul and your stomach until you could no longer accept anything else. They were talking about taste and appetite. It really is more delicious. Kana's eyes sparkled, drool nearly falling. Hayashi didn't lie to Kana. Even Yutaha was so entranced by the aroma that she forgot about her phone. She pressed her thighs together slightly, swallowed, and didn't even reply to her editor's texts. A moment later, under 3 pairs of eagerly awaiting eyes, Hayashi called out from the kitchen. Toru, come help serve. Yes, Tilda, Toru had been waiting for that. She basically teleported into the kitchen. Hayashi blinked at her sudden arrival. He pointed with the wok spatula at 3 finished dishes. Take all these out. The seafood soup needs a bit more time. I'll bring it in 5 minutes. Yes, sir. Without another word, Toru brought them out. In the dining area. Her entrance instantly grabbed Kana and Yutaha's attention. Under their stares, she set the dishes down with a thud. As the food was laid out, Kana dashed over on her little legs. But Toru pressed a hand to her forehead and stopped her. Kana, no one eats the first bite before Hayashi-san does. Got it. She even used a bit of dragon aura as she said it, dead serious. Kana shivered under the pressure, but thought it over and agreed. Right, Hayashi eats first. In Dragon Society, the strongest gets the first bite. The most honorable contributor gets the first bite. Everyone else, they eat the leftovers. And Hayashi was clearly the greatest among them. 5 minutes later, when the soup was ready, Hayashi brought it out and found everyone staring at him. Not a single dish had been touched. Why haven't you eaten? He asked, setting down the pot. Toru held out a crayfish and crab leg to him. You eat first, Hayashi-san. All right, Hayashi nodded. Toru fed him, and he opened his mouth. Only then did everyone else start to eat. Toru knew Hayashi was easygoing and respectful. He wouldn't care about silly rules like first bite. As long as you didn't finish all the food before he came out. And as long as you helped with dishes, he'd be fine. So, to avoid any awkward discussions, Toru turned it into an unspoken rule. As long as everyone followed it except Hayashi, it would be universally accepted. Let's eat, Hayashi said, shrimp in one hand, crab in the other, peeling as he munched. But just a few bites in. Here, Hayashi-san, Toru said, holding a peeled crayfish up to his mouth. You peeled it, you eat it, Hayashi said helplessly, but it was already in front of him, so he opened his mouth. I already ate, Toru gestured at the seafood shells on her plate, just helping you peel a few. Beside them, Yutaha saw this. She glanced at the crayfish she had painstakingly peeled herself, then handed it to Hayashi as well. Here, Hayashi-kun, tilde. Hayashi looked at her. You too. Utaha pouted, then kicked him lightly under the table with her foot, still wrapped in black stockings. One turn each. If Toru got to feed him, she wanted her turn too. Well, that seemed fair enough. Tilde. Hayashi sighed, then opened his mouth to eat again. Toru saw what was happening. She immediately looked down and began rapidly peeling shrimp again. Seeing this, Hayashi clapped and shouted. Cut, peel your own and eat it yourself. If you can't finish, give it to Kana. Kana looked up upon hearing that. Do I need to peel this? Kana eats it with the shell on. Hayashi. Oh, come on. Hayashi stood up and looked over. Sure enough, Kana had eaten a whole pile, and there wasn't a single shell left in front of her. She swallowed everything, shells and all. He sat back down and rubbed his forehead in resignation. Then turned to Toru and said, You teach Kana, you're her big sister. Toru sighed and had no choice but to go help peel shrimp for Kana. As for Kasumigyaka Utaha, she was struggling just to peel for herself and had barely eaten a few pieces. The one she fed to Hayashi earlier. That was one of the very few she'd managed to peel. And just like that, peace returned to the dinner table. The four of them ate one after another, and before long, all the food was gone. Even the seafood soup was slurped down to the last drop. When Toru began cleaning up, Kana lay sprawled out on the sofa like a little balloon, resting like a motionless, delicate doll. Fu tilde. Meanwhile, Kasumigyaka Utaha also reclined on the couch in the corner, holding her small belly. She glanced with slight resentment at Hayashi, who was sipping lemon tea. I feel like I gained weight again, Hayashi-kun. That shouldn't happen, Hayashi shook his head. It's mostly seafood, very low in calories. You won't gain weight just like that. Utaha let out a breath of relief. That's good to hear. After resting a while, 6 p.m. rolled around. Time to open the shop. Kirishima Tauka showed up right on time at the door, smiled, and placed her order. Hayashi-san, I'll be in your care again. How can you say it's a bother to do business? Hayashi waved his hand and headed into the kitchen. Still a takeaway today. Yes, Tauka nodded. Hayashi entered the kitchen, and soon returned with a neatly packed bento box. He handed the food over to Tauka and completed the payment. Then he sighed with appreciation. You guys from Anteku are really great customers. Tauka blinked in surprise. Why do you say that? Thank you though. It's just, Hayashi scratched his head sheepishly, you guys always order the same thing for everyone after discussing it in advance. It makes things so much easier. That was actually one of the reasons he didn't mind preparing takeout for them. Anteku never gave him 5 different orders for 5 different people. They all ordered the same dish. That made it incredibly efficient to cook. Tauka scratched her own head in embarrassment and blushed a little as she explained. They said that if everyone wanted something different, it would make things hard for you. So each week, everyone writes down what they want to eat, and we take turns. That way, we can share and try different meals together. Hayashi beamed with satisfaction upon hearing that. He even gave her a round of applause. So wholesome. Hayashi packed up a few more servings of lemon tea and handed them over as well. These are on the house. Tauka, you're welcome back anytime. Tauka nodded repeatedly. Then she left with a grateful smile. Hayashi watched her go inside. Now that's a good customer, a great person. Night fell. After digesting her meal, Kasumigyaka Utaha had a short discussion with Hayashi about her plotline, agreed on a time, and then went home. In the meantime, a few more regular customers showed up. Once he had served them, it was already 11 p.m. That's when Kamishiro Rise returned. She walked over to Hayashi and asked, I've received word from Takatsuki-sen tomorrow. Yamori will begin his free action in the 20th ward. Should I eliminate him right away? Although the plan was for CCG to handle Yamori, Rise still felt the need to check with Hayashi first and get his opinion. After all, Yamori was only S-rated and relied on a slow, brute force Kagyun. while Rise was already SS-rated. Taking down Yamori would be child's play. But Hayashi shook his head. Unless he shows up near the diner, leave him be. Handle everything else according to your own plan. Besides, if Yamori did show up near his shop, Hayashi wouldn't even need Rise to act. Kana could fire off one Kamehameha and erase the guy from the carbon-based plane of existence. Rise nodded. Then Anteku and Aogiri tree will proceed as discussed, Hayashi-kun. As long as you're having fun, Hayashi said casually. Rise froze for a second. Having fun? Looks like Hayashi-kun really doesn't care about these messy, worldly disputes. Capitulo 68, Chapter 68, Binding Play with Strings, Takatsuki-sen starts gaining momentum. After Kamishiro Rise finished reporting the news, she left again. Whether she was off house hunting or doing something else, Hayashi didn't really care. There were still 2 hours until closing. Kana had fallen asleep sprawled on the sofa, one little leg dangling over the edge. Hayashi found himself wondering, do dragons dream about falling from the sky like humans do? After all, humans have that kind of dream probably because they can't fly. But dragons can fly. Would they still have falling dreams? Hayashi didn't know. In any case, if Kana dreamt about a demon, she'd definitely wake up, and then he'd find out. Since he still had time to spare. He pulled out the weaving skills manual he hadn't finished last time and continued reading. But he'd only been reading for about half an hour. When Toru, with nothing else to do, came over holding a glass of lemon tea and sat down beside him. Yeah, she couldn't sit still. At first, Toru simply moved behind Hayashi and let him lean into her lap, then began massaging his shoulders with both hands. Ah, tilde tilde tilde. It felt really good for Hayashi. Pillow behind his head, massage on his shoulders. Toru's soft hands applied just the right amount of pressure, working from the collarbone area, along the meridians, muscles, and ligaments, all the way up past the shoulder blades to behind the ears. You picked up something new, Toru. Toru nodded excitedly when she saw the relaxed look on his face. I saw it in a massage video. It showed the exact way to do it. Does it feel good? Feels great, Hayashi replied honestly, both in body and in words, and even gave a suggestion. You could check out some videos on acupressure and chiropractic massage too, those feel even better. Toru responded eagerly, okay, I'll check them out when I have time. She said that, but her hands were gradually straying from proper massage areas. When Hayashi couldn't concentrate on his book anymore. He looked down and saw her hands had wandered all the way to his chest. He gave a helpless sigh. Toru, does a proper massage really go there? Of course, Tilda, Toru declared righteously. In the video I watched, you even lie down on an airbed, then I apply this see-through slime stuff, and then I straddle your chest and hee-hee. By the end, she couldn't hold it in and wore the grin of a total pervert. Hayashi couldn't hold it in either. What you watched wasn't a real massage tutorial, that's Nyuru massage. In massage terminology, Nyuru means slippery. So what she described, a slippery massage. That slime she mentioned, yeah, that's gel lubricant. There was no way that was a legit tutorial. Just like your romance novels, now even your educational videos are questionable. Hayashi pulled Toru's hand out from under his shirt, sighing, can't you study the proper stuff first and save the naughty stuff for later? Toru sat cross-legged beside him, leaning against his shoulder and nuzzling him with her cheek. It's all the same, Tilda. No, it's not the same. I think it is Tilda in the end. It's all just to make Hayashi-san feel good, Tilda. If you put it like that, then I guess it is the same. That was a line Hayashi truly had no rebuttal for. Toru was clever. She always managed to twist things from a different angle and make them sound right. You really are smart. But I'm still just your head maid, Hayashi-san Tilda. Yes, the one and only. Hee Tilda. Now let me finish reading. Roger. Hayashi resumed reading, finishing the books he bought that day, particularly one on industrial weaving techniques. When humans weave manually, it relies on their hands and mind, completely different from using machines. Machine weaving relies on pre-programmed operations and can work much faster. But his string fruit ability worked more like a superpower-based weaving. It didn't need a machine or preset patterns. He could manipulate countless threads simultaneously. Thinking of that, Hayashi closed the book, suddenly enlightened. Let me give it a try. Toru, watch over me, I want to test this new ability. Toru nodded and stepped aside to observe. Hayashi stood up and walked to the center of the dining room under her gaze. Tap tilde. He lightly tapped the floor with his toe. Instantly, a faint white frost began spreading across the floor. From a dot to a circle, then from a circle to a wide ring. Within moments, the entire floor was covered in frost, which began creeping up the walls. Whoa tilde. Toru looked around in amazement. Soon, the entire room, walls, windows, and doors, was wrapped in this white frost. What is this? She asked curiously. Thread, Hayashi replied. Thread? Yes, countless ultrafine threads. The overlapping threads wove together to form sheets, then covered everything in seamless layers. Toru tilted her head, still puzzled. So how do you use it? You'll see, Hayashi gave her a mysterious smile. He reached out and gestured toward his lemon tea. In the next second, several white threads shot from the nearest wall, gliding past his fingers. The lemon tea floated toward him, lifted by threads, and gently landed in his hand. He took a sip. Whoa tilde. Toru was stunned. Do more, do more. After another sip, Hayashi turned and gestured toward Toru. Suddenly, 2 threads shot out and bound Toru's wrists. She gasped. The next moment, she was hoisted up, her toes barely touching the floor. Wait, MMPH. Toru was just about to say something when Hayashi waved his hand again. Another net of white thread wrapped her mouth shut. She tried to struggle a bit, but the threads were even tougher than last time. In her human-sized body, she couldn't break free at all. Her eyes widened, staring at Hayashi, half fear, half anticipation. Hayashi chuckled. Finally got you now, Toru. Tables have turned, haven't they? With another flick of his fingers. A thread shot down from the ceiling, looping around Toru's ankle and lifting one leg up. Now she could only stand on one tiptoe. MMPH. Toru was now suspended like a dancer in a golden rooster stance, mid-air in the dining room. Clap, 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 tilde. Hayashi applauded, admiring the sight. Beautiful, truly beautiful. You look amazing, Toru. Her face flushed red, eyes misty with emotion, though it was hard to tell what kind. Thankfully, the windows and doors were sealed in thread. Not even a sliver of light could escape. As Toru hung there, Hayashi checked the time on his phone. 2 a.m. time to close. With a wave of his hand. Click tilde. The front door shut automatically, pulled by thread. The sign flipped to closed. And now Kana. Hayashi glanced over to the corner, where Kana was fast asleep. With a flick of his hand, threads surged forward and formed a nest, gently lifting Kana like a wave and floating her upstairs. The threads opened her door, placed her in bed, and softly closed it. All done, Hayashi snapped his fingers. Man, this is really handy. These were just the basics. But the foundation was everything. Mastering the basics would allow him to unlock greater power later on. This was true for all devil fruits. MMPH tilde MMPH tilde. Seeing Hayashi get lost in thought, Toru, still bound, let out muffled cries to remind him, hey, I'm still tied up. Ahem. Hayashi glanced at her pose and found himself going stiff too. All right, let's head to the room. With a flick of his hand, threads pulled Toru into the air, gliding her gently toward the hallway like a crane moving cargo at a dock. Well, a dragon crane in this case. In the dead of night, Toru's suspended toes curled and extended intermittently, twitching as if she were dancing ballet in midair. Meanwhile, after Takatsuki-sen left, she didn't go home. She went straight to Aogiri Tree's headquarters. This time, she didn't summon ordinary members. Only the senior officers, Tatara and Noro. Both of them were SS Plus ranked, top-tier ghouls. Before she arrived, they sat silently, waiting for orders. Moments later, Takatsuki-sen appeared. Tatara and Noro thought it would just be another relayed message from their mysterious boss. But when they saw her true face, they were shocked. It wasn't a terrifying look, just her real appearance. This time she wore only the iconic rabbit coat, no mask, no bandages, just her real face. For a ghoul, revealing yourself like this only meant two things. You've been exposed and are on the run. You've decided to reveal your true identity to the world. Clearly, she was the latter. Seeing her like this, Tatara and Noro immediately grew serious. Something big was coming. What's the plan? Takatsuki didn't bother explaining her appearance. Her look was the message. Before, she stayed behind the curtain, searching for someone to shape and lead the future. But now she was stepping forward. To lead that future herself. Takatsuki-sen spoke bluntly. Mobilize the ghouls from the 11th and 14th ward branches. Conduct a personnel audit, remove all idle and disobedient members. I only want formal operatives. Once the CCG takes action, we'll begin the prison break operation. At that, Tatara and Noro silently exchanged glances and understood. Something big was coming. Consolidating internal forces, preparing to purge external threats. This was clearly a prelude to a large-scale move. Both Tatara and Noro gave a short, firm "mai" to indicate they understood. Seeing they were aligned, Takatsuki-sen turned to leave. Wait! Noro's deep, muffled voice came from behind his toothy mask. He called out to her, asking the most important question. Is this the leader's order or? Upon hearing that, Tatara, whose white hair contrasted with his red mask, also turned serious. He still wore his usual half-face mask. Takatsuki-sen, on the other hand, had shown up barefaced, clean and unmasked. Until now, she had only ever acted as a senior operative, a mouthpiece for the elusive leader of Eatery tree. Now that events had reached this stage, they needed to be sure something hadn't changed without their knowledge. Hearing the question, Takatsuki-sen didn't look back. She simply left one statement behind. There will be no more messengers from now on. With that said, she leapt into the sky. The body of the one-eyed owl transformed midair into a massive form, wings spreading wide like an owl, soaring rapidly toward the horizon. Back on the platform, Tatara and Noro were stunned. Tatara's typically indifferent eyes widened slightly. From behind his mask, Noro let out a muffled sound of shock. So their fellow senior operative was actually the leader of Eatery tree. The one-eyed owl. Their first instinct was to review their recent conduct. Had they ever acted disrespectfully or made a serious mistake? After a quick mental check, it seemed they hadn't. They both exhaled in relief. But the gravity of the situation quickly caught up to them. This wasn't just big, it was monumental. Not only had the leader revealed herself, she had done so alongside her human identity. That meant she no longer cared about keeping her human persona secret. She was fully committed to her plan. There was no need to spell out how serious that was. Tatara and Noro exchanged one last glance, then vanished from the platform in a flash. Where were they going? Obviously, to carry out Takatsuki-sen's orders with full force. Meanwhile, under the sunny noon sky, Hayashi woke up. Next to him, Toru was curled up, hugging her own tail and fast asleep. Last night hadn't been an ordinary ride with the Dragon Knight. It was more like a Dragon Knight in chains. With better control and a smoother ride, though the dragon herself was clearly exhausted but oddly satisfied. Hayashi got up and headed to the public washroom to freshen up. After a shower and a quick dry of his hair, he stepped outside to soak in the sun. It was too good of a day not to. He laid back on a chair in the yard. Pachita got up, patted over, and curled up beside his feet. Hayashi scooped him up to use as a fuzzy phone rest. Pachita purred, closing his eyes in bliss, thrilled to be snuggled and used as a hand pillow. Hayashi scrolled his phone, browsing random articles and news, just anything to waste time. And then he saw a headline. Ghoul attack in Ward 20, brutal assault leaves male victim mutilated. Suspect believed to be S-ranked Ghoul Yamori, Jason. Residents advised to remain in populated areas and avoid going out unless necessary. Hayashi looked at the location and timestamp. Not far, about 9.5 hours ago, still pretty fresh. He checked the photo. Even though it was censored, it was clear the body had been horribly twisted. Looking at the man's hair color. Unfamiliar, probably just a civilian. If it was Jason's doing, then the victim might have been that man from the Fuguchi mother-daughter pair. Well, not his business. Hayashi swiped past the article and back to browsing hot girls. Then, a new message came in. From Makima. Makima, photo, how's this? I'm moving in. I'll be able to visit in a few days. The photo showed her face, expressionless in a white dress shirt, taking up half the frame. The other half. Power, miserably hauling boxes. PFF50, Hayashi laughed out loud. For someone who hated work, seeing Power doing physical labor for Makima was pretty damn satisfying. Hayashi, poor Power, make her do more, lazy dog. Makima, she's hopeless at organizing, but she's useful as muscle. She's moving an entire floor's worth of boxes. An entire floor. Clearly just a cover to punish Power. Makima, photo, what do you think of the view? From here, I can see the area around your shop. Hayashi opened the photo. It was a shot from a high-rise with floor-to-ceiling windows. From that angle and location, he looked up at the distant tower. It wasn't that far, just a few kilometers. But from there, you couldn't actually see his place. It was tucked between shopping streets and buildings. Hayashi, peeping freak, hentai. Makima, it's just precaution. Didn't you realize? This is the only place nearby with a clear line of sight to your area. Okay, she had a point. Hayashi, so I was wrong. Makima, not really. I also wanted to be able to see you anytime. Hayashi, I'm touched. Capitulo 69, Chapter 69, Shredded pork with peppers noodles, Fuguchi Hinami, and Rise the picky eater. No matter how flowery Makima's words were, Hayashi could only bring himself to like her 99%. He always had to leave that 1% untouched. That woman was just too inscrutable. At that moment, Makima suddenly changed the tone of the conversation. Makima, according to our investigation, foreign devil assassins have most likely already entered the country. You need to be careful. They're professionally trained, and some of their methods may be completely unpredictable. Hayashi acknowledged the warning and replied that he would be careful. And this time, he genuinely thanked her. After all, she really did give him a heads up. In the end, Makima said she'd drop by the shop in the afternoon for a meal. Hayashi agreed. And with that, their chat ended. Tomorrow was Friday, the day he had promised to accompany Kasumigyaka Utaha to her book release event. It was now past 2 p.m. It would usually be finished before 6. Coming back wouldn't affect opening the shop, so there was no need to notify anyone. At that moment, Teru woke up. She changed clothes, came out to the second-floor balcony, and shouted down. I want noodle soup. Noodles, huh? Hayashi licked his lips and nodded. Okay, I'll call you when it's ready. Breakfast will be shredded pork with green pepper noodles. All right, but are the green peppers spicy? Toru asked. Eating something too spicy in the morning was a bit much. Hayashi shook his head. They're mild, don't worry. Great, I'll go wake up Kana. Go ahead and make sure she brushes her teeth. Once Toru was up, Hayashi went to start cooking. He picked up Pachita and placed him on a nearby lounge chair. Then he walked into the kitchen to make breakfast. He ordered dough from the system at cost price. Then began hand-pulling the dough into thin noodles. First, he dusted the countertop with flour. Then he began stretching the dough, folding, stretching, folding, repeating the cycle. After a few rounds, the dough got thinner, but still too thick for fine noodles. With a flick of his wrists, he floured the strands to prevent sticking, then continued the process. Inside the kitchen, Hayashi's hands moved swiftly. Before long, the noodles were ready. Once he cut and portioned what he needed, he realized, I made way too much. Luckily, he had ways to preserve the extra. What surprised him was, the weaving techniques he'd studied yesterday actually helped with noodle making. So it really all counts as thread work, huh? With the noodles ready, the rest was easy. Simmer the broth, slice the green peppers into strips, cut the pork into thin slices. Prep the seasonings, that's it. Technically, he could skip the broth, but if it was noodle soup, it had to have broth. Just as Hayashi was simmering the soup, Pachita barked from the kitchen entrance. Woof Tilda, someone's here. All right, I'll go take a look. Hayashi nodded, washed his hands, and grabbed a towel as he stepped out. Once outside, he saw Tauka Kirishima, Koma Enji, and Irami Kaya at the entrance, standing with a tearful mother and daughter. The daughter was sobbing uncontrollably, hugging her mother's leg. She didn't make a sound, but her tears flowed nonstop. Tauka was gently trying to comfort her. Just have a bite first. The shop owner is really kind. He makes food ghouls can eat too. His cooking is amazing. But the girl didn't listen, just kept crying. Even her mother, standing beside her, was silently wiping away tears with one hand while comforting her daughter with the other. Koma and Irami stood aside, sighing helplessly. That's the risk of any plan, unpredictability. Sometimes things just go wrong. Hayashi understood the situation immediately. As he walked out, the three from Anteku gave a slight bow. Koma chuckled awkwardly. Manager Hayashi, well. The situation was so bad, he didn't know how to phrase it. Irami sighed and was about to speak, but Tauka stepped forward. Let me explain. She began explaining the situation. These two are Fuguchi Hinami and her mother, Fuguchi Ryauko. They were victims of the Yamori incident early this morning. After Tauka's explanation, Hayashi understood the full story. It turned out Yamori had already marked someone, even before Aogiri tree pushed him out. That someone was Hinami's father. Before that, Yamori had been beaten by Rise. More importantly, his signature weapon, the pliers, had been stolen by Rise. To Yamori, it was a huge humiliation. His sacred tool gone, stolen. So Yamori targeted a doctor, hoping to get a replacement pair of strong surgical pliers. That doctor happened to be Hinami's father. And to eliminate loose ends, Yamori killed the doctor. Hinami and her mother, after hearing the news, rushed to Anteku to seek refuge, not asking for help, just a safe place. Everyone in the 20th Ward knew Anteku was the local power. Yoshimura had agreed to take them in. That's how things had reached this point. The authorities had released the news, and the CCG was aware of the case. An operation would likely be launched tonight. The incident was just too serious. Rise, listening from upstairs, called out. That kind of freak really should be killed. Hearing her voice, Ryauko looked up and immediately recognized her, her face filled with fear. She hugged Hinami tighter. Binge eater. Rise's expression didn't change. She didn't care how people saw her. Tauka quickly added. Miss Rise has joined Anteku. Just like us, she only eats food prepared by manager Hayashi. She's committed to this lifestyle. Upon hearing this, Ryauko relaxed considerably. Hayashi turned to Rise. Rise, where's the pliers you took? Pliers, Rise frowned, trying to remember. I forgot. I think I tossed them into some river. So she really hadn't cared. She hadn't taken them for any strategic reason, just to humiliate Yamori. Coming back to the present. Faced with the tearful mother and daughter, Hayashi didn't need Tauka to say more. He already understood. Got it, come in and eat something. You'll feel much better. I happened to make too many noodles today anyway. The three from Anteku bowed slightly. Thank you, manager. Ryauko was quietly shocked by their respect, and quickly bowed as well with Hinami. Thank you, manager. Don't mention it, come in. Hayashi waved and turned inside, towel in hand. He called upstairs. Rise, go tell Toru and the others they can come down. All right, Rise replied and turned back. Inside the dining room, Hayashi noticed Hinami was still quietly crying. He sighed, walked over, knelt down, and pulled out a box of cookies. Here, have a little snack. Something sweet helps with your mood. Sweetness really did help with emotions. Bitterness toughened people. But sweetness healed. Hinami sniffed it, smelled delicious. But seeing it was human food, she looked down and whispered softly. Thank you, big brother, but I'm a ghoul, I can't eat human food. She could already smell that Hayashi was human. All ghouls could. Tauka was just about to speak up to help explain. But Hayashi still said directly. Doesn't it smell good? Just take a tiny bite like a little hamster. Hayashi's description made Fuguchi Hinami crack a smile through her tears. Like a hamster, huh? Looking at the food in front of her, Hinami reached out and accepted it. She took one piece, bit off the tiniest bit with her white teeth, and let it rest on her tongue to taste. In that instant, Hinami's eyes widened. She looked at Hayashi in amazement, then at the food. Then another bite. Crunch, a chunk of the cookie disappeared. Still holding a piece, Hinami turned to her mother. Mom, try it, it's really good. Human food, could they really eat it? Seeing her daughter genuinely happy, Fuguchi Ryauko took the cookie, trusting her daughter, and gently bit down. As expected, her expression mirrored her daughter's, stunned. Ryauko covered her mouth, her teeth moving instinctively to chew, exclaiming in disbelief. It's so delicious, we can actually eat human food. There was no need for Hayashi to answer. After soothing the little girl, he patted her on the head and stood up, heading for the kitchen. Find a place to sit. No custom orders today since you came early. You'll eat what I'm making, noodle soup. The three from Anteku bowed slightly. Thank you, manager. Hayashi turned and walked into the kitchen. At the same time, Rise, Toru, and Kana came downstairs. Seeing the crowd, Toru went to understand the situation. After learning what happened to the Fuguchi family, she truly felt sorry for Hinami. So she made lemon tea and brought a cup for everyone. Kana stood nearby, watching. That girl, just a little older than her, had already lost her father, and he'd been a doctor. For a ghoul to become a doctor, it must have taken immense effort. And just like that, he was gone. Kana silently thought to herself, I have to protect Hayashi well from now on. Otherwise, she might end up heartbroken too, and Lady Toru would be devastated. Around the dining table, Tauka began explaining the food and the general rules of Midnight Diner to the Fuguchi mother and daughter. Midnight Diner and manager Hayashi, he's amazing. Also, the gist of it was, Hayashi is great and the diner is strong. And here, it doesn't matter if you're a ghoul, demon, or something else. As long as you don't cause trouble at Midnight Diner. And you're not some irredeemable criminal. Then you're welcome here. Ryauko was astonished. I can't believe there's such a place in the 20th Ward. In the ghoul world, most knew the 20th Ward was a peaceful zone. The stronger ghouls knew Anteku ran the show here. But to think there was an even more mysterious place, beyond Anteku. A place like Midnight Diner. It was too incredible. The members of Anteku exchanged glances. Irami smiled. Once you settle in, you'll come to understand. Koma nodded too. Everyone here is easy to get along with. We're all striving for a better life. Ryauko looked at her daughter, who had finished the cookie. She reached over and wiped the crumbs from her mouth. Recalling the taste, she nodded in agreement. Yes, it really is wonderful. The flavor of good food. For ghouls, it was something nearly impossible to attain, something they could only long for. But Hayashi's cooking. For them, it was a miracle, something that kind-hearted ghouls could only dream of. Yet they were tasting it now. Inside the kitchen, Hayashi was slicing ingredients, preparing to boil the noodles. He placed several metal strainers, like baskets, on the edge of a large pot. Inside the pot, the broth was simmering. He dropped noodles into the strainers to boil, like how shrimp balls are cooked at a hot pot restaurant. Meanwhile, the bowls were ready. The stir-fried shredded pork with green pepper was already in place, waiting quietly. Once the noodles were ready, he transferred them from the strainer to the bowls and ladled in some broth. Repeat 4 times. Hayashi started boiling another batch. Then called out, Toru. Coming Tilda, Toru darted in. Smelling the soup, she swallowed her saliva and immediately carried all 4 bowls out. Hayashi reminded her. Serve the guests first, it's no rush for us. Got it, Toru nodded and brought the bowls to Anteku's table. Once they were set, please eat while it's hot. Everyone's attention was drawn to the food. And just like Hayashi predicted, Tauka and Koma pushed the first 2 bowls to Hinami and Ryauko. You eat first, manager serves quickly. faced with the deep temptation of the aroma. Ryoko glanced at her daughter, then expressed her thanks. Thank you all. She helped her daughter with her chopsticks. Hinami thanked them too. They both tried a bite, and their eyes widened in surprise. Then, ignoring how hot the soup still was, they started slurping it down enthusiastically. The remaining 2 bowls. One went to Tauka, the other to Kana. Both began eating eagerly too. But just a few bites in, Hayashi's voice rang out again from the kitchen. Toru. Coming Tilda. Before long, everyone had a bowl of noodle soup. Gathered around the table, everyone was devouring the food. No one seemed picky. Irumi glanced at the green peppers, hesitated, then ate them. Not bad. Koma, seeing that, ate hers too. Hayashi noticed. No one likes green peppers. He suddenly remembered Crayon Shin-chan. Shin-chan also hated green peppers. So it was a common thing, huh? Looking around, seemed like his cooking was good enough that no one was skipping them. Wait, one exception. When Hayashi looked at Rise, she was quietly picking the green peppers out of her bowl. Her movements looked casual, but once Hayashi spotted her, Rise's confidence crumbled, and she tilted her head, looking sheepish. Tilda, Hayashi hummed. Rise lowered her head further. So you're picky, huh, Rise? Hayashi chuckled. Rise picked up a green pepper and muttered with a hint of grievance. I just don't like it, Hayashi-kun, it's green. For a meat lover like her, being able to eat egg-fried rice and noodles was already impressive. This kind of green vegetable, to her, was no less unbearable than tofu pudding with pineapple chunks, something ghouls just weren't meant to eat. But Hayashi's face hardened. Eat it, no being picky. It's not like I'm making you eat the whole thing. Okay, Rise reluctantly nibbled on a small piece. Surprisingly, it wasn't bad at all, actually pretty tasty. But that didn't mean she liked it, so she decided to just get it over with and eat all the green peppers in one go. Better rip the band-aid off. Meanwhile, Fuguchi Ryoko was completely stunned. This was Rise. This was an SS-rated ghoul. This was the big eater, the glutton. Why did she go from a ferocious tigress to a timid kitten in front of manager Hayashi? Was this really the ghoul world she knew? Capítulo 70, Chapter 70, Takanashi Rika, Chunibyu, and the Sorrows of Power. A big bowl of noodles. Everyone finished it in no time, down to the very last drop of soup. After drinking the soup, Hinami Fuguchi let out a long breath and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. If only Dad could have tasted this too. Hearing that, her mother, Ryoko Fuguchi, trembled all over, and her eyes instantly turned red. The atmosphere suddenly turned heavy. Hayashi sighed. He pulled out another box of snacks and placed it on the table. Everyone from Anteku has probably already said everything that needed to be said. I won't say much. I'll just leave you with this: eat more. Whatever comes next, decide on it when you've calmed down. With that, he patted Hinami's head. Then he stood up and walked away. It wasn't even business hours yet. He wasn't about to sit here and give an emotional pep talk. Pushing too much would only make it harder for them. The right approach was to comfort a little, and then give them space to breathe. Hayashi lay down in the courtyard again. Toru got up to clean up. Kana went off to play with the cats and Pachita. Rise also got up and followed Hayashi outside. At the table, everyone from Anteku understood exactly what Hayashi meant. After a bit more chatting, Njikoma and Kaya Irumi stood up. Let's head back for now. There are resting rooms on the second floor of Anteku. You two can rest there for a while. Tauka Kirishima got up to pay the bill. Hayashi waved her off. You're all regulars now. Just treat this as a free meal, but don't make it a habit. Of course not, Tauka shook her head immediately. Thank you so much, manager. I didn't think you'd know how to handle something like this. Hayashi nodded, watched a lot of psychology dramas. Tauka's eyes widened in surprise. Hayashi finally chuckled, mostly just putting myself in others' shoes, giving people a bit of breathing room. That's true, Tauka agreed. And with that, the Anteku group left. Outside the gate, Ryoko bowed to Hayashi in thanks. Hinami, holding snacks, also shouted, "Thank you, big brother." That big brother hit Hayashi right in the heart. What a great feeling. Before she left, he gave her a skewer of candied hawthorn to take home and enjoy later. So Hinami walked away, one hand full of snacks, the other holding the skewer, eyes still red, and looking a little dazed. But either way, this little emotional detour gave them a moment to settle down. They'd be okay. As he watched them leave, Hayashi flopped back onto the lounge chair and let out a long, satisfied ah tilde. Rise sat beside him. Watching him, she shifted slightly and muttered, "Why don't I feel that comfortable?" "Because you don't have the mindset of a lazy dog," Hayashi said with a content squint. "The art of lazing around is an enlightenment." Since that phrase didn't have a clean, direct translation, Hayashi's version just meant self-care and inner peace. Rise still found it profound. Hayashi-kun's cultivation, it seems really deep. She called it cultivation. And to be fair, it kind of was. But not really. Hayashi-san tilde. Toru popped her head out after cleaning up. "Are we going shopping today?" Hayashi checked the time. It was already 3 p.m. And there wasn't really anything that needed buying. "Let's skip today, just eat something light in the afternoon." "Got it," Toru nodded and went back inside. "I'll clean the upstairs next." Hearing this, Rai's relaxed body suddenly stiffened. She stood up and followed. "My room's a bit messy too. I'll go tidy up later." Hayashi blinked, watching her go. His first thought, did Rise bring back some leftover bits of people? But then he remembered, she didn't eat that stuff anymore. So what was up with her? Oh well, not important. So Hayashi spent the whole afternoon lounging, reading, and scrolling on his phone. During that time, Toru cleaned the upstairs, sniffing Hayashi's clothes before washing them so the scent would carry through the laundry. She aired out the bedding too, letting them soak up the sunlight. Rise quietly bagged her trash and went out to throw it away. Then came down and told Hayashi she'd probably finalize a house nearby soon. She was still planning to buy a standalone house. Those don't come cheap, they're practically small villas. About the same size as Hayashi's shop, just smaller overall. After Rise left, Toru came downstairs after finishing her chores, brewed some lemon tea, and leaned against Hayashi, clinging to him affectionately. And so, a few leisurely hours were pleasantly wasted. So good tilde. As the sun dipped low and the evening approached, Hayashi clapped his hands and shouted with renewed energy. "Time to open up shop." Toru flipped the sign on the front door. Just as they were about to head inside, a black car slowly pulled up and drove into the courtyard. Once it parked at the very end, the door opened. Power leapt out in an instant. "Hayashi, I'm here for dinner." Makima also stepped out from the driver's seat, looking at Hayashi. "I'm here." Hayashi nodded and led them in. "How's the move? Finished?" As soon as Power heard move, her whole body slumped. She ran over and clung to Hayashi's leg, wailing miserably. "Save me, Hayashi. Lady Makima made me move everything on my own. It's gonna take me 2 more days." Hayashi looked toward Makima. Hands in her pockets, she replied calmly. "That's the price for stealing the cat's food." Hayashi's eyelid twitched. He started calculating the timeline. Going with Utaha tomorrow, then finishing the moving right after. It actually works out perfectly. Good job, Makima. If Power can't handle hardship, then let her get more exercise. Let her suffer a little. After saying that, Hayashi peeled Power off of him. "Nu tilde." Power collapsed onto the ground in despair, looking ready to lie flat and throw a tantrum. Makima noticed and gave a preemptive, kind smile. "If you roll around and dirty your new clothes, then there's another entire building waiting for you." Power immediately sprang up from the floor like a spring-loaded trap. "Then let's eat first." Hayashi stood nearby watching. "What do you want to eat?" "I want meat," Power shouted. Hayashi nodded and looked at Makima. She bit her lip and looked at Hayashi. "I want meat too." Hayashi ignored her seductive look. He asked calmly, "Pork cutlet, rice bowl, grilled meat with flatbread, or steak? Pick one." "Pork cutlet," Power shouted her choice. "Steak," Makima replied. Hayashi nodded and went into the kitchen. A short while later, Toru. Coming tilde. The pork cutlet and steak were served. Makima and Power didn't waste any time, and immediately began eating. Faced with food this good, anyone who could keep chatting, check their phone, or eat slowly had nerves of steel. In reality, they both just focused on devouring it. Finish first, talk later. After a satisfying meal. That was heaven. Power flopped onto the couch, blissfully content. Her tired body, exhausted from yesterday and today, felt like it had been recharged and restored. Makima dabbed her lips with a napkin. Then she placed the napkin down and praised Hayashi, as delicious as ever. You flatter me. Hayashi wiped down glasses behind the bar, cleaning up the tools for making lemon tea. Makima sat down at the bar and said slowly, the foreign devil assassins have already infiltrated. Public security has locked onto one gang. I'm thinking of using someone as bait. Hayashi-kun, which team in the Anti-Devil Bureau do you think is best suited? Hayashi rubbed his forehead. You're asking me. You're planning to use someone as bait, and I'm supposed to choose who? Makima was essentially the bureau chief of the Anti-Devil Bureau. Of course, she oversaw more than one division. Anti-Devil Division 4, which included Power, Ikihayakawa, Hymno, etc., was directly under her command. That group's specialty was that its members were either devils themselves or had signed contracts with devils. The other teams were far more average. Even if some had contracts, they were with weak devils, like a tomato devil or something. Hell, there might even be a green pepper devil. So faced with Makima's question, Hayashi just waved her off. Get out of here, make your own decision. I'm not playing the bad guy, just don't let them fight near my shop. Last time the leech devil nearly destroyed the place. Makima gave a small smile, then I'll be the bad guy. You already are the bad guy. A very, very bad one. Hayashi couldn't even be bothered to comment. Using her subordinates as bait like it was nothing. Working under Makima was a lifelong curse. But Hayashi-kun, you should still be careful, Makima warned. What do you mean? Hayashi asked, puzzled. You have new intel. Yes, a professional devil assassin has entered the 20th ward. Makima thought for a moment. They might be a trained operative, so their methods might go beyond just assassination. Like pretending to be harmless, disguising themselves as customers, using manipulation, framing someone, or even a honey trap. Hayashi got the idea. Then if you can contact them, tell them one thing. Makima looked curious. Tell them what? Tell them to go straight for the honey trap, Hayashi said seriously. I won't fall for anything else. He wasn't joking. Other tricks he'd just smack down on sight. But a honey trap, he might be willing to play along for a bit. You never know, maybe he could convince them to walk the straight path. Historically, not many people were dragged into the deep end, but quite a few were persuaded to turn back. Makima chuckled at that. Haha. That usual calm and serious expression of hers suddenly looked more human. Hayashi-kun, you really are amusing. Makima smirked slightly. So, what kind of beauty would you want to use the honey trap on you? Now that was a dangerous question. Every answer could get him in trouble. Say all beautiful women, bad. Say someone like you, worse. Hayashi thought for a bit, someone I care about. Makima couldn't argue with that answer. She couldn't exactly force him to say who that was either. So the two kept chatting. Meanwhile, lying on the sofa, Power had secretly eavesdropped on their entire flirtatious exchange. When she heard Makima ask about which group to send in as bait, Power pursed her lips and didn't dare breathe too loudly, afraid that Makima might pick her. Good thing she had recently pledged her salary, loyalty. She was a direct subordinate of Makima now. Even if her loyalty wasn't absolute, she was still technically on Team Makima. As long as she didn't betray her, she was loyal. So Makima wouldn't use her as bait. She'd definitely pick someone from another division. Ding ding. Just then the shop bell rang. Hayashi turned his head. It was a familiar customer. Takanashi Taoka. And next to her was a girl dressed oddly, looking around curiously as soon as she entered. The girl seemed just a little older than Kana. After coming in, Taoka brought the girl to a table and sat down. Hayashi nodded to Makima. Then he went to greet the new guest. At the table, The adorable and cold-faced Tauka gave a brief introduction. This is my younger sister, Takanashi Rika. She's on school break now. I thought I'd bring her by before school starts. Rika stood up and greeted him. Main City NPC Tavern Boss, thou art my ally. Present thy feast and I, O Tilda. Before she could finish, her sister whacked her with a karate chop. Back to reality she went, holding her head and tearing up. Haha Tilda, Hayashi laughed out loud. After smacking her, Tauka looked apologetically at Hayashi. Sorry, she's a bit chunabiu. No worries, it's pretty entertaining. Hayashi shook his head and handed over the menu. What do you want to eat? A full stomach might calm that chunabiu down a bit. Let me see. After browsing for a moment, Tauka ordered 1 curry omuris, 1 seafood dish, and 2 drinks. Once the order was placed, Hayashi went back to the kitchen to prepare it. Rika rubbed her sore head and asked softly, Big sis, is the food here really that good? You came all this way just for this meal. Yes, it's that good, Tauka nodded firmly. Once you start high school, I plan to enroll you in a school here in the 20th ward. It's safer. We're moving here in the next 2 weeks, so you need to get used to the area ahead of time. What subway line to take, which streets to walk. I'll walk the route with you a few times until you're familiar. Her older sister clearly cared a lot about her safety. That's why she chose a school within the safe zone, and even the route to and from school had to be planned and practiced together first. After all, in the safe zone, as long as you stick to the main roads and avoid back alleys, and only travel through populated areas, it's generally very safe. But Takanashi Rika just scoffed at the mention of danger. Oh sister of mine, I am the wielder of the wicked eye of truth. All danger disappears before my almighty power. Ahem. Just as Rika finished speaking, Tauka raised her hand into a karate chop pose. Rika immediately crouched down, covering her head. Okay, I get it, no hitting. HMPH, Tauka nodded, satisfied. There was one more thing. Tauka might be going to Italy soon. A restaurant there had invited her to be the head chef, and the salary was extremely high. While she would send Rika plenty of money each month, Rika didn't know how to cook at all. If left alone, she'd probably eat fast food every day. So Tauka planned to get everything arranged beforehand. She would find a few good places for Rika to eat from and make a list, so she'd know exactly where to go. If possible, she'd even pay for a meal subscription plan. She was willing to foot the monthly bill, as long as Rika didn't get tired of the food. Just then, a voice called from the kitchen. Toru. Coming Tilda. Toru entered and brought out the dishes. When the grilled fish meal and omuris were placed on the table, Takanashi Rika froze as soon as she caught the scent. She pointed at the omuris and exclaimed, This must be a divine tier meal. I can't believe such a great person is hiding in a tavern in the main city. I must savor it. Takanashi Tauka shot her a deadly glare. Eat. Okay. Capitulo 71, Chapter 71, The Evil King's True Eye is the Strongest. Tremor fruit, sunflower seeds. Facing the delicious food before her, Takanashi Rika took the first bite, her eyes immediately widening. As the food entered her mouth, her taste buds exploded, causing saliva to rapidly secrete in her mouth. Natural instinct kicked in, and before Rika could even react, her teeth began chewing on their own, savoring the taste carefully before swallowing. Takanashi Rika was stunned by the taste. She licked her lips, savored the aftertaste, then looked down at the food again and exclaimed, It's so delicious. Tauka had just eaten a small piece of fish. She was enjoying the delicious taste in her mouth when Rika's exclamation interrupted her. She glanced at Rika, Eat quickly. Okay. Now Rika had no time for idle chatter. She picked up her spoon and began eating voraciously. The two ate like this. Halfway through her meal, Rika looked at her sister's grilled fish and asked greedily, Sister, give me a piece. I'll share some of my omelet rice with you in exchange. Here you go. Hearing her sister's request, Tauka wasn't protective of her food at all, directly splitting the remaining fish in half and giving it to Rika. Wow Tilda, Rika looked delighted. Then she also scooped out part of her omelet rice for her sister to eat. The two exchanged portions of their food. Soon they finished all the delicious food. Few tilde tilde tilde. After finishing, Rika let out a long breath and patted her belly. It was so delicious, we'll come back to eat here again, right? Seeing how Rika was immediately captivated, Tauka was certain that her sister would definitely fall in love with this restaurant's food and never get tired of it. Then she'd choose this place as her sister's main food source from now on. Yes, Tauka nodded in agreement. After we move nearby in 2 weeks, you can come eat here every day. Rika was overjoyed, even though the midnight diner's food was expensive. With Tauka's income level, achieving food freedom was still possible. It wasn't too heartbreaking. After the two finished eating, Toru collected the plates. Tauka and Rika chatted for a while about school and housing matters. Then they went to find Hayashi to pay the bill. Rika sat in her seat. Having nothing else to do, she turned her head to look around and discovered a little girl sitting next to her. The little girl was so cute, wearing a white and pink dress, absolutely adorable. Looking at Kana, who seemed a few years younger than herself, Rika felt her own cuteness was being threatened. But she still kindly asked, "What's wrong?" "I'm called Kana." Kana introduced herself first, then asked, "What you mentioned about going to school, what is that? Is it fun? I've heard many people about my age talking about school and such." Rika was stunned. "You don't go to school?" Kana shook her head. Rika was extremely envious. "You're so lucky." Kana didn't understand, but everyone goes to school. That's because their parents make them go to school. Rika was still a student. What student wants to go to school? Most want to grow up when they're in school, and want to go back to school when they're grown up. Kana thought for a moment, "So do you like going to school?" Rika fell into deep thought, half like it, half don't like it, I guess. "So what is school for?" A group of students go to school together, attend classes together, take exams and advance grades until they grow up. That's it. So you have lots of friends then. How could they all be friends, only some of them? Do you have friends? Of course, who are you looking down on? Rika glared at Kana. I'm the evil king's true eye, the cutest girl in the whole class. Oh. What do you mean, oh? During Rika and Kana's conversation, Hayashi was at the bar counter. Tauka came to pay the bill. Still so delicious, manager Hayashi. Tauka took out money to pay. This is the most delicious restaurant in all of Tokyo, no, in all of Japan, I think. I acknowledge your cooking skills. Hayashi smiled and took the money. Such high praise. How does it compare to Tatsuki then? Tatsuki is just a bunch of scientists from exam-oriented education. Takanashi showed no interest. Though they're called chefs, some of them have forgotten the true meaning of being a chef, bringing delicious food to customers. Well said, Hayashi agreed. Tatsuki spared no cost in pursuing the ultimate in deliciousness. So they could be called scientists among chefs. Of course. This was just what he said to Tauka. The reality was, regardless of what kind of chef, as long as customers liked it and you could live the life you wanted, that made you a good chef. After the two chatted for a bit, Tauka was straightforward. After paying the bill, she left with Rika. Before leaving, Takanashi Rika seemed to have become friends with Kana, and they waved goodbye to each other. I'll come back again, Kana. Rika waved goodbye. Kana also waved, remember to bring money. After the two left, Makima looked at Hayashi's happy expression and suddenly found him quite mysterious. You're really a strange person, aren't you? Or are you a devil? Hayashi washed a glass. What do you mean? You're clearly an ordinary person, yet you're still genuinely happy from the heart. What's wrong with that? Am I not supposed to live my life? Hayashi began making handcrafted lemon tea. Aren't most people in this world ordinary people? I still find it strange. Then just think of me as someone who's easily satisfied. His standards were just that low. He liked slacking off, liked lying flat. He made the lemon tea and gave Makima a cup. He was about to give Power a cup, but found that Power had fallen asleep. Makima looked over, took a sip of lemon tea, and smiled. She's too tired. She's been moving stuff for half the day and has 2 more days of moving ahead. Hayashi was silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Physical and strength training, right? I understand. Right. After Makima finished her lemon tea, she paid the bill, walked over to Power, grabbed her by the collar, and headed home. I'm leaving, Hayashi-kun. I'll come again another day. Stay safe. Hayashi waved. You also stay safe. Emma. Makima left. Hayashi thought about it. What he said wasn't actually wrong. Although Makima wouldn't die, each time she died, all of Japan's fortune would decrease a little. So when Hayashi advised her, all Japanese people should thank him. He was a good person. Time slowly passed. Hayashi checked the time. It was already midnight. Basically, no one would come now. Just then, his phone received a message. Kasumigayaka Utaha, don't forget about tomorrow's book launch event. I'll come get you. Hayashi, what time are we going? I'll set a time. I don't get up until noon. Kasumigayaka Utaha, we're going at 2 p.m. Hayashi, okay, then come at 1:30. Have an early meal, then go together. Kasumigayaka Utaha, noon breakfast. The two chatted for a bit, agreed on the time, then she went asleep. In the restaurant, Hayashi yawned, then began pondering his string fruit again. Playing with thin strings was just the basics. Further development of the string fruit could control the bodies of people weaker than you. That is, developing toward more minute and distant applications. At this level, he could even use thin strings to perform surgery on himself. Of course, with his recovery ability, whether he needed to do that was questionable, but he could do it for others too. So Hayashi extended thin strings from his 10 fingers. He began pondering micro-operations. Toru, watching from the side, remembered last night's love-hate play and immediately stepped back a bit. Hayashi laughed, scared. No, Toru wouldn't admit it. Don't worry, we're crest balance. Today I'm practicing new techniques. What new techniques? Go get some chopsticks. Here. As soon as Hayashi finished speaking, Toru handed over the chopsticks. He reached out to take them, first measured with his fingers, then made marks with his nails. Finally he snapped them, immediately breaking them into several wooden sticks of different lengths. Toru exclaimed, those were our newly bought chopsticks. No problem, it's fine. Hayashi broke these chopsticks to make a simple puppet. He extended both hands, strings descended, slowly threading together these dozen or so wooden sticks of different lengths. Then Hayashi lifted both hands. The wooden sticks moved by themselves, assembled completely, then stood up. Toru was so scared she hid behind Hayashi, pointing at the wooden stick puppet and exclaiming, Ha! Hayashi-san, it came alive. It didn't come alive, Hayashi corrected. I'm controlling it. Under his control, the puppet supported itself to stand up, then saluted Toru, appearing very human-like. Toru's eyes widened. It's a bit scary, Hayashi-san. It's just wooden sticks. Under his control, the wooden stick puppet performed various actions: walking, greeting, running, crouching, jumping, etc. The movements were almost identical to humans. Wow, Toru exclaimed. After Hayashi finished, having the puppet perform all possible actions, he relaxed both hands. The puppet immediately collapsed to the ground, then the wooden sticks scattered everywhere, finally being tightened by the strings and bound together again. Hayashi picked it up and handed it to Toru. Can you tell? Toru held it at a distance before examining it carefully. There seemed to be some tiny cracks. That's because you have good eyesight and this material is ordinary. Hayashi nodded with satisfaction. Being able to achieve this level with ordinary materials was already very good. After more practice later, he could control real people or assemble steel and such. Make transformers. After playing with the puppet, Hayashi nodded with satisfaction. It was almost 2 a.m. now. Hayashi turned to look for Kana. When he turned around, he found Kana sitting on the sofa, her head drooping and nodding, clearly extremely tired. Hayashi looked at Toru. Tonight you should sleep well with Kana. Mem, Toru also nodded. They couldn't be so indulgent anymore. Hayashi also went to help Kana sit properly. But Kana heard the footsteps and woke up. Hayashi, why did you stay up so late without sleeping today? Hayashi asked. Next time when you're tired, just go to sleep directly. Mikana rubbed her eyes and asked, "Are we going to school tomorrow?" "Yes." "Will I be able to see many students, classmates?" "Yes." "I want to see." "Okay." Getting confirmation, Kana dozed off, tilted her head and fell asleep. Hayashi handed the sleeping Kana to Toru. Toru carried her back to sleep first. When the time came, Hayashi closed the door. Finished Tilda. Check-in successful. Obtained multiverse food lottery X1. The previous lottery chances and time points were merged. I'll draw them all together this time. Exchange successful. Drawing lottery. Congratulations on obtaining multi-flavor sunflower seeds X3. Congratulations on obtaining Paramecia devil fruit, tremor fruit X1. Congratulations on obtaining fruit wine X100 gin. All drawn at once, giving Hayashi the satisfaction of a 10-pull gacha. Although it wasn't actually 10 pulls, he did get good stuff. Hayashi looked at them one by one. Multi-flavor sunflower seeds, available in original, caramel, and salty flavors. After planting, just water diligently and absorb plenty of sunlight to grow. Seeds mature every 3 days with a chance to produce golden seeds. Note, the sunflowers have monster attributes, recognize their master, can continue growing, and even move slowly. Praise them daily, and they might grow even faster. Living sunflowers, monster attributes. The image that naturally came to Hayashi's mind was the sunflowers from Plants vs. Zombies. Nice. Seeds every 3 days, 3 different flavors with sunflower seeds to munch on, and a chance for golden seeds. After looking at the sunflowers, Hayashi then looked at the third item, the wine, saving the best devil fruit for last. Fruit wine, using watermelon as a cup, brewed with apples, peaches, and other fruits. Low alcohol content, pleasantly intoxicating and delicious. After drinking, all attribute resistances plus 30% for 60 minutes. Note, the wine tastes good, but don't be greedy. Sharing it with girls is a nice choice. At first glance, it was just fruit wine. Second glance, something's not right. Third glance, percentage increase in attributes. This was too powerful. For ordinary people drinking this, they'd just be more resistant to fire and cold for an hour. But if Toru drank it, dragons already had high magic resistance to begin with. By then, even if forbidden spells were cast on Toru, they'd probably fail or just dirty the hem of her clothes. Nice. Hayashi immediately took out a cup, had a sip. It tasted good, slightly sweet, quite suitable for girls. 100 gin total, so I'll use 30 gin for casual tasting, and save the remaining 70 gin properly. He didn't waste it all or hoard it all. Instead, he allocated it reasonably. Eat what should be eaten, drink what should be drunk. Finally, he looked at the devil fruit. Paramecia devil fruit, tremor fruit. The user can strike the world itself to vibrate space, thus freely causing vibrations in the sky, earth, atmosphere, and ocean. Can trigger powerful earthquakes and tsunamis as well as tremendously powerful shock waves. Possesses extremely strong physical destructive power, known as the power to destroy the world. Note, skyscrapers rise from flat ground, remember to develop it well. The concept of vibration extends far beyond just the world. Really, another devil fruit when the last one came less than 2 months ago. Hayashi complained slightly, verbally, but the upward curve of his mouth couldn't be suppressed no matter how he tried. This was the tremor fruit. In his mind, this fruit was definitely among the top 3 of all devil fruits. And just as the note said, how could vibration be limited to just one world's vibrations? Do you know how supernovas explode? From the sun aging and the internal core collapsing, creating vibrations that implode. So if we're talking about the concept of vibration, punching a planet to pieces wasn't impossible either. This has quite some development potential. Hayashi extended his finger and lightly tested the ability. Buzz, tilde. The next moment, his finger directly shook into afterimages. To the naked eye, it looked like one index finger had become 3 index fingers. He'd shaken it into a shadow clone technique. Hiss, he quickly retracted his finger. Wouldn't this be incredibly useful for beating egg mixture? Even Kato Taka would have to bow down and call him master, begging to be taught right. A divine tool for women, that's all that could be said. Nice, nice. Hayashi was very satisfied with today's gains. Below, it could beat egg mixture. Above, it could part the earth's hair down the middle. Banner, develop it well. Time to sleep, time to sleep. Hayashi clapped his hands and turned to go upstairs. Looks like tomorrow, when I have time, I'll need to buy some physics books to see what the essence of vibration really is. Capítulo 72, Chapter 72, Campus Book Launch, Bunny Girl Sakurajima Mai. The next day at noon, Hayashi woke up. With no one beside him, he went straight to his private bathroom to wash up and shower, then changed into fresh clothes. Holding one of his t-shirts, Hayashi looked at it with some doubt. Toru should have put it in the washing machine to wash it, right? Should be right. Hayashi brought it closer to smell. With the scent of laundry detergent and the smell of being sun-dried. Then it should be fine. Hayashi changed his clothes and went out to prepare breakfast. Outside, Toru, wearing her maid outfit, was humming HM Tilda while mopping the floor. Seeing Hayashi come out, she immediately acted cute and greeted him. Good morning, Hayashi-san. It should be good afternoon now, Hayashi smiled. Toru thought about it. Oh right, Tilda. What do you want for breakfast? Hayashi asked. It should be, what do you want for lunch now? Toru smiled mischievously. Hayashi patted her head. All right, you learned that quickly. So what do you want for lunch? Golden fried rice. Sure, has Kana woken up? She has. She got up very early today, changed her clothes and has been waiting for something, watching the street from the balcony. Okay, I'll go check on her. Hayashi went to see Kana first. Coming to the balcony, Kana was gripping the railing, looking outside. Hayashi followed her gaze and found that what Kana was staring at were all students. Summer was approaching, and the weather was getting hotter. Now it was either long sleeves or short sleeves, either long pants or short skirts. Many JK girls were walking hand in hand down the street. What's wrong? Hayashi asked. Kana turned around. Are we leaving for school? We need to wait a bit longer. Hayashi checked the time. We'll leave in another hour and a half. Okay, we're going to school. Right. Hayashi had already noticed. Kana was beginning to show interest in peers her age. Well, peers her apparent age. Kana was a young dragon, roughly equivalent to a human aged 9-12, the last 3 years of elementary school. Adolescent dragons were about 13-16 years old, the 3 years of middle school. Then came young adult dragons and so on. Toru was at the end of the adolescent dragon stage, about to become a young adult dragon. When that happened, her power would grow to somewhere between nation-destroying and continent-destroying levels, but this, about to, might still take many, many years. After all, it was calculated by dragon age standards. What Kana was curious about was that so many peers all had to go to school. What was this fun thing called school? She wanted to see and to play with peers, etc. In short, she was curious. Remember to come down for food later. Emma. Hayashi rubbed Kana's head and went downstairs to make fried rice. Before cooking, he took out his phone to message Kasumigayaka Utaha. Hayashi, starting to fry rice now, come quickly. Kasumigayaka Utaha, what? Then I'll take a taxi over. Hayashi, hiss, it's fine to come later, I'll keep it warm for you. Kasumigayaka Utaha, such delicious food definitely needs to be eaten fresh. Hayashi, whatever makes you happy. Taking a taxi over, that's going to be expensive. Looks like Utaha really wants to eat this fried rice. In the kitchen, he took out the leftover rice from last night. Then he took out several eggs. Looking at the eggs, Hayashi cracked them open, put them in a bowl then. He stuck his finger in, using the tremor fruit ability. The next moment, his finger shook into afterimages, and the egg mixture rapidly blended together, incredibly fast. After beating the eggs, Hayashi wiped his finger with a towel. It's actually this useful, how ridiculous. He prepared the ingredients and started cooking. Soon enough, The golden fried rice was ready. Toru. Coming Tilda. Toru came in and carried away a pot of fried rice. Hayashi took the opportunity to wash the pot and utensils, wiped his hands, and went out too. Coming to the table. Kana was already sitting properly, with a serious expression. Toru was serving everyone fried rice. Hayashi had just sat down. At this moment, Kamishiro Rise came down, drying her wet hair with a towel. "Why don't you use a hairdryer?" Hayashi asked. Kamishiro Rise sat down next to Hayashi. The book says that a Yamato Neidshiko should have beautiful long hair, and hair dryers make hair quality worse, so it should be naturally air-dried. Hayashi's eyes widened slightly upon hearing this. Kamishiro Rise had become so feminine. She never used to care about her hair before. Even if her head got covered in blood plasma, she wouldn't mind. And now she actually cared about hair quality. Good, good, good. Hayashi nodded with satisfaction. Keep up the good work. Kamishiro Rise made a soft humming sound. Then she dried her hair and placed the towel on the chair behind Hayashi. The faint scent of shampoo was quite nice. Just then, the sound of a car stopping came from the entrance. After paying her fare, Kasumigyaka Utaha quickly ran over. "Am I in time?" "Just perfect timing." "That's great." "Impressive." After Kasumigyaka Utaha took her seat, everyone began eating. The deliciousness of fried rice was in filling your mouth, and the aroma from repeated chewing. It was simply delicious. Awotilde, awotilde. Kana opened her mouth wide, and the fried rice in front of her was eaten in small clumps. Even her spoon was considerably larger than everyone else's. After eating, Kasumigyaka Utaha felt it was totally worth it. Hayashi looked at her appearance. She wasn't wearing much makeup, or it was very light, he couldn't tell anyway. But she had definitely dressed up, changed clothes, and her accessories were carefully selected. After finishing breakfast, less than an hour had passed, just enough time to digest. "I'm going out for a walk. If nothing unexpected happens, the house will be finalized soon." Kamishiro Rise indicated she was going out to confirm the house. While everyone was sitting and resting, Hayashi got up, went to the storage room to get a shovel and watering can, and headed to the yard. Kana watched and followed. Toru also curiously followed. Finally, Pachita and the cats all came to watch too. Only Utaha stayed to rest. Hayashi came to the front yard. He looked left and right, not quite sure where to choose. Toru asked, "Hayashi-san, are you planning to plant something?" "Yes, planning to plant sunflowers. Then we'll have sunflower seeds to eat." "That's great. Where will you plant them?" "Don't know, so I'm looking." Hayashi took out the 3 seeds from the system. Surprisingly, each seed was the size of a fist, and he almost couldn't hold all 3 together. "Wotilda." Toru watched from the side, carefully sensing, and said in surprise, "Hayashi-san, these seeds seem to have magic power inside, though just a little bit, like seeds from another world." Kana heard this. "Can they be eaten?" "The seeds can't be," Hayashi reminded Kana. "Only after they grow up and bear fruit can you eat them." Kana nodded. Hayashi finally thought about it. They should definitely be planted where there's plenty of sunlight. So he carried the seeds and walked around the yard. Finally, in the largest area of the yard, the seeds' reaction was most active. This spot then. Without hesitation, Hayashi took the shovel and started digging. Utaha curiously walked to the window to watch. She directly saw Hayashi with the shovel, digging out 3 medium-sized holes in just a few minutes. Each hole was over 10 centimeters deep. Utaha was a bit puzzled. "Isn't that too deep?" "It's fine." Hayashi shook his head, indicating it was okay since the seeds were large. The 3 holes formed a line, facing directly toward the outside of the yard. He placed the 3 seeds in, watered them a bit, covered them with soil, then watered them again. "All right, now we wait for them to grow. Should be quick." According to the seed description, they would bear fruit every 3 days. This meant they could grow very fast. And they had monster attributes. So there was definitely no problem. They couldn't be killed by overwatering. After planting the seeds, a small mound appeared on the ground. Hayashi instructed Pachita at his feet. Pachita, these 3 seeds are quite precious. You need to guard them well. When the time comes, I'll share the sunflower seeds with you and teach you how to crack them. Waff tilde, leave it to Pachita. Hearing there was a share for him too. Pachita happily ran circles around the seeds. Then he lay directly on the grass under the window, indicating he would watch the seeds from here. With Pachita's protection, Hayashi was naturally at ease. Even if he fell asleep at night, he wouldn't have to worry about strange ghouls coming to steal them. After planting the seeds, Hayashi clapped his hands and went back to wash them. "What time is it?" Hayashi asked. "Almost 1:30 p.m., Toru answered. "Then let's go." Hayashi went to get the keys to the small van. Then he looked at Kasumigaoka Utaha. "Would the soon-to-be famous writer Kasumi Yutako mind my humble little van?" Kasumigaoka Utaha rolled her eyes. She pointed at the house behind her. "Why don't you sell the restaurant, and I'll support you with my writing?" Hiss, that's so touching. Hayashi took a sharp breath, opened the car door and got in. "Let's go quickly. Oh, by the way." Seeing Toru get in still wearing her maid outfit, while Kana was in normal clothes, Hayashi asked, "Do you want to change clothes?" "No," Toru flatly refused. "Everyone can't tell anyway." "All right." Everyone got in the car, and the engine started. The small van puttered out of the alley toward Utaha's high school. On the way, Hayashi glanced at the CCG members on the street. Then he curiously asked Utaha, "At your school, how many students like you literary writers, or those doing music, painting, etc., have already published works?" Kasumigaoka Utaha thought about it and nodded. "Quite a few that I know of." After saying this, she added, "But my sales are the best. The second best is a manga artist." Hayashi was curious, "How's the second place's artwork?" "Not bad, I guess." Kasumigaoka Utaha recalled, "just that the art style is weird. The women are drawn beautifully, but the men's expressions are all strange." "No need to think about it, definitely a male artist." The small van headed toward the school. More and more students appeared around them. Kana pressed against the window looking outside, very curious. Utaha was fiddling with her phone. After a moment, she looked up. "The editor is already waiting for us at the school gate." Emma. When they reached the school, Hayashi parked the van in the parking lot. It was now club time at school. Many students had finished classes. Some went home, others went to participate in clubs of various kinds. Literature had literature clubs, art had art clubs, or other sports-related ones. Kana and Toru watched with great curiosity. So many students. Yes. Dragons actually went to school too, but strictly speaking, it wasn't really school. They just received a bit of experience transmission, with most knowledge inherited as they grew older. After getting out of the car, Kasumigaoka Utaha led the 3 of them to find her editor. Her editor was quite attractive too, named Machida Sonoko. After both sides greeted each other, they headed into the school together. During this time, Machida Sonoko kept secretly observing Hayashi, then inexplicably nodded. Actually, her inner thoughts were like this. So this is the store manager the male protagonist in the book is based on. His appearance is indeed qualified, no, quite good. In Utaha's new story, the male protagonist has a lazy but unexpectedly calm and steady personality, and this seems about right too. But it looks like Utaha and this man haven't gotten together yet. So romance novels really do need the stimulation of fantasy love to produce good works, don't they? Utaha has unexpectedly taken the right path. Just wondering what would happen if she experienced heartbreak later. She couldn't switch to heartbreak literature, could she? Better not to experience heartbreak. In the school, Kasumigaoka Utaha checked the time. Seeing there was still a while, Utaha planned to show Hayashi around the school. Starting from the classroom building, to the activity clubs, swimming pool, sports fields, etc. Hayashi didn't have any particular feelings about it. It just looked especially like a realistic manga setting. But Kana watched with great interest. She looked around everywhere with oohs and ahs. Seeing students walking together in groups, in 2s and 3s, she would also stare for a while. Seeing this, Hayashi asked, "Does Kana like school, or does she like classmates her own age? Kana thought about it. Only by going to school would there be so many classmates the same age. That was indeed true. When young, besides school, it was hard to find so many peers together in other places in human society. So does Kana want to go to school? Hayashi asked. Toru listened from the side. Can Kana go to school too? Yes, she can, Hayashi confirmed. Hearing Hayashi's question, Kana fell into deep thought. She didn't know whether she should go to school, what she would go to school for, and whether school was good or not. Seeing Kana lost in thought, Hayashi patted her head and said, "If you can't figure it out, don't rush. Kana, you have plenty of time to think about it. Elementary school, middle school, even high school, you can go to any of them. When you feel like you want to go, just tell me." Time was the best solution. Coincidentally, dragons had plenty of time. Kana nodded. "Thank you, Hayashi." "No need to thank me." After chatting here for a bit, Utaha needed to prepare for the book launch event. Hayashi planned to follow and take a look. But Kana was very curious about the clubs. So Hayashi thought about it. "How about this, Toru, you take Kana to play around the school. There are activity facilities over there too. I'll go with Utaha to the book launch. When you want to come back or find someone, just call me." "Okay, Hayashi-san, then we're off." Toru thought that was good too, and left with Kana to check out the clubs. Hayashi followed Utaha to the book launch event. They had cleared out a badminton gymnasium and converted it into a launch venue, and it wasn't just for Utaha. It seemed other club activities were also taking place here. It was somewhat like an internal school festival. Inside the gymnasium, more and more people gathered, some queuing, others participating in club activities. When the time came, Utaha said to Hayashi, "I'm going now." "Go ahead," Hayashi nodded. "I'll wait for you here. I won't queue to get another copy of the book." "Okay," Utaha nodded and left. Hayashi found a spot at the edge to sit down. Watching the people coming and going, he felt like becoming an anime NPC. Kasume Gyaka, Utaha's new book, had quite a good reception within the school. This could be seen from the many people queuing. Hayashi's eyes swept from the gymnasium entrance to the people in the queue, looking around. Finally landing on Kasume Gyaka Utaha, who had officially started the book signing. At this moment, Utaha was signing books for readers and thanking them. Her editor was helping beside her. There was also a bunny girl senpai leaning over nearby, curiously watching. "Wait, bunny girl." Hayashi rubbed his eyes and looked again. It really was a senpai wearing a bunny girl costume, watching Kasume Gyaka Utaha sign books. And the people around her had no reaction to her. Kasume Gyaka Utaha and her editor felt nothing even with the bunny girl so close. Sakurajima Mai. Capitulo 73, Chapter 73, Zero Cost Purchase Divine Body, Kana's 3 sentences make my blush. Sakurajima Mai's famous name automatically triggered many strange phrases in Hayashi's mind, without him needing to think. Things like, "People live for Sakurajima Mai," or "Youth Pighead Emperor won't meet Bunny Girl MacArthur." In short, too many memes. At the same time, Sakurajima Mai was a child star who had been extremely popular in Japan since childhood. From elementary school, she remained popular until graduating middle school. So popular that half of Japan knew Sakurajima Mai. She was even more famous than Takatsuki-sen. Because she was a celebrity. But all of this changed starting from the second half of her first year of high school. Sakurajima Mai's attention and sense of presence suddenly began to become lower and lower. It was visibly strange in an eerie way. People forgot her very naturally, as if they had never known her at all. Even her mother often couldn't remember her. By her second year of high school, this phenomenon became even more terrifying. People began to be unable to see Sakurajima Mai. They directly ignored her existence. In her second year, all the works Sakurajima Mai had left behind were forgotten by people. No matter how popular she had been before. Starting from her first year, by her second year everything was pretty much completely forgotten. Until now in her third year. Sakurajima Mai had gradually accepted this reality. Because her attitude toward her celebrity status was also indifferent. If she liked it, she liked it. If she didn't like it, it was because her mother used Mai as a money-making tool, even requiring her to do swimsuit photo shoots when Mai was in middle school. Compared to those swimsuits, Mai's current bunny girl outfit was actually conservative. The bunny girl outfit only looked suggestive. In reality, only the thighs were exposed. This was the ingenious part of the design. But swimsuits were truly revealing. So Mai didn't feel too desperate about her adolescent syndrome of being forgotten by others. Initially, she even felt somewhat relieved. It was just that later it became too severe, the current state. It caused many inconveniences in daily life. Shopping was very difficult, and so on. Today, Sakurajima might dress like this for the first time. The purpose was to test whether dressing more strikingly would attract attention from people around her. The result was still that no one could see her. Everyone was ignoring her. She heard that today there was a writer called Kasumi Yutako holding a book launch, supposedly writing very well. So Sakurajima, Mai came over to take a look, to see if there might be any reaction. But even though she was right next to them, everyone still had no reaction. Wait, everyone. Wait a minute. With her hands behind her back, Sakurajima Mai, who was looking around, noticed that someone seemed to be pointing their phone at her. Was it an illusion? Taking pictures of other people. Like photographing Kasumigyaka Utaha. Sakurajima Mai moved away a bit, walking to the side, and even looked back to confirm there was no one behind her. The result, that phone was put away again. Was he taking pictures of me? Can that person see me? Sakurajima Mai was astonished. With intense curiosity, her feet involuntarily walked over. On the other side, after seeing the bunny girl Sakurajima Mai, Hayashi first took out his phone and searched for Sakurajima Mai's name. Sure enough, 3 years ago, Sakurajima Mai's news and media coverage were extremely popular. There were tons of works and news featuring Sakurajima Mai. But the problem was, all the exposure was from 3 years ago. 2 years ago, the exposure dropped off a cliff, almost nothing. Even if someone posted related content, no one replied. All exposure stopped 3 years ago. Amazing, this presence-erasing ability. Hayashi first marveled, then got a bit excited. Bunny Girl Mai, gotta take pictures quickly. He switched his phone to video mode, then aimed at Mai, zooming into record, capturing both video and photos. After recording enough, Hayashi put away his phone, opened the gallery, and checked his hunting results. In the photos, the bunny girl Mai had a youthful charm mixed with allure, an innocent yet pure and seductive aura. Slender limbs, deep eyes, a small face, and a model-like slim figure. Her expression was a bit bored, but at the age of a high school senior, she still radiated mature laziness and charm. Especially after putting on the bunny girl outfit. That aura was simply incredible, truly beautiful. After looking, Hayashi let out a long sigh and jokingly remarked, "I agree with the saying that people live for Sakurajima Mai." He wasn't serious, just making a meme reference. After all, he lived for way too many things. His second brother's needs were just one of them. But just as Hayashi was speaking, a bunny girl figure had quietly approached nearby. Upon hearing this sentence, Sakurajima Mai's face immediately turned red. She kept her distance, secretly looking at Hayashi's phone. Although she couldn't see clearly, the content inside was definitely herself. For a moment, Sakurajima Mai shyly said, "Hentai tilde." Hearing the familiar hentai voice, Hayashi turned around and found the person in question had already come over. He held up his phone, showing the bunny girl enlarged on screen to her. "Why are you calling me hentai? What makes me hentai?" Seeing herself in the photo, Sakurajima Mai immediately became shy. Previously, knowing that others couldn't see her, she had been so bold. But now knowing she could be seen, she would naturally feel shy. Sakurajima Mai used both hands to cover the tops of her thighs. Her face flushed red, but she asked curiously, "Can you see me?" Hayashi thought she was being a bit silly. Then who am I talking to? But why can't they all see me? Sakurajima Mai looked at others, still confused. It's not just that they can't see me, they can't even remember my existence. Not being seen was just visual. But the forgetting of one's presence was about the brain, habits, memory, the entire world. The difference was enormous. As for Sakurajima Mai's situation, it could be called an ability, or it could be called magic. In any case, it was very similar to Toru's presence-concealing magic. Ordinary people couldn't see it, but those with strong five senses, sixth sense, intuition, consciousness, etc., could, meaning only the strong could see her. Hayashi thought about it and explained using others as examples. In the ordinary world, your situation can't be changed unless you can control your own ability. But those powerful ghouls and demons, as well as powerful humans, can discover you. Hearing this sentence, Sakurajima Mai realized how much danger she had avoided these 3 years. At least she had avoided many threats from ghouls and demons. But one thing made her more curious. So if you can see me, does that mean you're also very strong? I should be quite strong. How strong? If I wanted to do something to you, probably no one could stop me. I was talking about taking photos just now. I was definitely thinking about photos too. That's what Sakurajima Mai said, but her blushing couldn't lie. Hayashi smiled slightly. Mai was shy for a while, but then various questions brought her back to her senses, and she continued asking. So what's wrong with me? Why have people been treating me as if I don't exist these past few years? Hayashi thought about it. You could say it's an ability problem. An ability? There are ghouls and demons, so what's wrong with abilities? True, so what kind of ability is this? Of course it's a presence-erasing ability. Hayashi crossed his arms. It's just that you can't control your ability right now, so as you grow, your ability gets stronger and more effective. If initially you could only make B rank or A rank ghouls forget you, then now you can make S rank. Even SS rank ghouls forget your existence. In a way, you're quite strong too. You'd definitely be amazing as an assassin. You could stab whoever you want, a pure female killer. Sakurajima Mai was left speechless by Hayashi's description. But mentioning female killer. She was very interested and asked again, I could become a female assassin, female killer. Having been an actress, she had played many roles but never a female assassin. Cough cough, Hayashi immediately imagined investigator plot scenarios. Then he patted his head and added, You do have potential. After all, this ability makes stealth too powerful. You could even stealth in broad daylight. But the prerequisite is that you need to be able to control it freely. Otherwise, where would you go to receive missions? And even if you did, what if the middleman forgets you? Send another one, that would be stealing jobs. If Sakurajima Mai could freely control this ability, what would Assassin's Creed be? She, Sakurajima Mai, would be the king of assassins. Oh, I understand. Sakurajima Mai had a sudden realization. Then she reacted. So how should I control this ability? These past 3 years, it's gotten stronger and stronger. I can't even buy things anymore. Cashiers ignore me. Cashiers ignore you. Hayashi exclaimed, divine zero-cost shopping body. Others have daily limits. You could shop until stores go bankrupt. But how to control and train this ability, Hayashi really wasn't sure. Although in the anime, she needed to have the world remember her again to gradually recover, like shouting Mai's name loudly. But in Hayashi's view, this was more like being exposed. This should be an ability. It's just that everyone doesn't know how to control it. After all, in this mixed anime world with ghouls, demons, otherworlds, and dragons. So having this kind of ability, adolescent syndrome, alone couldn't explain it. It was very likely just an ability. Maybe even the evil king's true eye was real. Hayashi seriously thought about it. There might be 2 methods. What? Sakurajima Mai was very curious, immediately getting closer to Hayashi and listening carefully. First, increase your exposure. Hayashi held up a finger. Like live streaming, forcibly making people see you, or you could semi-return to the entertainment industry. Second, find a strong person and repeatedly train the feeling of presence, that elusive sensation. Hayashi roughly described. It's like being there but not being there. Find that feeling and practice repeatedly. You could even understand this ability as a devil fruit. First find the feeling, then just practice repeatedly. Sakurajima Mai was puzzled. Would practicing in front of ordinary people be useless? With many people it might be useful, which is why I suggested live streaming. Hayashi shook his head. But your ability has reached this level, no matter what you do, individual ordinary people will never be able to notice you. With your current level of presence intensity, you could even star in the female version of train molester scenarios. So how would you find that feeling of being discovered? As soon as he finished speaking, Sakurajima Mai stammered in denial. Who would act in those kind of train scenarios? I was using a metaphor. Anyway, it's up to you. All right then. Anyway, thank you. By the way, I still don't know your name. Hayashi, manager of a restaurant called Midnight Diner. Really? You look so young. Where is it located? Young people can't be managers. It's in Ward 20 at XXX. Location. Okay, anyway, I'll. Sakurajima Mai hadn't finished speaking. Hayashi's phone rang. He gave Mai an apologetic look, then answered. Hello, Toru. Hayashi-san, where are you again? Kana has finished looking around. We're coming to find you. At the tennis gymnasium, there are signs on the road. How does Kana feel? We're coming then. Kana quite likes it but hasn't decided yet. Me come over first. After hanging up, Sakurajima Mai heard Hayashi's way of addressing and tilted her head in confusion. Toru. What kind of name was Toru? Didn't sound like a local. Hayashi was very honest and never lied. Toru is a dragon who has now transformed into a girl. Now you understand what kind of existence your ability is, right? A dragon? Sakurajima Mai was stunned. There are dragons in this world too. There are already ghouls and demons, so why can't there be dragons? Hayashi looked puzzled. It's not like ghouls and demons had bad names and were very common, while dragons being legendary made them feel non-existent. Hearing there really were dragons, and transformed into girls at that. Sakurajima Mai immediately became interested. She stayed by the side and asked amiably, Can I watch from nearby? Hayashi glanced at Mai. I'm not driving you away. Just being polite, Sakurajima Mai coughed. Soon after, Toru entered the gymnasium with Kana. Thanks to their vision and abilities, Toru's eyes swept once and immediately spotted Hayashi in the corner of the crowd, bringing Kana over right away. When Sakurajima Mai saw Kana, she directly exclaimed, Kawi Tilda, is she your daughter? Question marks nearly appeared above Hayashi's head. What are you thinking? Kana looks about 10 years old. Did some bad woman take advantage of me when I was 12? When the young takes advantage of the old, it's called taking the big car. When the old takes advantage of the young, it's naturally called taking the small car. Sakurajima Mai's face turned red. I just suddenly thought of it. After all, you're quite good-looking too, and Kana is very cute. You look a bit similar. Speaking of which, Hayashi rubbed the corner of his mouth. Then I won't blame you. A while later, Toru came over with Kana. Seeing the girl next to Hayashi, Toru first widened her eyes slightly, memorizing this outfit and thinking Hayashi really liked it, then curiously asked. Hayashi-san, she has a very strange ability fluctuation on her, conflicting with my recognition magic. Hearing this, Hayashi raised his eyebrows at Mai. See, it's an ability. Sakurajima Mai looked at the two with some curiosity. Are you dragons, so you can both see me? Kana stared at Sakurajima Mai, frowning, suddenly pointing at her. Lewd erotic woman, I won't allow you to take Hayashi away from Toru and me, using this body and these clothes. Hayashi couldn't hold back after hearing the first few words. He covered his mouth in advance to suppress his laughter. Toru was surprised for a moment, quickly picked up Kana and covered her mouth. MMPH tilde. Sakurajima Mai was stunned for a moment, then immediately turned red all over. Not just her face. This time her face, legs, and ears, basically all exposed parts of her body turned red, like she had just finished a sauna. She immediately hid behind Hayashi, hurriedly explaining. This is a test, my ability is very strange. After saying this, she patted Hayashi's back and earnestly pleaded. Help me explain, Hayashi-san, please. If such a small Kana misunderstands, I really would die.